121. Chapter 121 Rabbits. So many rabbits. Chapter 121 Rabbits. So many rabbits. Your Highness, the rabbit doesn't seem to be afraid of you. Mina flew in the air and watched. There seems to be something wrong with the rabbit. Su Miao held the umbrella sword in her hand. According to the original plan, she wanted to catch the rabbit alive. But as the rabbit appeared, more and more rabbits came out of the snow, looking straight at her. It felt bad to be stared at. And Su Miao felt in danger. These rabbits probably didn't think of her as prey. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of rabbits appeared among the tree stumps. The rabbits did not attack in advance because the big trees around them were cut down by Su Miao. If Su Miao hadn't cut down so many trees, they wouldn't have dared to come out like this. Seeing more and more rabbits popping up, Su Miao knew she couldn't wait any longer. Raising his hand, a red fireball was thrown down. With a bang, the rabbit in front of Su Miao was blown to pieces. And there was the smell of burnt rabbit fur in the air. Your Highness, they are coming! Starlings screamed in terror in the sky. The rabbits let out strange screams, jumped up, and attacked Su Miao from all directions. Big water polo trick. Su Miao waved her umbrella sword and wrapped herself in a super huge hollow water ball. The next second, she saw 50 or 60 rabbits diving into the big water balloon and swimming towards her. Compression! In an instant, the water in the big water ball was compressed sharply, suppressing the rabbits, who entered the big water ball until their blood burst out. And some even their eyeballs burst out. The rabbit that rushed over later was even more difficult to hit with the water polo. Big water polo trick. Su Miao dispersed the large hollow water ball that had been condensed before, and condensed a new one. In an instant, the scattered large water balls scattered the rabbit corpses on the ground. And in the blink of an eye they were frozen into ice rabbits. The other rabbits rushed over crazily, making Su Miao's newly condensed water polo become very terrifying. If you stand close enough, you can tell that this is a rabbit struggling in the water polo. If you stand far away and have bad eyesight, you may subconsciously think that this is where the ancient god has escaped. Compression! Su Miao repeated his old trick, suppressing the rabbits rushing into the big water ball until their blood burst out, looking extremely miserable. After repeating it several times, there were already ice rabbits all around. But the rabbits on this mountain seemed to be endless. We can't continue to waste it like this. We have to find a way. Su Miao thought of the blue fireball in the magic space. But now there are rabbits in all directions. One side is fried, and the other is still there. In addition, the explosion power of the blue fireball is so terrifying that it will scare her to tears. What should she do if she is attacked by a rabbit behind her? Mina, catch the rabbit, Su Miao said. Your Highness, I don't dare. Look at these rabbits. The Mina was flying not far away. Su Miao looked over and saw that there were already some rabbits forming a hill and jumping towards the starlings in the sky. Your Highness, these damn rabbits want to eat me. Help me. The Mina flew lower and higher. He said that the rabbit wanted to eat it, but in fact, he was constantly provoking it. Otherwise, the rabbits would not have gathered into a hill. Su Miao was speechless. We must find a way to survive the crisis now. Su Miao saw the mud blasted out by the fireball in front of her, and suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. While the large hollow water ball could still hold up, she took out a growth potion containing trace amounts of toxins from the magic space, and then took out a highly toxic hallucinogenic potion. The two potions were poured into a beaker and mixed. Then, he randomly grabbed a handful of vegetable seeds from the magic space and put them into the beaker. In an instant, the mixed liquid in the beaker began to bubble, and the vegetable seeds began to swell and germinate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Miao did not hesitate and controlled the water ball surrounding herself to move forward, spreading the medicine and seeds in the beaker on the muddy ground. After doing this, Su Miao lifted the big hollow water ball that wrapped herself, condensed a new one and retreated. The rabbits around originally wanted to continue attacking Su Miao, but there's a whole new food grabbing their attention. In the muddy land, little by little green vegetable seedlings grew out. They were growing rapidly, growing to more than an inch tall in the blink of an eye, and they looked very delicious. Discovering fresh green vegetable seedlings, the rabbits seemed to have witnessed a miracle. They gathered around and looked at the new green vegetable seedlings, but not a single rabbit took the initiative to take a bite. However, some rabbits were so hungry that they simply ate the ice rabbits killed by Su Miao. There are no rabbits left in the big water polo on Su Miao's side, and they continue to hit it. Even the bunny mountain at Starling has disbanded. Hey, little rabbits, keep biting me. Don't you want to bite me anymore? Without the rabbit jumping up and biting, The mina started to act mean again. However, this time no matter how provocative the mina was, the rabbits all gathered towards the sprouting vegetables. The rabbits are looking forward to the new green vegetables. Su Miao blinked. She couldn't bear it. There are so many rabbits. If you don't get poisoned, you could eat them for a long time. But these rabbits were too scary. Apart from this method, she couldn't think of any better way for the time being. Even though most of the rabbits were attracted by the green vegetables, there were still many rabbits staring at her, which forced Su Miao to maintain a large hollow water balloon to protect herself from rabbit attacks. Damn rabbit. He doesn't even give people time to rest. Both sides are just wasting it. It might have been an hour. It might have been 2 hours. But it started to get dark. The green vegetables finally started to grow to more than 30 centimeters tall and looked very dense. Under Su Miao's gaze, the rabbits lined up. Each rabbit took a bite of a green vegetable leaf and left. This is outrageous! Su Miao looked at these rabbits and felt incredible. The rabbits who bit off the green cabbage leaves did not eat them immediately. Instead, they each occupied a position and waited quietly. 5 minutes later, the rabbits ate the green cabbage leaves neatly, and Sasha's voice sounded particularly clear. Not long after, the rabbits' mouths and noses were bleeding, and they fell neatly into the snow. After another 3 minutes, their body temperature disappeared, and they turned into poisonous ice rabbits. As for the green vegetables, the rabbits that had not eaten continued to line up to bite the green vegetable leaves, and then died uniformly. After almost an hour, there was no longer a living rabbit within Su Miao's field of vision. Your Highness, the rabbits are all dead. Mina flew down and said, Su Miao dispersed the big water ball and looked at the corpses on the ground with lingering fear. Look for their nest. There should be little rabbits in it. Beige looked around. Your Highness, it's too dark and it's a bit hard to find. So does this. Su Miao raised her hand and released a big fireball, instantly lighting up everything around her. These rabbits can't just appear out of nowhere. Their nest must be nearby. Your Highness, here! Here! Mina stood on a tree stump and shouted. The rabbits are nesting down there, and I can already smell the stink of these rabbits. Su Miao walked over and took a look. Sure enough, there was a big ice cave here. After dispersing the fireball, Su Miao found a flashlight from the magic space and hung it aside. Then she found a shovel and started digging manually. After digging for almost half an hour, Su Miao finally found the underground cave of the rabbit nest. It's just that the hole is much larger and warmer than she imagined. This huge cave is more than 1 meter high and can accommodate one person walking. For safety reasons, Su Miao immediately unfolded the magic space array and walked inside. The cave extends in all directions, and from time to time you can see some small holes. These holes should be those of the mutated trees. Your Highness, right in front, Mina said excitedly. A few minutes later, Su Miao found a side road with a lot of hay, and many snow-white rabbits sleeping in the grass, perhaps affected by the cold. The little rabbits were shivering and looked easy to catch. Su Miao immediately took out a box, stuffed foam, cotton, etc. into the box, and then used clips to put the rabbits into the box one by one. Suddenly, a very faint sound came from the passage not far away. Isn't there another big rabbit here? More than 20. That's almost enough. Su Miao looked at the box, immediately sealed it, and left the cave with the water ball technique. When she was about to leave the cave, she vaguely saw a pair of red eyes the size of lanterns staring at her in the cave, making her shudder. However, when she left the cave, the red eyes staring at her did not come out. Slipped away. Su Miao came outside and threw a big fireball to destroy the vegetables left by the rabbits. Although these rabbits are somewhat ferocious, it would be too cruel to exterminate them all. She might need to come back to catch another litter of rabbits in the future. Putting the insulated box on the snowmobile, and adding a little magic to cover it, Su Miao drove home. Although it is dark now, the snow is reflective, and people can see the road ahead clearly when they adapt to the dark night. 3 hours later, Su Miao returned to the villa. The temperature in the villa had become very low. Oops! Su Miao rushed back to the second floor immediately, added wood to the fireplace, and threw a fireball to light the fire. Fortunately, I asked Mina to go home and refuel the fireplace twice. Otherwise the heating pipes in this villa would sooner or later be scrapped due to thermal expansion and contraction. Su Miao returned to the first floor and arranged a room for the rabbits. For safety reasons, Su Miao found some iron cages from the magic space to arrange these little rabbits. Some hay will be placed in each iron cage to prevent them from being unable to adapt to the surrounding environment. After all, the rabbits in the litter today were all mutant rabbits. And Su Miao couldn't be sure whether these little rabbits were mutant. If so, it would be very dangerous. She just wanted to experiment and didn't want these little rabbits to demolish the villa, let alone be eaten by these rabbits. After having a casual dinner, Su Miao went to bed. If anything happens, try your best tomorrow. The next day, Su Miao fed the field mice and rabbits some feed and checked their condition. They all looked good. She came outside. The vegetable plots in Group A were growing very well, and the vegetable plots in Group B were just harvesting. Green vegetables and cabbage are much shorter than those in Group A. Tomatoes are the same size, but most of them are a little green. Obviously not suitable for eating raw, and they seem to need some time to grow. Your Highness, let's collect the vegetables. Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Luo Jingyi, Gui Yixing, and Yu Feng are here. Su Miao pointed to the vegetable patch of Group B and said, "You can harvest the vegetables over there, but not the vegetables here." Sun Rong looked at the vegetables on both sides. Although he didn't understand why Her Highness the Witch arranged it like this, he immediately agreed. "Thank you, Your Highness." Several people came to the vegetable field of Group B and watched these obviously short vegetables begin to be harvested in earnest. It's just that when harvesting, they will see the vegetables in Group A vegetable patch with their peripheral vision from time to time. However, no matter how many doubts they had in their hearts, they did not dare to imagine it at this time. If they had any questions, they would wait until they got back. "Your Highness, we have harvested." Sun Rong thanked Su Miao again and left with a few people. Because there are relatively few vegetables harvested this time, only one transport trip is needed to solve the problem. "Your Highness, can I pick a tomato? It's over here." Luo Jingyi didn't know what he was thinking. He suddenly stepped forward and said. Su Miao glanced at him and said, "Okay, but I'm not sure if the ones here are poisonous. You can try it." Luo Jingyi looked at the red tomatoes on the vegetable ground in Group A and didn't know what to think. He went up and picked one. "Thank you, Your Highness." Su Miao stared at the few people with cold eyes and watched them leave. People who want to die can never be stopped. Hope he has good luck. Su Miao harvested some vegetables from the vegetable fields of Group A and Group B and brought them back to the villa to feed the voles and rabbits. If it's efficient, the results will be available in a few days. Villa for 5 people. Sun Rong and others unloaded the newly harvested vegetables. With so many vegetables, they'll be able to eat them for a while. "Why do you think the witch won't let us harvest the vegetables here? Are they really poisonous?" Luo Jingyi asked, looking at the red tomatoes in his hand. He smelled it. The tomatoes were very fragrant. Chu Zikai said half-jokingly, "You can eat it and test the poison for us." Luo Jingyi was a little surprised. In the past, it was Chu Zikai who was rushing to test the poison for everyone. "Has it been modified this time?" Sun Rong said. "Her Highness the Witch doesn't owe us anything. The food she can give us is very good. I think that regardless of whether the vegetable patch is poisonous or not, we shouldn't pick it if Her Highness the Witch doesn't let us pick it," Luo Jingyi said. "But she agreed." Chu Zikai smiled. "Don't worry. No one will snatch the tomatoes you pick from you," Gui Yixing said. "Let's cook. Everyone has been freezing outside for a long time." Several people took out a pot that had been washed with snow. First put some snow in it, then put in the washed vegetables, and finally sealed the pot with a lid and set it on fire to stew. This could simulate the effect of a high-pressure steam pot and maximize the effect. Stew food until cooked. The only pity is that there is no meat to eat. But in these last days, having fresh vegetables to eat is already a great gift. Just as several people were looking at the sizzling iron pot expectantly, a sudden clang startled them. "What's wrong?" They turned around and saw Luo Jingyi falling to the ground with a tomato, bleeding from his orifices. "Poisonous! Poisonous! Really poisonous! Help me!" 122, Chapter 122 There is rabbit meat to eat. Chapter 122 There is rabbit meat to eat. "Your Highness, it's not good. These nests of voles are all dead. And there are also little rabbits." Mina flew up to the living room on the second floor and said. Su Miao hurried downstairs. She looked at the hard bodies of 3 groups of voles and 3 groups of little rabbits that had been fed group of vegetables, and silently labeled the growth potion extracted from the beautiful mushrooms as very poisonous. Fortunately, the voles and rabbits who took the growth agent extracted from ordinary mushrooms to promote the growth of vegetables were fine. If you continue to observe for a while, you should get results. After walking out of the door, Su Miao condensed a big fireball, preparing to destroy all the vegetables in the vegetable patch of Group A. But thinking of what happened yesterday, Su Miao put all these vegetables into the magic space and labeled them poisonous. They might be used in the future. After collecting these vegetables, Su Miao returned to the villa to continue studying magic. Dead. Hopeless. Sun Rong looked at Luo Jingyi, who was starting to stiffen, shook his head and said, "In this apocalyptic world, there is no solution to poisoning. Even the best doctors will be helpless without tools and medicines. Let alone them." Guixing, Yu Feng, Chu Zikai, and Sun Rong looked at their companions with mixed emotions. "Bury it," Yu Feng said. "In any case, we have lived together for such a long time and have deep feelings for each other." Everyone said nothing and silently took out the stew. It was supposed to be divided into 5 portions, but it was divided into 4 portions this time. "Luo Jingyi, you don't have to worry about wasting food. We will eat all your portion," Chu Zikai said. "Then we will find a good place for you to bury you in peace." Guixing, Yu Feng, and Sun Rong were all speechless. That's Chu Zikai, who can joke at a time like this. However, in such a doomsday extreme cold blizzard, they are lucky to be alive. The 4 people ate the full pot without leaving anything behind. "Just bury it in the yard," Sun Rong said. A few people looked at it and had no objections to it. They brought tools and started digging out the snow. Don't look at it just to dig a grave. The 4 of them dug for a full hour and a half before they found the soil. Then they dug a shallow pit for Luo Jingyi while the soil was still loose. "Luo Jingyi, we can only dig so much for you. We can't dig any deeper," Yu Feng said. There was no way. It was easier to dig when the soil first came into contact with the air. But the deeper you dug, the digging speed was far less than the speed at which the soil was frozen. Several people put Luo Jingyi's body into the pit and buried it bit by bit. There was no incense or paper money, so they burned a few sticks of dead grass in front of the tomb to pay tribute. In such an apocalyptic world, having someone to bury your body after death is pretty good. "Everyone, let's talk about it. Don't hold it in. It can be dangerous to hold it in and have random thoughts." Returning to the villa, Sun Rong, as the captain, said, "I don't know if it was because of his second awakening ability, but he started to become more confident. Even under normal circumstances, he still looks extremely afraid of death." "Could it have something to do with the hot water the witch sent that day?" Chu Zikai said. The witch had let them harvest vegetables before, but she had never given them anything to eat. "I remember drinking that glass of water and feeling lighter." "Me too. Me too." Several people expressed their agreement, but no one mentioned the matter of awakening abilities. Just by looking at each other, I could tell that the other person was hiding something, but in order to keep my own secret, it was inconvenient to ask. In fact, if you recall what happened when you helped Luo Jingyi dig the grave just now, you can still notice some clues. For example, Yu Feng and Gui Yixing were obviously much stronger. Chu Zikai actually sweated. Sun Rong dug silently, looking like he had a lot of endurance. You must know that Sun Rong, a guy who is afraid of death, couldn't hold a big cabbage before, but now he can. "From now on, we will comply with whatever Her Majesty the Witch requests," Yu Feng said. "I think there is nothing wrong with this." Several people nodded. Just like this time, Her Highness the Witch asked them to harvest vegetables, specifically asking them to harvest Group B's vegetable plot. They thought about something while collecting the vegetables. They were very envious of the vegetables in Group A and wanted to eat them. In other words, Luo Jingyi saw death and asked Her Highness the Witch if she could pick it. Her Highness the Witch specifically said that it was impossible to determine whether it was poisonous or not. Under such circumstances, Luo Jingyi still ate the tomato and died. Sihai Base. Yu Yuangui has been coming here with a group of brothers for some time. Unlike Vulcan Base, Sihai Base is a ground base built on a small town. The terrain here is relatively high, and even when heavy rains and floods raged around, it was not destroyed. At the same time, the area was not affected by the earthquake, and the buildings remained basically intact. In addition, there is a newly developed open-pit coal mine with a stock of 8.8 billion tons, a power plant, and a large river. When the heavy rain started, the army stationed here. They integrated all resources and built a Sihai base with the power plant as the center. They planned out residential areas, agricultural areas, and coal mining areas, dug moats, and built protective walls. However, for unknown reasons, nearly 2 months after construction, the army suddenly evacuated here. Before the evacuation, the army handed over the place to the local government. As a result, under the control of interested people, the Four Seas Refuge became the Four Seas Base. Without the support of military supplies, many constructions could not proceed. But the foundation laid by the military for the Sea Base became the basis for their livelihood. For example, heating pipes and various heating furnaces based on coal mines and power plants. When they first took over, the people responsible for managing the Sea Base didn't know why the military built it in this way, and some even destroyed some. Later, the Sea Base issued a strict order that anyone who dared to damage the architectural heritage left by the military would be directly punished by death. This stopped subsequent destruction, although everyone was confused as to why. They didn't really understand why until the blizzard and extreme cold came. Now, those with cement houses in Sea Base are heated, and those without cement houses are built with igloos. With an adequate supply of coal resources, few people would freeze to death in the base. If so, it must have been that he drank too much and fell asleep outside. But there are very few such people, because wine is a luxury product that most people don't have. There are more cases of improper operation of coal-fired heating, carbon monoxide poisoning, and death of people in the entire house. There are many such cases. At present, there are nearly 50,000 people in the entire Sea Base, which is a truly large base. This size is comparable to many small shelters. Team U. Mealy came to Yu Yuangui and handed over the information sheet. Trouble is coming. Yu Yuangui took a look at the information sheet and rubbed his eyebrows. After finally spending a few good days at Sea Base, Yu Yuangui did not expect that trouble would come so soon. Is it possible that he would continue to leave the base and move? However, Yu Yuangui really doesn't know where to move next time. You definitely can't go to the Vulcan base. After Sea Base learned about what happened at Vulcan base, they sent people to search. The news we received was that the Vulcan base was buried in heavy snow and was really completely wiped out. The people who followed Yu Yuangui to escape were frightened after hearing the news. If they hadn't left, they would have been buried together. Are these people this close now? Yu Yuangui put down the information sheet. Yes, we are required to fight from above, Millie said. Judging from the known information, Sea Base has suffered a lot of damage. Under such circumstances, it is very reasonable to ask these new members of the Sea Base to fight. Go and take a look first. If the situation is not right, we will withdraw, Yu Yuangui said while packing his things. Millie was surprised. Captain Yu, what are you doing? Yu Yuangui said. Of course, I will take you on the mission together. Am I going to sit here and watch you die? Millie nodded. The things I brought. Yu Yuangui smiled. Millie, I praised you for being smart a few days ago. Why are you so stupid now? Let the brothers bring more weapons and ammunition. Remember, we are all brothers, Millie said. Understood. At the beginning of the period, they joined the Sea Base, and the Sea Base took various precautions against them. But after confirming that the Vulcan base was destroyed, Sea Base welcomed them from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing that Yu Yuangui had too few men, they specially added more than 200 people to enhance Yu Yuangui's overall strength. Yu Yuangui suddenly became one of the giants in Sea Base. This shows the sincerity of Sea Base. In this case, the people brought by Yu Yuangui also received quite good treatment. They are usually responsible for the defense within the Sea Base. But this is the first time they have to go out on a mission. But as one of the new giants of Sea Base, it is still very new that Yu Yuangui will personally take action. Because it would be nice to see such giants every day. Will you go on a mission with your little brother? A science fiction movie? In the warmest hall of Sea Base, for people were sitting at the conference table. The handsome middle-aged man in a suit smiled and asked, Aren't you afraid that Yu Yuangui will lead his men to escape? The young red-haired woman sitting opposite him said, The Vulcan base has been destroyed, and now there are cannibals everywhere. Where can they escape? Are you talking about the closest official shelter to us? It's too far there. The old man in Chinese tunic suit said, Don't have conspiracy theories about everything. I believe Yu Yuangui can see our sincerity, and there is definitely no place nearby with better benefits than ours. He will lead the attack personally this time. And he also wants to show us his attitude. The middle-aged man in a suit said, No. In fact, this is not what I have been worried about all this time. What I am worried about is the forces that will destroy the Vulcan base. According to the information provided by Yu Yuangui, the Vulcan base was almost destroyed in half a day. It's terrible that no news came out afterward. Looking at the map, the Vulcan base is only 2.5 days away by snowmobile from us. There is a high possibility that we will encounter them in the future. The red-haired woman smiled and said, to be on the safe side, I suggest not to continue the investigation near the Vulcan base. The biggest threat to us at present is the cannibals. Fighting on two fronts is not a good thing. The young man sitting in the front seat spoke. There is no need to argue. The investigation near the Vulcan base has been stopped, and we are fully preparing for war against the cannibals. Mr. Lin, you should also go. If the cannibal King Dashi appears, I'm worried that Yu Yuan Gui won't be able to catch it. The old man in Mao's suit smiled and said, no problem. It's just my old cold legs. Yu Yuan Gui took most of them away from Seahai base and headed in the direction of discovering the cannibals. According to intelligence, a large number of cannibals are marching towards the Seahai base. They put on all kinds of cold-proof clothing they could wear, including quilts, mutated animal furs, and bark raincoats. As long as they can protect themselves from the cold, they will wear whatever they can. Despite this, people freeze to death every day, and their clothes are stripped off by living people. Those who were stripped of their clothes would be dismembered, stewed in a pot they had prepared, and then be eaten by others. Among cannibals, those who resist will be killed. Those who do not want to join will be killed. Those who are useless will be killed. What they have to do is to continue to find various scattered survivors, kill and eat them, and be extremely cruel. As for human nature, it has long since ceased to exist. After a long period of migration, they discovered the Seahai base and prepared to take it. Although the intelligence showed that the Seahai base was very large, they had long put their life and death aside for the sake of a bite to eat. The roar of snowmobiles sounded, and the advancing cannibals immediately became alert. They all found hiding places to hide. Stop! Yu Yuan Gui gave the order, and the snowmobiles stopped one after another. Meili stood next to Yu Yuan Gui and looked forward in confusion. Team Yu, this place is still far away from the area where the cannibals were found in the intelligence. A team leader from Seahai base said. There was a vast expanse of white ahead, and nothing could be seen at all. Isn't it going to be a round trip here? Waste a little diesel, and then take everyone back to the Seahai base? Yu Yuan Gui smiled and stretched out his hand. Bring an assault rifle. Someone quickly handed over an assault rifle. Yu Yuan Gui took it and fired at the woods and snow ahead. Suddenly, several screams rang out in the snow, and some cannibals crawled out of the snow and fled into the distance in a panic. The rest is up to you. Yu Yuan Gui returned the assault rifle. The team leaders who followed were surprised and didn't understand how Yu Yuan Gui found these lurking cannibals. The roar of snowmobiles rang out around them, and two teams of people chased them out on snowmobiles. After 6 minutes of fighting, all the nearby cannibals were wiped out. Team Yu, it's all solved. The two team captains returned to resume their duties. Keep going. Yu Yuan Gui gave the order and continued to advance with the brigade. In a deserted village farther away, a man wearing a red opera hat sat on a chair and looked at mincemeat stewed in a firewood pot. Sitting next to them were 5 strong men, who looked extremely fierce. The meat is almost done, a big man said with a smile. Everyone in the house looked happy, and the meat in the pot was all tender and good. Just when the smell of meat was about to waft out, a young man wearing glasses walked in quickly and reported. Dashi Wang Yingming, according to your plan, the people from the Seahai base came out. King Dashi looked up at the person who entered the room and said, You came just in time. Sit down and eat meat. The young man wearing glasses nodded. Okay. A big man on the side asked, Is there any news from the direction of Vulcan base? The young man wearing glasses said, The people sent out have not reported back yet. According to the intelligence, there are only more than 2,000 people in the Vulcan base. The base is an air raid shelter, so it will be a little harder to find, but I believe there will be news soon. The area near the Vulcan base. There are also some cannibals searching here. Rabbits! Rabbits! Lots of rabbits! There's rabbit meat to eat! A cannibal touched a hilltop and somehow stepped on a frozen rabbit. He dug out the rabbit happily, but unexpectedly he dug out a frozen rabbit and found more frozen rabbits. Although I don't know why so many rabbits froze to death here. It's always a good thing to have rabbit meat to eat. More than 2,000 rabbits! Many! The frozen rabbits are dug out. All the cannibals present cheered. They happily went down the mountain with rabbit meat. Just as it was getting dark, the cannibals began to build an igloo, took out tools to make a fire, and used the fire to stew rabbit meat. As night falls, the aroma of rabbit meat begins to spread. Even if a black starling passed by in the sky at this time, no cannibal would care. A bird as big as a palm can't even fit between your teeth. A man making rabbit stew said with a smile. He just smiled and continued looking at his rabbit stew. Unexpectedly, the next second there was a sound of exploding eardrums. It was the starling flying in the sky who came down and cursed. Who the hell are you scolding? Look at you beast. What's in your eyes? Do you have red eye? Are your eyes bad? As a human being, why does your mouth smell so bad? What? You're grinning. You're not convinced. If you're not convinced, come and bite me. You still want to swallow me up in one gulp. Who would be willing to get in with that shit-sucking mouth of yours? The man who was making rabbit stew looked at the mina and gritted his teeth. You planted it. He never imagined that one day he would be taunted by a bird. Damn it. Come down now. Come on. Open your shit. Suddenly, the mina swooped down towards the man. There were a series of bombs stuck on the man's face. At that time, the man who was making rabbit stew was about to curse. And he opened his mouth so wide that he could perfectly catch the mina bomb in his mouth. Feeling something fall into his mouth, he subconsciously closed his mouth and tasted it. Ah! When the man realized what it was, he went completely crazy. Quack! Quack! Fight with me! This is a small lesson. I'll kill you next time. After throwing the bomb, Bago shot straight into the sky and flew towards the villa. It's almost time to eat. It is sure that if he comes home late, His Highness Su Miao will 100% forget his share of dinner. There are also these people who appear suddenly, and it needs to report to His Highness Su Miao. These humans are different from those encountered before. They will eat humans. 123. Chapter 123, Let the Brothers Eat First. Chapter 123, Let the Brothers Eat First. Very good. This wave is fine. Looking at the field mouse and the little white rabbit eating green vegetables, Su Miao recorded the results of today's experiment with satisfaction. In order to speed up the experiment and ensure the growth of the voles and the little white rabbits, Su Miao increased the feeding of the voles and the little white rabbits from 3 times a day to 5 or 6 times without going out, possibly affected by the cold. Voles and rabbits have huge appetites. The only drawback is that the more food you give them, the more times they need to clean up the garbage. For this reason, Su Miao must wear a mask every time she cleans up. Otherwise the stench produced during the process will be truly unbearable. If only magic could fix all this. With a simple cleaning technique, you can roll up all this dirt and throw it outside. Thinking of the cleansing technique, Su Miao was thinking about whether this cleansing technique collects dirt and throws it outside, or whether it directly decomposes the dirt. If so, how does it decompose it? So complicated. Su Miao simply didn't want to. After leaving the room where voles and white rabbits were kept, Su Miao went to the vegetable room, cut some bean sprouts, green vegetables, and picked some mushrooms, washed them with water polo in the pool, and brought them to the second floor. In such cold weather, cooking is too troublesome. So let's continue eating hot pot. There are many more beef rolls in magic space. Your Highness, something bad has happened. Many people have appeared in the direction of the Vulcan base. The starling came back and reported what he had seen and heard in a panic. Su Miao threw a water ball into the pot, then a fireball to boil the water, and added the hot pot base ingredients, mushrooms, and vegetables. Don't be anxious. Speak slowly. I won't forget you during dinner, Beige said. Your Highness, it's like this. To the west of the Vulcan base, where your Highness catches rabbits, there are many ragged people. They seem to have been wandering in the snow for a long time. When one of them falls, the others will take off the fallen person's clothes, then put the body's limbs into a pot and stew them. Terrible! Su Miao blinked. How many are there? Beige said. There are thousands of people. I flew close and listened. They wandered over from the west and belong to the vanguard. They have a leader called King Dashi. He is said to be as powerful as the gods. Very powerful and very terrifying. Their purpose is to find the Vulcan base and eat the people in the Vulcan base. Cannibals. Su Miao took out the electronic map and looked at the distance between these cannibals, and her body trembled slightly. According to Mina, these cannibals are very close to her. If you hurry, you can find her here in 2 or 3 days. If you are slow, you will definitely find her here in 3 to 5 days. Because in such snowy weather, the black smoke from the villa's fireplace chimney will be the best indicator. What to do? Su Miao took out the beef rolls, put them into the hot pot skillfully, and mixed a sauce for herself and Bago. After waiting for a while, the beef was ready, and Su Miao thought while eating. Your Highness, mine, Mina is anxious again. It just knew it would be like this. His Highness Su Miao will forget it once he enters a thinking state. The Mina has decided that one day it will learn how to use chopsticks. Otherwise it will not be able to eat normally. Well, here you go. Su Miao gave Bago a piece of beef with chopsticks, and scooped out some mushrooms and vegetables for Bago. Mina ate happily. Su Miao continued to think about what to do. This is a group of crazy ogres who live in the ice and snow in a wandering way. They are not afraid of cold or death. They just want to eat while they are alive. Mutated animals are too difficult to catch. Mutated plants are too cruel. Therefore, these cannibals will focus on their own race. After all, in such a harsh environment, it is much easier to find humans than mutated animals. Their leader's use of the title, King of Dashi, is enough to illustrate the problem. In addition, the cannibals set their target on the Vulcan base. Does this mean that they have a high degree of confidence in breaking through the Vulcan base? Su Miao simulated it in her mind and imagined an extremely terrifying scene. During the attack on the Vulcan base, no matter how big the casualties were, it was a big plus for the cannibals. In the long-term siege battle, the cannibals will surely become the final victors. Because for them, corpses are food. Terrible. This is even more terrifying than the magic of resurrecting the undead. If she faced these cannibals and used the magic of reviving the dead, it would probably end in them biting each other. Su Miao was worried that there would be more people rushing over than the undead. Unless these people gathered together, similar to a bomb shelter like the Vulcan base. So she needed to think of a better way. By the way, Your Highness, they picked up those frozen rabbits and are now stewing rabbit meat, Mina added. Just now, I was too focused on the hot pot made by His Highness Su Miao, worried that I would run out of food. So I forgot about it. Su Miao's expression instantly became very strange. Rabbit stew? This rabbit meat cannot be eaten. Thinking of the corpses of mutated giant rats seen all over the mountains and plains in tourist areas. These cannibals who happily eat rabbit meat have already doomed their fate. There is a way! An idea flashed in his mind. And Su Miao thought of a way to solve this crisis. Although this method may be a bit dangerous. Mina, you continue to investigate tomorrow. Su Miao's mood became happy. When Bago saw His Highness Su Miao in a happy mood, he felt a little scared inexplicably. Because just a few minutes ago, His Highness Su Miao heard so many cannibals arriving, and he looked very nervous and scared. There must be some big problem here. To the west of the Vulcan base, there is the cannibal camp. 3 or 5 cannibals gathered together, looking expectantly at the rabbit meat in the stew pot. Because I was worried that there would not be enough food, I would chop up the cannibals, who were freezing to death, and put them in the rabbit meat pot to stew together. In the past, you would have to use a mallet to smash the meat into mincemeat. But in this extremely cold weather, the meat may be frozen into stones before you have time to smash it. It's better to cook them together. It's just that no one has any good cleaning tools. So the meat is dirty, and there is a very special smell after stewing. But these are not important anymore. For them, some food is good. It's almost time to see that the meat is almost done. Everyone got a big bowl and started eating and drinking without caring about how hot the soup was. Because people who eat quickly can grab more to eat. If you eat slowly, you won't have a chance. In less than a minute, the meat-eating cannibals fell down one by one, bleeding from their orifices, and blinked without making any sound. 10 minutes later, there was no one alive in the ice and snow camp of nearly 900 people, except for the piles of campfires that were still burning. The howling wind and snow gradually covered these corpses and entered the night. Sihai Base Frontier. Yu Yuangui led the defense team to discover the second wave of cannibal vanguards. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides, which ended with the cannibals leaving more than 200 corpses, and the rest disintegrating in the wind and snow. Only 6 people at Sihai Base were injured during the process, which can be said to be a great victory. Seeing that it was getting dark, Yu Yuandui led the defense team back to Sihai Base. Captain Yu, didn't you win a big victory this time? Why are you in a bad mood? After returning to the base, Millie came over to ask. Yu Yuangui said, It went too smoothly. Something is wrong, Millie said. Captain Yu, you mean someone is fishing? Yu Yuangui glanced at Millie appreciatively. Have you seen the romance of the 3 kingdoms? In the battle between 2 armies, one side often deliberately shows weakness, allowing the other side to win consecutive battles, and finally leads to an ambush circle and annihilates them all. Millie was stunned for a moment. Captain Yu, then tomorrow, Yu Yuangui said. We'll talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Let's go eat first. After watching Mealy leave, Yu Yuangue searched for more relevant information about cannibals. He took the information and read it again and again. According to intelligence information, there are about 3,000 cannibals heading towards the Seahai base. But today only 400 to 500 people were seen, which can be regarded as a vanguard at most. Where are the other cannibals? It's not written in the information. The newspaper did not mention what the strength of King Dashi, the leader of the cannibals, is. If the Dashi King appeared today, Yu Yuangue would have some confidence. But the Dashi King did not appear. It's only been a few good days. It's really troublesome. Yu Yuangue looked at the map on the table and took a deep breath. Come on! Eat! King Dashi is eating meat and drinking soup. Not to mention how happy he is. Not long after, the young man wearing glasses came back. King Dashi, there is a battle report from the front. According to your plan, the cannon fodder sent to test the Seahai base has been destroyed and has been recycled as dinner for the follow-up troops. According to the information provided by the ton we captured, the person who fought at Seahai base is named Yu Yuangue. I heard that he came from Vulcan base. King Dashi swallowed the meat in his mouth and said, People from Vulcan base? The young man wearing glasses said, Yes, I heard from people at Seahai base that the Vulcan base is gone. But no one has said exactly why it is gone. King Dashi frowned. Where are the people sent in the direction of Vulcan base? Is there any news? The young man wearing glasses said, There has been no news. I have sent someone to check. King Dashi said, As for the Seahai base, we will continue to proceed as planned tomorrow. As for the Vulcan base, we will continue to explore and report again. The young man wearing glasses said, Yes, King Dashi. King Dashi waved his hand. I won't leave you at dinner. You can go back and eat by yourself. The young man wearing glasses smiled and walked out. The people at the table with King Dashi continued to drink heavily and eat meat. Tomorrow, I will go in the direction of the Vulcan base. Ask Shamo Hanzi to stand up. Wipe the grease from his mouth and say. King Dashi glanced at him and said, Okay, go and check the situation. If the problem is not right, come back first. The next day, at Seahai base, Yu Yuangue once again led an attack and encountered cannibals at noon. There was no need for Yu Yuangue to take action personally. The cannibals left behind 200 to 300 corpses and fled in a hurry. Some areas to the west of the Vulcan base. Shamo arrived here with more than 200 cannibals. Fortunately, the snow that fell last night was not heavy enough. So they found the tragic crime scene easily. Boss Shah, more than 900 people are dead. The men ran to Shamo and reported. Looking at the hard bodies dug out from the snow one after another, Shamo felt heavy. Did they all freeze to death in silence? Because these corpses died so quickly, and were frozen so quickly, it is difficult to tell that they were poisoned without any professional knowledge. Have you examined the bodies? Shamo looked at these corpses, and felt very bad. Boss Shah, they were all frozen to death, said the younger brother, who was responsible for examining the corpse. More than 900 people. All frozen to death? It's very cold outside. But as long as you can build an igloo, huddle in the igloo, and light a fire, you can survive. Shamo was very dissatisfied with this result. But he was not at the scene at the time, and could not understand the full story. Boss Shah, look, there is a black bird on the tree. Someone noticed the myna standing in the tree. Shamo looked over. Birds that can emerge from such extremely cold snowstorms must be mutated birds. And such mutated birds are often more ferocious than the mutated animals that appear on the ground. Don't worry about it. Let's arrange for people to search around and see if we can give more clues. Shamo gave the order. Boss, where are the fresh grains? The men were talking about the corpses. Shamo said, You handle it. The subordinates immediately cheered up. Thank you, boss. For these cannibals, whether they are enemies or friends, what dies is food. Mina stood on the tree and heard the conversation of these people clearly. It's a bit convoluted. These cannibals are outrageous enough to keep making the same mistakes. According to its understanding of the poisonous potion created by His Highness Su Miao, these people will turn into corpses if they continue to eat corpses. Stupid cannibals. No need to look anymore. The Mina spreads its wings and flies away temporarily. If any cannibal crosses the danger line later, it must be reported to His Highness Su Miao as soon as possible. At this time, Su Miao was standing outside the villa. She took out one big tree after another from the magic space. Not this one. This one won't work. This one should be fine. After throwing out dozens of big trees, Su Miao went to the crown of the tree and picked some tree species from above. These big trees were collected by blowing them up with small blue fireballs on the way here. At first, Su Miao didn't think there was anything wrong with these trees. However, after setting fires several times later, she realized that those trees were mutant plants. So is this one now. What she wants to collect is the seeds from this mutated tree. And she will take them and plant them in a circle later. The seeds are almost ready. Su Miao came to the foot of the mountain, used the fireball technique to melt the ice and snow into the soil, put down the seeds, and poured some toxic growth chemicals. If nothing else happens, the mountain will become lush and lush within 2 or 3 days. At that time, there will be some mutated trees. Wrong. Su Miao looked at another villa. If there are too many plants here, Sun Rong and others will die first if the cannibals don't come. She didn't know how to control the mutant trees she planted. After thinking about it, Su Miao decided to plant a circle near the villa. Just in case. If someone wants to make a surprise attack like this, there will be no other place to attack except the frontal channel left by her. However, for a frontal attack, she only needs to snipe from the front. Tree species are planted in groups of 3, arranged in an equilateral triangle, planting to the back. Su Miao simply planted many areas until she felt that there was not much magic power left before returning home. That's almost it. Su Miao glanced at some of the saplings that had sprouted, smiled slightly, and then watched the growth of these saplings. After careful consideration, Su Miao placed a danger warning sign in front of these saplings. These planted trees should not pose much of a threat in the short term, but over time, it will definitely become dangerous. Wait until tomorrow with the little blue fireball to say H, low 1 by 1. This should be foolproof. To the west of the Vulcan base, the cannibals started to make a fire to stew meat. Starling was flying in the sky, looking at this familiar scene with a strange mood. Boss Shah, the meat is stewed! There was a young thug who reported to Shamo. Shamo was in a bad mood. This mission is his next. As a result, no useful information was obtained after half a day of investigation. How could he go back and explain to King Dashi? Boss Shah, meat. Let the brothers eat first. Shamo waved his hand and said. He came to a hilltop where many trees had been cut down, which was the only important clue found so far. Although there were many trees that were cut down nearby. The big trees were cut down into craters. But here it looked as if someone had cut them off with a laser. Or even more outrageous than cutting them off with a laser. How exactly it was cut off, he couldn't tell. Suddenly, Shamo looked down at the camp. I saw those people brought from the camp falling down one by one. What happened? Shamo ran down the mountain like a wind and shouted loudly. What's going on? Someone was eating meat and wanted to respond. But when he turned around, he also fell down. Meat is poisonous. I don't know who shouted so loudly that it alarmed everyone else present. However, amidst the shouting, some people ate faster, and only a few people didn't start eating yet. Meat is poisonous. Don't eat it. Shamo understood and shouted loudly. This time, the person who just grabbed the meat was really panicked. Boss Shah, I was wrong. Help me. How could this meat be poisonous? Who is so wicked? They fell down while talking. Silently, just like the previous batch of people who died here. The truth is clear. Shamo's face turned pale. At last he counted. Only 15 of the people he brought survived. And the others were all dead. Boss, what kind of poison is this? Why does the poison attack so quickly? A thin young man asked with a trembling body. He didn't grab anyone else just now and saved his life. You ask me. Who should I ask? Shamo glanced at him. Boss, look, there is a bird there. Someone noticed a myna sitting in a tree. Starling squinted at the survivors on the ground, a little surprised that there would be survivors this time. Shamo looked at the dark Bago, and vaguely saw the sarcasm and disdain in Bago's eyes. Yes, there are so many corpses here. Why doesn't this mutated black bird eat them? This would have been a huge problem. Shamo stared at Bago, anger welling up inexplicably. Myna squinted and said, You bitch! What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome master bird? 124. Chapter 124 King Dashi is here. Chapter 124 King Dashi is coming. Boss, I'll kill this bird. Before Shamo could react, a younger brother stepped forward, took an assault rifle, and shot at the myna in the tree. Boom! Myna was so frightened that he flew up. The asterisk TCH. Do you want to sneak attack me with that fire stick? Not dead? The younger brother continued to shoot. You stupid bitches. Just wait, and I'll call the birds to come and take care of you right away. Mina avoided the bullet and flew away in a whoosh. After driving away the starlings, the little brother looked very proud. Shamo watched the starling fly away without saying much. Leave quickly. His younger brother's shooting skills have always been very accurate. But he missed 2 consecutive shots, which somewhat shows that this black starling is unusual. They drove their snowmobiles to the base camp to evacuate. This place was too weird, and Shamo felt that the longer he stayed, the more dangerous it became. But within 10 minutes of driving, they heard the harsh scolding of the black Mina above their heads. You bitch! You want to escape after you sneak attack Master Bird with a fire stick? If Master Bird doesn't kill a few of you, do you think you can escape? Golden Eagle, give it to me! Mina flew in the sky and cursed. The golden-winged eagle that was pulled out of its lair was full of anger. MMP. It's almost night. And it's very cold at night. Even if it can withstand the cold. That's not how it's done. Do you know how cold it is at night? However, if you can't afford to offend the Minas, you can only kill these people. The golden-winged eagle swooped down toward a dozen people on snowmobiles. Danger! Shamo shouted. Even before the warning sounded, the golden-winged eagle had already caught up with the snowmobile. Stab! 2 snowmobiles were scratched by the wings of a golden eagle and exploded. The 4 people riding on the snowmobile were blown away and fell into the snow, screaming and wailing. They each lost a leg, which was cut off by the feathers of the golden-winged eagle, falling on the snowy terrain. It is a bright red. Their response was quick. The person driving the snowmobile was accelerating, and the person riding the snowmobile shot at the golden-winged eagle. The bullet hit the golden-winged rock and had no more effect except a clanking metal sound. Boss! Bullets can't penetrate this bird's feathers! A younger brother shouted in horror. Quack! You idiots want to break through my brother's defense. You're just wishful thinking. Mina flew in the sky and shouted. You scumbags! Don't run away if you have the guts! Shamo opened fire at the golden-winged eagle with a submachine gun, except for a few hits on the golden-winged eagle, which forced the golden-winged eagle to retreat for a moment. Shamo was unable to cause any damage to the golden-winged eagle. This is a bit too scary. How come there are such ferocious mutated animals here? At the same time, Shamo hated the younger brother who had just shot bugs. MMP! Didn't he see this black Mina? Didn't he hear this Mina's scolding? Isn't he angry? However, he never fired a shot. If the younger brother who fired the gun hadn't fallen in the first wave of attacks from the golden-winged eagle, Shamo would have wanted to give his grandson a shot of bullets. Incompetent bungler. A lot of people have died this time during the inspection, and they have to provoke mutated birds of unknown strength to bring them such a crisis. Depend on. Shamo was angry. But it's too late to say anything now. Grandchildren, don't run away! Mina continued to taunt. Shamo noticed that no matter how fast they were, or how fast the golden-winged eagle was chasing them, the black starling would always rush in front of them and taunt them immediately. Being able to summon the golden-winged eagle and being so fast, this black Mina is even more terrifying. Thief son, Master Bird tells you that you can't escape. Do you know? When the Vulcan base was still there, it was my brother's food reserve. You are not even as good as the Vulcan base, so you should just be my brother's food. Quack! Mina continued to taunt. Shamo was shocked. On the one hand, he learned about the strength of the golden-winged eagle through Bago's words. On the other hand, he learned from Bago's words that the Vulcan base was gone. So did the more than 1,000 people they invested here die in vain? Boom! Just as he was thinking this, another snowmobile was blown up by a golden-winged eagle. Don't bully others too much. Shamo exuded a dangerous aura about him. Sensing this dangerous aura, Mina's taunting paused, but the golden-winged eagle's aura suddenly surged, as if it had discovered extremely delicious food. In fact, it prefers to eat espers, especially powerful espers, than ordinary humans. Right now, this ability user is very much like a golden-winged eagle. The golden-winged eagle was very dissatisfied when it was approached by Starling earlier. But now, after seeing Shamo's delicious food, the golden-winged eagle's attack became even more fierce. In just 2 attacks, the snowmobile Shamo was riding on was blown up, and the driver of the car was blown up. He fell into the snow, covered in blood, and the assault rifle in his hand was disabled. As for the other boys, they had fled without looking back. Boss Shaw, let's go bring you reinforcements! A younger brother shouted loudly. Depend on. Shamo didn't believe that these boys would bring him reinforcements. He took out the fine steel Balian dowel from his back. held it with both hands, and looked coldly at the golden-winged eagle hovering in the sky. Bago said, "The asterisk TCH, there's something good about your knife." Shamo glanced at Beige and said, "I advise you to stop as soon as you see fit. Otherwise, I will kill one of you even if I fight to the death." Mina screamed, "Quack! Quack! You actually said you wanted to kill us. It's so funny," Shamo said. "Then come and try." Just as the Mina was about to say something, it suddenly flew into the sky. "Let's go! Let's go! These dogs are nothing!" I really shouted more harshly. The golden-winged eagle didn't understand what was happening, but when the Mina told him to retreat, it just followed suit. Even so, the golden-winged eagle was still a beat slower. In the distance, I saw a man full of energy striding towards him, blowing up layers of wind and snow. Suddenly, there was a flash of blood. The golden-winged eagle spilled blood into the sky, and many pieces of golden feathers fell down. "Hack! If you don't run away, you'll cause trouble for me." At the critical moment, the black starling turned back like a flash of dark light and shadow, grabbed the golden-winged eagle, and escaped at high speed. Shamo looked at the demon-like figure with a horrified expression. He knelt down on one knee with a knife in his hand and said, "King Dashi." King Dashi glanced at the sky. "Go back." 2 hours later, Shamo, who had simply treated the wound, came to sit down at King Dashi's stew table. King Dashi said, "There is meat in the pot. Eat it yourself." Shamo was not polite and scooped out a bowl. Regardless of how hot the meat was, he ate it all within a few dozen seconds. "King Dashi, I have explored most of the information in the direction of the Vulcan base. The people we sent yesterday were all poisoned. I checked their camp, and they suspected they had eaten some poisonous rabbit meat. The people I took here today were poisoned to death because they ate poisonous corpses. The Vulcan base has been destroyed by unknown forces. Currently it is known that there is a talking Mina in this area. A golden-winged eagle that is not afraid of bullets. The Mina hides its strength. Its strength should be higher than that of the golden-winged eagle. That's it." After saying that, he scooped up another large bowl of meat and ate it eagerly. King Dashi thought for a few seconds and said, "Tomorrow, we will focus on attacking the Seahide base. Your Highness! Your Highness! The silly bird is injured. Please help." Mina came to the villa with the golden-winged eagle. Su Miao opened the door and saw the huge golden-winged eagle at the feet of Bago. This golden-winged eagle was really handsome and heroic when we saw it a few times before. I didn't expect that it would act like this after not seeing each other for a few days. "Bring it in." Su Miao got out of the way. The Mina grabbed the golden-winged eagle and flew to the floor of the living room on the first floor. There was no way. The golden-winged eagle was really too big and couldn't be placed on the table. The golden-winged eagle was still conscious. It looked at Su Miao, its eyes full of vigilance and fear. "Be honest. Do you still want His Highness to save your life?" Mina kicked the golden-winged eagle. Su Miao checked the injuries of the golden-winged eagle. The injuries were mainly concentrated on the left wing. The wings were riddled with holes. A lot of the flesh had been frozen and had to be removed as soon as possible. I really don't know whether to be grateful for the extreme cold or to blame it. Without the extreme cold, the golden-winged eagle might have died. "Don't move. I'll help you get rid of the bad meat. Otherwise there's no way to treat it. Don't struggle later. I'm afraid I'll kill you." Su Miao took out the dagger from the magic space, injected magic power into the dagger, and began to treat the wounds of the golden-winged eagle. By the way, he took out bottles and jars to catch the blood dripping from the golden-winged eagle. These are all excellent materials for refining magic potions. Very rare. Mina stood in front of the golden-winged eagle and stared at it, asking it to be more honest. The golden-winged eagle was in great pain, and it tried to struggle several times, but struggling would often cause it more wounds and bleed more blood. Seeing the filled blood bottles next to them, the golden-winged eagle felt extremely frightened. How much blood does this His Highness want it to shed? "All right." Su Miao looked at the bad meat that had been disposed of. She stretched out her hand and formed a large water ball to cover the entire body of the golden-winged eagle. With the help of the big water balloon, the golden-winged eagle slowly rose into the sky. The sudden change caused the golden-winged eagle to struggle. "Don't struggle. It won't be good if it grows crooked," Su Miao reminded. The golden-winged eagle struggled a few times and then stopped struggling. It can feel the wound healing. It was just the look in His Highness Su Miao's eyes that frightened the golden-winged eagle. At this time, Su Miao was observing the wounds of the golden-winged eagle. Those wounds were growing new flesh almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed of growing new flesh had a certain relationship with the concentration of the magic power she injected into the water ball technique. This is a valuable experimental record. However, Su Miao discovered a very serious problem. Mina, how did you get along with it? Your Highness, that day, when you blew up the Vulcan base, Golden Eagle and I hit it off and became friends. Beige felt a little guilty when he said this. Su Miao glanced at the golden-winged eagle, and then its darling. It was strange that she could believe such words. How did it get hurt? Your Highness, this is what happened. I went on routine patrol today and saw hundreds of cannibals west of the volcano base. Mina said vividly. Those cannibals ate the corpses of the cannibals who were poisoned yesterday and died. There were only a dozen cannibals left alive. They saw that I was unhappy, so they shot me with guns. Just at this moment, the Golden Eagle came, and it rushed over to help me beat these cannibals. With a few attacks, the cannibals were killed. Not long after, a more terrifying cannibal came. He seriously injured the Golden Eagle before anyone arrived. Your Highness, that's pretty much it. Su Miao glanced at the golden-winged eagle. When Mina mentioned that it acted bravely, something was obviously wrong in the eyes of the golden-winged eagle. Based on Su Miao's understanding of Bago, he could probably guess the whole situation. Mina taunted the surviving cannibals, who became angry. Seeing that there were many cannibals, Mina hired the golden-winged eagle as a thug. Unexpectedly, a ruthless man emerged from the cannibals. Hiss! Su Miao suddenly remembered. This golden-winged eagle can fight head-on with Vulcan base commander Zheng Kai-chung for hundreds of rounds. But when faced with a strong cannibal, he was seriously injured in a confrontation. How strong is this strong cannibal? Scared. Hopefully these cannibals won't find this place. Dissipate. Seeing that the golden-winged eagle had almost recovered, Su Miao dispersed the big water ball and let the golden-winged eagle fall to the floor. Have a day's rest here. You can go back tomorrow. Su Miao collected all the blood of the golden-winged eagle into the magic space, and then found a large bed from the magic space and placed it in the middle of the living room on the first floor for the golden-winged eagle to rest. The golden-winged eagle climbed onto the big bed obediently and chirped a few times. It says thank you, Your Highness. Mina was on the side translating. Su Miao glanced at Beige and said, Well, that's it. I have the blood of the golden-winged eagle, so I went to see what magic potion I could refine. Just as Su Miao was about to leave, he saw a few golden-winged eagle feathers on the ground and put them all away. She remembered that there was a transformation potion in magic, and the main materials needed were the blood and hair of some kind of animal. Maybe she could study it. In this way, if she encounters a difficult road in the future, she can just drink the transformation potion and fly over. Returning to the fireplace, Su Miao couldn't wait to open Potion Science. She quickly flipped through the refining methods related to mutated potions. After looking at the required magic materials, Su Miao fell silent. A few magic potions are missing. Let's refine it later. It's getting dark, and it's time to eat. Su Miao took out the induction cooker as a routine, connected it to the generator power supply, and prepared to eat hot pot. After a few minutes, the aroma of beef hot pot wafted out. Your Highness. Mine. Mine. Starling reminded him, grabbing his bowl. How many times has this happened? Want to cry but no tears. Su Miao scooped a bowl of mushroom soup for Bago and picked up a chopstick of beef. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten you. Really? Mina wanted to ask, but didn't dare. Su Miao felt better while eating beef. It has been a few days since I fed the voles and little rabbits vegetables and tomatoes from the vegetable patch of Group B. I believe that the experimental results will be available in a few days, so that she will have a lot of fresh vegetables to eat. Just thinking about it makes people look forward to it. As for the problem of cannibals, she thought of a better way, which was to plant trees on the only way to the cannibals. There will definitely be no problem. 125. Chapter 125 Plant Trees. Plant trees. Plant trees. Chapter 125 Plant a tree. Plant a tree. Plant a tree. In the early morning, Su Miao opened the door and released the golden-winged eagle into the wild. The golden-winged eagle circled the villa twice to express its gratitude before flying into the distance. Su Miao returned to the villa to have breakfast, fed fresh vegetables and tomatoes to the field mice and white rabbits, recorded the experimental data, then checked the tree species and toxic growth chemicals, and took the Mina out. Mina flew very high and arrived at the Vulcan base area in a moment. It turned around in a big circle and found no trace of the cannibals. Your Highness, There are no cannibals here today. Su Miao stopped the snowmobile and looked at the snow-covered Vulcan base ruins not far away. Why don't we just plant the tree near here? If you are lucky, these cannibals will find the ruins of the Vulcan base and go hide inside to keep warm or something. Then I can use the resurrection magic on them. Thinking about the cannibals preparing dinner, the ingredients in their hands suddenly moved and they were stabbed and took a bite. It seemed quite exciting. Bago, continue your investigation and come over and report if you have any questions. Su Miao told Bagu that she drove a snowmobile to the vicinity of the Vulcan base and began to use fireball skills to dig holes in the snow. When the snow melts and the ground becomes muddy, drop the tree seeds and pour a little toxic growth agent on them. Just like on the mountain, Su Miao planted trees 6 meters apart and at the points of an equilateral triangle. Fireball, dig holes, sow seeds, pour growth potions. Repeat, repeat, repeat. After planting several hundred meters, Su Miao changed the method and decided to plant a row of trees first and then plant them back at intervals. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to keep moving the trees like this. Here at Sihai Base, Yu Yuangui once again led people to fight. Different from the previous 2 times, this time Yu Yuangui was ambushed not long after he led his people out of Sihai Base. God knows how these cannibals braved the freezing cold to ambush them. Looking at the dark crowd around him, Yu Yuangui's expression changed again and again. Everyone spread out! Rely on the favorable terrain and shoot! Yu Yuangui stopped the snowmobile immediately and gave orders to the people he brought out. Mary, follow me! He gave Millie a look, whether the girl understood it or not. Captain Yu, there are at least 2,000 to 3,000 cannibals around. Millie looked around and said, Yu Yuangui nodded. Although there are capable people on both sides, when it comes to real battles, guns and cannons still dominate. After the battle broke out, there was the sound of gunfire everywhere, and people fell from time to time on the cannibal side. It's just different from the movies and TV shows we usually watch. There are very few people who would actually stand up and catch bullets with their heads on such a battlefield. Yu Yuangui glanced around and pointed in one direction. Main attack this way. Let them think we are going to break out, and send a message to the base to ask for help. Throw a few rockets over first. Boom, boom, boom. There were several explosions, and a large number of the cannibals clustered together died. Yu Yuangui frowned as he watched the speed at which the cannibals filled their positions. There are too many cannibals around. Not only that, he also saw a lot of snow collapse in some areas. This is a passage under the snow that many cannibals dug before the battle began. If he hadn't ordered the rocket bombing, these passages under the snow would not have collapsed and been exposed. This was a premeditated ambush, and the cannibals were well prepared. It's okay to say this, but what really frightened Yu Yuangui was the direction about a kilometer away from them in the northwest. There was an extremely powerful aura there, which made him instinctively afraid. Yu Yuangui remembered a project previously studied by the Vulcan base. When the apocalypse comes, why do humans, animals, and plants awaken special abilities? Is the energy required to use abilities blood, spirit, physical strength, or something else? People who have awakened special abilities want to become stronger. Besides basic training, what other special methods can be used? After several months of research, they obtained a possible answer from some powerful mutant trees and mutant animals by devouring other animals and plants with abilities. People with abilities can become stronger to a certain extent. Based on this answer, some inferences can be derived. Human espers can become stronger by eating other espers. In Yu Yuangui's opinion, Zheng Kaicheng of Vulcan base is already a beast. But such a beastly person still didn't do such a thing after knowing such an inference. But these cannibals didn't care at all. The cannibals currently exuding an extremely dangerous aura must be a terrifying existence that has eaten countless people with abilities. Facing such cannibals, Yu Yuangui could foresee how delicious Sihai base would be in the eyes of the other party. Even if they went so smoothly in the first 2 days, it was just the other party's bait. Now, it's time to close the net and eat him. After thinking about this, Yu Yuangui's heart sank. Suddenly, someone under the snow rushed over with a steel fork and stabbed Yu Yuangui directly. Sure enough, he had become the opponent's target. They thought highly of him by sending such a powerful ability user in the first trial. Team Yu! Millie was shocked and prepared to shoot. Yu Yuangui was not in a hurry. He raised his hand, and a burst of flame went out, burning out the other person's eyes. Ah! The attacking cannibals screamed. But the speed of Steel Fork's attack was not slow at all. Yu Yuan-gui raised his hand and shot the opponent in the heart, killing him. Team 1, Team 3, Team 5, Team 7, and Team 9 dropped bombs and blew up the nearby snow. After killing the attacker, Yu Yuan-gui shouted an order. More than 100 bombs were thrown, and explosions occurred one after another, blowing up large craters in the snow at the front of the position. Snowflakes flew, cutting off the side of both sides. When the snowflakes drifted away, multiple tunnels under the snow were exposed. Some cannibals happened to be in the explosion area and were blown to pieces. It was horrible to see. More cannibals who were digging tunnels under the snow were buried in the collapsed tunnel. However, the collapsed snow was not very thick, and some of the cannibals managed to crawl out and catch the bullets fired by Yu Yuan-gui. Captain Yu, look at those people. Millie pointed in the direction of the cannibals and trembled. Yu Yuan-gui looked over. I saw a few cannibals being seriously injured. Before they were dead, they were dragged behind by the cannibals on the side, stripped off their clothes, and started to eat them on the spot. Ah! The shrill scream sounded, which seemed extremely terrifying. But the cannibals on the side continued to attack when they should attack. And when they were hungry, they turned back and took a bite. No one thought there was a problem with this. King Dashi once said, those who were seriously injured and those who died were all rations. More and more people at Seahai Base noticed this horrific scene, even though they had witnessed many cruel crimes in the apocalypse. Seeing the scene in front of them still caused them some psychological collapse. Why panic? Yu Yuan-gui shouted. Do you also want to be eaten? Feed me and kill them! Death is the best threat. Under Yu Yuan-gui's mobilization, most of the defense team members at Seahai Base regained their fighting spirit, except for one or two who were temporarily unable to recover. This is enough. As long as the reinforcements from Seahai Base arrive, there will definitely be no problem. Team Yu, we sent out the signal but got no response, Millie said. Yu Yuan-gui took the signal device and took a look at it, then gave it back to Millie and said, You made a mistake. We have made contact. Reinforcements from the base will arrive soon. Millie glanced at the beacon, and her expression changed again and again. The beacon clearly didn't make contact. Why did Team Yu? The next second, she made a surprised voice. Captain Yu, we've been contacted. We've been contacted. Yu Yuan-gui glanced at Millie. Stay away from me as soon as possible, Millie said. Captain Yu. Yu Yuan-gui smiled. I'm being targeted. It's a bit tricky. 1,000 meters away to the northwest, King Dashi and several powerful men under his command are here. Wearing thick clothes, they stared closely at the battlefield surrounding Yu Yuan-gui, smiling proudly. Who said you need to use the method of consecutive defeats to lure the enemy deeper into battle? After losing consecutive battles, wouldn't it be better to dig a hole for the opponent to jump into? The first time the cannibals were defeated, they simply relied on the people from Seahai Base to help them slaughter food. The second time the cannibals were defeated, they also used people from the Seahai Base to help them slaughter food, which deepened their impression that the cannibals were about to collapse. After all, everyone's impression of cannibals is similar to those in game movies. They usually look no different from zombies. They will only pounce on them desperately when they see food. But in fact, this is just the behavior of cannibals who are starving to death. Real cannibals are no different from normal people except for their passion for eating humans. If there is any difference, it is probably because eating the flesh of some ability users makes them stronger. King Dashi, it's time to attack. Shamo stood on the side and said, Let me go first and atone for my sins. King Dashi stretched out his hand to hold Shamo's shoulder. Don't be anxious, Shamo said. King Dashi, now is the perfect time, King Dashi asked. Shamo, how many guns do you think they have? Shamo said. 300 people. More than 120 guns. King Dashi asked again. How much ammunition do you think each person has? Shamo was stunned for a moment. He hadn't thought much about this question. I don't know, He Chao, a young man wearing glasses, said, referring to the configuration of the regular army. Ordinary soldiers generally carry 150 rounds of ammunition. But now bullets are a scarce material. The larger the base, the scarcer they can be distributed to everyone. It would be great if each of this elite team at Seahai Base has 60 to 80 rounds of ammunition. This is also the reason why everyone needs to be equipped with melee weapons in normal times. Judging from the current fighting intensity, in about 50 minutes, they will not have many bullets in their hands. Shamo glanced at Yi Chao. Normally, he would look down upon this young man who looked thin and could only run errands. But when he heard what He Chao said today, he felt inexplicably creepy. This kind of calculating person has a bad heart. Shamo said. Large bases will have signal transmitters. What if there are reinforcements at Seahai base? He Chao raised his glasses and said with a smile. If they can't send out a signal, we have already installed signal jammers in the ambush area. When they run out of bullets, our people can tear them alive. Okay, everyone, calm down and wait, King Dashi said. The guy named Yu Yuan who came out of Seahai base is a sixth man. I just exposed my breath a little bit, and he sensed it. Several people were very surprised, especially Shamo. He didn't expect that Yu Yuan was so strong and could be recognized by King Dashi. If he had just led someone to kill him rashly, he would have been tricked to death by this old man. Plant trees, plant trees, plant trees. Su Miao stopped temporarily and looked at one pit after another with mixed emotions. It would be nice if she could use magic to plant a forest in one fell swoop. But if she could do that, she wouldn't have to worry about the arrival of the cannibals. I looked at the time and saw that more than 2 hours had passed. Keep planting. Your Highness, there's a fight over there. Mina flew back to report. Su Miao tilted her head. Where? Beige said. Over there at Seahai base. I saw cannibals all over the mountains and plains. The cannibal boss, who almost defeated the Golden Eagle yesterday, is also there. It was so scary that I didn't dare to get close to it. I didn't dare to get closer and just took a quick look. Su Miao didn't know what to say. Well, stand further away and stare, Beige said. Okay, Your Highness. The cannibals all over the mountains and plains are so terrifying. We must plant trees quickly. Su Miao thought for a while and condensed a super large fireball, letting the fireball fly at low altitude and melt the snow on the ground, so that the tree seeds could be spread faster. Captain, I'm out of bullets. I don't have any bullets either. Where's the logistics? Do you still have bullets? Someone is injured. Doctor, come and help. Back up. The cannibals are coming. Captain, will we die? With sufficient ammunition, even if the members of the Seahai base defense team were surrounded, with Yu Yuan around, they would not panic at all and believe that they would be fine when the base received reinforcements. However, they had been fighting for almost an hour, and the reinforcements from Seahai base had not yet arrived. So things became serious. Yu Yuan gave Meili a look, and Meili understood and quickly moved away from the captain. Energy users, adjust your status and prepare for battle. Everyone, follow my command. Follow Meili and break out. The order was given, and before they could begin to break out, the cannibals charged them on all fours. At the same time, 1,000 meters away, an extremely terrifying bloody aura was suppressing here. Energy person, attack me! Yu Yuan roared loudly, and directed the power from other ability users to gather together and blast forward. In an instant, there was a loud explosion, and the wind and snow howled. The cannibals rushing around him, and the defense team members behind him were all knocked away. Some of those who got too close were exploded into blood mist on the spot, which was so terrifying. King Dashi! Yu Yuan gritted his teeth. He felt unprecedented terrifying pressure. MP! He just wants to find a place to live. Why is it so difficult? You are very strong. King Dashi continued to use his strength. But it is not enough. 126. Chapter 126 The Crack Seahai Base. Chapter 126 The Crack Seahai Base. What kind of monster is this? With the power of so many ability users, it can only barely block the attack of King Dashi. What kind of monster is King Dashi? Boom! Yu Yuan was knocked away and vomited a mouthful of blood. He suffered internal injuries. Strong and delicious. King Dashi relaxed his shoulders and wrists. I advise you to surrender. I can spare your life, Yu Yuan said. You beasts don't want to help each other in this apocalyptic world, but you actually want to eat people. King Dashi smiled. Hee hee. You are hiding in the base all day eating and drinking spicy food. Have you ever considered what kind of hard life the people outside are living? Are they not starving to death, freezing to death, or being eaten by mutated animals? If you fall out and are killed by mutated plants, you will be killed by other people, and your life will be precarious. I kill them to relieve the pain they suffered, and eat them to continue living in this doomsday with their share. It's you people who really deserve to be killed, Yu Yuan said. I thought I was shameless enough, but I didn't expect King Dashi's sophistry to be even better, King Dashi said with a smile. Tell me a few words. Have you rested enough? During the interval of questioning, King Dashi appeared in front of Yu Yuan-gui and struck suddenly. Yu Yuan-gui took advantage of the gap in chatting to accumulate strength and exploded in an instant, and was knocked out again. I definitely didn't get enough rest. But I can call someone. Old Lin. If you don't come out, I won't be able to withstand it anymore. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. He looked extremely weak. King Dashi said. Interesting. You are still acting now. You look down on me? Yu Yuan-gui said. I'm afraid I will die if I perform in front of King Dashi. Boom. The two of them exchanged blows. And Yu Yuan-gui was knocked away again. Different from the last time. King Dashi came after him this time, suppressing Yu Yuan-gui and striking hard. In an instant, there were explosions one after another. Anyone who was accidentally involved in the aftermath of the battle was killed by explosions, which was horrific. This Yu Yuan-gui is so strong! Standing in the distance, Shama was once again amazed by Yu Yuan-gui's fighting power. An ordinary ability user would not be able to withstand the 3 attacks of King Dashi. Even if he could, he would probably not survive for long. However, Yu Yuan-gui not only accepted it, but also withstood King Dashi's continuous attacks. The only problematic thing is that Yu Yuan-gui looks like he's about to die every time. But he doesn't. He hasn't tried his best yet. He Chao, a young man wearing glasses, said. What? You're not even trying your best? Shama was a little confused. He was facing their King Dashi. He Chao said. Well, according to my speculation, Yu Yuan-gui did this because he didn't want to completely expose his trump card. Ning Hongmei, who was standing with him, chuckled. If you look at the girl who was with Yu Yuan-gui before, she is also a 6th child. Several people's eyes turned to Meili, who was leading the Seahai base defense team to break out. The others were basically out of bullets. But this girl still had bullets. And when she attacked, she specialized in killing the most powerful cannibals. As a result, they saw the outrageous scene of Meili leading the defense team to quickly break through. I'll stop her. Ning Hongmei was ready to take action. At this time, a white-haired old man was seen rushing into the battlefield to help Yu Yuan-gui fend off King Dashi. At the same time, a large number of Seahai base defense personnel appeared in the rear with submachine guns and broke a large gap in the cannibal encirclement, and led the breakout defense team on Meili's side to escape. Walk! Lin Hinian, an old man in Chinese tunic suit, made a sudden attack, which caught Dashi King off guard. His hands felt numb under the hard attack. Lin Hinian took this opportunity to drop a bomb and quickly retreated with Yu Yuan-gui, who was covered in blood. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions instantly overwhelmed King Dashi. You're trying to trick the old man, and you won't die even if you do this? Lin Hinian and Yu Yuan-gui ran while looking in the direction of the explosion. I saw King Dashi walking out of the explosion intact, and even the red hat didn't fly out. This King Dashi is a monster. Leave quickly. Yu Yuan-gui was afraid that King Dashi would catch up, so he threw a lot of bombs. However, King Dashi seemed to have no intention of pursuing him. King Dashi, are you going to let them go like this? Sha Imo, He Chao and others rushed over. Some of them did not understand the situation. King Dashi looked at the fleeing Seahai base defense team and said with a smile, This Yu Yuan-gui is still hiding his strength after being beaten to this extent by me. This old man from Seahai base will arrive early tomorrow. But he delayed taking action until now. Why don't you guys do you think it's interesting? He Chao said. What King Dashi means is that Seahai base is not monolithic. There are great conflicts within them. This will be an opportunity that we can take advantage of. Yes, that must be the case. There are nearly 50,000 people inside the Seahai base. It is a truly large base. It would be difficult for us to gain any benefits from a frontal attack. Even if most of the people we bring are food reserves. We can only let these food reserves greatly consume the strength of the Seahai base and cause internal disagreements among them. In the end, as long as one person surrenders to King Dashi, the Seahai base will be breached soon. Dashi Wang Yingming. King Dashi glanced at He Chao appreciatively, although he didn't think much about it at all. It was indeed a good idea. In addition, there was another reason why he did not pursue. This Yu Yuan-gui is indeed not simple. If the opponent's full strength breaks out and hurts him, it will have an impact on subsequent battles. After all, the weather outside is currently around minus 70 degrees Celsius. No matter how strong the ability user is, any additional wounds may turn into fatal wounds. They attack Seahai base for food, not for injuries. Clean the battlefield. King Dashi gave the order. Proceed as planned. He glanced to the southeast, and saw that the mina in the tree there had already flown away. Compared to Yuan-Gui, this dark mina is even more extraordinary. Not only can it save the golden-winged eagle in front of him, but it still dares to spy on the battlefield today. Is this a provocation to him? He would never allow any variables to exist in the attack on Sihai base. Fu Juanxiang, Lu Long, you will take 3,000 people to the direction of the Vulcan base tomorrow. You are not required to start a war, but if you see anyone trying to cross the line, kill them. In addition, any corpse found near the Vulcan base is not allowed to be eaten. It is highly poisonous. You can ask Shamo for details, King Dashi said. If you encounter a mina that likes to curse, just ignore it. This mina is very mean, so just let it be, Fu Juanxiang and Lu Long said. Yes, King Dashi. The two of them looked at Sihai base with some reluctance. There were so many ability users in Sihai base, and they wanted to eat them too, King Dashi said. Don't worry. There are nearly 50,000 people in Sihai base, which is enough for you. This time it is truly foolproof. Su Miao continued to plant trees. To be lazy, she tried soaking tree seeds in growth chemicals, and then spreading them directly on the snow. The tree seeds thrown out in this way will sprout and grow a little, but will eventually be frozen because they cannot absorb the nutrients and heat of the soil. She still had to use fireball to melt the snow. Your Highness! Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Yu Feng and Gui came to chop wood. They saw Su Miao busy here and came over to say hello. This seemed to be the first time they saw Her Highness the Witch appearing in the wilderness. Su Miao glanced at them and placed the seeds on the soil that had just been cleared. Your Highness, do you want our help? Sun Rong asked. Su Miao looked at a few people with a cold face. No need. With these people around, it seemed to be more efficient. But their efficiency was far inferior to magic, and she didn't want to be seen by others when using magic. A few mutated trees have been planted recently, so don't get close when you encounter them, Su Miao reminded. You can leave. Mutated tree? Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Yu Feng, and Guo were inexplicably frightened when they thought of the 50 to 60 centimeter tall saplings they saw when they left the villa. These trees are not tall enough now. How scary will they be when they grow taller? Sun Rong hesitated and asked. Your Highness, will it be dangerous if we get close to these grown mutant trees? Su Miao thought for a few seconds and said, I don't know. You can try to make some powder from harvested vegetables and wear it on your body. Maybe they will treat you as the same kind. This is just a bit of speculation based on potions. It just so happens that these mutated trees and vegetables can grow quickly through the promotion of growth chemicals. In this case, sensing the aura of the same kind will probably be recognized. However, specific experiments are needed before the results can be obtained. Thank you, Your Highness! Sun Rong breathed a sigh of relief and left with Chu Zakai, Yu Feng, and Guo. Chu Zakai said, What do you think His Highness is doing by planting so many mutated trees? Will fruits grow on the trees? Sun Rong said, I don't know, but there must be a certain reason for His Highness to go out and plant trees. In addition, even if these trees will bear fruit, I don't recommend you eat them because Your Highness has never said so, Chu Zakai said. Ha! I just asked, Guixing said. Could this have anything to do with the people who appeared over there 2 days ago? Yu Feng said. It's possible that many people appeared nearby in the past 2 days, but they all disappeared soon. Mentioning the disappearance of those cannibals, Yu Feng inexplicably tightened his clothes. How did so many people suddenly disappear? This reminded them of the sudden disappearance of the Vulcan base, which also disappeared silently. At this time, they saw Her Majesty the Witch, who rarely went out, coming to plant mutant trees nearby. Sun Rong said, We just continue to pay attention. Several people nodded. Su Miao continued to plant trees. Starling flew back from the direction of Sihai base. It landed on the snowdrift and flapped its wings a few times. Your Highness, I'm back! The cannibals and Sihai base are fighting. That King of the West is so terrifying. He almost killed Yuan-Gui. Explode? Yuan-Gui was the former deputy base commander of the Vulcan base. On the day His Highness destroyed the Vulcan base, he led his people to join the Sihai base. This battle was so exciting. The people in Sihai base were ambushed by the cannibals. Thousands of people were killed by the cannibals, and more than 50 people were killed in Sihai base. I don't know if it's because there is too much information or for some reason, but what Bago said was a little confusing. Su Miao blinked and clarified the information brought by Bago. King Dashi led the cannibals to attack the Seahai base. The cannibals ambushed the Seahai base. Yu Yuangue was seriously injured, and King Dashi was very frightened. In addition, why was Yu Yuangue the first to face King Dashi? Can such a Seahai base win against the King of the West? I hope Seahai base can stick with it a little longer. At least hold on until the sapling she planted grows successfully. Seahai base. In the familiar conference room, several giants met again. Lin Hinian, an old man wearing an ancient Chinese tunic suit, lowered his head and drank hot tea without speaking. Su Ting, who has beautiful long red hair, has her nails trimmed and a standard smile on her face. Pei Fu, who was wearing a suit and ties, looked serious and seemed to be waiting. Finally, there was Lan Xiaokong, the top manager of Seahai base, who sat in the main seat and rarely spoke. He will become the top manager of this Seahai base. Speaking of which, he read the last post before the end asking what preparations should be made for the imminent end. Lan Xiaokong was happy at that time. As a person who likes to reply, he persuaded the poster to get more information on various loans. Not long after answering, Lan Xiaokong felt inexplicably depressed, feeling that the end would really come. So, he decided to take a gamble and asked the company to spend a lot of money on a project with the theme of Doomsday survival, located right here at Seahai base. If the Doomsday doesn't come, the company can make some profit. The end is coming. Then the bet is right. Then he made the right bet. Later, the military came during heavy rains and floods and requisitioned his supplies. For unknown reasons, the military suddenly withdrew and handed over half of the Seahai shelter to him. Lan Xiaokong became the top manager of the Seahai base. For a long time, as the base commander, Lan Xiaokong thought he could stay in this Seahai base and hang around. However, who knew that the crises were coming one after another, with no signs of stopping at all. The worst one was when he was almost killed. It was at that time that he inexplicably awakened his ability. Later, Lan Xiaokong used iron-blooded methods to integrate Seahai base, making Seahai base a nearby base comparable to an official refuge. Currently, Lan Xiaokong's main research topic every day is what is the mechanism for people to awaken their abilities in the Doomsday world. But in the face of the crisis, this research had to be temporarily suspended. Lan Xiaokong glanced at the people present and said calmly, "Tell me about the situation." Lin Hinian said, "Master Lan, Yu Yuangue took people out to clean up the cannibals today. They were ambushed by the cannibals. The leader of the cannibals, King Dashi, attacked and severely injured Yu Yuangue. I rushed over as soon as possible and saved Yu Yuangue." Lan Xiaokong glanced at Lin Hinian. Lin Hinian's body trembled, feeling unprecedented pressure. He knocked on the table. "Well, you rescued Yu Yuangue in the first place, but still seriously injured Yu Yuangue. Then let you face King Dashi alone. Mr. Lin, are you sure?" Lin Hinian showed a look of fear. "Young Master Lan, this, I don't dare," Lan Xiaokong said. "Mr. Lin, what are you afraid of? Do you know why I asked you to follow Yu Yuangue?" Lin Hinian said. I know. It is to prevent the base from damaging Yu Yuangue," Lan Xiaokong said. "As long as you understand, I don't like the last rectification of the Seahai base to happen again. I don't like killing people. I don't like it very much," Lin Hinian said quickly. "Please give me a chance, Mr. Lan, and I will atone for my sins," Lan Xiaokong said. "Sit down." Lin Hinian immediately sat down. "Yes." Lan Xiaokong looked at Su Ting and Pei Fu, and their expressions were stern. There's a rumor among the senior officials of Seahai base. If Master Lan talks too much, it means something big is going to happen, Su Ting said. "Master Lan, I just went to see him. Although Yu Yuangue was seriously injured, his life is not in danger. He should be able to recover after about a month of rest. It's a pity for the little girl Meili who is following Yu Yuangue. She is a very good battlefield commander, but she was mentally exhausted during this battle. I'm afraid it will be difficult to wake up without 6 days." Lan Xiaokong pouted, unable to deny this. Lin Hinian, Su Ting, and Pei Fu were dissatisfied that Yu Yuangue had achieved the status of a giant just after joining Seahai base. So they wanted to use this opportunity to weaken Yu Yuangue and cause Yu Yuangue to suffer more. However, none of them expected that Yu Yuangue would be more ruthless than them, using serious injuries to avoid the subsequent decisive battle with King Dashi. Lan Xiaokong saw through such a trick at a glance. But what happened has already happened. Even if he wanted to adjust the accountability, There was nothing he could do. Pei Fu said, "Young Master Lan, King Dashi will ambush us once. And he will ambush us a second time. I suggest taking the initiative. Otherwise, when the cannibals reach the Seahide base, the base will encounter unimaginable crises." Lan Xiaokong said, "Okay. The three of you will attack together tomorrow." Pei Fu's expression changed. "Young Master Lan, judging from today's battle situation, the three of us may not be able to stop King Dashi." Lan Xiaokong said, "Bring more rockets to suppress the formation. The meeting is over." Lin Hinian, Su Ting, and Pei Fu left the conference room with complicated thoughts. They just wanted to trick Yuan Gui, but they never expected that it would trick them themselves. Damn it! Thinking of the possibility of facing the King of the West tomorrow, the three of them were not sure at all. King Dashi is so terrifying. After planting, call it a day. Su Miao looked at the large row of mutant trees that happened to be planted and breathed a sigh of relief. This is the result of her busy day. You guys have to grow up faster, Su Miao murmured to herself. In order to plant these mutated trees, most of the toxic growth potions in the magic space were consumed. She planned to go back and pick some more beautiful mushrooms to refine a batch of growth potion, and add some more to these mutated trees tomorrow. Maybe they could grow faster. Huh? Suddenly, Su Miao saw a golden-winged eagle flying past the horizon. Behind the golden-winged eagle were 6 gray eagles. All of them looked fierce. Do these eagles also flock together? 127. Chapter 127. Are the cannibals coming again? Chapter 127. Are the cannibals coming again? Today the field mice and the little white rabbits are all alive and healthy. When Su Miao returned to the villa, the first thing she did was to see how the field mouse and the little white rabbit were doing. Very good. Here are today's vegetables. Su Miao gave fresh vegetables to the field mouse and the little white rabbit. In a few days, if there are still no problems with these voles and white rabbits, she can safely eat the fresh vegetables she grew. Returning to the fireplace and adding some wood to the fireplace, Su Miao glanced out the window. It would be great if there were not so many dangers, and she could spend every day with peace of mind. Your Highness, what's for dinner? Bugs asked as he jumped on the table. Su Miao blinked and said, Beef hot pot. As usual, the side dishes are bean sprouts, green vegetables from the vegetable room, and various delicious mushrooms from the mushroom room. In a few days, maybe the tomato flavor will be available. Just thinking about it makes me very excited. Feeling the warmth brought by the fireplace and eating delicious mushroom beef hot pot. It's so enjoyable. After eating, Su Miao took a hot bath, played in the water for a while, and then went back to the room to sleep. Tomorrow she was going to get up early to add some growth medicine to the mutated trees and plant some more, just in case. She said she wanted to get up early, but when Su Miao woke up, it was already 10:30 the next morning. Su Miao blinked. It must be because too much magic and mental energy was consumed when planting trees yesterday. Vaguely, she could hear the rumble of explosions coming from the distance. Your Highness, there should be a fight at Seahide Base. Beige flapped his wings and said, that King Dashi must be here. Otherwise Seahide Base would not use heavy weapons. Thinking of the more than 80,000 cannibals, Su Miao couldn't help but tremble. Well, after breakfast, you go on patrol, and I'll plant trees. Hopefully the Seahide Base can hold off the cannibals. In order to save time, Su Miao ate a portion of Moutai-flavored pancakes, and then drove out on the snowmobile. Mina flew into the sky and patrolled to the west of the Vulcan base according to the established route. Not long after flying, Mina saw dense crowds of cannibals moving this way in the snow. A rough count showed that there were more than 3,000 people coming this way, which was very scary. Just when the Mina was about to return to report, it saw 4 acquaintances: Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Yu Feng, and Guo were logging. Not surprisingly, they encountered cannibals. Meat. Fresh meat. The cannibals walking in front rushed towards the 4 people frantically. What are you going to do? Yu Feng was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly. Chu Zakai, Guo and his party heard the sound and rushed over. Before they could speak, other cannibals followed and killed them. Shoot! Sun Rong immediately took out his submachine gun and fired a burst of bullets, killing several cannibals who rushed over. They were a little curious yesterday about why Her Highness the Witch planted mutant trees, and specifically told them to stay away from mutant trees. After careful consideration, they decided to get up early and investigate here. If there is any danger, they can avoid it in advance. Besides, they can cut down some trees here first. Otherwise, when these mutated trees grow up, it will be very difficult for them to cut down trees. Because the mutant trees planted by Her Highness, the witch, are different from ordinary mutant trees. Many mutant trees are frozen in the extreme cold of blizzards of more than -70 degrees Celsius. But the mutant trees planted by Her Highness, the witch, are all lush and green, and can grow freely. After just 1 day and 1 night, the tree planted by Her Highness, the witch, was already over half a person tall. This is very scary. They felt that within a few days, these mutated trees would all turn into giant trees. It is worth mentioning that each of them brought some vegetable powder with them, and did tests close to these mutant trees. Sensing their approach, the mutant tree would spread its branches and slowly approach them. They will only retreat after making sure they have the same scent on them. They dared to try such an experiment when these mutated trees had not really grown up, thinking that even if there was any accident, they could rescue them in time and escape. Until a few people finished the experiment and saw a mutated tree stretching out its branches and piercing a large rabbit weighing 20 or 30 pounds. The big rabbit's movements were very nimble, and he managed to avoid his vital parts with a sway of his body and only received a few scratches. The 4 of them were sweating for the big rabbit. Fortunately, the big rabbit was not eaten by the mutated tree. They could take advantage of the big rabbit's injury and follow up with a wave of Oriole, who knew that the injured rabbit fell to the snow before he could even kick a few more times. The blood flowing out of the big rabbit was obviously black. Not long after, tree roots emerged from the snow and dragged the fat rabbit down. Sunrong, Chuzakai, Yufeng, Gua, and others were horrified. They were risking their lives just now. This is what Her Highness the Witch said. "I don't know what the mutant trees are." The 4 people were immediately numb. So much so that after passing through the mutated tree, they were still in a state of separation of soul, spirit, and body. Even though they later discovered the ruins of the cannibal camp and found some usable guns and ammunition, their condition still did not recover. So much so that they were so panicked when they were attacked by cannibals, and they were completely unable to exert the strength that a person with abilities should have. However, after continuous battles, Sunrong, Chuzakai, Yufeng, and Gua gradually adapted to the rhythm. They fought and retreated to ensure that they would not be outflanked by the cannibals. The only problem right now is that their marksmanship is not very good. It didn't take long for the hundreds of rounds of ammunition they carried to be used up. But not many people were actually killed by their bullets. Fortunately, not many of the cannibals have guns, and their marksmanship is just about the same as theirs. "How on earth did His Highness achieve a headshot with a gun?" Chuzakai was sighing while escaping. "Because she is Your Highness," Yufeng said. Chuzakai said, "Compared with these, we are getting further and further away from the place where the snowmobile is parked. What should we do now?" Sunrong said, "Don't worry about so much. Just run away." Mina stopped on a big tree and looked at the chasing people below. Because Sunrong, Chuzakai, Yufeng, and Gua fled toward the Vulcan base, not the villa. It did not go back to report immediately, and planned to take a look first. With so many cannibals, there must be a leader among them. "What should we do?" Starling rolled his eyes a few times, and several ideas flashed through his mind. Find the golden-winged eagle brother here to take revenge? Direct provocation? Or, suddenly, it occurred to me. Mina jumped down from the top of the tree and flew towards the cannibal army. "You hungry wretches! I am your prophet. Master Mina, you must be starving after walking such a long way in the extreme cold. Right. Go over there, and you can see a bald hill. When you get there, dig underneath, and you can find a lot of freshly frozen corpses." It said in an almost exaggerated tone. "Hurry up and get there. There will be nothing to eat if you get there late." The cannibals stopped one after another and stared directly at Mina. Originally, seeing such a bird, the cannibals wanted to eat the Mina. Just hearing Mina say there were a lot of fresh corpses made them excited. But the 2 leaders who led the team specifically told them that the corpses nearby could not be eaten as they would be poisoned, which made them hesitate. "Don't believe this bird. It's a liar. The corpses here are poisonous and cannot be eaten," shouted a young man among the cannibals. "He is a capable person and can barely be considered a squad leader. Although the squad leader among the cannibals is unable to control his subordinates most of the time, he is more or less a squad leader and can still shout with a loud voice on a daily basis." Mina was very surprised. When did cannibals become smart? This is not okay. Who said they were poisonous? How can you know if those corpses are poisonous if you haven't eaten them? Maybe he is lying to you and wants to eat them all for himself, Mina said loudly. The cannibals were instantly shaken. This kind of thing has happened many times before. Some captain or leader said that something was poisonous and should not be eaten. As a result, these captains and leaders turned around and confiscated the things. They are hesitating. At this moment, Fu Juanxiang and Lu Long, who were in charge of these 3,000 cannibals, couldn't bear it anymore. In fact, when the cannibals started to hunt down Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Guixing, and Yu Feng, they discovered Bago. But they kept in mind King Dashi's instructions and ignored Bago no matter how much he taunted him. They are paying more attention to the 4 people Sun Rong who escaped. These 4 people are very strong. If they are lucky, they can find the force behind them. This involves the destruction of the Vulcan base and King Onishi's follow-up plan. Very important. However, Starling's dirty tricks forced them to come forward. This Mina actually tricked their people into eating those poisonous corpses. How vicious is this Mina? Don't believe this, Starling. The king of Dashi specially said that all the corpses around here are poisonous and cannot be eaten. Lu Long said loudly, "Whoever dares to eat it, I will kill him." Mina spread his wings. "You selfish bitch. You must want to take it all for yourself?" Just at this moment, 2 of the cannibals fell down. I don't know whether they froze to death or starved to death. But the people around them didn't care whether the 2 people were starving to death, freezing to death, or just unconscious. They immediately took off their clothes, took out their knives, and prepared to cut them on the spot. Mina exclaimed, "It's so pitiful. They must have starved to death. They didn't even have a chance to eat a full meal before they died. How pitiful. Now, let me tell you, there are many frozen fresh corpses over there. Are you ready to eat and die? Or are you going to die now?" Fu Juanxiang, one of the leaders, couldn't bear it anymore. He picked up the gun and shot at the Mina. Mina immediately flew up into the sky. The asterisk TCH. How dare you sneak up on Master Bird? Just wait, Master Bird. I'll shake the bird over. Fu Juanxiang wanted to continue shooting, but saw the Mina fly away in a whoosh. This speed is terrifying. Lu Long said, "Fu Juanxiang, King Dashi specially told me not to take action against this Mina. Have you forgotten?" Fu Juanxiang's face darkened. "You can bear it, but I can't bear it. If you continue to let this 8th brother talk, all the people we have brought will die." He raised his gun and shot several cannibals who were walking in the direction directed by Mina, and let others snatch the bodies away and eat them. Did you see it? I just hate that I started a little slower now. Lu Long took a deep breath. The Mina will call the bird later. Come on, Fu Juanxiang said with a smile. Chemo said that the golden-winged eagle has been severely injured by King Dashi. I don't believe how strong the helper this starling can call on. At this time, someone from a distance came over to report. 2 leaders. We found the entrance to the Vulcan base. Lu Long and Fu Juanxiang looked at each other and instantly forgot the discomfort caused by Bago. Where? Go back to the 2 leaders. Right in front. Zayadawi reported. One of the 4 people running in front fell into the snow. He got up and continued running shortly after. We chased after him. We originally wanted to avoid the snow pit, but we didn't expect this snow pit, leading to the Vulcan base buried in heavy snow. Lu Long said. Very good. You did a good job. Let's go and have a look at the Vulcan base. Although it is unknown what force destroyed the Vulcan base, the ruins of the Vulcan base remain. Maybe they can be sorted out and used as a temporary base for the cannibals. As for Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Yu Feng and Guixing who escaped, they no longer care. Instead, give thanks. They quickly rushed to the entrance of the Vulcan base, which was the back entrance of the Vulcan base. The surrounding snow had been cleared, and there seemed to be no problem. Fu Juanxiang glanced at the sky and said, You stay outside, and I'll take someone in to take a look. Lu Long was a little surprised. Exploring such an abandoned base is actually very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may encounter lurking mutant animals. Since Fu Juanxiang wanted the credit, he gave it up very generously. Okay, please pay attention to your safety. Fu Juanxiang responded and led the people into the Vulcan base first. Less than 10 seconds after Fu Juanxiang entered, Lu Long, who was standing outside, heard an angry scolding. You bitch! Master Bird! I'm back! Well, where's the bitch who attacked Master Bird just now? Lu Long looked up. Good guy. Mina is really coming over. There was a ferocious-looking golden-winged eagle and 8 gray eagles, none of which looked easy to mess with. Lu Long couldn't help but swallowed. MP. Fu Juanxiang's grandson must have seen it. But he didn't tell him. Oh! The person who shot you just now has entered the Vulcan base. If you want to find him, just go in and look for him. Lu Long looked at Beige and said. Mina snorted coldly. You and the dog are in the same group. Since we can't find the dog, I'll kill you first. It looked at the golden-winged eagle and said in the language of the eagle. Kill them! Those who can't be killed will rush to the Vulcan base. I'll find His Highness. The golden-winged eagle condensed its fierce light, communicated with the gray eagle behind it, and they rushed towards Lu Long and others. Depend on. Lu Long wanted to shoot with his gun, but the speed of the golden-winged eagle was far beyond his imagination. After just one encounter, the assault rifle in his hand was turned into a ball of scrap metal by the golden-winged eagle. I didn't hit you. Lu Long wanted to delay for a while and think of some way. Rather than killing this Mina, he now wanted to kill Fu Juanxiang. King Dashi told him many times not to provoke this Mina, but he still shot. If it attracted the attention of the forces that destroyed the Vulcan base, the consequences would be disastrous. Quack! Quack! Do you dare to say that you and the dog are not in the same group? Mina hovered in the sky. If you dare to attack Master Bird, none of you can escape. You guys, let Master Bird kill you. The golden-winged eagle, which had just launched an attack, wanted to turn around and give the Mina a hard blow. When I called it just now, it was still brother. Buddy, when the fight begins, they become little ones. Depend on. The golden-winged eagle chased and killed Lu Long, making Lu Long completely unable to display his strength. 8 large gray eagles were killing other cannibals. They spread their wings and flew by a great speed. Whenever the gray eagle's wings cut it off, half of the cannibal's body, arms, and head would fall off. This is the same as the golden-winged eagle. Their wings become extremely sharp and their hair is broken when blown. What's even more cruel is that some cannibals hide behind trees, and they cut off the trees and people together. Ah! What kind of sculpture is this? Help! Someone help me! Where is the Vulcan base? Let me in! Let me in quickly! Originally, the cannibals were very happy to see these big eagles and wanted to eat more. Who knew that the mutated eagle would kill the cannibals with one attack? Even if some of them wanted to shoot, no bullet could hit these mutated eagles. While Lu Long was resisting the golden-winged eagle, he looked at the battlefield and wanted to give some orders and get some support. As a result, all his men were killed by these mutated eagles. Wait, where's that Mina? He looked at the sky and was surprised to find that the Mina was missing. According to the intelligence, Mina likes to taunt people when they are fighting. But not only does Mina not taunt, but he also disappears. This is wrong. Mina's returned to the mutated forest zone. Here, Su Miao is holding a small blue fireball in one hand and a growth potion in the other hand, having a friendly exchange with the small trees that have grown to half a person's height. No need to wait for the little blue fireball to get close. The mutated tree started to tremble. This is a fear inherited from blood. Be good and grow up quickly. Su Miao put a drop of growth potion on the small trees to accelerate their growth. Your Highness, the cannibals are here again. More than 3,000 people came. They discovered the ruins of the Vulcan base. Beige said. These cannibals are really bad. They hit me with guns when they saw me. I was so angry that I called the Golden Eagle to help. Now the Golden Eagle is driving these cannibals into the Vulcan base. More than 3,000 people again. Su Miao couldn't help but tremble. Didn't the cannibals say they want to attack bases all over the world? It's okay to build the Seahai base properly. So why do you always bring so many people here when you have nothing to do? Terrible. Su Miao glanced at the mutated tree that had not grown yet. In this case, the mutated tree would definitely not be able to stop so many cannibals. Since the cannibals are going to enter the Vulcan base, she will have no problem using undead resurrection against these cannibals. This is an opportunity. The danger must be nipped in the bud. Okay, let's go there. Su Miao looked at a mountain not far away. That was the place she used to snipe the Vulcan base last time. And she can use it again. 128. Chapter 128 Leader. The corpse can move. Chapter 128 Leader. The corpse can move. Su Miao drove her snowmobile to the top of the mountain where she last sniped at the Vulcan base. Now the entire mountain is covered with heavy snow, and it is very convenient to drive up with a snowmobile. So many people. Glancing down the mountain, Su Miao couldn't help but become nervous when she saw so many people. Use a Type 36 sniper rifle? Su Miao took out the Type 36 sniper rifle from the magic space hesitated, and put it aside for the time being. Although there were many gains last time, the bullets of the Type 36 sniper rifle are limited. It's better to use an ordinary Type 95 assault rifle. Anyway, they are killing ordinary cannibals. 1 bullet per person. No problem. Su Miao took out a few boxes of bullets from the magic space, looked at the densely packed cannibals on the battlefield, and her hands trembled. So many people. So scared. Fortunately, Fanqing Base and Vulcan Base gave away a lot of guns and ammunition. She looked at the battlefield. The Golden-Winged Eagle launched surprise attacks on the cannibal leader Lu Long from time to time, killing Lu Long in a panic. But this Lu Long is not bad at strength, and he has persisted until now without being injured at all. Otherwise, he could have been solved with a magic spell that would stop bleeding. Your Highness, I'm going to help. Starling looked at the battlefield below and flew down directly. Su Miao blinked. She could basically predict how Bago would help. Quack! Quack! Bastard! Keep looking at the sky. Are you looking for Lord Bird? Bago suddenly appeared above Lu Long and taunted. The Golden-Winged Eagle pounced over like lightning, almost knocking Lu Long away. Lu Long breathed heavily. He was very happy that the missing Mina appeared, which could make him feel a little relieved. However, what did the Mina do after disappearing? Why did it suddenly appear? And what did it want to do? This can't help but make people worry. But right now, he was being chased by the Golden-Winged Eagle and couldn't think of anything more. If I had to say something, it was a good thing that he had awakened the metal ability. Otherwise, he would have been cut into pieces by the Golden-Winged Eagle. Boom! Suddenly, orderly gunfire rang out. At first, Lu Long didn't feel anything strange. But every time a gunshot sounded, a cannibal was shot to the head and fell. Gradually, more and more cannibals fell. And Lu Long realized that something was wrong. Other forces are coming. Is it the force that destroyed the Vulcan base? Lu Long's heartbeat accelerated a little for no reason. He saw more and more cannibals gathering towards him, fleeing towards the ruins of the Vulcan base, hoping to escape into the Vulcan base for temporary shelter. Who is shooting? Lu Long wanted to find the person who fired the gun. But the Golden-Winged Eagle's attack was so severe that he had no energy left to search, and it made it impossible for him to escape to the entrance of the Vulcan base. Don't worry. You're going to die. I advise you not to resist, as this will help you die faster. Your King Dashi is attacking Sihai base. This time you will definitely not have the same good luck as that fool last time. No one can save you. Quack quack. The 8th brother kept taunting him, which made Lu Long upset, and he almost got a claw from the Golden-Winged Eagle to break his defense. The Golden-Winged Eagle was very angry. In the past, no matter how hard this person was, he would be scratched to pieces by it. That is to say, it was injured by King Dashi last time and caused serious internal injuries. Although it felt stronger after being treated by His Highness, its injuries were not completely healed, and it still needed a certain amount of time to rest and repair. It's just that he was dragged out by the Mina to fight again after a day or two of rest, which is really hard to say. On the top of the mountain, Su Miao was shooting seriously. 1 shot and 1 headshot. The surviving cannibals will stop when they see someone being killed in the direction of their escape, and do not dare to continue forward. Faced with the threat of death, they will turn and flee. Fortunately for many people, they were discovered in time. Otherwise they really wouldn't know what to do. Scared. In the blink of an eye, more than 500 cannibals were killed by Su Miao's headshots. More than 200 people were killed by the Grey Eagle. The remaining 2,300 people screamed and fled into the ruins of the Vulcan base. Only Lu Long was left outside, facing the crazy attack of the Golden-Winged Eagle, and was retreating steadily. Where the L is Fu Juanxiang? Lu Long really wanted to ask this question. It's impossible that Fu Juanxiang doesn't know the situation outside. Yet he hasn't come out to help yet. He wants him to die here. Hold. Lu Long burst into anger and knocked back the Golden-Winged Eagle. The Golden-Winged Eagle was injured internally, and blood flowed from the corner of its mouth. Seeing this scene, Lu Long's confidence doubled, and he laughed wildly. Ha! What a bullshit mutated Golden Eagle! I almost thought you were made of steel, so you can get hurt too, Mina said. Quack! Quack! Can you still laugh? Boom! There was a gunshot, and the bullet flew past Lu Long's face. Lu Long couldn't avoid it completely this time. He wiped his face, and the blood on his hands was very clear. Mina said. Quack! Quack! You're dead. Lu Long snorted coldly. You are looking down on me for such a small injury, and you want to kill me. He put up a posture and prepared to continue to accept the attacks of these sand sculptures. As for the black gun on the mountain, don't panic. After dealing with these mutated giant eagles, he would have plenty of time to clean up. There was also Fu Juanxiang, who was hiding in the Vulcan base without making a sound. Even if King Dashi interceded, he would still find his way back to where he was cheated. MP! The Mina was happy. Little boys. He's dead. Get out! Lu Long was stunned. Who would have thought that the Mina really left with the golden-winged eagle and 8 gray eagles? What's happening here? He is obviously living very well. Mountain. Su Miao was trembling while holding the Type 36 sniper rifle. Considering that the opponent was the leader of the cannibals, she deliberately put on a Type 36 sniper rifle. And just when Lu Long was about to feel proud that he had defeated the golden-winged eagle, he hurt someone's face a little. It's too difficult to snipe people with abilities. Fortunately, this cannibal leader is not as perverted as Qi Wanning. Now, it's time to end. Su Miao stood up and raised her hand. The blood won't stop. At the same time, Lu Long noticed Su Miao standing up on the mountain. He was a little surprised. Surprised that Su Miao was young. And even more surprised that only Su Miao appeared. Could it be that Su Miao was the only one who killed so many people around him? Also, what does this raised hand gesture mean? Tell him not to come over. Ha ha. Funny? Just as Lu Long was about to take a few steps, he was surprised to see Bago stop right next to Su Miao. The golden-winged eagle and 8 gray eagles also stopped near Su Miao. Something is wrong. Lu Long touched his face subconsciously and felt that his palms became sticky. Looking down again, he saw that the snow on the ground had been stained red with blood at some point. How so? Lu Long was a little panicked. According to common sense, the skin on his face was only a little broken. Under the influence of extremely cold weather, it would only be frozen quickly, with at most a little frostbite. However, instead of being frozen, the wound continued to bleed. It's this young girl. She used her powers. Thinking of this, Lu Long sprinted towards Su Miao, preparing to capture Su Miao. After running a few steps, he saw Su Miao raise her hand again. Lu Long stopped subconsciously. Resurrection of the dead. Su Miao blinked, and the magic was released. In an instant, all the corpses with intact bodies stood up. Even the many silent corpses in the Vulcan base also woke up at this moment. Who are you? Lu Long watched the corpses stand up one after another, and he felt unprecedented fear. This is the fear of life and death. Kill him! Su Miao gave orders to the resurrected undead. In an instant, the undead who were close to Lu Long were swarming towards Lu Long. One layer inside and one outside, making it impossible for Lu Long to break free. I kill you! Lu Long rushed up the mountain. But the higher he rushed, the more undead embraced him, dragging him one by one, making Lu Long's speed slower and slower. The closer he got to Su Miao, the faster the blood flowed, and Lu Long became more and more frightened. But there are more and more undead dragging him. No matter how powerful an ability user he is, he will definitely die if all his blood is shed. I kill you! Lu Long roared and rushed to a place 10 meters away from Su Miao. Su Miao was extremely frightened when she saw Lu Long rushing up, because he was too scared. The fireball technique he wanted to use became a water ball technique. This fear turned into the hope of survival in Lu Long's eyes. The water polo was more like a joke. But in the next second, Lu Long felt an unprecedented fear. The essence of the generation of fireball lies in the release of heat. There is also heat in the water balloon. If a large amount of heat is extracted, the water will turn into ice because there is not enough heat. This is ice magic. Su Miao controlled the big water ball to turn into a biting ice cone, and pushed it forward gently. In an instant, the ice pick pierced Lu Long's chest, and blood flowed out like a flood breaking a bank. The moment the blood flowed out, Lu Long burst out with inhuman power, knocking away the undead that controlled him. Some of the undead directly exploded into pieces, which was so terrifying. He stared at Su Miao fiercely and roared, I'll kill you! Su Miao raised her hand. 14 ice picks were shot out, pricking Lu Long into a hedgehog. Lu Long looked at Su Miao blankly. Was the fear on his face just for him? They are all Fu Juanxiang. What kind of mina is there to mess with? Depend on. Consciousness dissipates. Lu Long died with his eyes closed. Su Miao looked at Lu Long's body and took a step back. It's so scary to be dead. It's so scary. Your Highness, this guy is dead. Starling stood on Lu Long's body and jumped up and down. Can this body be given to the golden eagles? Su Miao glanced at the golden-winged eagle and gray eagle beside her. Their eyes were full of hope. Well, take them away, and don't eat in front of me, I almost said. I'm afraid. The golden-winged eagle raised its head, lowered its head again, and chirped a few times. Several large gray eagles made the same move. Bago said. They said thank you to His Highness, and asked if His Highness needs them to stay and fight? Su Miao tilted her head. No, you can come back after eating, but those who have become undead cannot eat. This involves outrageous blood magic. Su Miao is not sure what will happen to these undead souls if they are eaten by golden eagles. The golden-winged eagle was very happy. It grabbed the corpse on the ground and flew away with 8 gray eagles. Su Miao's eyes turned to the undead in front of him who were still alive. Kill all the cannibals who enter the base. Here, Fu Juanxiang and others entered the Vulcan base. Because there were so many people coming in, and it was so noisy, it was impossible to pay attention to what was in the dark. A pair of scarlet eyes opened and looked at the cannibals who broke into the Vulcan base. She looked left and right. I don't know why, but very few of the same species have awakened, and they are still in a state of silence. I don't know why she was the only one able to wake up this time, but looking at these cannibals made her hungry. Reach out. She covered a cannibal's mouth and bit his neck. The cannibal struggled hard and wanted to call for help, but no matter what he did, he couldn't break free, let alone call for help. As for the little sound caused by the struggle, it can't attract other people's attention at all, because the entire Vulcan base was dark and extremely noisy. Blood is delicious. There was blood dripping on the sleeping undead on the side. The blood was absorbed in the blink of an eye, and the undead that absorbed the blood woke up. The female undead glanced at the newly awakened undead and seemed to realize something. She spread more blood on the sleeping undead. Kill them, and use their blood to awaken the same people, the female undead ordered. The next second, a war broke out between the undead and the cannibals. Darkness is the home ground of the undead. The battles are getting fiercer and fiercer, and there is more and more blood. However, it didn't take long for the female undead to become confused again. Some undead souls could wake up after being exposed to a little blood, but there were also some undead souls that would not wake up no matter how much blood they were exposed to. Why exactly? She started to try to think, but she hadn't used her brain for so long that she wasn't sure if it was thinking. Ah! The corpse moves! Help! There's a monster here! You can eat corpses, so get out of the way and let me eat them. Why? There is no meat on them. Only a piece of skin and a few bones are left. How can anyone eat this? Where is the leader? Let the leader come quickly. Fu Juanxiang is studying the Vulcan base. He was in a good mood, although he was somewhat suspected of cheating Lu Long this time. Wasn't his teammates just there to cheat? Who would have thought that the mina would attract a golden-winged eagle and 8 gray eagles? This is so scary. I believe Lu Long will block it. As for the Vulcan base, he searched several rooms in succession and found that there were still a lot of supplies left in the room. Get rich. Get rich. Fu Juanxiang was overjoyed. This will be a great achievement when you get back. I don't know where the forces that destroyed the Vulcan base came from. I don't want so many good things. Entering a room, Fu Juanxiang grabbed the gold and silver treasures, compressed biscuits, and canned food in the box. Not to mention how happy he was. Suddenly, a noisy sound reached him, which made Fu Juanxiang feel very irritated. Why are you arguing? Speak slowly, Fu Juanxiang said. Chief, over there. There are corpses that move. The cannibal who came to report said tremblingly. Fu Juanxiang snorted. What nonsense are you talking about? How could the corpse move? Someone must be cosplaying. Don't be scared out of your wits. Just catch them and eat them all. That's it. The cannibal who came to report thought for a moment, and it seemed to be the truth. But they can't beat it. The cannibals who came to report quickly said, Chief, some of them are very powerful. Killing us is like cutting leeks. Very scary. 129. Chapter 129 Queen of the Undead. You are struggling. Chapter 129 Queen of the Undead. You are struggling. Fu Juanxiang looked at the cannibal brother who came to report, and at the cans, compressed biscuits, gold and silver jewelry, etc. found behind him, and he immediately made a decision in his heart. If you want to occupy the entire Vulcan base and obtain the wealth of the Vulcan base, then the remaining threats and troubles in the Vulcan base need to be cleared up. Watch these things! After giving orders to the bodyguards at his side, Fu Juanxiang walked out and faced the female undead under the guidance of his men. What? The moment he saw the undead woman, especially the scarlet eyes of the undead woman, Fu Juanxiang felt bad. In such a small space, shooting is the best way to attack. But there are cannibals around, so shooting is easy to cause accidental injury. In addition, the opponent did not give him a chance to shoot before killing him. Fu Juanxiang took action instinctively, and his hand turned into a huge wolf claw in an instant, blocking the undead woman's blow. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the female undead was knocked back 5 meters. Fu Juanxiang felt the wolf's claws hurt, as if he had just collided with a piece of steel. The next second, the female undead came over again. Fu Juanxiang fought continuously with the female undead, causing the air nearby to explode repeatedly. Whether it is cannibals or ordinary undead, if they are touched by their power, they will be blown up on the spot. Seeing the undead woman fighting more and more fiercely without knowing her life or death, Fu Juanxiang also became angry. I can't kill you! Fu Juanxiang howled and turned into an upright werewolf. This is a special ability he awakened after eating raw wolf meat once. As he later ate more and more esper flesh and blood, his strength became stronger and stronger, and he now has the ability to freely control body mutations. He rushed towards the female undead, and the violent force beat the female undead as if she had been hit by a dump truck. She flew out and hit the wall 10 meters away. The wall dented inward and cracked under the impact of the terrible force. There were countless broken bones in the female undead body. She fell to the ground and tried to get up, but couldn't. The flesh and blood of the werewolf in front of her was very attractive to her, and she really wanted to go up and take a bite. But her body could no longer support more violent movements. The werewolf Fu Juanxiang strode towards the undead woman lying on the ground. You are so arrogant! If you die, die well. And if you get up, you will be scary? There were undead nearby who rushed to attack Fu Juanxiang. Fu Juanxiang raised his wolf claws and smashed an undead's head with one slap, and shattered the body of an undead with one slap. No matter how many undead came at him, no undead could be his enemy. Occasionally, the undead would attack from a tricky angle and successfully bite Fu Juanxiang's body. He just shook his body slightly and shook the undead to pieces. The power of werewolves is so awesome. Struggle! Fu Juanxiang came to the front of the undead woman and stepped on her withered chest. The undead woman roared angrily and struggled, but to no avail. It's so pitiful. I can't even speak. Fu Juanxiang enjoyed the struggle of the undead woman very much. Who are you? Are you not human? Not ghost? Not like zombie? Not zombie? Is the destruction of Vulcan base related to you? Upon hearing the Vulcan base, the female undead became even more furious. It's just that Fu Juanxiang in his werewolf state stepped on her like a mountain, making it impossible for her to compete. The strength of the two sides was not at the same level. Too weak. Fu Juanxiang sneered and slapped the other undead, who continued to attack to death. Look at these corpses in such a hurry. Are you their queen? They are struggling. Ha ha! The apocalyptic world really has everything. After scattering a few more corpses, Fu Juanxiang glanced deep into the Vulcan base. It seems that there are no more corpses coming to save you. Your value is over. The female undead roared angrily, and she almost tore her body apart. However, in the face of the werewolf Fu Juanxiang's suppression, such struggles were still in vain. The leader is too strong. Let me tell you, the first time I saw the leader like this, I was frightened. I thought the leader was a mutated animal, but I didn't expect it to be a werewolf from mythology and legend. If only I could awaken the power to transform into a werewolf. These corpses are horrific. Fortunately, we have a leader. It's a pity that the flesh of these corpses is very hard and cannot be eaten. Yeah, I thought it could be eaten as bacon. With the help of a few flashlights and searchlights, the cannibals looked at the corpses on the ground and felt very sorry. Because the weather was too cold and the Vulcan base was destroyed for so long, there were no maggots on the ground. They were all high in protein. Suddenly, the scarlet light in the female undead's eyes became extremely bright, and there seemed to be scarlet light flowing out in a trance. In the darkness inside the Vulcan base, more sounds came. Fu Juanxiang frowned. He sensed something was wrong. His intuition told him that there were many eyes staring at him in the darkness. What happened? Fu Juanxiang looked down at the undead woman and decided to kill her first to prevent accidents. Die! He pressed down hard. Fu Juanxiang's legs hurt a little, and it felt like he had stepped on something harder than steel. He looked down. I saw the female undead suddenly exerting strength and grabbing his wolf feet with both hands. Ouch! Fu Juanxiang screamed, quickly retreated, and distanced himself from the female undead. He glanced at the leg grabbed by the undead woman, which was dripping with blood. He was actually injured. Wasn't this female undead's arm crushed by his feet? How can it still be used? He limped back a few steps. Ah! Chief! Help! The corpse will move! The corpse will move! It's a corpse! Help! The corpse is biting me! What are you afraid of? The corpse is for eating. Just bite it back! Who is afraid of whom? The cannibals were screaming. The corpses previously killed by the undead are standing up one by one and attacking nearby cannibals. There were only a few flashlights and searchlights available, which directly caused the entire Vulcan base to fall into darkness. Fu Juanxiang's expression changed. Although he is currently transformed into a werewolf and has certain night vision capabilities, in this case, his night vision capabilities are limited. Suddenly, gunfire rang out. This is because some of the undead have guns at hand, so they habitually take them and shoot, kill the cannibals, and turn the dead cannibals into members of the undead. Fu Juanxiang could only rely on his instinctive defense to swat away the undead that came over one after another. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. Go outside. Although we know that Lu Long's situation outside may not be good, it is better to handle such a crisis together. However, this darkness is nothing to the undead. As undead, their eyes are dispensable, because they don't see things with their eyes at all, and they can't tell what exactly it is. The female undead rushed towards the werewolf Fu Juanxiang. Just one impact made Fu Juanxiang unsteady, and his huge body flew backwards, killing many cannibals. Fu Juanxiang touched his body and found that he was injured somewhere. This time, he was afraid. We shouldn't have fished for this undead woman just now. Who would have thought that this undead woman would explode? If you keep running away, you will definitely die. Fu Juanxiang used his poor night vision ability to fight with the female undead. But this kind of battle had no second result except making him more and more injured. To make matters worse, his retreat was blocked by a crowd of cannibals. There were undead and cannibals everywhere. If he wasn't careful, he would hit a pile of meat pies. Damn undead! Fu Juanxiang wanted to beg for mercy, just in the state of transforming into a werewolf. His plea for mercy somehow turned into a threat. Finally, he saw a little light. Someone is shooting. It wasn't very clear at first, but with more gunfire, Fu Juanxiang could see clearly. The moment he saw it clearly, Fu Juanxiang's soul emerged. A group of corpses are shooting. Is this how the Vulcan base was destroyed? Fu Juanxiang felt that he had figured out something, and he seemed desperate to escape outside. But his retreat was blocked by cannibals who couldn't see clearly. The female undead attacked again. Fu Juanxiang struck with all his strength. His wolf claw was empty. It seemed like this was the first time that the undead woman didn't confront him. The female undead avoided and pierced his chest with her finger bones, vaguely seeming to touch his heart. Ah! Fu Juanxiang let out a scream as if his soul was being torn apart. Not caring about anything else, he kicked the undead woman away and completely transformed into a 2-meter-tall wolf. He stepped on the cannibals and fled out of the Vulcan base in a rampage. This is AHL. The cannibals who stayed in the Vulcan base screamed repeatedly. Each of them was eating corpses when they were alive outside. After eating corpses for so many days, they expected that one day they would be eaten by others. But they never thought that they would be eaten by the undead. The roars and screams from HL spread directly outside, allowing Su Miao, who was standing on the hill, to hear them. Scared. Suddenly, Su Miao noticed that a wolf escaped from the Vulcan base. This wolf was 2 meters tall and more than 3 meters long, with huge fangs. It looked very ferocious, but it was covered in blood and very miserable. Just when Su Miao thought this was some mutant animal hidden in the Vulcan base, she heard the wolf speak. Lu Long! Lu Long! Where is your mother? Fu Juanxiang, who turned into a wolf, shouted loudly. But in front of him, in addition to a large amount of blood, was a group of undead standing not far away, staring directly at him. These undead souls were all transformed from cannibals. Fu Juanxiang didn't know the situation and thought Lu Long had solved all the problems outside. Help me block the bodies behind me! Fu Juanxiang's body shook and turned into a human form. Only then did he notice something was wrong with the cannibals around him. These cannibals had all turned into corpses. Ah! Fu Juanxiang couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this time, the female undead had already come out of the Vulcan base. But for some unknown reason, The female undead just stood outside the entrance of the Vulcan base and did not continue to attack. Suddenly, Fu Juanxiang saw Su Miao on the hill. The Mina, the golden-winged eagle, and 8 gray eagles beside Su Miao. Your Highness, this is the leader of the cannibals. He has a hole in his heart and is still alive, Ba Ge said with some surprise. Su Miao was very scared to be stared at by such a cannibal covered in blood. She raised her hand and released her magic. The bleeding doesn't stop. In an instant, Fu Juanxiang was horrified to find blood flowing out of the wound on his body like a torrent of water. What kind of monsters are you? Fu Juanxiang shouted in extreme horror. He also wanted to report the information about Vulcan base to King Onishi and get a reward. Who would have thought that the Vulcan base would be much scarier than he imagined? Corpses move. Corpses shoot. Corpses kill. Fu Juanxiang wanted to escape. It's just that the female undead is faster. She came to Fu Juanxiang in the blink of an eye. There was no stage of trampling on Fu Juanxiang's chest. The undead woman simply inserted her hand into Fu Juanxiang's chest and pulled out his heart alive in front of Fu Juanxiang. Eat. Fu Juanxiang, one of the leaders of the cannibals, an arrogant man who could transform into a powerful werewolf, fell on his back and died. The golden-winged eagle chirped a few times. Mina said, Your Highness, they asked if this corpse can be eaten? Su Miao tilted her head. This corpse was killed by the undead. If you are not afraid of becoming an undead corpse, it should be fine, and you can eat it. The golden-winged eagle and the 8 gray eagles instantly became depressed. It was very sad to see the corpse of such a powerful person in front of them, but not be able to eat it. Su Miao held the Type 95 sniper rifle in her arms, and looked at the undead woman who had eaten Fu Juanxiang's heart. She felt that the undead woman looked familiar. The same one that was in the Vulcan base last time. The undead with consciousness are a bit scary. She hesitated. Although Su Miao used the method of reviving the undead, she felt that she could control the undead. But she was still afraid. Just when she was hesitating to do something, Su Miao saw the undead woman kneeling down on one knee towards her, as if to show her allegiance? I don't understand. It should be no problem. After confirming that there were no more cannibals nearby, Su Miao walked down the mountain and came to the female undead. Of course, she and the female undead routinely set up a magic space circle as a precaution. Thank you, Your Highness, the female undead said in an extremely weird tone. Maybe it's because she just learned to speak. But her speaking speed is very slow, very stiff, very ethereal, and very weird. Su Miao was so frightened that she took a step back and almost fell into the snow. The female undead was also frightened. She didn't understand why she had surprised His Highness, and was afraid that His Highness would destroy her if he became unhappy. Su Miao blinked her eyes and looked at the undead woman in disbelief. The undead can speak. This is too scary. Mina closed his mouth in a rare move, because many times when His Highness Su Miao showed fearful expressions and movements, it would become very dangerous. You? Can you speak? Su Miao pointed at the female undead and asked with a trembling voice. Yes, Your Highness. The female undead continued to speak in that weird tone. Su Miao asked, How can you speak? The undead woman showed a puzzled look, and she answered at a moderate speed. Your Highness, I don't know. Su Miao blinked a few times and looked at the female undead, still full of vigilance. Why did you thank me just now? The female undead said. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving me and allowing us to revive again. Okay, I finally succeeded in setting the time for 6 p.m. today. Asterisk. 130. Chapter 130. Why did the cannibals suddenly go crazy? Chapter 130. Why did the cannibals suddenly go crazy? Su Miao looked at the undead woman in front of her, confused. No matter how you think about it, talking undead are scary. If the undead were not under her control, Su Miao would directly throw a blue fireball over to let the female undead rest in peace. Kill all the cannibals who enter the Vulcan base. Facing the female undead, Su Miao didn't know what to say, so she simply gave an order. Yes, Your Highness. The undead woman saluted respectfully. Your Highness, can we take this body away? Su Miao glanced at the corpse of the cannibal leader Fu Juanxiang, which was bleeding out on the ground. Well, you can take away all the corpses here, the female undead said. Thank you, Your Highness. She returned to the Vulcan base with the body. Almost 20 minutes later, the female undead walked out of the Vulcan base. Your Highness, all the cannibals who entered the Vulcan base have been killed. Su Miao held the Type 95 assault rifle and said, Okay, you can go back. The female undead hesitated. She seemed to have something else she wanted to say, but seemed afraid to say it. If His Highness Su Miao is willing to enter the Vulcan base, it may be a good explanation. They use those corpses to build a blood pool inside. After experiments, the undead can become more energetic and excited as long as they are stained with blood. With this blood pool, even if His Highness Su Miao dispels the magic, the undead that did not fall asleep immediately can move freely. It's just that expressing this kind of thing in words is more complicated and difficult for the current female undead. Su Miao just looked at the female undead. Since the other party didn't say anything, she definitely wouldn't ask anything. It was scary enough that the undead were conscious. But now they can talk. The more I think about it, the more frightening it becomes. The female undead has returned. Su Miao lifted the magic of reviving the dead. She was a little scared when she looked at the Vulcan base. From now on, if she can use the resurrection magic of the undead, she won't need it. At this time, the golden-winged rock called softly a few times. Beige said. The golden eagle said that its injury seems to have recurred. Please help with treatment, Your Highness. This thing is simple. Su Miao takes out a cup from the magic space, throws a small water ball, and then heats it with a small fireball. Drink it. The golden-winged eagle drank all the water in one go. After drinking, the golden-winged eagle was full of energy and chirped a few more times to express its gratitude. You guys go back. Bago. Go check out Sea Base and come back immediately if anything happens, Su Miao said while holding the Type 95 assault rifle. Okay, Your Highness. The Mina flew away. The golden-winged eagle flew away with 8 gray eagles. After everyone left, Su Miao immediately drove the snowmobile back to the mutated forest zone. She squatted down holding the Type 95 assault rifle and shivered for a while before getting up and continuing to use the small blue fireball to drip growth potion on each mutant tree. These mutant trees haven't grown yet. You have to grow up quickly. Sea Base. Every once in a while, some cannibals with weak hands and feet would start charging forward. In response to such an attack, the defense team at Sea Base fired mercilessly and killed all the cannibals. Of course, some cannibals do not charge blindly. They will get stuck in the snow, throw stones, and find ways to break into the positions of the Sea Base. This isn't right, the commander at Sea Base said. The combat capabilities of these cannibals are not at the same level as the cannibals that appeared yesterday. Someone on the side said. We have investigators who saw the cannibals taking away all the corpses that died yesterday. I guess the cannibals are borrowing our guns to slaughter the food they need. Hearing such a statement, everyone around them turned pale. These cannibals are so crazy. They have no humanity left. Aren't they afraid of death? Director, what should we do? Pei Fu observed the battlefield for a while and said solemnly. Assign some people to be on guard. Because Yu Yuan Gui was seriously injured and recuperating, he has now become the supreme commander against the cannibals. This was all caused by Lin Henian and Su Ting's calculations. Why was he the one who took the blame? Suddenly, a series of explosions brought Pei Fu back to his senses. Several cannibal squads were bombed. No problem. There is enough ammunition here at Sea Base. So there is no problem. The only thing to worry about is that the leader of the cannibals, King Dashi, will suddenly appear. According to the information provided by Yu Yuan Gui and Lin Henian, King Dashi is extremely terrifying, and no one of them is an opponent. It's a pity that Yu Yuan Gui had a bloody battle with King Dashi, and he still didn't know what King Dashi's awakened ability was. Lin Henian, who had met King Dashi, was even less clear. When a battle breaks out between powerful ability users, they will often find ways to understand the abilities possessed by the other party. This allows targeted preparations to be made before a fight breaks out. Now, how can we play without information? Pei Fu hoped that King Dashi would accidentally get into trouble and be killed by him with a mortar. Of course, it doesn't matter if Onishi King really rushes over, because Su Ting and Lin Henian are also there. When will the Great Western King appear? Su Ting stood in the dark and stamped her feet. It was too cold outside, and she didn't like field missions like this. Lin Henian was wrapped in an ancient military coat and said, I don't know, but King Dashi must be well prepared if he dares to take the initiative to attack the base. Su Ting said, I don't understand why King Dashi has been letting the cannibals die so far. Isn't he worried about the cannibals' mutiny? Lin Henian said, For the cannibals. These cannibals who come to die are their rations for the next few days. If they go to the battlefield, they have a chance to survive. If they don't go to the battlefield, they will be eaten on the spot. If someone rebels, they will be suppressed on the spot and turned into stew. If someone dares to escape, the escaped person will be reported immediately. Once caught, he will immediately become the reporter's dinner. Therefore, the internal control of the cannibals is very terrifying. As long as King Dashi does not die, this cannibal team will not be disbanded. Su Ting chuckled. What a disgusting cannibal. She looked into the distance, wanting to know what the cannibal's next move would be. It would be too boring if the next few hours were still about arranging for the old, weak, sick and disabled among the cannibals to be sent to death to consume their bullets. Su Ting was very lucky, and her guess came true. In the following hours, the old, weak, sick and disabled among the cannibals still came to die, without any change. This battlefield is boring. Cannibal camp. In an igloo, King Dashi was eating meat and drinking wine. Anyone who is familiar with King Dashi knows that King Dashi will eat a lot of meat every time he starts a battle, especially the meat of people with abilities. Yesterday, many ability users died in the battle with Yu Yuan Gui from Sihai Base, which was just enough for the next few days. King Dashi, are we going to attack? Shemo asked. He was a little impatient, hoping to wash away the shame through a battle as soon as possible. King Dashi glanced at him. Now go up and take the shots. Or the mortars and rockets? Shemo was asked. Just at this time, He Chao walked into the igloo, raised his glasses, and said, King Dashi, we received intelligence from Lu Long and Fu Juanxiang 2 hours ago. They discovered the ruins of the Vulcan base. For capable people. King Dashi's eyes flashed fiercely. Is it from the force that destroyed the Vulcan base? He Chao said. It wasn't mentioned in the intelligence. But Lu Long mentioned that these 4 powerful ability users would appear near the Vulcan base to perform a task of logging. 4 powerful ability users went out on a mission to cut down trees. Are you kidding me? Not even the military would do this. King Dashi had seen the military's style. If the military's ability users want to go out to cut wood, they will inevitably bring many people with them to cut the wood and transport it away together. There are just 4 powerful ability users here. Obviously not from the military. Outrageous. How strong is the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base? Countless thoughts flashed through King Dashi's mind, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Is there anything else you haven't said? King Dashi, the latest information is that Fu Juanxiang attacked the mina with an assault rifle. When He Chao mentioned this matter, he felt very complicated, because King Dashi specifically told him when he issued the order, no matter how provocative that damn mina is, don't provoke it. Shamo's expression on the side changed again and again. No one present knew better than him how mean this starling was. Cheekiness aside, this mina really knows how to call other mutant birds for help. For example, the golden-winged eagle. Shamo still has a psychological shadow. At that time, King Dashi did not intervene to save him, so his life was decided there. King Dashi picked up the bowl in his hand and almost covered it on the table. When he thought that the bowl was not rice but meat, he held back. As a cannibal, it is very shameful to waste meat. Send someone to take a look. King Dashi suppressed the anger in his heart and said. He Chao said. Yes, King Dashi. First provoking the forces suspected of destroying the Vulcan base, and then provoking that mean-mouthed mina. This was more courageous than him. Shamo said. King Dashi, please don't worry. Fu Juanxiang's strength has increased dramatically after he transformed into a werewolf. Even if this mina calls other mutant birds, they can still deal with it. I don't think there will be another golden eagle like this. When it comes to the rest, Shamo can't go on. If the starling can call a golden-winged eagle-level mutant bird, he can call a second one. King Dashi, a mina appeared near the battlefield. Ning Hongmei, the only female leader among the cannibals, walked into the igloo to report. Currently, she is responsible for the entire cannibal camp and battlefield defense, so she must pay special attention to the mina who has spied on the camp. King Dashi stopped eating. He took the telescope from Ning Hongmei's hand, walked out of the igloo, and came to a suitable position to look into the distance. Sure enough, there was a mina standing on a big tree 1,000 meters away from the battlefield. King Dashi threw the telescope to Shamo. Shamo glanced at it and said excitedly, King Dashi, that's the mina. I know it even when it turns into ashes. King Dashi said, call He Chao. According to the information provided by He Chao just now, Lu Long and Fu Juanxiang provoked the mina. It is absolutely impossible for this mina to give up, and will definitely call a group of birds to take revenge. But now mina is here. Does this mean that the mina has completed its revenge? King Dashi's expression became extremely gloomy. He Chao rushed over. King Dashi, There are 4 possibilities for Mina to appear here. One is that something has happened to Lu Long and Fu Juanxiang. One is that Mina did not call a mutant bird that can help this time. So he will put aside his revenge for the time being. Firstly, this 8th brother took action himself. Secondly, the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base took action. The most likely possibility is that this Mina did it himself. King Onishi. No matter what the situation is, I suggest that the exploration in the direction of the Vulcan base be temporarily suspended. King Dashi snorted coldly. This Mina will fly here. Do you think it is possible to give up? He Chao quickly thought about many possibilities and said, Sorry, King Dashi. I can't predict it at the moment. King Dashi said, Then launch the plan in advance and capture the Seahai base. He Chao was stunned. King Dashi. According to the previously made plan, we can capture the Seahai base with very small losses. But if we launch the plan in advance, the losses will become immeasurable. King Dashi said, Execute. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from King Dashi, He Chao's heart trembled, and he immediately said, Yes, King Dashi. The 2 leaders, Sha Mo and Ning Hongmei, followed quickly. King Dashi glanced at the skeleton floating up and down in the pot, fished the skeleton out, ate the brain inside, and threw it aside. As the strength reaches its bottleneck, the taste of these meats becomes worse and worse. I hope the Seahai base has good meat. 6 minutes later, several snow caves suddenly appeared near the defensive positions of Seahai base. A large number of cannibals emerged from the snow caves and fired at the guards of Seahai base with guns. At the same time, powerful cannibals with abilities went straight towards the ability users of Seahai base. 9th Brigade. Enter! Pei Fu, who was sitting at the frontline command post, immediately issued the order. Just after this order was issued, he heard a bang, and someone actually blew up his igloo command post. Pei Fu. Right. Shamo held his fist. You can die here. Yeah. A large number of thorny vines sprouted around Pei Fu. I think it's you who will die. The thorny vines entangled Shamo. Shamo's body instantly became as hard as steel, and he broke free from the thorny vines. Too weak. With a bang, the snow burst into pieces, and Shamo rushed in front of Pei Fu. Pei Fu's eyes were cold, and he didn't panic at all. In front of him, a flower of thorns bloomed, suddenly grew in size, and swallowed Shamo. This devouring only lasted for a second before Shamo tore apart the flower of thorns and rushed out. Pei Fu took his time and moved his steps to avoid the opponent's attack. A fierce battle broke out. Lin Hinian and Su Ting, who were hiding in the dark this time, did not wait. They appeared immediately, ready to give Shamo a thunderous blow. Old man, promise me not to be an old man. He Chao made a stroke in the void, and Lin Hinian seemed to be pulled by an inexplicable force and was detained in front of He Chao. Lin Hinian said, Young man, I think you are seeking your own death. The next moment, Lin Hinian appeared next to He Chao, cutting quickly with a sharp dagger. As for where Lin Hinian was standing just now, there was an afterimage, and it looked like he had never left at all. Being able to save people and escape from King Dashi, Lao Yinbi is really scary. He Chao stood there and allowed Lin Hinian to pierce his neck with the dagger, but not a drop of blood flowed out, and there was no sign of any force. Lin Hinian was surprised. Is this also an afterimage? No, this is not an afterimage. It's a deception. He Chao's attack had already arrived, and Lin Hinian stepped away immediately. When he stopped, the collar of the military coat wrapped around him had been cut open. Lin Hinian tore off the broken collar and said, You are so mean to the elderly. You have no respect for the elderly and care for the young at all. He Chao said, I accept it, old man. While talking, the 2 afterimages shattered, and the 2 people unexpectedly left the place at the same time and continued to do evil. On the other side, Su Ting was stopped by Ning Hongmei, the leader of the cannibals. Ning Hongmei said, Sister, you are so beautiful. Can you let me eat you? Su Ting raised her red dress and a spray gun appeared in her hand. Trash. Go to HL. Ning Hongmei's figure twisted for a while, and she chuckled a few times. Sister, it's my sister's fault that you are so angry. Life is so difficult in such a doomsday, so I asked my sister to eat you to protect you. Su Ting refused to talk nonsense with the other party, and fired one gun after another. After shooting out the bullets in one gun, she took out a new one from her red skirt. Ning Hongmei was very surprised. Sister, are you a magician? Are there so many trolls hidden in your skirt? Or are your trolls not hidden in your skirt, but in your forest? Sister, you are so strong. Now I will give in to you. Go to H.L. Su Ting was aroused to anger in her heart. She took out 5 spray guns at once and fired them simultaneously. A fierce battle broke out, and the Seahai base temporarily lost its commander-in-chief. Under the impact of cannibals everywhere, it fell into a chaotic situation of fighting on its own. Withstand! Don't retreat! If you retreat, these cannibals will rush into the base and eat your parents, sisters, brothers, friends, and children. Fight them! These cannibals have never had enough to eat. You can kill them! Support! There are too many of them! Don't eat me. Help! The guards at Seahai base were struggling to resist, trying to block the cannibals' attack. Previously, they had the advantage of distance. As long as they had enough ammunition, they could continue to kill the cannibals rushing up. However, when the distance advantage is lost and completely transformed into close combat, the advantage of Seahai base guard is gone. In the distance, King Dashi walked out and looked at the battlefield calmly. The cannibals provoked the unknown forces that destroyed the Vulcan base. In order to avoid the bad situation of a two-sided war, he must solve the Seahai base as soon as possible. At Seahai base, Lan Xiaokong, the top manager, had to step out and set his sights on King Dashi. Originally, he wanted to find out what King Onishi's ability was before taking action. But the sudden deterioration of the war made his plan go bankrupt. Standing on a tree 1,000 meters away from the center of the battlefield, Mina was a little confused and didn't understand the sudden tragic battlefield. Why did the cannibals suddenly go crazy? 131. Chapter 131. A group of old men. Chapter 131. A group of old men. Outside the battlefield, Starling rolled his eyes and was about to get closer to observe. At this time, a familiar voice came from the distance. It was the golden-winged eagle that came with its 8 sand eagle brothers. Mina asked in bird language, "Why are you here?" The golden-winged eagle called several times. Beige said, "Well, it's okay if you want to enter, but you must obey my orders, lest you affect His Highness's plan, and you should know what the consequences will be." Does His Highness Su Miao have a plan? There is definitely no plan. But who dares to ask His Highness Su Miao if he has any plan? Wow, this group of idiots must say something. That is, Her Highness Su Miao does not want anyone to disturb her, because His Highness Su Miao will be afraid. Well, although this may need to be put in double quotes. The golden-winged eagle sang softly for a while. Beige said impatiently, Okay. I understand. Let's watch the show first. The cannibal King Dashi and Lan Xiaokong from the Seahai base haven't started fighting yet. If you run out, aren't you adding to the chaos? Hearing about King Dashi, the golden-winged eagle was very angry and wanted to scratch King Dashi's head with one claw. Ba Gu laughed. Next time, I will definitely beat the shit out of King Dashi. Yay! Good. I'll stop laughing and continue watching the show. I will report the situation here to His Highness later. Your Highness will surely like the news that they are both losing. In front of Seahai base, the battle heated up in a very short period of time. The cannibals broke into the Seahai base's position at all costs and attacked the guards of the Seahai base. It didn't take long for Seahai base's positions to be lost one after another, and some cannibals had even killed themselves under the walls of Seahai base. Regarding the city walls of Seahai base, they were built in accordance with the standards to prevent beast tides. But the army withdrew so quickly that only half of the city wall was built. Later, Lan Xiaokong took charge of the Seahai base. He looked helplessly at the city wall and waited until the extremely cold snowstorm arrived before he arranged for people to pick up snow and build an ice city wall based on the original city wall. The high part of the ice wall is 5 meters, and the low part is only 3 meters, which is almost nothing. Can you take command? Lan Xiaokong glanced at Yuan Gui, who was carried over, and said, It was originally arranged for Pei Fu to take command, but his command post was taken away, and he is currently fighting against the cannibals' ability users. So are Lin Hinian and Su Ting. The only person left in Seahai base who can command the overall situation is you. As for me, I have a little commanding talent, but only a little. Yuan Gui felt chilled in his heart as he looked at the cannibals, who could kill them through the city wall in a short time. Abel, in this case, can he still refuse? As long as he is awake and wants to stay at Seahai base, he must take over this command authority. He also wanted to use the fact that he was seriously injured in the battle with King Dashi to temporarily retreat to the second line, to save his own life. If the situation worsened, He could escape as soon as possible. But right now, his injury would be difficult to recover from in less than a month. When he was marked by King Dashi, he had no confidence in escaping. Therefore, Seahai Base cannot be finished. Young Master Lan. You? I'm staring at King Onishi. Lan Xiaokong said calmly. It's not yet time for him to take action. When he does, it will basically mean a decisive battle. As for King Dashi's thoughts, Lan Xiaokong knew very well that it was simply that the other party wanted to know what his abilities were. And he had the same idea. Therefore, no matter how fiercely the people below were killing, Lan Xiaokong had no intention of intervening. Young Master Lan, please ask someone to carry Melee over, Yu Yuangui said. Good. Lan Xiaokong took out the Supreme Command Seal of Seahai Base. Then, the command of Seahai Base is given to you, Yu Yuangui asked. Master Lan, I have another question. Can I set up more general command posts? Lan Xiaokong was silent for a few seconds and said, Now you are the Supreme Commander of Seahai Base, Yu Yuangui said. Yes. Mr. Lan. Lan Xiaokong left. Millie, who was lying on the hospital bed, was also sent. She looked at Yu Yuangui speechlessly. Captain Yu, you can't catch me alone. Yu Yuangui smiled bitterly. When did Captain Yu trick you? Millie was speechless. Both of them were injured like this, and they still had to be carried out for command. What else could this be if it wasn't a trap? But come on. Let's get to work. Yu Yuangui's first order was to have 15 command posts built at Seahai Base. Every command post looks like a general command post. But in fact it is not a general command post. It is just a cover-up. As a seriously injured person, it is absolutely impossible for Yu Yuangui to appear in any of these 15 command posts. If you really stay inside, you might be blown up by cannibal rockets at some point. At this stage, he has not seen any capable person who can withstand rockets. As Yu Yuangui began to take command, the resistance at Seahai Base began to become orderly. The guards who had previously thought that the Seahai Base was about to be destroyed on the battlefield were originally preparing to flee. But when they saw the reinforcements coming, the cannibals felt like straw again, and they felt confident again. Just looking at it from a macro perspective, the entire battlefield has become more tragic. King Dashi stared at the battlefield with a gloomy expression. The worst situation still occurred. He looked into the distance and saw that the myna was not moving in the tree. What was slightly different was that a golden eagle and 8 gray eagles appeared near the myna. King Dashi just looked away and glanced over again. Only then did he realize that it was the golden eagle that he had severely injured. Unexpectedly, the golden eagle not only survived, but also came back alive. One more trouble. However, King Dashi didn't take it to heart, because in addition to Starling, many mutated animals appeared around the battlefield. They are all attracted by the bloody smell in the battlefield. Under the blizzard and extreme cold, everyone was hungry. The battle unknowingly reached dusk, and the battle between the cannibals and the Seahai Base entered a stalemate. You can play whatever you want. I'm going back first. Mina couldn't stay any longer and wanted to go back to eat. Otherwise His Highness Su Miao will definitely forget his share, which would be such a loss. The golden-winged eagle looked at the starling who just left, and the whole eagle felt bad. Several gray eagles and golden-winged eagles looked at each other for a few times. They hesitated for a while, then caught a few mutant animals and called it a day and returned to their nests. Although the taste of human ability users is very good, the minas are gone, and if they are to directly intervene in the human battlefield, there may be unknown dangers. For example, the Great Western King, the golden-winged eagle, could see it very clearly, and the other party had at least glanced at it several times, especially after the starlings left. No matter how you look at it, it's a look that wants to eat it, and it slips away. In fact, King Dashi did have the idea of eating the golden-winged eagle. He felt very sorry that the golden-winged eagle escaped last time. It's just that Bago, whose strength was not obvious just now, is here, so it's hard for him to take action. Now that Starling is gone, he has a chance. By the way, let's see if we can deceive Lan Xiaokong, the top manager of Seahai Base. As a result, before he could take action, the golden-winged eagle took 8 gray eagles and caught some mutant animals and escaped. What a pity. Got home. Su Miao glanced at the time. 5:30 p.m. In order for those mutated trees to grow quickly, she sent them growth potions one by one. But she was very busy. When I got home, I started by lighting up the fireplace in the living room on the 2nd floor. The water in the pool was almost gone. So Su Miao threw a big water balloon into each of the two pools. After doing this, Su Miao went downstairs to the vegetable field to harvest some vegetables, and gave some to the field mice and little rabbits. At present, the voles, rabbits, and control group that eat vegetables are doing well. Su Miao calculated the time, and could eat it in 2 days. Happy! What are you having for dinner today? Su Miao looked for it from the magic space. And sure enough, it was beef hot pot. After all, in such cold weather, there is nothing more comforting than eating hot pot. As usual, Su Miao went to the vegetable room to harvest some fresh bean sprouts, pick some mushrooms, clean them, then took out the beef rolls and various tools, and started eating hot pot. The slightly different thing is that Su Miao prepared some noodles for herself this time. When the hot pot is almost done, put the noodles in the hot pot. After eating for half an hour, Su Miao felt like she had forgotten something. At this time, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Your Highness, open the door! My dinner! My dinner! Su Miao took out a napkin, wiped her mouth, and put a box of fresh beef rolls on the table. Then she walked downstairs and opened the door. Well, you're just in time for dinner. Mina flew upstairs to the living room, where it certainly looked like it was just about time to start eating. However, its bowl is not there. Your Highness. Indeed, he forgot his dinner again. Mina silently grabbed its bowl and put it on the table. Your Highness. Good. Su Miao scooped a bowl of mushroom soup for Mina. Put a chopstick of beef into Mina's bowl. After just one bite, Mina entered a state of great happiness. Tasty. Your Highness. The cannibals are fighting with the Seahai base. The cannibals launched an attack on the Seahai base regardless of the cost. Today alone, at least more than 2,000 cannibals died, and more than 1,800 people died in the Seahai base. Their fight could get even worse tomorrow. The cannibals and the Seahai base immediately invested their leader-level people in the battle. Almost all of them except the cannibal King Dashi and Lan Xiaokong from the Seahai base participated in the war. After the meal, Ba Gu began to report on the situation at Seahai base. Su Miao nodded, hoping that both of them would suffer losses. Because of the encounters in 2 consecutive bases, Su Miao had a very bad impression of these private bases, and annihilating them all would be the best for her. Of course, if possible, I hope some good people can continue to live, whether it's cannibals or a private base. It's all terrifying. Well, you can continue patrolling tomorrow, Su Miao said. Okay, Your Highness, the Mina responded, grabbed 2 chopsticks, and returned to its lair. Starting today, he will start practicing how to use chopsticks. It is too difficult for a Mina who can only talk but cannot pick up vegetables. Su Miao sat by the fireplace and began to study magic. During the day, her fear of strangers caused her to make dangerous mistakes when using magic. Fortunately, her mistake allowed her to comprehend ice magic. Let's call it an ice spike. Su Miao raised her hand and recalled the feeling of using ice spikes during the day. First, a group of water appeared in front of her. The temperature in the water began to lose and gradually condensed into ice spikes. The ice spike is about 50 centimeters long. The front end is in the shape of a sharp cone, and the rear end is similar to a gun shaft, a little larger. Feeling the flow of magic power and the feeling of extracting the heat from the water, Su Miao recorded these one by one in his notebook. This is the first ice magic she has learned, and it is very important for the subsequent research and study of other ice magics. From the perspective of a spellcaster, such primitive ice spike magic is unqualified, because she first condensed the water ball and then turned the water ball into ice spikes. Real ice magic should directly condense ice spikes, although Su Miao later condensed the ice spikes instantly when she killed Fuju and Xiong. That actually did not break away from this step. It was just that her casting speed was faster. What should I do? Su Miao fell into deep thought. It was late at night before he knew it. Su Miao became more proficient in practicing the ice spikes, and had a vague idea of ice magic. If there's any problem, we'll look into it tomorrow. Su Miao glanced at the time, and went back to her room to sleep. In a villa not far away, Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Guixing, and Yu Feng were sitting in front of the fireplace, silent. They couldn't sleep for the time being because of what happened during the day. Cannibals have really appeared. I thought they would only exist in novels, animations, movies and TV shows, Guixing said with lingering fear. Yu Feng said, yes, they are scarier than zombies. I would rather face zombies. Chu Zikai smiled. Stop talking about zombies. Have you forgotten the group in the ruins of the Vulcan base? 4 people. You look at me. I look at you. If no one mentions this matter, it will really be forgotten. They just talked about a lot of things. Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Guixing, and Yufeng didn't mention their awakening abilities. They were all pretending to be stupid. The 4 people present all wanted to know each other's abilities. Therefore, this meeting to face the crisis was delayed until late at night without any results. Sun Rong couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Everyone, I want to confess something to you. Ever since I ate the vegetables given by Her Highness the Witch and drank the water given by Her Highness the Witch, I have awakened a mysterious ability, which is about speed. If you have awakened any abilities, please tell us about them. This can improve our ability to survive in the Doomsday." In fact, he awakened certain special abilities before the blizzard and extreme cold came. It's about the ability to provide early warning of fatal crisis. This involved life-saving issues. Even if several brothers had already suspected it, he thought it would be better to hide it. Chu Zakai was a little surprised. He didn't expect that after such a long discussion, Sun Rong would be the first to expose his abilities. He said, "This is how I awaken my ability. The ability I am currently awakening is thermal energy," Guixing said in surprise. "Thermal energy?" Chu Zakai nodded. "Well, to be precise, it's the ability to withstand the cold." Guixing raised his hand. "I have also awakened a special ability. My power has become very strong. I don't know how strong it is," Yufeng said. "My ability is somewhat similar to Chu Zakai's. It can lower the body's temperature until it can adapt to the cold." Several people looked at each other, feeling that they had something to hide. A bunch of old guys. 132, Chapter 132, Research on Ice Magic has made progress. Chapter 132, Research on Ice Magic has made progress. "Everyone, we have enough firewood to last for a while. But only for a while. The blizzard outside is coming and going, and there is no sign of melting. It won't be long before the woods will be covered with heavy snow. By then, it will be more difficult for us to collect firewood." After a few seconds of silence, Sun Rong said, "Therefore, we need to continue logging now, even if there are cannibals outside." Guixing, Chu Zakai, and Yufeng looked at Sun Rong. This guy looked more and more like a captain. I recall that when they first elected Sun Rong as captain, they took a fancy to this guy's talent in fearing death, especially when it comes to communicating with Her Highness the Witch. If it were anyone else, she might be shot dead by Her Highness the Witch without any warning. But so far, Sun Rong is living well and has awakened special abilities. This further convinced them that they must not do anything Sun Rong doesn't want to do. What Sun Rong thinks he can do means that he can really do it. Judging from the current situation, Sun Rong has not only awakened his special abilities, but his self-confidence has also been greatly enhanced. And his speech is becoming more and more like a captain. Whether it has drifted or not, they are not sure. If Sun Rong drifts away, it will be dangerous, Guixing said. "That's true. We are short of firewood. As for the cannibals outside, I think they should be killed when they see them. There must be no thought of being soft-hearted or holding back. They are more terrifying than beasts that like to eat people, because they can use tools and have human intelligence, which is even more terrifying. Besides, we don't need to feel any psychological burden when killing cannibals. When the world was still normal, these cannibals were the type to be punished by death and executed immediately." Chu Zakai glanced at Guixing. "When we first encountered cannibals, who didn't dare to shoot, or was even almost scared to death," he coughed lightly and said, "I have no objection." Yufeng said, "Me too. That's it," Sun Rong said. "By the way, we will go to Her Highness the Witch tomorrow and tell her the news about the cannibals." Chu Zakai said, "Captain, have you forgotten why His Highness planted trees there?" Sun Rong straightened up and thought for 3 seconds. "You mean His Highness has known about the cannibals for a long time?" Chu Zakai said, "Well, why else do you think His Highness planted so many dangerous mutant trees?" When it comes to mutant trees, a few people feel guilty. Could it be that the vegetables they eat every day are mutated? If they don't tell His Highness every time they pick them, will the vegetables eat them in turn? Sun Rong said, "Well, let's all have a good sleep first, and we will observe it tomorrow." Everyone went to bed. Around 9 a.m. the next day, Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Yufeng, and Gua made preparations and drove their snowmobiles toward the Vulcan base. After a while, they arrived at the mutated forest zone planted by Su Miao. When they passed by here yesterday, these mutated trees were only half a person's height. However, After only one night, these mutated trees were already 2 to 3 meters tall, and their trunks were as thick as 2 or 3 fists. Although I'm used to this kind of thing, it's still a bit scary to see it again. Yufeng looked at the forest and said, thinking back to yesterday's ridiculous experiment. The 4 of them were all frightened. Are we going there? Guixing felt a little guilty. Several people looked at Sunrong. Sunrong said, we parked the snowmobile here and walked over. There will be certain dangers when passing through the mutated forest zone, but they are all prepared and careful, and there should be no problem. In addition, Her Majesty the Witch planted some mutant trees on the hill where they lived. As long as you carry minced vegetables with you, you won't be attacked. When passing through the forest belt, Sunrong's throat immediately rose, because a few branches fell down and tapped him lightly on the shoulder. He almost thought that the mutant tree was going to pierce his neck with its branches and kill him directly. You must know that these mutated trees are poisonous. Several people walked through the mutated forest belt with lingering fear, and were silent for a long time. Chuzakai said, this should be greeting us. Sunrong, Guixing, and Yufeng looked at Chuzakai and admired Chuzakai's imagination. But they still nodded and agreed. Let's go and take a look first. The 4 of them stepped on the snow and quickly explored. After walking a long way, they came to the area where the cannibals were discovered. They stood on a hillside and looked into the distance. But as far as their vision could see, there was nothing except a vast expanse of white. With so many cannibals, it's impossible for them all to disappear suddenly. Sunrong murmured to himself. Chuzakai said, could it be that these cannibals have already seen Her Highness the Witch? So they disappeared. Yufeng's body was becoming cold. It's possible. Thinking of the Vulcan base that suddenly disappeared. It was not impossible that the cannibals, who were worse than the Vulcan base, suddenly disappeared. In addition, the mutated forest zone has grown, making it impossible for the cannibals to pass through safely. As for letting the cannibals go over the mountains and bypass the mutant forest belt, this is also possible. However, they saw no trace of cannibals along the way. Looking at it this way, there is no other possibility except for Her Majesty the Witch to make the cannibals disappear. Let's go back, Yufeng said. Wait a moment. Guixing took out his shovel and dug into the ground. Chuzakai asked in confusion. What are you doing? Guixing said. Have you forgotten? We picked up a lot of guns and ammunition here yesterday. I want to see if there are any more. Right. Sunrong followed and started digging. After a while, except for a small number of frozen corpse fragments, which indicated that there had been many cannibal corpses here, no complete corpse was seen. The more the 4 people dug, the more they felt something was wrong. They even felt a bone-chilling coldness. The bodies are all gone. Me too. I dug several times in a row, but I didn't see any bodies. Did the mutated tree eat it? Sunrong, Guixing, Yufeng, and Chuzakai shook their heads. This was obviously impossible. Suddenly, a gust of wind and snow blew by. Sunrong instantly turned around and looked into the distance, but saw nothing. What's wrong? Chuzakai asked. Sunrong shook his head. I just felt like something was watching us over there. But when I turned around, I saw nothing. Guixing said. Captain, now is not the time to tell ghost stories. Yufeng said. This is near the Vulcan base. There are moving corpses in the Vulcan base. He didn't say this, but several people in the team knew it. Sunrong said. Let's go back. If nothing happens in the future, don't come here again. Without any unnecessary words, Sunrong, Guixing, and Yufeng looked at Chuzakai and immediately fled towards the mutated forest belt. Not long after they left, the Queen of the Undead appeared nearby again with a few silent undead. She looked at the disappearing footprints on the ground and murmured in a low voice. We need more blood. The silent undead behind him wanted to follow, but was stopped by the Queen of the Undead. The Queen of the Undead said in a hoarse voice. No need to chase. Don't cross the woods left by His Highness. We continue to wait. Another gust of wind and snow blew by, and the Queen of the Undead and the silent undead disappeared in the wind and snow. Here at Seahai Base, at dawn, the cannibals launched another frenzied attack on the Seahai Base. Ning Hongmei faced off against Su Ting. Sha Imo faced off against Pei Fu, and Yi Chao faced off against Lin Hinian. The two sides fought fiercely. They originally wanted to take advantage of the lack of snow to capture the Seahai Base, but today's battle was even more brutal than yesterday. Yu Yuan Gui was lying on the hospital bed directing the overall situation, and almost vomited blood several times. The more he commanded, the more he wanted to cry. because when he was commanding yesterday, he could use many well-trained Sea base defense teams. However, from yesterday to today, the elite members of the Sea base defense team were killed and injured, and most of them were lost. Now, what is arranged are some reserve teams and improvised teams. Both combat power and execution ability are extremely poor. To give a simple example, even ordinary stroke masters are 10 or 100 times better than them. There were even some newly recruited base ability users whose attacks did not hurt the cannibals, but instead injured most of their own team. Fortunately, the cannibals attacked regardless of consumption. The elites within the cannibals suffered extremely serious battle losses, and the strength of the cannibals, who were subsequently arranged, was uneven. Some cannibals have all kinds of abilities, but they don't even have basic application methods. For example, there is a cannibal who awakens the ability of ice and snow. The appearance was very impressive. The war started, and the cannibals around him froze to death in large swaths. The combat power of both sides has reached a special balance in a sense. In order to fill the vacancy in combat power, to prevent the Sea base from being breached by cannibals, and to protect their families living in the Sea base, many injured members of the defense team went to the battlefield again after simple first aid. Yu Yuan-gui felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart, because this situation is absolutely impossible to occur in the Vulcan base. Even if his heart was as hard as iron, he couldn't help but be moved when he saw this. And even his plan to give up on these people and run away with Millie began to waver. After yesterday's battle, Yu Yuan-gui had made a plan to escape from the battlefield at Sea base. According to Yu Yuan-gui, Sea base has a population of nearly 50,000. Among them, there are 6,000 regular defense teams and 1,000 elites. This is already the ultimate ratio. From today to today, out of 6,000 people, only about 3,000 people have died. It can be seen how fierce the battle was. In order to fill the vacancies on the battlefield, he would recruit temporary defense personnel from ordinary people. He wants them regardless of whether they are men or women, as long as they can go to the battlefield. In this case, Yu Yuan-gui only recruited more than 3,000 people. There were more than 1,400 young men, 1,000 elderly people, and 500 women. This was beyond Yu Yuan-gui's expectation, because the number of more than 3,000 people was much less than what he had expected. You must know that there are nearly 50,000 people in the entire Sea base. Is this the only one of these people who is willing to protect the Sea base? Don't they know that the Sea base has been breached and the cannibals will eat them all? Don't they know that if the Sea base is breached, everything they usually want to protect will be lost? Yu Yuan-gui's heart felt cold. Young Master Lan, can we force him to do so? The supreme command is now in your hands. Lan Xiaokong glanced at the Sea base behind him and said, Yu Yuan-gui said, there are still many ability users hidden in Sea base. They should come out to fight for Sea base. But now, he looked at the group of ordinary old people newly recruited into the team, and his heart became more and more complicated. Lan Xiaokong didn't speak. Yu Yuan-gui said, okay, Master Lan, I'm going to forcefully recruit people at Sea base. If anyone resists, if the law enforcement officers can't handle it, please ask Master Lan to suppress it. Lan Xiaokong asked, so, can you stand up? Yu Yuan-gui's expression instantly became a bit exciting. Was it discovered that he was hiding his injuries? Lan Xiaokong said, I must remind you that King Dashi has always been watching me. If I don't stand here, some people will die, and the front will collapse when they die. Yu Yuan-gui lifted the quilt, stepped down from the hospital bed, and said, don't worry. I won't let Mr. Lan waste too much time. Lan Xiaokong said, okay, then just go ahead and do it. Yu Yuan-gui looked at the sky where it started to snow and said, I'm waiting for the snow to fall heavier. Lan Xiaokong continued to look at the battlefield and stopped talking. It is true that Yu Yuan-gui was seriously injured in the battle with King Dashi, because he was worried that Yu Yuan-gui would die. Lan Xiaokong even checked Yu Yuan-gui himself. However, after the inspection, he found that the truth may not be what people see with their own eyes, let alone what they see right now. Yu Yuan-gui is an extremely rare person who has awakened dual abilities, one of which is self-recovery. If he hadn't been extremely powerful, he might have been deceived by Yu Yuan-gui. Yu Yuan-gui put on his new military coat again and began to issue forced conquest orders for everyone in the Sea base, except for researchers in similar departments, regardless of their position or status. They must accept the call. Those who are unwilling can leave the Sea base. As the forced conquest of Sea base began, chaos also occurred in Sea base. What are you doing? Why should we join the battle? We don't have any shortage of the food we should pay. It's like staying in a hotel. We paid, and someone breaks in. You don't protect us with all your strength, but you still ask us to join the resistance. What's the point? Seahai Base is being attacked by cannibals. Do you know what will happen to you after the cannibals attack Seahai Base? Who cares? Several able-bodied people stood up to protest. They have a certain level of strength and want to take advantage of others. They would never want to go directly to the battlefield to fight the cannibals, unless the situation reached a point where nothing could be done. Do you want to wait until both the cannibals and the Seahai Base are harmed before taking advantage? You are still a little green. They didn't act arrogant for long before Yu Yuan Gui arrived and killed these ability users on the spot with thunderous means. Seeing such a tragic situation, no ability user in Seahai Base dared to violate the forced conquest. Meili, you organize it. Yu Yuan Gui handed over the reorganization task to Meili. Meili was about to cry, but had no tears. She had taken serious injury medicine just to stay in bed. It was even more difficult to help the commander reluctantly. Who knew that Captain Yu would trick her to this extent? Wait a minute. Captain Yu wouldn't have known that she had a serious injury potion. Right? Remembering how she got the serious injury potion in the past. Meili was speechless. Everything like this is planned to death by Captain Yu. With no other choice, Meili endured the pain, took out the recovery potion, and drank it to relieve the effects of the serious injury potion. In less than 3 hours, Meili grouped the people who had been forcibly recruited from the Seahai Base into 16 regiments, each with about 2,000 people. With these 16 regiments joining the battle, the seemingly shaky defense line of Seahai Base became stable again. There's even a daily rotation to ensure everyone gets a break. Captain Yu, won't your conscience hurt if you cheat me like this? After completing Meili, she came to Yu Yuan Gui. Yu Yuan Gui coughed a few times and pretended to be still uncomfortable leaving the bed. Meili, Captain Yu can't help it. I've been cheated too. Hee hee. Lan Xiaokong stood on the ice city wall, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He heard this conversation very clearly. Yu Yuan Gui was a smart man. If he didn't say anything after being tricked by him, he would be worried. Being able to complain was a sign of determination. Although Yu Yuan Gui had other plans, he didn't care. In fact, he is very clear about the situation in Seahai Base. According to conventional methods, it would be a matter of time before the Seahai Base was breached by the cannibals. No matter how strong he is, it's useless, let alone the insane king of the West. King Dashi looked gloomy. He was cruel and directly threw 20,000 cannibals into killing them. In one morning, the solid defense line of Seahai Base was almost broken. Who knew that the shaky Seahai Base defense would suddenly become stable again? Of the 80,000 cannibals, 5,000 were killed or injured in just one day. Even if the cannibals were able to eat, they would not be able to eat them in a short time even if so many people died. Especially when the Mina in the distance appeared again with 9 sand sculptures. King Dashi felt very irritated. Seeing the blizzard falling again, King Dashi decided to let the cannibals suspend their attack. If they continue to attack, the cannibals that have finally gathered together will be completely destroyed. However, before that, something must be done. King Dashi walked towards the Seahai Base. When the cannibals along the way saw King Dashi going into battle, their morale was boosted and their attack power exploded. In an instant, the reorganized defense line of the Seahai Base once again felt shaky. Yu Yuan Gui had no choice but to let the teams that had just been replaced to take a rest quickly make up for their loss. The fighting became more violent. Is this Dashi King going to make a desperate move? Yu Yuan Gui felt numb all over when he saw King Dashi walking into the battlefield. Anyone who came close to King Dashi on the battlefield, whether they were cannibals or people from the Seahai Base, would instantly have the blood in their bodies rise and burst to death. Lan Xiaokong. King Dashi stepped forward and rushed straight towards Lan Xiaokong. Lan Xiaokong walked down from the ice wall and met King Dashi. In an instant, it was as if a missile had been thrown into the center of the battlefield, and the horrific aftermath of the explosion spread in all directions. The nearby cannibals and Seahai Base guards either died from bloody explosions, or their bodies were shattered into pieces, which was extremely tragic. The two of them fought so fast that no one could even blink. 10 seconds later, the battlefield was silent. There was no figure of King Dashi in the center of the battlefield, and no figure of Lan Xiaokong. In the field, the cannibals Sha Mo, He Chao, and Ning Hongmei looked shocked. Lin Hinian, Su Ting, Pei Fu, and Yu Yuan Gui at Seahai Base couldn't recover for a long time. No one thought that Lan Xiaokong and King Dashi could be so powerful. So powerful that they were far beyond their reach. Can this still be considered a human being? Retreat. Withdraw troops. The armistice orders from King Dashi and Lan Xiaokong came almost at the same time. The battle that lasted for a day temporarily stopped at this moment. Withdraw? Here! Starling ordered almost immediately to take the golden-winged eagle and 8 gray eagles and quickly leave the battlefield. A few sand sculptors originally wanted to pick up some corpses and take them back to eat. But it seems that they can't do it today. Your Highness, this is basically what happened. Back at the villa, Bago told everything about the battle between Sihai Base and the cannibals. Su Miao was a little disappointed. Judging from the results provided by Bago, too few cannibals died. Only more than 10,000 people. How could this be possible? There is also the Sihai Base, which is too useless. It has so many resources, so many guns and ammunition, and such a high ice wall. How on earth did it suffer such high battle damage? What if the cannibals fail to capture the Sihai Base and turn around to cause trouble for her? I don't know how many cannibals the newly grown mutant forest belt can stop. Scared. I hope they will continue to fight. Especially the cannibals. And it would be best if they all die. Su Miao thought for a while. Took out her notebook. Reviewed the ice spike magic recorded yesterday. And smoothed out her subsequent research ideas. It is now a blizzard and extremely cold weather. Using ice magic will have a certain increase in power. She decided to do further research. Blizzards, freezing rain, ice spears, ice arrows, freezing spells, etc. She wanted to embody them all in reality according to the ice magic that appeared in the game she had played before. Su Miao stretched out her hand, and a water magic circle was outlined. A water ball condenses in front of the magic circle. It should be possible to change it this way. Su Miao tried it. As the magic circuit changed, several magic runes in the water magic array changed, and the water polo in front of the magic array instantly turned into an ice puck. Success? Su Miao continuously checked the magic circle in front of her many times, and had some special insights in her heart. She seems to understand. The fireball and water ball techniques that were first learned are the most basic magic. No matter what magic she wants to learn in the future, she can use these two magics as the basis to deduce more magic. For example, this time's ice magic, in the final analysis, extracts more heat and allows water to appear directly in the form of ice. By analogy, as long as she wants, she can instantly cast small blue fireballs. Su Miao dispersed the magic array, raised her hand again, and 60 centimeters long ice spikes condensed in front of the ice magic array. After making some changes, more than a dozen ice magic arrays appeared around Su Miao, with ice spikes condensing in front of each magic array. Mina was about to ask if there was dinner, but when he saw the scene, he was speechless. It just wants to have dinner. Scared. 133. Chapter 133 Asking for help from mysterious forces. Chapter 133 Asking for help from mysterious forces. Ice-like ice magic array, superimposed with instant acceleration magic. Is this the ice arrow? Ice arrow magic. Research completed. Looking at the beautiful magic array and the beautiful ice arrows, Su Miao felt happy. Ice arrow is a 36 centimeters long small ice arrow, which is faster and stronger than ice thorn in terms of speed and burst. Although there is still a lot of room for optimization. She has completed it and successfully reproduced the magical ice arrow played in previous games. Ah! It's so late! Su Miao dissipated the magic power, causing all the ice arrows and magic arrays condensed in the air to dissipate. Unexpectedly, I was so obsessed with studying ice magic that I accidentally forgot all the time. It's already 11 o'clock at night. Su Miao glanced at the fireplace. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly. It must have been the Mina who added wood. Have a meal. Su Miao took out the induction cooker, pot, beef, and cut some green vegetables, bean sprouts, and mushrooms. Su Miao cleaned them with water polo skills and placed them on the table. Seeing this familiar scene, Mina was so moved that he wanted to cry. His Highness Su Miao finally remembered to eat beef mushroom hot pot. So delicious. The third day of the cannibal attack on the Sihai base. Affected by the blizzard, the cannibals' attack on the Sihai base was reduced by some batches. But the battle between the two sides was still fierce. No one knew when the battle would end. Starling came back after a routine visit. After all, it's snowing heavily, and it doesn't like flying outside all the time. The golden-winged eagle and the 8 gray eagles saw that the Mina didn't stay much, So they simply captured some mutant animals nearby and returned. These mutated animals all wanted to pick up corpses near the battlefield, which happened to be a bargain for them. After Beige came back, he reported the news to Su Miao. Su Miao's eyes lit up after hearing the news. Well done. Well done. I hope the cannibals come on and die soon. In such a blizzard and extremely cold weather, no matter who you are, as long as there is a slight wound on the body, you will be frostbitten, and cause large-scale necrosis of body tissues in a very short period of time. To put it simply, anyone who is injured among the cannibals is basically unlikely to survive. Calculated from the news brought by Bago, the cannibals have killed and injured more than 30,000 people in front of the Seahai base. Nearly 40,000. And the Seahai base has suffered nearly 20,000 casualties. The strength of both sides has been greatly reduced, especially in terms of guns and ammunition. The cannibal elites still have some guns in their hands, but there is a serious shortage of bullets and LS. The same situation is equally serious in Seahai base. The battle between the cannibals and the Seahai base has evolved towards cold weapons. What is slightly different from the wars in the cold weapon era is that those with abilities now dominate the war. Thinking of ability users, Su Miao thought of a brand new problem. Many people awaken to become espers in a daze. But what happens if the awakening fails? Will he die or become something else? Su Miao didn't see any relevant content in the prophecy book. Maybe it was in the content that she had skipped. Su Miao glanced at Ba Gu in front of her. Maybe she would know the relevant situation in the future. Let's wait until we get to Vault 1 in the future. Now, her goal is to stay strong and survive. Su Miao came to the vegetable room and looked at the growth of vegetables. The vegetables here have not used any growth chemicals and grow very slowly. Fortunately, there is no problem in supplying the green vegetables and bean sprouts needed for hot pot. The fungi in the mushroom house grow very well. Su Miao picked some ripe ones that could not be eaten first and put them into the magic space. In addition, the beautiful mushrooms grew a lot, and Su Miao collected them all. After this period of mushroom cultivation, she realized a truth. If these beautiful mushrooms are not harvested in time, the beautiful mushrooms will spread more spores and grow more beautiful mushrooms, which will affect her ability to eat ordinary non-toxic mushrooms. Su Miao walked out, went to the vegetable field to collect some vegetables, and fed the voles and little white rabbits. At present, these little white rabbits and voles are in very good health. She was looking forward to it more and more. According to the plan of the experiment, tomorrow, if there are still no problems with the little white rabbits and voles that have grown vegetables after taking the growth agent, she can eat fresh tomatoes and soybean pods. From now on she will have an endless supply of fresh vegetables. Great. While the cannibals are not causing trouble, continue studying magic. Seahai base. The war continues, and the cannibals and the Seahai base are fighting to the death. Due to the lack of guns and ammunition at Seahai base, the cannibals began a plan to pile snow on the city. The way to pile snow is very simple. Just push the snowballs, pile them on top of each other, and then shovel some away to turn them into stairs leading to the walls of the Seahai base. Suddenly, the walls of Seahai base became a dispensable decoration for the cannibals. Seeing this situation, Yu Yuangui, as the commander, looked bitter. Theoretically speaking, there is no difference between cannibals and refugees. They are just a ragtag group that should be dispersed at once. However, this group of cannibals not only possess a high and crazy fighting will, but also possess offensive strategies, forcing the Seahai base into this situation in a weak situation. In addition, Lan Xiaokong has not appeared since the last battle between Lan Xiaokong and King Dashi. People at Seahai base only knew that all command rights were in the hands of Yuan Gui. Team Yu, keep going. Seahai base will be finished sooner or later. Millie complained when no one was around. Yuan Gui coughed twice and said, "Don't talk about this kind of thing anymore. Young Master Lan can hear whatever you say here." Millie was speechless and looked at Yuan Gui doubtfully. "How deceitful is this Yu team?" Yuan Gui smiled. "Don't worry. Mr. Lan himself knows about this." Millie was even more speechless. Doesn't this mean that it would be a matter of time before the Seahai base was breached? Captain Yu, tell me your plan. If we don't make some changes, Seahai base will soon be unable to hold on. Millie said. Yuan Gui said, "I was thinking." He watched Millie think for a long time and said, "I currently have two plans. One is to lead a breakout to the Vulcan base and seek help from the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base. 2. Lure the cannibals to the area controlled by the mysterious force. Let them start a war. and we will reap the benefits. Is it easy to overturn just using the second one? Because so far, we don't know what kind of force the other party is. This is very dangerous, Millie asked. Captain, you have actually thought about it a long time ago, right? Yu Yuangui nodded. Well, I already have arrangements. Millie asked again. Captain Yu, how is Master Land's situation after the last battle? Yu Yuangui raised his index finger and made a silent gesture. Millie understood and stopped talking. On the cannibal side, Onishi King can be seen, but Onishi King no longer leaves the igloo, and does not allow others to stay in his igloo for too long, which seems a bit strange. Some people suspected that King Dashi was injured, and the injury was not serious, but such rumors did not spread for long, and came to an abrupt end when the people who spread the rumors became the meat in King Dashi's pot. King Dashi. He Chao walked into the igloo. I just got the latest information. A group of ability users in Seahai base broke through the siege and headed towards the Vulcan base. King Dashi ate the meat without raising his head. Well, how is our plan going? He Chao said. 200 people awakened, but 600 people failed to awaken. More than 570 people died, and the rest became. King Dashi said. Is it locked in a cage? He Chao said. Yes. King Dashi said. The awakened ones will continue to feed the meat, and the failed ones will be sent to the Seahai base at night. He Chao said. I'll go over and make arrangements right away. King Dashi pondered for a while. As for the Vulcan base, we will go there and have a look when the weather clears next time. He Chao said. Yes, King Dashi. Watching He Chao leave, King Dashi's expression darkened. These people started to test him when they saw that he was showing some weakness. They were really not afraid of death. Ordinary cannibals may not be aware of the situation, but for high-level cannibals, everyone knows a way to quickly become stronger, which is to devour the flesh and blood of powerful people. The stronger the people they eat, the stronger they become. In the wind and snow, a team of 12 people arrived near the Vulcan base. They come from the Seahai base. According to Yu Yuangui's orders, they are looking for mysterious forces that exist nearby. They must be polite and careful when encountering them. If possible, I hope to get reinforcements from this mysterious force and kill the cannibals together. Cannibals are the enemy of everyone. I believe this mysterious force will agree. This is what Yu Yuangui said. Whether they can believe it or not, they don't know. However, their families are all in the Seahai base, facing the siege of the cannibals. The Seahai base has reached a critical point. If there are no reinforcements, it will really be destroyed. According to the map, it's around here. Captain Lu Gu unfolded the map, took a look, and confirmed the location. But Yu Yuangui only mentioned the approximate location of the Vulcan base on the map, but did not say where the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base was. They had to find it themselves. Little did they know, they were noticed by the large gray eagle flying in the sky as soon as they appeared. The gray eagle gave the news to the golden-winged eagle. Not long after, the starling who went out for a walk also knew about it. What are the people from Seahai base doing here? Starling stopped on a large tree more than 10 meters high and looked at the Seahai base team below with great curiosity, considering that Seahai base is currently at war with the cannibals. Let's not kill them yet. Just at this time, Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Gui Xing, Yu Feng and these people met when they were going out. In order to reserve more wood, they thought about it for a long time and decided to continue logging. Hello. Lu Gu shouted towards this side. We are from Seahai base and want to get some news from you. Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Gui Xing and Yu Feng, who were logging, were shocked. They picked up their assault rifles, ready to fire at any time. What's up? Sun Rong asked from a safe position. Lu Gu said, My name is Lu Gu. I would like to ask if you know the forces that destroyed the Vulcan base here? Please rest assured that there is no malice or hostility in the Seahai base. We are here to seek rescue. Sun Rong and several others looked at each other. The power to destroy the Vulcan base? This question sounds a little strange, because, apart from Her Highness the Witch, there was no one else who destroyed the Vulcan base. However, asking them to reveal the information about Her Highness the Witch? This is absolutely impossible, unless they want to die, Sun Rong said. Sorry, we don't know. Lu Gu looked at Sun Rong. Sun Rong's eyes, and the eyes of others directly explained the answer. These people knew the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base. But why did they lie? In addition, with 4 powerful ability users cutting down trees, Is it overkill? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lu Ji's mind. He understood. The 4 ability users in front of me belonged to the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base. Otherwise, how could they be logging trees here with such arrogance? Lu Gu said, "Ti base is being besieged by cannibals. There are 200,000 cannibals. They attack regardless of life and death, causing us heavy losses. Currently, Seahai base can no longer hold on for long. Please be sure to inform the superiors and ask them to support us. Otherwise, when the Seahai base is breached, the people living in the Seahai base will become food for the cannibals. The cannibals have eaten up the Seahai base. With how crazy they are, they will definitely deal with you." Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Guixing, and Yufeng were a little numb. 200,000 cannibals? They suddenly remembered the 3,000 cannibals who came to this area some time ago. The 3,000 cannibals almost killed them. Unexpectedly, the cannibals who came here were just a drizzle. They looked a little ugly. This information must be reported to Her Majesty the Witch. As for these people, Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Guixing, and Yufeng didn't know how to deal with them. Sun Rong said, "Sorry, we really don't know the force that destroyed the Vulcan base. If you want to find it, keep looking. We are going back." Lu Gu raised his hand and led the people from the Seahai base team to get out of the way. Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Guixing, and Yufeng did not stop, but used snowmobiles to drive back with some of the chopped firewood. "They are obviously lying," said a team member. "Wherever there are capable people who are responsible for chopping wood, I think they are like scouts, observing whether there are any remnants of the Vulcan base, and preparing to kill them." This team member is a ruthless man who came out of a chaotic city, and he is very clear about the ways of some big forces in the apocalypse. "Captain, do we want to follow him?" one of the team members asked, looking at the snowmobile ruts on the ground. "If they are really scouts of that mysterious force, we have to be careful when tracking them. Otherwise, we will suffer big losses." An old subordinate of Yu Yuangue said that he used to work at the Vulcan base. When he heard the analysis of the first team member, he almost broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, when he came back this time, he was wearing the ability user army coat from the Seahai base. If he had replaced it with a coat from the Vulcan base, he might have been killed directly. "No, we'll track it down later." After waiting for 15 minutes, Lu Gokun said, "It can be tracked now." Not long after, they followed the tracks of the snowmobile to the mutated forest zone. Looking at the lush trees in front of them among the white snow, they seriously doubted whether they had seen it wrong. 134, Chapter 134 Mina. Have you gotten stronger? Chapter 134 Mina. Have you gotten stronger? In the post-apocalyptic world, plants will mutate. This is common sense among living people. In front of me is a big tree that can grow normally in the blizzard and extremely cold environment, and grow so lushly. If they weren't mutated, they could twist their heads off and use them as balls to kick. "Captain, do we want to go there?" A teammate looked at the mutated forest belt ahead, feeling uneasy. Due to the blizzard's limited field of vision, they couldn't see clearly how long the mutated forest belt was, so it was a bit unrealistic to take a detour. "Their snowmobile went right through it. Just be careful. You should be fine." "Right." A smart younger team member looked at the traces left on the snow and said, "Yes." After being reminded like this, Lu Gu suddenly realized. Normally, when encountering mutated trees, mutated vines, and mutated weeds, the best thing to do is to avoid them directly. However, it was later discovered that many mutant plants are very docile and will not actively attack humans. As long as humans don't chop with knives and axes, there won't be much of a problem. Otherwise, places with woods are not suitable for human survival at all, let alone mutated animals. "Well, these mutant trees should be safe." Lu Gu patted and reminded his young team members. "You two, drive a snowmobile over and have a look first." The smart young player was startled. He originally wanted to show off, but he didn't expect the captain to directly ask him to go up and test him. This shouldn't be the case. After such an operation, he originally believed in his own judgment, but now he is not sure. The person whose name was followed immediately went numb. Damn it! He wasn't the one who discovered the 4 ability users who passed through the mutated forest zone. What were they doing with him? However, Lu Gu gave them a snowmobile, which was considered a sign of sincerity. In addition, if Seahai base cannot find reinforcements, their family members left behind at Seahai base may be eaten by cannibals. Thinking of this, the two gritted their teeth. got on a snowmobile, and drove towards the mutated forest, preparing to walk through it. Those capable people in front have all passed. There is no reason why we can't get through, said the smart young team member as he prepared to start the snowmobile. Wait a moment. Lu Gu looked at the two of them solemnly, helped them tidy up their clothes, and patted the snow that fell on him. I know you are dissatisfied with this arrangement. I have some things to tell you clearly. Captain Yu Yuan Gui told me before leaving that every team member, including myself, has family members in Seahai Base that he wants to protect. This is the reason why he chose us to carry out the mission. We are here to seek rescue for Seahai Base. Without reinforcements, Seahai Base will all be eaten by cannibals. So no matter what happens, we need people alive to continue the mission. For Seahai Base and for our families. The smart young team member glanced at Lu Gu, hesitated, and said, Let me try it alone. The other person sitting on the snowmobile was stunned for a second. Is this okay? He looked at Lu Gu. Lu Gu said, Okay, you try it alone. Following the named team member off the snowmobile. I hope you can succeed. Well, I'm going. The smart young team member started the snowmobile and drove towards the mutated forest zone, preparing to pass through it. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. Come in. The smart young team member's eyes lit up. The mutated tree did not stop him. His judgment was correct. Suddenly, just as he was about to exit the mutated forest zone, several branches fell, intercepting him and allowing the unmanned snowmobile to continue moving forward. Ah! He screamed. As a capable person, he is prepared to face unexpected changes. However, before he could fall to the ground, a branch penetrated his body, instantly paralyzing him. The next second, many tree roots in the snow stretched out despite the blizzard and extreme cold, pierced his body, and tore him to pieces like a rag doll in the blink of an eye. These tree roots each rolled up part of the body and dragged it under the snow. Seeing the tragic scene, Lu Gu and others were stunned. Died. Just die. Lu Gu felt his mind went blank. It's not like he has never seen a ferocious mutant tree before. But this is the first time he has seen such a ferocious mutant tree. This is even more cruel than those bloodthirsty mutated animals. Captain, what should we do? One team member asked. Lu Gu said, Let's go to the ruins of the Vulcan base first. And if possible, take shelter from the wind and snow for the time being. Now, they have no choice but to wait. Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Yu Feng, and Guo returned to the villa and unloaded the firewood. Should we report to Her Highness the Witch about the Shurhai base? Guixing asked. After all, this involves Her Highness the Witch. It would not be good to report it. And it seems not good to not report it either. Sun Rong said. Let me report. Leave 2 people to prevent anyone from touching the car marks. Come and follow me to see Her Highness the Witch. Chu Zakai said. I'll go. Guixing and Yu Feng were a little surprised that Chu Zakai would take such initiative. Although they had been to Her Highness the Witch many times, they were very scared every time they went there. Chu Zakai is willing to take the initiative, which is a good thing. More than 10 minutes later, Sun Rong and Chu Zakai arrived at the villa where Her Highness the Witch lived. Su Miao is planting white radish, red radish, and purple radish in the newly opened vegetable land. These are vegetables that have not been grown before. The feeding experiment on voles and white rabbits is coming to an end, and she can eat these fresh vegetables. Therefore, she planted a copy of all the vegetable seeds she collected. No matter where she is from now on, she will have endless amounts of fresh vegetables. Your Highness! Sun Rong saw Su Miao busy in the vegetable field and immediately said Lo. Su Miao stood up, glanced at them, and said nothing. She saw these 2 people when they came over. She was probably familiar with them. So when she saw Sun Rong and Chu Zakai, she wouldn't be too nervous or scared. Your Highness, we were logging near the Vulcan base and met people coming from the north, claiming to be from the Seahai base. They said that the Seahai base was facing a siege by 200,000 cannibals and wanted to find rescue from the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base. Sun Rong told the information he received. They mistook us for this mysterious force, and finally warned us that if the Seahai base is breached, the cannibals will definitely go south to cause trouble for us. He did not dare to look into Su Miao's eyes. After speaking, he lowered his head slightly and waited nervously for Su Miao's reply. Well, I understand. Su Miao glanced at the vegetable field in front of her and said, From now on, you will still harvest the vegetables in the vegetable field every 5 days. The amount harvested is enough for you to eat for 5 days. If there are more vegetables, harvest more. And if there are less vegetables, harvest less. Collect a little, Sun Rong said. Yes, Your Highness. Seeing that Su Miao stopped talking, Sun Rong was about to leave with Chuzakai. Chuzakai said, Your Highness, can I pick a few tomatoes to eat? Because the tomatoes Su Miao planted recently matured slowly. He had already finished the ones he picked last time. He was greedy when he saw so many red tomatoes on the tomato tree. Su Miao said, Okay, Chuzakai said. Thank you, Your Highness. He picked 6 tomatoes, each weighing about 3 pounds, and went back with Sun Rong happily. Sun Rong looked at Chuzakai, a little speechless. Is this guy here just to eat tomatoes? At the same time, he admired Chuzakai's courage. Wasn't he afraid that the Witch Highness would kill him with one shot? After watching Sun Rong and Chuzakai leave, Su Miao continued to look at her vegetable patch. A question suddenly occurred to her. Chinese cabbage and green vegetables can grow to 50 or 60 centimeters after using growth chemicals. So how big will these radishes become when they grow up? No matter. Plant it first, and then talk about it. The ancients said that eating radish in winter is more nutritious than eating ginseng. Adding a little pork will be very delicious. Su Miao was looking forward to it. As for the information Sun Rong brought, the people who came out from Sihai Base to ask for help were terrifying. They actually lied. There are obviously more than 80,000 cannibals. But they want to brag about 200,000. Why not say 400,000? There is also the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base. And she is the only one. Where are the mysterious forces? These people must be up to no good. Scared. Etc. Su Miao seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that the people from Sihai Base wanted to lure the cannibals towards her? Su Miao couldn't help but tremble. In the apocalyptic world, God knows who would do such crazy things in order to survive. She looked into the distance. Should she take advantage of the heavy snow to plant some mutant trees? It's too cold and I don't want to go out. Let's continue studying magic. No matter how many cannibals come, a large-scale AoE magic attack will be much more effective than bullets. Ah! It's noon! Let's eat first! Su Miao looked at the time, called it a day, and went home for dinner. Almost as soon as Su Miao set up the pot, Bago came back in time, looking at Beige who had grown a bit bigger. Su Miao blinked. Bago, have you gotten stronger? Bago quickly said. Your Highness, Bago's meat is not delicious. Su Miao said. Most bird meat is sour. I know that. Ba Ge breathed a sigh of relief and watched with anticipation as Su Miao began to stew beef and fungus hot pot. It even grabbed a pair of chopsticks with its paws. This operation made Su Miao obviously stunned. Good guy. Can you even use chopsticks? In fact, when Mina goes out these days, whenever he has time, he gets a little bigger and practices how to use chopsticks. No way. His Highness would forget to give it something to eat every time. After 25 minutes, the mushrooms in the pot are ready to eat. Su Miao scooped a bowl for herself. Then, she watched the Mina grab a spoon and scoop out a bowl for it. Then, Mina skillfully used chopsticks to pick up some beef for it. After putting down the chopsticks, Mina happily ate the beef. Good guy. The Sihai Base's rescue team, led by Lu Gu, arrived near the Vulcan base. Following the clues provided by Yu Yuan Gui, they tried to find the ruins of the Vulcan base. They were very lucky, and soon found the entrance to the Vulcan base. Captain! Look! It's the entrance! One of the team members pointed to the snow pit and said, This scene is easy to understand. There is a high probability that some mutated animal discovered the Vulcan base ruins and used the Vulcan base as a brand new lair. Otherwise, there would not be such a large ice cave entrance. Lu Gu walked over and took a look. Maybe it was because of the heavy wind and snow. There were no traces of birds, animals or humans nearby, but there were only their footprints. Yes, it's here. Lu Gu unfolded the map and confirmed their location. This should be the back door of the Vulcan base that Director Yu Yuan Gui mentioned. There are no human or mutant animal footprints here. It should be safe. The hole was probably created by the heat remaining in the Vulcan base. In such extremely cold and blizzard weather, there is no human base. And there is no heat. Right. Director Yu Yuan Gui said there is a hot spring in the Vulcan base. Is it true? If there are hot springs, does it mean there is geothermal heat in this Vulcan base? One team member couldn't wait to say, Captain, let's go in to keep warm. It's too cold outside. Lu Gu said. Wait a minute. We don't know if there is anything in it yet. This The other 10 team members couldn't help but change their expressions when they heard Lu Ji's concerns. Because I was so happy to find the Vulcan base ruins. I even forgot about it. They still remember their teammates, who were torn apart by the mutated tree a few hours ago. Let a few people go in first to explore the situation. Lu Gu looked at the team members. Do you want to sign up? Priority is given to entering the Vulcan base ruins. No matter what is found, it belongs to the person who found it. There is no need to turn it over, and I will not report it. In the compromised base, you can find some good things if you search carefully, in order to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. Lu Gu said this. Soon, 5 extremely cold team members signed up, and they entered the Vulcan base along the entrance of the cave. It was pitch dark inside the Vulcan base. When the searchlight shone, it was shocking to see bloodstains and broken corpses everywhere. What happened in this Vulcan base that was so tragic? The 5 people were worried. However, they are all ability users and elite members of the 4C's base. As long as they don't encounter particularly dangerous mutant animals, they can fight. Don't panic. However, what the 5 people didn't know was that as they entered the Vulcan base, the Queen of the Undead in the darkness opened her eyes. In front of the Queen of the Undead is a hot spring, and in front of her is a blood pool. Beside her, there were 8 powerful undead guards. There's fresh flesh and blood coming in, the Queen of the Undead said in a strangely slow voice. We need their blood. We need more blood. A powerful undead knelt down as they entered the darkness. This is a battle without any suspense. The powerful undead disguised themselves as corpses and launched a surprise attack when the 5 ability users from Seahai base approached. 2 people had their necks broken on the spot. 1 was stabbed through the heart, and the remaining 2 were seriously injured. Help! 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 They shouted desperately, hoping that the team members outside could save them. As for resistance, they were seriously injured and didn't want to do so. But the undead that attacked them were undead that had been contaminated with highly toxic hallucinogenic drugs. As a result, their wounds worsened directly, and they fell down within a few steps. After a while, the corpses were brought to the blood pool. The Queen of the Undead looked at the 2 rotting corpses and whispered, The blood can't be used. It's wasted. 135. Chapter 135. Find that mysterious force. Chapter 135. Find that mysterious force. Run! Lu Gu heard the screams inside, and immediately took the people on the snowmobile to escape. When the undead came out of the Vulcan base and saw the remaining footprints and ruts on the ground, they looked a little confused. All the humans outside actually fled. They looked at the vast snow, eliminated the ruts and footprints on the snow, and returned to the Vulcan base. I hope someone will be willing to take the initiative to enter the base next time. They need more blood. Captain, why don't you save them? After escaping for a while, one of the team members suppressed the anger in his heart and asked. After the screams, there was no sound from inside. Do you think the people who went in will still be alive? Lu Gu said with lingering fear. Besides, there are only 6 of us left. I don't want the remaining brothers to die there. Don't forget, those who go in to explore are all ability users, and their strength is no worse than ours. No one else spoke, because what Lu Gu said is true. Captain, what should we do next? A team member asked. Build the igloo. We'll wait for the reply from those people yesterday. If that doesn't work, go back. Lu Gu hesitated and said, To be honest, judging from the attitudes of Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Yu Feng, and Guo when they met, the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base must not be willing to support the Seahai base. Put yourself in another person's shoes and imagine that he is the leader of this mysterious force. A base outside suddenly comes over to ask for support, saying that the cannibals are coming and he can no longer stand it. What decision should he make? First, if you don't know the specific situation, send someone to investigate first, and then make a decision after the information is confirmed. But in this case, by the time the decision is made, Seahai base may be in danger. Second, although he didn't know the specific situation, he chose to believe it and arranged rescue for Seahai base. However, halfway through, he suspected that this was a conspiracy by Seahai base or the cannibals to destroy them. Are we going to continue to reinforce this? Third, knowing that the cannibals and the Seahai base are at war, simply wait until both sides suffer losses before taking advantage. Fourth, it's none of my business. Fifth, after you finish killing, come if you have the ability. Lu Gu deduced every possibility, and his heart felt cold. At the same time, he thought of one thing. Even he could think of so many things. As a supervisor, Yu Yuan-gui couldn't think of this. Since in this case, it is impossible for the Seahai base to ask for reinforcements. Why should they be arranged to come here to find the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base? Why? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. We are all bait! Lu Ge suddenly figured it out. He looked at the team members eating in the igloo with extremely complicated emotions. Yu Yuan-gui wanted to attract the cannibals through them, regardless of success or failure. It was a way to reduce the pressure on the Seahai base. Ha ha ha. Lu Ge felt bitter inside. He understood this. And he couldn't even say it directly to the brothers in front of him. No. Maybe talk to them. In the villa, Guixing and Yu Feng watched Sun Rong and Chuzikai return and said, "No one followed our tracks. They must have been stopped by the mutant forest." When it came to the mutated forest zone, several people's expressions became a little complicated. Without the powdered vegetables supplied to them by Her Highness the Witch to carry with them, they would not be qualified to get close to these mutated trees. Hopefully none of them will try to follow, Sun Rong said. Chuzikai smiled, picked up the newly picked tomatoes, and ate them happily. The tomatoes grown by Her Highness the Witch are really delicious. Is this a freshly picked tomato? Guixing was stunned for a moment and asked. Well, yes. Chuzikai ate happily. Do you want one? Guixing waved his hand quickly. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Chuzikai said. This is with His Highness's permission. It is not poisonous. With that said, Chuzikai started to eat, finishing 2 or 3 kilograms of tomatoes in a few bites. This made everyone present speechless. Just looking at Chuzikai's state, there was indeed nothing wrong with him. Guixing asked. About those people at Seahai base? Sun Rong said. His Royal Highness's attitude is that he doesn't care. Chuzikai, Guixing, and Yu Feng nodded in agreement. To be honest, they were still worried that Her Majesty the Witch would arrange for them to send reinforcements on behalf of the so-called mysterious forces. But they could rest assured now. Sun Rong also told them the new rules for harvesting vegetables by Her Highness the Witch. No one had any objections to this. What Her Highness said was whatever she said. In terms of Seahai base, the war continues. The cannibals are constantly building ice walls, hoping to connect with the ice walls at the Seahai base. In this case, even if the Seahai base has sufficient ammunition, there is nothing they can do to face the cannibals hiding behind the ice wall. They could only watch as the cannibals kept approaching. The only thing that can reassure them is that there are still a lot of grenades and bombs in the Seahai base, which can be thrown out when the cannibals get close, which can temporarily stabilize the defense line. However, what they don't know is that this is just an alternative method for the cannibals to attack the Seahai base, because there aren't many real elite cannibals left. Those who can truly determine the battlefield situation in the future have long since become ability users. King Dashi, who was sitting in the igloo eating stew, was thinking. He had just received a new battle report. Yu Yuan-gui from Seahai base stood up and temporarily replaced Lin Hinian, allowing Lin Hinian to lead a team of ability users to raid the food. One of the human race's campsites poisoned their pot, and many cannibals with abilities were poisoned to death. Not only that, under Yu Yuan-gui's order, they poisoned the dead bodies with melamine, arsenic, and laxatives. These corpses were dragged back by the cannibal cleaning team, and soon many more cannibals died. King Dashi's face turned dark. How could there be such a vicious person who poisoned a corpse? Interrupted by Yu Yuan-gui. The cannibal's attack on the Seahai base was likely to be suspended, because his orders alone cannot stop those stupid men from eating dead corpses. Even if the corpses are poisonous, they will not believe it, and will only think that the person who gave the order wants to eat them secretly. The person who gave the order stole food openly and openly. Not once or twice. Credibility doesn't exist among the cannibals. In this way, there was only one choice left before him. Temporarily stop the attack on the Seahai base, and instead go south to take a look in the direction of the Vulcan base. He sent several groups of people to the Vulcan base, but all of them died, especially the deaths of Fu Juanxiang and Lu Long. This made King Dashi feel very unhappy. If they were facing a regular army, it would be fine if they lost so miserably. But they were not. It's just a private base. I don't know how many cannibals have eaten along the way, whether it's the Seahai base or the mysterious force. It's all food. Looking at the darkening night outside, King Dashi smiled coldly. Lan Xiaokong, Yu Yuan-gui, since you want me to go south, I will go south to show you. Let He Chao come. A few minutes later, He Chao, with some blood on his body, walked into the igloo in the snow. Just now, he had a few fights with Lin Hinian who attacked the camp. killing several Seahide base ability users. He had no time to change clothes. And he had no clothes to change for the time being. Wait until the snow stops. Go south to the Vulcan base. And find the mysterious force. King Dashi took a sip of hot wine and said. He Chao was startled. King Dashi, this will put us into a two-front battle, which may be dangerous. Fu Juanxiang and Lu Long died near the Vulcan base. He Chao did not mention this matter for fear that King Dashi would be angry. King Dashi took another sip of hot wine. Do you think I won't know? He Chao pushed up his glasses. King Dashi, do you want to lure Lan Shakong out? Wonderful! With the current situation, although we can storm in, there are too few guns and ammunition, and there will be a lot of risks. Furthermore, Yu Yuan-gui is an old man. He keeps people poisoning corpses, which leads to more and more poisonings in our area due to eating. You can avoid this risk by going directly south. Dashi Wang Yingming. King Dashi said, tomorrow. Go south. Yes. I'll make arrangements right away. He Chao thought of something and said, King Dashi. The temperature has dropped sharply recently, and more sick and wounded patients are freezing to death. King Dashi said, collect them all, and use them as rations for the next army. He Chao said, yes. Su Miao is studying magic. This time was different from before. She came outside. Although he was wearing a thick high-and-down jacket with magic covering his whole body, Su Miao still felt that it was cold outside when he came outside. Check the thermometer. Good guy. -85 degrees Celsius. I haven't looked at the thermometer for a few days, but it can get so cold during the day. This is not a way to survive at all. No wonder you feel a little cold when your whole body is covered with magic. With the temperature so low, I hope more cannibals in the wild can freeze to death. Su Miao drew out her umbrella sword. What she wanted to experiment with this time was a water magic. To be precise, it was a rainstorm magic. In such extremely cold weather, no matter who you are, as long as you are caught in a heavy rain, they will become particularly happy in the following few seconds. In a sense, the lethality of this magic will be stronger than that of a blizzard. As for why the umbrella sword is used, because the umbrella sword contains a lot of silver, mithril, platinum, etc. It can barely be used as a spellcasting prop. Big water polo trick. First, Su Miao used the big water ball technique. Suddenly a large water ball appeared in the sky, and then Su Miao controlled the large water ball to explode, turning into countless water droplets and splashing in all directions. The next second, many ice balls appeared on the ground and fell into the snow. She saw clearly. These water droplets will basically condense into ice when they are about to fall to the ground, which can almost meet the needs of use. However, the area covered by the large water polo is not wide enough. Su Miao waved her umbrella sword again, condensing a very large water ball in the sky, and then controlled the big water ball to spread out flat, simulating the appearance of clouds. Lasting for less than a few seconds, Su Miao released the control and allowed a large piece of water to fall from the sky. The experiment failed. This way of casting a spell takes too long and consumes too much magic power. In actual combat, casting a spell like this may result in a rocket attack from the enemy. Changes must start from the magic circle. Su Miao unfolded her magic notes, looked at the reasoning above, and began to make magical modifications to the great water polo technique. Boom! There was no accident this time. A big explosion occurred when Su Miao tried to release magic. Violent magic raged in all directions, mixed with a large amount of water that turned into ice balls, directly turning the snow in front of Su Miao into a deep pit, and triggering a sizable avalanche. Seeing the snow rushing down the mountain, Su Miao was so frightened that she almost burst into tears. She just slightly changed the magic circuit and a few magic runes. Never thought it would turn out like this. Obviously, there were no problems when experimenting with magic such as ice spikes and ice arrows before. So why did the magic of rain fail? Fortunately, she didn't experiment with magic in the villa. Otherwise, the villa would be bombed and Su Miao wouldn't have anywhere to cry. Your Highness, what happened? The Mina flew back like lightning. It was patrolling in the blizzard just now to see if there was any movement in the direction of the Vulcan base. Suddenly, it heard the sound of a big explosion coming from the direction of the villa, and the ground was shaking. So it rushed here. After arriving nearby, Mina saw a sizable avalanche. His Highness Su Miao stood outside the villa. He was holding an umbrella sword in his hand, and except for a little tears in the corners of his eyes, there was nothing wrong with him. Mina was speechless. He understood that the noise must have been caused by His Highness Su Miao. But when he saw His Highness Su Miao's extremely frightened look, he also started to get scared. Glancing at the courtyard, Starling noticed that all the flowers blooming in the courtyard had fallen. Fine. Su Miao wiped the tears from her eyes. Fortunately, there is magic that covers the whole body. Otherwise it would be troublesome for the tears to freeze into ice. But it was really scary just now. On the other side, Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Yu Feng, and Gua, who were staying in the villa but had not left the house, suddenly stood up. What just happened? It seems like there's an explosion coming from Her Majesty the Witch's side. Do you want to go take a look? It's better not to give it up. A few people hesitated and sat down uneasily. It's not that they don't care about the safety of Her Highness the Witch, but they really don't dare to look. I'm experimenting with magic. Su Miao adjusted her mood, raised her umbrella sword and said, Go back to the villa, or stay away. Beige looked at the aqua-blue magic light erupting from the umbrella sword. Your Highness, please continue. I will go on patrol. With a bang, the mina flew away. Stay here and be afraid. In fact, it was a very wise choice for the starling to leave here, because not long after it left, Su Miao triggered terrifying magic explosions again and again. After many explosions, Su Miao successfully developed the magic of heavy rain. After the magic was released, the heavy rain covered a diameter of about 800 meters and lasted for 18 seconds. A rainfall of 120 millimeters ensures that everyone within range becomes a drowned rat. The only problem is that it consumes a lot of mana. But it should be enough. In such cold weather, as long as you become a drowned rat, it will basically be frozen into an ice sculpture in a short time. 137, Chapter 136 Monster. Monster. Chapter 136 Monster. Monster. It's daybreak. The blizzard stopped. The members of the defense team at Seahai Base looked outside the city wall with some doubts. It's almost 12 noon. Why haven't the cannibals launched an attack yet? This is unreasonable. Cannibals have a day off today? Yu Yuangui looked into the distance and felt something was wrong. However, he made arrangements to go out in the morning. And I believe there will be news soon. Just as I was thinking this, a scout came. Director, except for some old, weak, sick and disabled people in the cannibal camp, no one else is missing. A few minutes later, another scout reported. Supervisor, we found a large number of ruts and footprints heading south. After a while, the scouts came back. Yu Yuangui compiled all the information and fell into deep thought. It was expected, but also unexpected, that King Dashi went south so quickly, because his purpose of arranging people to go south to find reinforcements from mysterious forces was to attract the cannibals southward, thereby reducing the pressure on the Seahai base. But was King Dashi too decisive? This slightly improper operation can put the cannibals into a desperate situation of fighting on two fronts. Could it be the effect of poisoning cannibals? But Yu Yuangui knew exactly how much casualties poisoning could cause to the cannibals. It would be great if 200 or 300 people could be poisoned. At most, the effect of laxatives would be better. After all, there aren't many poisons in the Seahai base that can kill cannibals if they eat them. So, what conspiracy does King Dashi have? Captain Yu, could this be a conspiracy? And King Dashi is trying to attract us to take the initiative? Mealy said. After this period of fighting, there have been heavy casualties in Seahai base. Although there are many elites among the survivors, most of them are ordinary people. They can defend the city very well. Therefore, if we really want to pursue, we must bring these elites with us. The cannibals suffered a big loss in siege. Continuing to siege the city will inevitably pay a greater price. In this case, attracting us out of the city for a decisive battle will be the best way. Yu Yuangui opened a map and drew a line between Seahai base and Vulcan base. Theoretically speaking, it would take 2.5 days to go from Seahai base to Vulcan base if it's slow, and 1.5 days if it's fast. Conspiracy. From his personal point of view, he just needs to stay in Seahai base and not go out. However, from the perspective of Seahai base, pursuing them is the right choice, because Seahai base can now be defended purely by relying on one breath. If this breath is delayed and vented, then when the cannibals turn around and attack again, the entire defense line will collapse instantly like a dike eroded by ants. This may be a conspiracy by the cannibals to divert the tigers away from the mountains. Maybe we can wait until the cannibals fight with the mysterious forces that destroyed the Vulcan base before taking advantage. But I am not sure whether the Seahai base can afford the gamble. Yu Yuangui had no choice but to invite Lan Xiaokong out. Young Master Lan, You need to make a decision on this matter. Lan Xiaokong said. The command is in your hands. You make the decision. Yu Yuangui said. I will first send people to sweep away the camps left by the cannibals, and wait until tomorrow to arrange the pursuit. Lan Xiaokong said. Yeah. Yu Yuangui said. When we pursue you, please take action from Mr. Lan. Lan Xiaokong glanced at Yu Yuangui. Okay. That's how it was decided. King Dashi wanted to lure the snakes out of their cave and let them fight in the snow. Why didn't Yu Yuangui want to take advantage of this to push the cannibals flat? With the current situation, only one of the Seahai base and the cannibals can stay. He looked at the white snow under the city wall, his mind running rapidly, and he always felt that there was something missing. Lin Hinian, Su Ting, and Pei Fu, please clear out the remaining cannibals outside. Please be careful. Yu Yuangui issued orders to the three supervisors. Lin Hinian, Su Ting, and Pei Fu were in a bad mood. When Yu Yuangui first came, they wanted to stabilize their position and made a small calculation against Yu Yuangui. Unexpectedly, the end result was that they were manipulated by Yu Yuangui. However, they had to admit that Yu Yuangui was very powerful. It's easy to say. Lin Hinian smiled. There are only some old, weak, sick and disabled people left, so it is easy to solve them. Su Ting and Pei Fu didn't say much, and quickly led the people to the cannibal camp. In such a cold weather, it would be a good idea to rescue the injured and frozen cannibals in advance. The team set off. Wrong! More than half an hour later, Yu Yuangui remembered something. He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Send an order to Lin Hinian, Su Ting, and Pei Fu, telling them to be careful. The cannibals may have a conspiracy. At this time, Lin Hinian, Su Ting, and Pei Fu had led the team to the cannibal camp. There are igloos one after another in the camp, and there are basically people in every igloo. Some of the cannibals inside had already frozen to death. Some cannibals were stewing meat, but they were very old, and it became difficult to move their bodies in the cold. Some cannibals are injured, and they just lie on the bedding, waiting numbly for their wounds to recover. They saw members of the Seahai Base Defense Force breaking into the camp, but they no longer have guns in their hands. King Dashi took away all the weapons. Not even the kitchen knife that was in good condition was left. Seeing the defense team of Seahai Base, the remaining cannibals in the camp just watched numbly, watching the people of Seahai Base killing them without even a decent resistance. A young member of the defense team looked at the old cannibal in front of him. He held his knife high and wondered whether he should chop it down. Huzi, what are you doing? Why are you so dazed? Captain Zhang Wu came over and slashed the cannibal old man's neck with a knife. Why are you so dazed? Don't want to live anymore? Do you know this is a battlefield? Brother Wu. But he no longer resists. The young defense member pointed to the bleeding body on the ground and said. Captain Zhang Wu pointed at the skeletons that popped up from time to time in the pot and said, Look what this old guy is cooking. What do you mean he doesn't resist? If you don't kill him, you just want to wait for him to cook you. The young defenseman didn't pay much attention at first, but when he saw what was boiling in the pot, he immediately started vomiting. Go out and continue cleaning up the battlefield. Captain Zhang Wu left with the young man. Similar situations have happened many times. This is not to blame these people. It is really that these seemingly defenseless cannibals in front of them are too confusing. Injured, comatose, old, feverish, numb, and languid. The remaining cannibals looked extremely miserable. This caused many people to simply ignore the numerous bones piled up beside them. Yu Yuangui sent a message just now, asking us to be careful. Lin Hinian said. Su Ting pointed at the old, weak and sick in the camp and smiled. How should we be careful? Pei Fu said. I will lead the team to look at the perimeter, just in case. Su Ting was speechless. Do you really believe it? But she didn't stop. Half an hour later, all the remaining cannibals in the camp were killed, and they encountered only a handful of resistance. Director, some coffins were found here. A young defense team member came to Lin Hinian to report. Coffin? Lin Hinian was a little surprised. Cannibals basically eat meat if they have it. So what are they doing leaving a coffin? Let's go and have a look. Su Ting said. The temperature outside was too low, and she felt uncomfortable staying there. The two brought a large number of defense team members to the place where the coffins were placed. There were more than 20 coffins scattered here and there. These coffins are relatively thin and look very uncomfortable. Burned, Lin Hinian said. Although we don't know what condition these coffins are in. For safety reasons, It would be better to burn them. There is a lot of firewood in the cannibal camp. If you collect it casually, you can cover all the coffins with firewood, and they will burn quickly. But something new soon emerged. Director, there are coffins in those igloos. 2. Director, there are some here too. It's available here too. Just now, everyone's attention was on the cannibals, and they didn't pay much attention to what was in each igloo. It was only now that they were collecting firewood that they noticed so many coffins. Su Ting, old man, I feel my bones are a little stiff. I want to. Lin Hinian was interrupted by Su Ting before he opened his mouth. Old guy, don't even think about running away if something happens. Su Ting said, everyone, stop what you are doing and be on guard. As soon as the order was given, a clang was heard. However, 2 people relaxed while carrying a coffin, and the coffin in their hands fell to the ground. They regarded the coffin as firewood and planned to carry it over and burn it. The coffin fell to the ground, and something seemed to roll out. It looks like a person. Probably a person. This man has white hair all over his body. He looks a bit like a satsuma and a white ape. Neither fish nor fowl. After falling to the ground, it opened its eyes, pounced on the defense team member in front of it, and grabbed the opponent's neck. Click! The member of the defense team had his neck broken before he could even shout. After killing one person, it immediately throws the corpse aside and pounces on the other person. Ah! Screams sounded. Another person was killed by this unknown monster. Lin Hinian and Su Ting came over, and when they saw this terrifying monster, their expressions changed. Monster! Monster! Someone screamed. Su Ting was the first to take action. She stretched out her hand and released a ribbon to restrain the white-haired monster. Then she threw out a few nails and penetrated the white-haired monster's key points. Old thing. I'm coming. Lin Hinian appeared out of nowhere, grabbed the white-haired monster by the throat, stuffed a bomb into the monster's mouth, and kicked the monster into an igloo. Boom! The white-haired monster exploded to pieces along with the igloo. At the same time, the sound of clanging became more and more frequent, which was because the coffin boards of other coffins could no longer suppress it. Everyone, in defensive formation, shoot at these coffins and drop bombs. Lin Hinian ordered. It's just that this order was given a little late. All kinds of monsters rose up from their coffins and rushed toward the nearby Seahai Base Defense Force members at extremely fast speeds. In the distance, King Dashi, who was leading the cannibals southward, chuckled. Lan Xiaokong, Yu Yuangui, I hope you like the gift I left behind. He Chao noticed the smiling King Dashi and couldn't help but shuddered in his heart. At this time, they saw a black mina flying over in a swaggering way. King Dashi, Beige, don't worry about it. King Dashi said, this mina is really getting more and more arrogant, and there will be many opportunities to kill it in the future. Starling lowered his head and glanced at the long migration team of cannibals, and continued flying towards the Seahai Base. The cannibals have gone south. It must arrive at Seahai Base as soon as possible to see the situation there, and then return to the villa to report to His Highness Su Miao. If nothing else happens, the first batch of cannibals will arrive near the Vulcan base tomorrow. In the villa, Su Miao watched the field mouse and the little white rabbit eat the fresh vegetables. After confirming that the field mouse and the little white rabbit were alive, he checked the experimental notes on the side. The first phase of the experiment is completed. Preliminary proof shows that vegetables grown using growth agents refined from common mushrooms are not toxic. Su Miao clenched her fists and jumped up happily. Fresh tomatoes are ready to eat. Eat it raw. Make tomato and egg soup. Make tomato hot pot base. Tomato flavored pickled fish, etc. It's very exciting to think about it. Super large cabbage and green vegetables. Add some pork fat residue. Stir fry. It will be particularly fragrant. There are potatoes and peppers. And you can make hot and sour potato shreds. Yellow pods can be boiled into salted yellow pods. Plant some more eggplants and braise them with some oil. Although she doesn't know how to do it specifically, she has downloaded and saved various cooking videos before the end of the world. She can definitely make it after a few more experiments. You can also add radish to pork stew and eat it in soup. It is especially fresh and delicious when eaten in winter. The more she thought about it, the more Su Miao couldn't wait to go to the vegetable field. Plucked all the red tomatoes from a tomato tree and put them into the magic space. Pick some soybeans, dig some potatoes, pick some peppers, and collect one piece each of Chinese cabbage and Chinese green vegetables. The radishes are still growing. but they are already quite big, so pulling one out first should be fine. Some ate it, looking at the vegetable patch that was growing very well. Su Miao was in a very good mood. She returned to the living room on the second floor of the villa, took out a tomato, cleaned it with water polo skills, and took a bite. It had that familiar tomato taste. So delicious. Before the end of the world, due to various reasons, the tomatoes sold in wet markets and supermarkets were rubber-like and could not be eaten raw. And the taste of tomato and egg soup would be much worse. Only if you are lucky can you occasionally buy tomatoes that can be eaten raw like the previous flavor. Just like this now. This taste is better than mini peaches that melt in your mouth. It didn't take long for Su Miao to finish eating nearly 3 kilograms of tomatoes. She was extremely satisfied. Marvelous! Let's have some tomato beef hot pot later in the evening. Su Miao happily opened her magic notebook and began her afternoon magic research. After just studying for a while, Su Miao closed the magic notebook. How about a tomato-flavored beef hot pot first? Although I only ate 1 tomato, it should be fine if I eat a little more occasionally. 138. Chapter 137 The Cannibals Are Coming. Chapter 137 The Cannibals Are Coming. Beige flew over Seahai Base and saw many people in the base busy repairing the defenses. If nothing else, the Seahai Base already knew about the cannibals' southward movement. The fighting stopped. Suddenly, Starling saw the fire exploding in the distance. Quack! Quack! What happened? It was a little confused and immediately flew towards the direction of the explosion. Mina hovered in the sky and flew over the cannibal camp in less than 2 minutes. He saw more than 100 monsters breaking open coffins and starting an indiscriminate massacre of the surrounding Seahai Base Defense Force members. What terrifying monsters! What on earth are these monsters? It was a little frightened. The monsters frantically killed the surrounding members of the Seahai Base defense team. The members of the defense team had guns and fired wildly at these monsters. Some monsters could be knocked down by bullets, but some monsters were beaten to a bloody pulp by the bullets and fell down not long after they got up again and dealt a fatal blow to the people next to them. Ah! Help! Help! Someone collapsed and wanted to break away from the defensive formation and escape. However, after only a few steps of escaping, a monster pounced in front of him. It tore his cotton-padded clothes in an instant, penetrated his chest, took out his heart and bit it into pieces, causing blood to splash everywhere. Everyone, focus on defense. Pei Fu, who was responsible for peripheral security, led his people to join the battlefield. Fortunately, he took part of the defense team to the outside in advance. Otherwise, if the entire defense team fell into chaos, it would most likely fall into a situation of annihilation. There were many capable people in the defense team, and with the concerted efforts of everyone, they finally maintained the front. That's how it was. However, something unexpected happened to Su Ting. I came to magic today, and I was in a bad mood. Not just generally irritable. She released a large number of ribbons to bind the monsters in front of her. A group of monsters who failed to awaken. So sad. Su Ting sneered, tied up the ribbon as before, and prepared to rip off the monster's head. She has killed 5 monsters this way. This one is no exception. However, this time, when the ribbon was pulled, the ribbon was tightened without tearing off the opponent's head. Su Ting's expression changed. She didn't believe in evil, so she pulled it again. The monster's eyes almost bulged out. It stared at Su Ting fiercely and roared furiously. It's useless even if you scream. Su Ting calmly took out a knife from her waist and prepared to cut off the monster's head with the knife. Suddenly, the monster broke the ribbon binding its body and suddenly appeared in front of Su Ting. Su Ting's mind went blank after a breath of smoke. When she regained consciousness, the monster had already inserted its claw into Su Ting's abdomen. Ah! Su Ting screamed. She cut off the monster's arm with one knife and sliced the monster's body into pieces with several consecutive knives. Su Ting! Lin Hinian noticed the situation here and rushed over. He couldn't help but stop when he saw Su Ting, who had a skinny black-furred claw inserted into her lower abdomen and was dripping with blood. Hopeless. Su Ting staggered and looked at Lin Hinian, who was coming. Take me back to the base. She suppressed the pain forcefully, thinking that she could still save her life. Lin Hinian said, Well, be careful. Su Ting turned around mechanically, and then she realized that the monster that she had stabbed countless times had grabbed her foot and dragged it in front of her. The skin-bone hand moved from bottom to top, and penetrated again until it reached her lower abdomen. Ah! Su Ting screamed again, with a flash of the knife in her hand. She successfully cut off the monster's head. Vaguely, Su Ting saw an extremely disgusting look on the monster's face. This monster was a pervert before it failed to awaken its powers. The whole process happened so suddenly that Lin Hinian couldn't help even if he wanted to. The only thing he could do was to pick up an assault rifle nearby and fire dozens more shots at the headless corpse, completely beating the monster's body to pieces. Su Ting! You? Su Ting glanced at Lin Hinian resentfully and fell down. As a powerful ability user, and one of the directors of Sihai Base, Su Ting never thought that she would die like this. Such monsters that failed to mutate were very dangerous. She knew that, and had killed several of them. This time, I was careless. Mina, who was flying high in the sky, looked at the battlefield below, dumbfounded. Bago knew about Su Ting. He had been fighting with the cannibal leader Ning Hongmei in the past few days. The two of them killed her very brutally. He didn't expect to be killed by a monster that mutated after its awakening failed. However, this woman somewhat deserves it. She talks nonsense and pretends to be cool in front of a monster. Who can see it? If you don't delay and get the knife out as soon as possible, wouldn't it be fine? But looking at it from another angle, the cannibal King Dashi is really terrifying. And he imprisoned so many monsters silently. Fortunately, the Sihai Base defense team that came to sweep the cannibal camp this time consisted mostly of people with abilities. After a period of fighting, they successfully killed the remaining mutated monsters. However, some monsters still escaped from here and disappeared without a trace. Mina flew to Sihai Base again. Sihai Base was also attacked by these mutated monsters. While the defense team was out of the city, and most of the people were busy maintaining the fortifications, a large number of mutated monsters used the ice and snow slopes previously piled up by the cannibals to jump onto the walls of the Sihai Base, and began a bloody and indiscriminate massacre. Starlings flying high in the sky look like these monsters are flying unparalleled. A large number of the people involved in the restoration work were ordinary people. They have no ability to resist these monsters. Often in the blink of an eye, the monster is already in front of them. By the time the defense team arrived, more than 100 people had been killed by these monsters in the blink of an eye, and hundreds more were injured. In such extremely cold conditions, it is basically difficult to survive an injury, even if the Sihai Base has coal mines and heating. Because of the tight medical care, many people are destined to die from injuries. Yu Yuangui took action. He killed the mutated monsters in front of him and gave orders to the major defense groups to stabilize their positions and carry out encirclement and suppression of these mutated monsters. Lan Xiaokong immediately killed several particularly powerful mutated monsters and brought the situation under control. However, there are still many powerful mutated monsters here, and it will take some time to destroy them all. Mina didn't continue to look, and turned back. Master Lan! Yu Yuangui looked at the walls of Sihai Base with heavy casualties and blood everywhere, and said, "This is King Dashi's declaration of war against us. We cannot let these cannibals continue to live. Otherwise Sihai Base will be finished sooner or later. The monsters produced by this kind of failed awakening will be killed in the Sihai Base as soon as possible to prevent accidents." But who would have thought that King Dashi could temporarily control these monsters and release them when needed? King Dashi brought the cannibals southward as an opportunity to release these monsters, because these monsters attack indiscriminately. If the cannibals throw monsters like this to the Sihai Base a few times from time to time, the Sihai Base will collapse sooner or later. Due to the attack by more than 100 mutated monsters, the number of casualties in Sihai Base reached a shocking 1,300 people, not counting the casualties of the defense team cleaning up the cannibal camp. Lan Xiaokong said. "Plan," Yu Yuangui said. "Bring those tomorrow and take a gamble." Lan Xiaokong was silent. At this time, new information came through the walkie-talkie, and the madwoman Su Ting, one of the directors of the Sihai Base, died in the battle. Lan Xiaokong showed a dangerous look, took a deep breath and said, "Okay." "Huh?" "Smell good." Bago landed at the door of the villa and knocked on the door. "Your Highness, I'm back. Open the door." Su Miao opened the door and let Starling fly in. Mina flew to the living room on the second floor and felt numb when he saw the hot pot on the table. He smelled it right just now. It was indeed hot pot. And it was tomato-flavored hot pot. This. His Highness actually had dinner in advance and forgot about it. "Your Highness, I want it too. Get your own bowl," Su Miao said. The kitchen has Mina's exclusive bowls and chopsticks. Mina is so awesome now that he can even hold the dishes and chopsticks by himself. Mina took a sip of soup and ate a piece of beef, looking very happy. Your Highness, are the vegetables ready to be eaten? Su Miao ate the beef and said, there are fresh tomatoes over there. Starling took a look at the tomatoes weighing 2 or 3 kilograms next to him, and became even more happy. Your Highness, is there any corn? When will you plant some corn? Su Miao blinked and said, okay. She suddenly remembered that before the end of the world, farmers planted corn. And every time the corn was about to be harvested, there would always be some birds that would tear open the corn in advance and have a feast. I don't know which bird started it, but eventually other birds learned it. Su Miao glanced at Mina suspiciously. Does Mina like birds that steal corn? Starling drank soup and ate beef and said, Your Highness, the cannibals have gone south ahead of time, and the direction is towards us. Eh? Su Miao blinked. Was Seahai Base killed so quickly? Beige said. I don't know what happened, but the cannibals temporarily stopped their attack on the Seahai Base. But they left a lot of monsters behind, causing the Seahai Base to suffer heavy losses. Even a supervisor-level ability user died. Are all the directors of Seahai Base dead? Scared, Su Miao picked up a tomato and took a bite subconsciously. She seemed to be full just now. Be a fruit? Su Miao asked. What kind of monsters are those? Bago said. I flew closer and heard something. It seemed to be a monster that mutated after humans failed to awaken their abilities. Eh? Su Miao was still thinking about this issue a few days ago. After the end of the world, she had seen many mutated animals, plants, and humans, but she had never seen one that failed to mutate. I just didn't expect that people who failed to mutate would be so terrifying. They attack indiscriminately, have no reason, and only have the instinct to eat. This is even more terrifying than the talking undead. Su Miao was very scared when she thought that the cannibals were heading here. Su Miao asked, How many cannibals are there going south? Bago said, More than 40,000 people. It has only been a few days since the war started between more than 80,000 cannibals and the Seahai Base. Are there only more than 40,000 people left? This battle was too brutal. But why are there so many cannibals? Tomorrow, go and see where the cannibals are as soon as possible. And tell me if they are almost there. Su Miao took a bite of the tomato and said, Okay, Your Highness. Mina agreed. Su Miao was thinking about whether to revive the corpses in the Vulcan base again. She thought for a moment and gave up the idea for the time being. We will discuss the specific situation at that time. In addition, the cannibals are migrating here in large groups this time, and they will probably not arrive here until the day after tomorrow, or even the day after tomorrow. There should still be time to prepare. Let's make more preparations in these 2 days. You can tell those 4 people the news that the cannibals are coming, Su Miao added. Okay, Your Highness, Beige said happily while eating huiga. Night is coming. The cannibals migrating south stopped their footsteps and began to build igloo camps and repair. If there was anything, they could wait until tomorrow. Some people are too lazy to build an igloo and simply dig a snow cave in the snow to use as an igloo for the night. Although there is a certain chance that it will be buried in the snow. It is better than nothing. King Dashi drank wine and looked at the stewed meat in the pot with a stern expression. I believe Seahai Base has received the gift he carefully prepared. It's ridiculous to want to plot against him. The atmosphere in Seahai Base was very depressing. Just when they thought they had one, they were attacked by mutated monsters, causing heavy casualties in the base, which made the entire Seahai Base panic. However, the survivors saw several supervisors integrating the defense team and preparing to avenge the dead, and their confidence was rekindled in their hearts. They believe that if all these cannibals die, the remaining people will be able to live a good life. After everything was ready, Seahai Base dispatched 5,000 defense teams to go south to pursue the cannibals. This was the limit of the defense teams that Seahai Base could dispatch. Supervisors Lan Xiaokong, Yu Yuangui, Lin Henian, and Pei Fu are all inside, leaving only the old, weak and sick remaining in the base. In order to eliminate the cannibals, the bases from all over the world are fighting. The waiting time is always extra long. In the following time, Su Miao would not only study magic, but also refine magic potions. Affected by the shortage of materials, she only refined 2 pots of highly toxic hallucinogenic potions and highly toxic growth potions, hoping that they would be enough. Before the cannibals arrived, Su Miao opened a vegetable garden near the Vulcan base. In the vegetable garden, he planted some green vegetables that were stimulated by highly toxic growth agents. He also planted a large mutated tree next to it. With hanging, Liao Kuai said, The vegetables are highly poisonous. So don't eat them. After a day and a night, when the green vegetables grew to about 80 centimeters high, Mina brought the news that the cannibals were about to arrive near the Vulcan base. Su Miao inspected the vegetable garden, collected all the dead hare carcasses near the vegetable garden, and threw them into a makeshift igloo. The igloo is on the only way to reach the vegetable field from the Vulcan base. I hope some cannibals passing by will find it. This will also prevent cannibals from truly believing that green vegetables are poisonous. Now, everything is ready. Su Miao came to a hill suitable for observing the overall situation and looked into the distance. Without Beige's notification, Su Miao saw the dense crowds of cannibals, and her body couldn't help but tremble. So many cannibals. So scary. Suddenly, Su Miao looked at the Vulcan base with a confused expression. I saw a few undead crawling out of the snow near the Vulcan base. They were wrapped in white sheets and quietly moved toward the cannibal camp. I didn't use the resurrection magic. Did I? 139, Chapter 138 Awe. It's a scam. Chapter 138 Awe. It's a scam. Your Highness, do you want me to fly over and take a look? Starling said, as he looked at the cannibals at the foot of the mountain and the undead crawling out of the snow. Need not. Su Miao shook her head. When she used the undead resurrection magic before, she had guessed whether the undead would still move after the magic was lifted. But she didn't expect that they would really move after the magic was lifted. This is completely different from the undead magic that Su Miao knew. According to what we have seen in various anime novels, these corpses can be put to rest temporarily after the undead magic is lifted. There is indeed a big problem with the undead magic and blood magic. Su Miao suddenly thought of something. Before the last use of the undead resurrection magic, were these undead able to move on their own? If that's the case, it's terrible. King Dashi glanced around the camp and entered his exclusive igloo. Everywhere he goes, there will be elite cannibals to help him build an igloo. This kind of trivial matter does not require him to do anything. A few minutes later, the bonfire in the igloo burned. A large piece of meat was put into the pot. The lid was covered, and the meat began to stew. He Chao, Ning Hongmei, and Sha Mo walked into the igloo and sat down on their respective small benches. King Dashi. King Dashi took out a bottle of wine, poured a bowl, and took a sip. Is there any problem with the food supply? Ning Hongmei said. No problem. Affected by the war in the past few days, we have exceeded the reserve of meat, and there are still many living sick and wounded who can be used at any time. I have ordered all personnel not to eat any corpses near the Vulcan base, and any corpses found must be buried. Originally she wanted to be cremated, but cutting down trees in such a cold weather is not an easy task. And there is even more shortage in the cannibal camp. It will be very difficult to cut down the wood and burn the corpses. And no one can guarantee whether there will be cannibals to snatch the burned corpses and eat them. King Dashi said. Yi Chao, please arrange for someone to investigate where Lu Long and Fu Juanxiang died. Yi Chao said. Yes. King Dashi looked at Shamo. Shamo, please pay attention to the birds in the sky during this period. The Mina has flown above our heads many times. Birds hold grudges, and they will not let it go. Shamo said. Yes, King Dashi. Thinking of that Mina, Shamo's face became a little confused. The last time I brought someone here, I was almost killed by these mutated birds. Fortunately, King Dashi arrived in time. Shamo asked. King Dashi, that Mina. Halfway through his words, he shut up immediately. He wanted to ask King Dashi if he could kill the starling directly, but remembering the order that King Dashi had just given, he didn't dare to ask. He Chao said. King Dashi, regarding the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base, if nothing else happens, the other party should know about our arrival. I suggest restraining everyone, setting up a defensive line, not exploring to the east or south, and staying away from the ruins of the Vulcan base. King Dashi said. Okay, you can do it. Now, let's wait for Seahai base to come and die. As the order was issued, and with a sufficient supply of meat, the cannibals took only half a day to build a city out of thin air out of snow on the flat ground, and built igloos one after another, as if they were going to live there for a long time. Su Miao was stunned by the scene. Speaking of which, she had been standing on the top of this hill shivering in the cold wind. Originally, she wanted to resurrect the corpses inside the Vulcan base and let the undead take the initiative to kill the cannibals. However, she did not need to use the undead resurrection magic, and the undead inside ran out on their own. Now, the cannibals have discovered the green vegetable she planted, and there are 5,000 people from Seahai base rushing here. After careful consideration, Su Miao decided to wait. What's more, the cannibals built a city wall to surround them all, which could also avoid the problem of them scattering and escaping when the undead attacked. Unless the cannibals would cross the mutated forest zone, then she would have to take action. There's an igloo here with some rabbits in it. A squad of cannibals discover an igloo leading to a patch of poisonous greens. From the igloo they manage to discover the frozen rabbit inside. Bury these rabbits! The captain of the cannibal team looked at the rabbits and said, Captain, this must be the rabbit left by the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base. Why did you throw it away? Look at the tools left in this igloo. This must be a temporary resting camp. The cannibals who discovered the rabbit were unhappy. It is true that they have been eating human flesh most of the time, but the meat is very unpalatable. It's rare to have wild game to whet your appetite. So how could you give it up? The cannibal team leader said. This is an order from above. Any corpses found nearby must be buried on the spot to prevent poisoning. Don't be dissatisfied. Before we came here, King Dashi sent 2 elites here, but they all died. They were all poisoned. Several team members fell silent upon hearing this information. At this time, they looked at the ice rabbit in their hands with some fear. If you look closely, these ice rabbits all have signs of bleeding from their mouths and eyes, making it difficult to grasp the situation. Bury it! The cannibal man who picked up the rabbit looked at it a few more times and felt very sorry. Quack! Quack! Don't you want to eat this rabbit? At this time, a starling came down and said, How clever! These rabbits are highly poisonous. If you eat them all, you will die. Throw them away quickly. Throw them away quickly. When the cannibal team saw Mina, they all looked wary. The leader has given an order that no one should listen to anything the Mina says after discovering it, and do not respond to any provocation made by the Mina. Under the gaze of the team leader, the cannibals began to dig snow pits, threw all the rabbits in and buried them. Quack! Quack! You really don't want to eat. Rabbits are so delicious. Do you like to be vegetarian? Mina said regretfully. I'll tell you a secret. There is a vegetable field over there. The people who grow vegetables are afraid that others will steal the vegetables. So they hang a sign on the mutated tree nearby, saying that the vegetables are highly poisonous and cannot be eaten. Who are they kidding? These rabbits are actually poisoned and are going to be thrown near the vegetable fields to scare away outsiders. So funny. The cannibal squad leader is a little numb. According to the information, the starlings would provoke them when they appeared. But when they saw them, they not only did not provoke them, but also told them that rabbit meat was poisonous and that there was a vegetable field not far away. Is there something wrong with this Mina? Is it not the Mina in King Dashi's order? Everyone still said nothing. However, if they check it out along the way, there should be no problem. The cannibal team walked forward according to Mina's guidance. Soon they saw a huge vegetable field. Each vegetable in it grew to 70 or 80 centimeters. They looked so beautiful amidst the white snow. They looked very special. Tasty. Green vegetables. It's really green vegetables. Fresh. Zhou Chao. How do these big green vegetables grow in such a cold weather? A group of cannibals looked at the green vegetables in front of them and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Survival experts have said that the most important things to survive in the wild are the protein provided by meat and the vitamins provided by vegetables and fruits. If we are not deficient in protein, we are deficient in vitamins. These vegetables can give us enough vitamins, a young man in the cannibal team said with a smile. At this time, the cannibal team leader said, Calm down. Don't get close. It must be a mutant plant that can grow in such a cold weather. Everyone was about to take a closer look when they heard the mutated plants and immediately did not dare to move. During heavy rains, mutated plants that seem motionless often eat people more horribly than those ferocious mutated animals, because mutated plants will disguise themselves as the food, flowers, firewood, etc. you need to attract you closer. When people get close to a certain range, they are already fertilizer for mutated plants. Quite terrifying. There is such a large area of green vegetables now. How terrifying would it be if they could eat people? Captain, there is a sign here. A cannibal found a sign hanging on a tree. The sign clearly stated, the vegetables are highly poisonous, so do not eat them. This is consistent with what Mina said. At the same time, it also proved that the vegetable field in front of me was managed by someone. And those people must have offended this vindictive Mina. Look, the vegetables there seem to have been harvested and passed by. These vegetables are edible, someone said, pointing to several roots left by the cut vegetables, affected by the freezing. The cut roots of the vegetables looked very clear. They looked at the cannibal captain with great expectation. But the cannibal captain hesitated. Speaking of which, the order they received was not allowed to eat any corpses nearby. But it never said that vegetables could not be eaten. So should they report it to the superiors? Although this vegetable field is very large. There are so many vegetables. But if we really want to harvest them, there won't be enough for many people to share them. Shall we report this vegetable field to the superiors? The cannibal team leader spoke a little slowly. The young cannibal said, Captain, how about we collect some vegetables first, and then report to the superiors? If there are no vegetables, the leader will definitely not believe it. Well, we are here to test whether these mutated vegetables are dangerous. The cannibal team leader drew out his machete and said, Everyone, be careful. Let's collect some green vegetables first. If there is danger, others will immediately support you. The team members understood instantly, and everyone picked up their machetes and approached the green vegetables carefully. As a green vegetable weighing several dozen kilograms was cut down without any danger, they shouted excitedly, It's okay. These vegetables are okay. Harvest them quickly. I'll report to the leader later. The cannibals were very happy to see the cannibals harvesting the green vegetables. And the mina was also very happy. It flapped its wings and flew up the hill. Your Highness, they have accepted the vegetables, Mina said happily. Su Miao glanced below. I hope the cannibals will like it and eat more at a time. After much deliberation, she built a temporary igloo on the hill. The fire in the villa's fireplace could be replenished regularly by Mina, so she wouldn't have to worry about it going out. Right now, she was more worried about the cannibals' surprise attack. Speaking of which, before the end of the world, the temperature at the highest peak of Mount Everest was about minus 30 degrees Celsius, and at the extreme, it was about minus 61 degrees Celsius. But now the temperature here is minus 72 degrees Celsius. It's colder than Mount Everest. The only difference is that the air here is not too thin, and there is no altitude sickness. Even so, these cannibals can keep migrating in the ice and snow and fight against well-defended bases, which is really extraordinary. Su Miao looked into the distance. I saw the undead crawling out from the ruins of the Vulcan base, digging out some snow and burying themselves in it, pretending to be a long dead body. What is the purpose of this operation? Su Miao looked further away, and there were cannibals walking this way in twos and threes. She blinked, understanding. The undead are fishing. These cannibals are people with abilities responsible for investigating the deaths of the two leaders Lu Long and Fu Juanxiang. They are among the few qualified to get close to the ruins of the Vulcan base. There are 6 bodies here, one of the cannibals shouted. Soon the nearby cannibals approached quickly, and they saw the undead half hidden in the snow. First dig it out and take a look. Maybe there are clues to the two leaders Lu Long and Fu Juanxiang, the leader of the cannibals said. To them, corpses are just meat stewed in pots every day. They have long been used to it, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Your Highness, they dug up these undead souls. Quack quack. Mina jumped up and down. Can I go see the fun? Su Miao said. Yeah, Beige said. Thank you, Your Highness. It spread its wings and flew to the scene of the undead discovery. Captain, it's Mina! The arrival of the Mina alerted the cannibals. The various orders regarding Mina were specially given by King Dashi, and no one is allowed to violate them. Are you going to eat the corpse? Mina asked friendlily from the tree. Having said that, the cannibals and the investigation team felt a little hungry. In the extreme cold of the blizzard, the bodies were very fresh to them, except that they were frozen solid. King Dashi has an order that no one is allowed to eat corpses around here. Have you forgotten? A person with abilities snorted coldly. First check these corpses, and look for clues about the two leaders Lu Long and Fu Juanxiang, Beige said friendly. Lu Long and Fu Juanxiang. The two leaders of the cannibals? I know. You can ask me. The cannibal's Esper began to examine the corpse carefully, treating the Mina standing on the tree as if it were air. Mina simply jumped onto the snow and said, You're ignoring me? The cannibals are hard at work. Do you really not want to know anything before you die? That would be a pity. Mina flew back to the tree again, kicked away the snow on the branches, and said, How long can these idiots keep pretending? Get up and eat them. The cannibals who were studying the corpse didn't understand what the Mina meant. Suddenly, the undead they dug out collectively opened their eyes and attacked the cannibals approaching them. Ah! One cannibal was caught off guard, and the undead grabbed his hand with a bone hand, pressed it with his backhand, and bit off his neck. A cannibal was caught by the hand and his hand was bitten off by the undead. They looked hungry for a long time. The fresh warm blood makes them feel very satisfied. And powerful power is revived in the body. Ah! Fake corpse! Fake corpse! The cannibal captain was frightened and fled into the distance. An undead, who had just drank a mouthful of blood, followed him like a phantom. He caught up with the target in the blink of an eye and stabbed the cannibal in the back, knocking the cannibal to the ground. The cannibal investigation team was completely wiped out. 140. Chapter 139. This mysterious force is too terrifying. Chapter 139. This mysterious force is too terrifying. The undead killed the cannibals, and they dragged the corpses away from the scene quickly and took them back to the Vulcan base. These cannibals can also squeeze out a lot of blood to revive more undead. The whole process was under the watchful eye of the Mina. Su Miao, who was standing on the hill, could see roughly. She couldn't help but feel scared. These undead souls were no different from humans except that their bodies were dead. They have consciousness, can use tactics, can pretend to be corpses to trick cannibals into being fooled, have extremely high combat effectiveness, and like to hunt living people, which is terrifying. But for some reason, Su Miao shook her hands in fear and threw an undead resurrection at the Vulcan base. Different from the resurgence of the undead released before. This is the resurgence of the undead that she has researched and improved during this period. To put it simply, she turned the resurrection magic of the undead into a continuous state. All the undead in the area will be awakened, but the newly dead corpses will not be converted into undead. When the duration ends, the undead will return to their previous state. If this wave of undead revives, they will probably be able to continue their activities for 3 to 5 days. Ah! It's so late! Su Miao looked at the time and decided to go home first. Many undead would crawl out later, and she was worried that she would be frightened when they saw them. With these undead spirits accompanying the cannibals here, I believe the cannibals will not pay attention to her for a long time to come. It is about to fall into the night, and these cannibals should not take advantage of the night to move around. Even those with abilities may not be able to withstand the coldness of the night. If you have any questions, check back tomorrow. Besides, she was a little hungry. If you make a fire to cook here, it will be bad if you are discovered by cannibals. Su Miao went back. Below, the undead carrying the corpse took a few steps, and suddenly felt a strange power emerging from his body. They stopped briefly and said in a hoarse voice, "Your Highness, here we come!" Inside the Vulcan base, next to the blood pool, the Queen of the Undead suddenly opened her eyes and knelt down on one knee. "Thank you, Your Highness!" At the same time, the silent undead in the Vulcan base woke up one after another. Those who had no time to bathe in blood last time walked towards the blood pool, while those who had already bathed in blood began to wait for orders. They just waited for a long time, and neither the Queen of the Undead nor the ordinary undead received any instructions. This doesn't make sense. "Queen, what are we going to do?" After waiting for a long time, a powerful undead looked at their queen. The queen standing by the blood pool was a little confused. This Highness woke them up without an order? "Continue with our plan to make us stronger so that we can better carry out His Highness's orders." The Queen of the Undead looked at the undead in front of her and said, she discovered that after Her Highness the witch used magic on them, the sleeping undead could wake up. The weak undead could become stronger. The powerful undead could become stronger. And some of the powerful but unable to speak undead could become able to speak. And even thinking can become more active. At the same time, they became even more thirsty for blood. Is this the real reason why Her Highness the Witch awakened them? Before Her Highness the Witch awakened them, the Queen of the Undead had already received news that many humans came from the north. And they seemed to be called cannibals. Cannibals. This term made a lot of memories pop up in her mind. She saw a group of ragged people suddenly burst into the burning room. They killed many people, spilled blood all over the room, and then ate the meat. Reluctance and anger boiled in her soul. Is this what it felt like to be alive before? The Queen of the Undead looked at the blood pool in front of her. This revived memory fragment gave her a goal: to kill all the cannibals. In the cannibal camp, a small group of people stewed meat with green vegetables brought back by the search team. They originally wanted to hide, but too many people were discovered, which directly triggered looting in the camp, and finally turned into a collective stew of green vegetables and white meat. After eating green vegetable and white meat soup, the cannibals fell asleep very comfortably in their igloo. Because it was meal time, many people were focusing on the meat in the pot in front of them. By the time someone noticed that this area suddenly became very quiet, something had already happened. At first, the cannibals on the edge were very happy to find their dead companions. and they could have a full meal again. However, when they discovered that there were corpses bleeding one after another in the igloo, they knew something was wrong. It is worth mentioning that the cannibal team leader, who discovered the green vegetables, was also among the corpses. He was worried that he would not be able to eat the green vegetables if he reported them. So he decided to eat them first and then report them. However, by the time he finished eating, he had no chance to report them. 267 people died from poisoning. What happened? He Chow is here. There was anger on his face. After thousands of warnings and thousands of instructions not to eat any corpses near the Vulcan base, did anyone still eat them? How could so many people die other than eating meat? Who brought the poisonous corpse? He Chow was extremely angry. These are all a bunch of pigs. It's not like they won't feed these people, but they are seeking death. Collect all these poisonous corpses, dig pits and bury them. He Chow ordered the cannibals to bury the bodies. If we arrange ordinary cannibals, if any idiot leaves some corpses behind, a large number of them will die. After disposing of the body, He Chow began to search for the source of the poison. The first thing to check is the food left in the large pots. These pots are highly toxic. 10 minutes later, he found the source of the poisoning, which turned out to be the vegetables left in the pot. Green vegetables. Why are there vegetables? Where did they get the vegetables? He Chow felt a sense of frustration with nowhere to vent his anger. They ordered a ban on eating corpses near the Vulcan base, but they did not ban eating vegetables near the Vulcan base. However, in such a blizzard and extremely cold weather, how can there be vegetables? In this blizzard and extremely cold weather, fresh vegetables are worth as much as gold. Who would poison them? Not long after, he found some remains of green vegetables, then found an injured cannibal and asked him to eat the green vegetables raw. 3 minutes later, the person who ate the green vegetables bled from all his orifices and died. Get rid of the rest. He Chow looked at the corpse on the ground and turned his eyes into the distance. It is hard to be convinced that this was not the work of the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base. He immediately arranged for people to dispose of the remaining vegetables and cauldrons in the camp, and then learned the source of the vegetables based on clues provided by nearby survivors. He Chow led people to the poisonous vegetable field. Every green vegetable here grows to about 80 centimeters tall, and each one can weigh dozens of kilograms. They look very delicious. However, who would have thought that this was the highly poisonous green vegetable that killed 200 to 300 people? Maybe the time of arrival is more coincidental. He Chow saw a plump big gray rabbit appearing near the vegetables and ate a large piece of green leaves in several bites. In less than a minute, the fat gray rabbit was swaying here and there and was poisoned to death next to the vegetable field. So poisonous! It's really poisonous! It's so heartbreaking! Who is so wicked as to spread poison on vegetables? Does he want to poison everyone who finds the vegetable patch? The cannibals who followed you, and I will condemn those who do such things. Look! There's a sign there! Someone found a sign hanging on the mutated tree, which read, "The vegetables are highly poisonous, so don't eat them." When the people present saw this sign, their expressions became very exciting. He Chow pushed up his glasses and took a deep breath. This warning sign directly confirmed to him that the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base was targeting the cannibals. In addition, judging from the highly toxic nature of these vegetables, he even deduced how this mysterious force relied on to destroy the Vulcan base in a very short period of time. Just use these highly poisonous vegetables. They poisoned the Vulcan base, and the Vulcan base failed to pay attention in time. By the time they discovered something was wrong, it was too late. In such a blizzard and extremely cold weather, poisoning with vegetables is such a luxury for this mysterious force. Too vicious. He Chow was ready to go back. At this time, someone came to report. Chief, we found a lot of mutant trees over there. Tree? He Chow said. Go over and take a look. Leave 2 people to guard here. Later we will find someone to get rid of all the poisonous vegetables here. They came to the vicinity of the mutated forest belt. He Chow took a deep breath when he saw the mutated forest belt that was 2 to 3 kilometers long. It's not like he has never seen a mutated tree before, but he had never seen it growing in such a neat and orderly row. Unless they are the kind of mutant trees that can run away. They are migrating, but they are forced to stop and take root due to some impact during the migration. But even these mutant trees that can run away will definitely not survive when migrating in groups. Won't stop with a queue like this. Well, there is only one possibility. These mutated trees are related to the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base. How terrifying is the mysterious force that exists here? However, In such extremely cold weather, most mutated trees will be affected by freezing and unable to move. This is also the reason why cannibals can safely enter the forest to cut trees despite large-scale migration. The conditions of these mutated trees in front of us should be similar. But out of caution, he decided to arrange for someone to give it a try first. You two, go over and chop down a tree. He Chow ordered 2 people in a team. Be careful. The 2 cannibals were both physically strong men. They looked at each other and swaggered towards the mutated forest zone ahead with their axes in hand. They would shiver if they cut down trees before a blizzard and extreme cold. But don't cut down trees too easily now. The leader told them to be careful because he was looking down on them. After walking for more than 30 steps, the 2 came to a mutated tree. They patted the trunk and told He Chow that there was nothing wrong with these mutated trees that could adapt to the growth of heavy snow and extreme cold. Idiot! He Chow's face was distorted and he shouted loudly. The 2 of them felt a little strange. What was the leader scolding them for? Isn't it just cutting down a tree? It doesn't seem right. They saw that the faces of the people standing next to the leader changed, as if they were shouting something to them. But why couldn't they hear them? In the sight of a group of cannibals, the 2 approached the mutated tree and patted the trunk, seemingly showing off. But the next second, I saw the branches of the mutated tree drooping. In an instant, their heads and bodies were separated. Terrifying tree roots emerged from the snow and pierced the 2 corpses. In the blink of an eye, the corpses were torn apart and all rolled into the snow. The whole process only took more than 10 seconds. After more than 10 seconds, there was nothing left on the snow except a few pieces of clothing and blood, which meant that 2 people had been here. Chief, aren't these mutated trees frozen under the extreme cold of the snowstorm? An older cannibal man asked. He Chow pushed his eyes and said, Let's go back. How could he explain this? This was the first time he had seen such a ferocious mutated tree. It was indeed a mutated tree that could still grow lush and green in this blizzard and extremely cold conditions. He didn't know how much this mysterious force had prepared here, and he had to tell King Dashi as soon as possible. However, not long after returning to the camp, He Chow received new news. Brother Chow, near the Vulcan base area, many of our people are missing. The person coming was He Chow's deputy, named Li Wei. He Chow stopped and said, What's going on? Li Wei said, Our people approached the ruins of the Vulcan base to investigate the death of the 2 leaders Lu Long and Fu Juanxiang. Everything was normal at the beginning, until someone screamed, and I urgently mobilized people for rescue. All I saw was a place. There was blood and everyone was gone. I suspect that there are some ferocious mutant animals near the Vulcan base, or that the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base is taking action. Or, it's a mutated monster. He Chow's expression condensed and he asked, Are there any more clues? Li Wei thought for a while. Some people vaguely heard the term, hoaxing a corpse. But the specific situation cannot be determined for the time being. Fake corpse? He Chow looked in the direction of the Vulcan base and adjusted his glasses. This thing is really extraordinary. By tomorrow, the pursuers from Sihai base will have almost arrived. If at this time, their rear is attacked by the mysterious force that has shown hostility, the situation will be very dangerous. Pull everyone back and build a defense line in the direction of the Vulcan base. He Chow immediately issued the order. Li Wei said, Yes, leader. Watching his men leave, He Chow walked towards King Dashi's igloo. Almost at the same time, he noticed the Mina flying in the sky. This Mina is getting more and more arrogant, and even dares to fly directly over the cannibal camp. However, considering that the 8th brother was particularly mean, and that there was an order from King Dashi, He Chow chose to ignore it, and walk straight into the igloo. King Dashi, there are some situations happening around the camp. He Chow told one by one the crises currently facing the cannibal camp. King Dashi drank wine and ate meat and said, Strengthen management and let those cannon fodder persist for a few more days. The rest will go as planned. First destroy the Sihai base. He Chow said. Yes, King Dashi. The cannibals want to tighten their defenses and avoid causing trouble for the time being. However, the awakened undead in the Vulcan base did not think so. Seeing that no cannibals approached actively, and no cannibals could be found to hunt, they simply walked out of the camp and lurked toward the cannibals under the command of the undead queen. Night has fallen and the temperature is getting colder. Living people will be afraid of such extreme cold. But they are all undead and have nothing to fear from such cold. Blood. We need more blood. 141. Chapter 140. It was the undead who made the first move. Chapter 140, it was the undead who made the first move. It's daybreak. The Cannibal Patrol begins its daily patrol. Too many things happened yesterday, which made those responsible for patrol a little uncomfortable. How is this going? They arrived near the southern defense line of the camp. According to normal circumstances, there should be someone on duty near the checkpoint igloo. But no one could be seen in front of several checkpoint igloos. Problem occurs. The Cannibal Patrol said low and cautiously approached the igloo in front with their guns in hand. Empty. The first person, with abilities, who approached the igloo was stunned. There was no one inside. However, there were frozen blood, rags of clothes, and scraps of meat remaining on the snow in the igloo. Judging from the traces on the ground, the guard who was attacked had struggled violently. However, this struggle is in vain, because there was not even a trace of the attacker left on the ground. They searched several checkpoint igloos in succession, and the results were the same in every igloo. Those who stayed behind were all dead. Inform the leader, said the patrol captain. He Chow came, checked the remaining traces in the igloo, and took a deep breath. This trace is consistent with the trace left by the search team in the forest yesterday. In addition, not only a few checkpoint igloos, but also several guards and hidden checkpoints were gone. Li Wei said, Chief, 161 people were missing last night, including 15 capable people. 161 people disappeared silently. If these people encounter mutated animals, they cannot remain silent. He Chow looked towards the direction of Vulcan base, thinking about what to do next. Whether to let King Dashi take action. No. King Dashi, if nothing else, has been seriously injured. Even if he does not appear to be seriously injured, he must maintain the state of being seriously injured. Having been with King Dashi for so long, he could basically guess some of the things King Dashi wanted to do. King Dashi's target is Lan Xiaokong at Sihai Base. Unless Lan Xiaokong dies and Sihai Base is not destroyed, King Dashi will not be able to take action unless the opponent is forced to the point of necessity. Therefore, even if there are unknown dangers in the Vulcan base, they can only let it go. According to intelligence, people from Sihai Base will arrive today. Strengthen the defense, He Chow said. Anyone found attacking will be killed immediately. After explaining, He Chow strode to King Dashi's igloo and reported what happened in the morning. King Dashi got up from the bed and threw the woman, who had been tortured until she was no longer human and wore nothing from the bed. Immediately, some cannibals came in and took the woman down. Not long after, fresh meat began to stew in the pot of the igloo. He Chow stood by the campfire and waited quietly. King Dashi slowly got dressed and sat down by the campfire. He poured a glass of soju and drank it in one gulp. What's the matter? Tell me, King Dashi. There is an unknown danger in the ruins of the Vulcan base. The checkpoint in the southern part of the camp was attacked last night. 161 people died, including 15 people with abilities. They did not make any sound when they died, He Chow said. I suspect that what is currently hidden in the Vulcan base is not a mutated animal. It may be related to the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base. To avoid causing greater damage, we need more defense. King Dashi glanced at He Chow and muttered, Let Ning Hongmei be responsible. She is careful and crazy enough, He Chow said. King Dashi, what should we do when the pursuers from Sihai Base arrive? If nothing else happens, they will arrive nearby around 1 p.m. King Dashi smiled. They will regret chasing us. It was because he was worried that Sihai Base would not come after him that he sent so many mutated monsters to Sihai Base. Feeling the pressure from the mutated monsters, Sihai Base must eliminate their cannibals if they want to continue to protect it. Otherwise, he will really continue to send mutated monsters to Sihai Base. However, when the Sihai Base chases them out, it will become more convenient to eliminate them without the cover of the city wall. After eating Lan Xiaokong, he will be able to awaken again and become a human god. This Doomsday is really cool. King Dashi took a spoon, took a sip of the newly boiled broth, and added some salt. Go and watch. The meat I stew here is what I used in the evening. I guess you won't be used to it either, He Chow said. Okay, King Dashi. He needs to arrange the ambush issue at Sihai Base. In the distance, 5,000 people from Sihai Base are marching towards the ruins of Vulcan Base. Only 5,000 people came, but under Yu Yuangui's arrangement, they looked as powerful as 20,000 to 30,000 people. Stop! Yu Yuangui ordered the army to stop. He glanced ahead and said, Dieter. Lin Hinian was puzzled. Director Yu, this road is so smooth. Why do we need to take a detour? Yu Yuangue said. The cannibals lured us out to kill us. If I were a cannibal, I would set up an ambush in front and wait for us to enter. Lin Hinian wanted to say that there would be no ambush ahead. But thinking of what Yu Yuangue had done before and Lan Xiaokong's attitude, he shut up. Now is not the time for internal strife. As long as the cannibals are not dead, the Sihai base will not be able to survive. If the Sihai base is not good, his old bones will have to be tortured constantly. Just take a few more steps. Just take a few more steps. However, what Lin Hinian didn't expect was that this detour would be a big detour. In the ice and snow, Shamo is ambushing here with a large number of cannibals. They are waiting for the arrival of Sihai base and preparing to give Sihai base a thunderous blow. If Sihai base takes a detour, it doesn't matter. They have set up sentries and will be able to detect it as soon as possible. However, even though the cannibals made a few arrangements, they still underestimated Sihai base's determination to take a detour. They waited for a long time, but did not wait for Sihai base to appear. Chief, do you think the people at Sihai base will take a detour? Asked the cannibal standing next to Shamo. We don't have to think about these issues. Just follow the arrangements and it'll be fine, Shamo said while eating meat. He has been standing here for most of the day, wishing that no one from Sihai base would come so that he could go back and find a woman to sleep with. Your Highness, that's pretty much it. Mina flew back and reported to Su Miao the situation detected in the morning. After hearing the news, Su Miao felt that she was really speechless yesterday when she ran directly to the hill near the Vulcan base and blew the cold wind for nearly a day. It was so comfortable to stay in front of the fireplace. And this tomato is so delicious. Thinking of tomatoes, Su Miao did not stop his feeding experiments on voles and white rabbits. The voles and white rabbits used for the experiment should eat no less vegetables every day. If they accumulate a considerable amount of trace toxins and become poisonous, Su Miao can remedy them in time. The undead prevented the cannibals from exploring southward, and the mutated forest belt prevented the cannibals from exploring eastward. She was safe here. The Sihai base also arrived at the scheduled time, and completely avoided the cannibal ambush circle. This Yu Yuangue is really not simple. Hope they fight soon. Probe again and report again. Su Miao took a bite of the tomato. The tomato was so delicious. Beige said. Yes, Your Highness. After eating tomatoes, Su Miao took out her umbrella sword and started practicing Tai Chi sword and Tai Chi every day. To Su Miao's surprise, when night fell, the Sihai base and the cannibals still did not fight. Instead, the undead started fighting with the cannibals. Just like last night, the undead walked out of the Vulcan base and quietly moved toward the cannibals' checkpoint igloo. What sound? In the igloo at the first checkpoint, 2 cannibals were eating meat. This is a habit they have developed for a long time. No matter what problems they have, they should eat before talking. If they eat slowly, they may lose everything. Don't worry. It must be the wind. Let's eat first. Another person in the igloo said nonchalantly. I heard that many people died here yesterday. We don't know how long we can live here if we are placed here. If you don't eat enough, you might not even have the chance to eat. If you see any danger and shout loudly, you will definitely be the first to die. If you pretend you don't see anything, you might be able to live a few more seconds. The cannibals who wanted to see what was going on outside were numb. What the hell kind of theory is this? He was about to retort when he suddenly felt speechless. Something pierced his neck the moment he turned around, and the sharp pain caused him to lose consciousness instantly. Hey, do you want to eat? Asked the cannibal sitting by the campfire. He turned around and urged. The meat in his mouth fell to the ground. You? He wanted to scream, but his neck had been pierced, and he couldn't make any sound. The queen has ordered you to drink the blood and move back. An undead came out and said in a hoarse and strange voice. The queen will come today too. A lot of cannibals were hunted yesterday, but the blood provided by these cannibals was too little, and they needed more. Therefore, this operation will be led by the queen herself. The undead continued to move forward, heading towards the igloo with the light of fire. Ordinary cannibals are eliminated by ordinary undead, while ability users among cannibals are eliminated by powerful undead. The leader of the cannibals should have been dealt with by the elites of the undead. But when the queen of the undead came, naturally the queen had priority. You finally showed up, destroyed the mysterious forces in the Vulcan base, and said your names? In the darkness, the cannibal leader Ning Hongmei came out with 10 ability users wearing black cloaks. Are you the leader of the cannibals? The elite undead asked in a hoarse and weird voice. Jia. You are really discerning. This is our leader Ning Hongmei. The black-cloaked ability user next to Ning Hongmei responded with a strange voice, seeming to express dissatisfaction with the strange and hoarse voice of the elite undead. The elite undead said politely, I'm so lucky. I didn't expect to meet the leader of the cannibals so quickly. You were supposed to be my opponent. But unfortunately, you belong to our queen tonight. Queen? Ning Hongmei stared at the elite undead. Under the reflection of the snowy night, she could see that the clothes of these undead were thin, and some could even be said to have no clothes at all. How did these people survive in such cold weather? Could it be that the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base has developed a way to resist the extreme cold? She was not careless and arranged for someone to inform others before the war started. At the same time, when it's time to take action, just take action. Ning Hongmei had no interest in talking nonsense on the battlefield. The undead elite didn't panic at all. He picked up the assault rifle in his hand and fired directly in the direction of Ning Hongmei. Snort! Ning Hongmei sneered. Treating them as ordinary people is the biggest mistake of this garbage. She easily avoided the bullets fired at her and reached the undead elite at high speed. Ning Hongmei was fast, but the undead elite was even faster, and a battle broke out between the two sides in the snow. In just 10 seconds, the two sides fought nearly 100 times. Ning Hongmei became more and more frightened as she fought. She clearly penetrated the opponent's body many times, but the opponent seemed to be fine, and her attack movements were not affected at all. Moreover, this opponent's body was hard and cold, like a corpse. What perverted experiments did this mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base do to transform people into this? Chief, be careful. These are not people. They are corpses. There was a black-cloaked ability user who smashed the undead in front of him, picked up the opponent's head and shined it with a flashlight, only to see clearly that it was a corpse. Don't touch these corpses. They are highly poisonous. Ah! Another black-cloaked ability user shouted in pain. He easily killed 3 undead and picked up the parts of an undead corpse to look at. Unexpectedly, the corpse contained unimaginable poison. Just touching it eroded his skin through the gaps in his gloves, in order to prevent his heart from being eroded by the poison. He cut off his arm immediately. This is a ruthless person. Blood! A deep voice came. There were multiple undead nearby, attracted by the blood flowing from the black-cloaked ability user, and they rushed towards them like crazy. For undead like them, the blood of ability users has a fatal attraction. Don't come into contact with him! Ning Hongmei raised her hand and suddenly exploded, blasting away the undead elite in front of her. The undead elite hit a big tree and fell to the ground. The snow on the tree fell down and buried him inside. He tried to stand up again, but countless bones in his body were broken. It was not an ordinary difficulty to stand up. Ning Hongmei walked over on the snow. Are you a corpse? The undead elite struggled and said. Corpse? Do you mean death? Yes. We are already dead. Ning Hongmei said. Are the talking corpses the ones you destroyed the Vulcan base? The undead elite said. No. Ning Hongmei said. Whether you are or not, I will take you back and study you first. Many things will be understood. Dispose of all the other corpses. The undead elite's eyes lit up with scarlet light, and he was ready to self-destruct. At this moment, he heard familiar footsteps and stopped self-destructing. Queen, this is the leader of the cannibals. Her blood is very sweet. The undead elite turned his head and said in a hoarse and weird voice. Ning Hongmei looked into the darkness and saw a pair of scarlet eyes staring at her in the darkness. Just seeing these eyes made her feel unprecedented pressure and had to stop. This kind of pressure comes from death, which has only been felt in the outbreak of King Dashi before. Queen Among Corpses. 142, Chapter 141 You Were Deceived. Chapter 141 You Were Deceived. Ning Hongmei burst out with an extremely powerful aura. Kill me! The surrounding black-cloaked ability users immediately responded to the order and killed the Queen of the Undead. After they reached the Queen of the Undead, they felt that something was wrong. Theoretically speaking, Ning Hongmei should be the one to kill first. But what about the leader? Hold her while I go find King Dashi. At this time, Ning Hongmei's voice came from afar. It turns out that their leader Ning Hongmei's sudden outburst was not to lead them to death, but to escape for their lives. If they want to be angry and regret, it's too late. In the darkness, a lot of blood splattered. The Queen of the Undead shuttles among the black-cloaked ability users, taking away a life every time she strikes. The blood of these powerful ability users excites her, in the blink of an eye, except for the 2 smarter black cloak ability users who escaped. All the other Black Cloak ability users brought by Ning Hongmei were wiped out. Take the body back. The Queen of the Undead glanced at the corpse on the ground and prepared to move forward. Suddenly, artillery fire bombarded the Queen of the Undead from the front like meteors. The cannibals opened fire. The figure of the Queen of the Undead blurred for a while, avoiding the intensive artillery fire, and reached 30 meters away in the blink of an eye. The roar of cannons made the quiet cannibal camp noisy. He Chao, Li Wei, and others arrived quickly. The two sides faced each other across the firelight. Be careful. They are all corpses. Corpses that can move. When Ning Hongmei saw He Chao's arrival, she said calmly, "These corpses are highly poisonous. If you touch them with your hands, you will be poisoned. They are extremely toxic." He Chao's expression changed. Could the poison on those mutated vegetables be caused by these corpses? It's the end of the world. It's normal for corpses to move. There's no virus that turns normal people into zombies like in the novel. So we can just have fun. He Chao suddenly remembered what a friend said half-jokingly before. This joke is not funny at all. Now, these moving corpses are zombies? Ning Hongmei added. They have wisdom and can speak. This is their queen, and her strength is no less than that of King Dashi. No less powerful than King Dashi? He Chao just wanted to hack. MP, can't you finish it all at once? Do you know how terrifying King Dashi is? If the opponent's strength is no less than King Dashi, all of them will be useless. The only thing that can comfort He Chao right now is that he has more rocket launchers and submachine guns around him. Also, King Dashi did not show up. But He Chao could feel King Dashi's aura. This should be the reason why the other party stopped temporarily. There were shadows in the snow, and a large number of undead could be vaguely seen gathering behind the Queen of the Undead. The blood in the cannibal camp excited them. At first, they wanted to stay in the ruins of the Vulcan base and wait for someone to come to their door. However, if they kept waiting, most of the undead would fall into deep sleep without Her Highness, the Witch, releasing magic for them. Except for a few elite undead, they can stay awake. Even so, the conscious undead still need blood to maintain vitality. So, seeing that a large number of cannibals came, but were unwilling to live in the warm Vulcan base, the hospitable Queen of the Undead came up with the idea of bringing the cannibals to live in the Vulcan base in the dark night. As long as all these cannibals turn into blood and merge with the undead, no one will have to worry about the cold. With the help of the light, He Chao noticed the scarlet gaze of the Queen of the Undead, and couldn't help but feel fear. Facing the Queen of the Undead is like facing King Dashi. And the corpses in front of me were wearing clothes from the Vulcan base. Some were clothes of cannibals. Some were nobles. And some were refugees. This means that death here may not be the end, but the possibility of being transformed by these undead into a similar species that is neither human nor ghost. This is too scary. He Chao pushed up his glasses and said, I am He Chao. I don't know what to call you. The Queen of the Undead did not speak. Her eyes only stayed on He Chao for a moment before looking towards the depths of the cannibal camp. There was an extremely terrifying aura there. An aura stronger than hers. There was no response when he spoke. But He Chao didn't panic at all. Who makes the other party stronger? He Chao said. They call you Queen. So I will call you Queen. Queen, I think we can cooperate. Ning Hongmei, who was standing next to He Chao, was stunned for a moment. He Chao was so crazy that he was talking about cooperation with a group of moving corpses. Has this forgotten the horror of these corpses? The Queen of the Undead said in a strange voice. Cooperation? There is a group of cannibals in front of her. She wonders where there is room for cooperation between the two parties. He Chao said. The Queen attacked us probably for the fresh corpses, part of which is used to eat, and part of which is used to become her own kind. Is that right? Wrong. The purpose of attacking cannibals is to drag all the corpses back and squeeze them all into blood. The Queen of the Undead did not respond, just waiting for He Chao to continue. He Chao smiled. Queen, there is an army of 5,000 people coming to the west of us. I wonder if the Queen is interested in cooperating with us to capture these 5,000 people. The Queen of the Undead said. Okay, here's the battle plan. He Chao said. We will fight directly with them tomorrow. Please ask the Queen to outflank them at that time. The Queen of the Undead nodded. Okay. She raised her hand and left with the undead. He Chao bowed and saluted. Best farewell to the Queen. When all these undead souls were invisible in the darkness, He Chao breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Hongmei said. He Chao, you are making your own decisions. He Chao glanced at her. Do you mean we should start a war just now? The black-cloaked ability users, who were supposed to be following Ning Hongmei, were far away from Ning Hongmei. Ning Hongmei had betrayed them just now. There are some things that should be understood without saying them. Naturally, those who should be understood should be understood. He Chao walked towards King Dashi's igloo. He wanted to report what happened here. As for the cooperation with the Queen of the Undead, how could it really happen? If the Queen of the Undead helps them destroy the Seahai base on the battlefield tomorrow, this will naturally be a good thing. But if the other party not only wants to destroy the Seahai base, but also wants to destroy them, the matter will have to be discussed separately. In addition, these moving corpses are highly poisonous and cannot be eaten at all. If the cannibals conflict with each other, the injured cannibals who may die in the battle may not be able to eat, and the gain outweighs the loss. Ning Hongmei followed with a dark face to King Dashi's igloo. There is a beautiful woman in the igloo. She looks gentle and elegant, but only for now. Until tomorrow, this woman should stay in the pot. King Dashi was wrapped in a blanket, eating meat and drinking wine. He only put down the bowl and chopsticks when he saw people coming. He Chao's heart trembled. King Dashi puts down his bowls and chopsticks every day to talk, which means that the matter is serious. He didn't dare to talk nonsense, told everything that had just happened, and stood aside after speaking. King Dashi did not ask anyone to sit down this time. He said calmly, "He Chao, you are so smart. Didn't you know anything at all?" He Chao didn't know how to answer. "King Dashi, I don't understand," King Dashi said again. "Sister Ning Hong, do you know you are wrong?" Ning Hongmei said quickly, "I shouldn't abandon my men." King Dashi smiled. "Do we have such a rule?" Ning Hongmei remained silent, not understanding what she had done wrong. King Dashi said, "If you attack with all your strength, that corpse will not be your opponent at all. She is only slightly stronger than the first corpse you defeated. But you were so frightened by her that you turned around and ran away, causing his men were killed." Ning Hongmei's body trembled, and she looked at King Dashi in disbelief. "But," King Dashi said, "do you understand?" Ning Hongmei said, "King Dashi, I was careless and fell into the trap." She remembered. She remembered everything. When she wanted to fight, she met the scarlet gaze of the Queen of the Undead. Fear grew in her heart, and she felt unprecedented despair. She felt as if she were standing in H.L. facing the erupting King Onishi. This is the special ability of the Undead Queen. Not only her, but He Chao, who arrived later, was also tricked. This is why Ning Hongmei and He Chao subconsciously felt pressure similar to that emanating from King Dashi from the Queen of the Undead. He Chao also understood at this time why the Queen of the Undead didn't attack directly after seeing them was because she was afraid of King Dashi. But the real reason was that she couldn't kill them in a short time. If they could be killed in a very short period of time, the Queen of the Undead would not have to be afraid of King Dashi at all. What is the actual situation? If the Queen of the Undead takes action directly, she will be exposed. "King Dashi, I didn't expect this," He Chao said ashamedly. King Dashi said, "Okay, you didn't do anything wrong. At least we have negotiated a cooperation. We also know exactly what is hidden in the Vulcan base. A group of moving corpses. What kind of monsters are there in the end of the world? There will be. At least these corpses are easier to deal with than those fluffy orcs. Aren't they?" He Chao remembered a group of orcs that the cannibals once encountered. Those are just standing human bears. Some of them look more or less like humans, but most of them look like bears. Not the least bit cruel. There were 3 cannibal kings at that time, but in that battle, 2 kings were seriously injured and were eaten by King Dashi. King Dashi said, "He Chao, please prepare tomorrow. If these moving corpses cooperate with us to destroy the Seahai base, let them continue to live. If you have other ideas, destroy them." He Chao said, "Yes, King Dashi." King Dashi said, "Go out. I have to do something." He Chao and Ning Hongmei immediately left the igloo and couldn't help but sweat. King Dashi picked up the bowl, took a sip of wine, and looked into the distance outside the igloo. These corpses alone cannot destroy the Vulcan base in a very short time. He became more and more interested in the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base. Is arranging these corpses to harass the camp a warning? After the Seahai base is cleared, he will go and take a look for himself. With absolute strength, any mysterious force will be vulnerable. Even if the other party threatens him with the entire cannibal clan, it doesn't matter if he abandons the entire cannibal clan. Boom! Around 6 a.m., Su Miao was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, she heard explosions coming one after another outside. For a moment, she almost thought it was the Spring Festival. But then she thought it was wrong. It was the end of the world. It's the CI base that's fighting the cannibals. Su Miao got up quickly, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and prepared to rush out of the villa to take a look. However, when I thought about it, the battle between 5,000 people at CI base and 40,000 cannibals should take a long time. Let's have breakfast first. Su Miao took out yogurt, bread, and fresh tomatoes. One for myself and one for Mina. And they ate slowly. They fight. Which means, this time, the troubles are coming to an end, and there's cause for celebration. After breakfast, Su Miao fed the field mice and white rabbits, and added some water to the vegetables in the vegetable room. Although she now has growth medicine, she still needs to prepare some vegetables without growth medicine. In addition, the little white rabbit caught last time likes to stare at the field mouse. I don't know if this is an illusion, considering that these little white rabbits all come from mutant rabbit nests. These little white rabbits may all be mutated. If not, we can keep these little white rabbits when they grow up a little and can be bred to give birth to a new batch of new little white rabbits. If not, all the ones used for experiments will be destroyed, and the control group who will eat normal food will be grilled. Rabbit. Su Miao came to the mirror and looked at herself in the mirror. I look beautiful today. The blue and purple scarf with a cute bow. There's nothing wrong with the down jacket. When I turn around in a circle, my body's movements are not hindered in any way. The Type 36 sniper rifle is no problem. The Type 95 assault rifle is no problem. Bombs? Grenades? No problem. The highly toxic hallucinogenic drugs are all packed in bottles. Done. Su Miao added some wood to the fireplace, walked out of the villa with an umbrella sword, released the snowmobile, and rushed towards the Vulcan base. Mina, take those sand sculptures with you to watch the battlefield. If anything happens, come over and report it immediately. Okay, Your Highness. Starling flapped his wings a few times and flew high into the sky towards the battlefield. The sound of explosions in the distance became more and more intense. This battle is so fierce. Scared, Su Miao tightened her grip on the handle and sped up the snowmobile a little faster. When approaching the mutated forest zone, Su Miao noticed that there were more blood stains in the mutated forest zone. This is probably because some cannibals escaped and tried to escape through the mutant forest belt. But they were eaten by these mutant trees. Fortunately, she was prepared. Otherwise, it would be terrible to have so many cannibals walking through. Su Miao took out the telescope and was about to see the direction of the cannibal explosion. Suddenly, she saw a large number of undead coming out of the Vulcan base. At the front were a large number of undead armed with guns. Later came the undead carrying a rocket launcher. Because the Vulcan base is relatively poor, there are not many undead carrying rocket launchers. Behind them were more undead with swords, spears, and other messy weapons. This is nothing. She saw the snow shaking in several places, and there were catapults that were convenient for walking on the snow. Behind the catapult was a sleigh with many strange barrels placed on it. Su Miao could vaguely see that there was a strange red liquid in the barrels. As the sleigh moved, these strange red liquids bubbled from time to time. Suddenly, he found an undead looking over here. Su Miao immediately squatted down and trembled. What are these undead prepared to do? 143, Chapter 142, You Can't Live. You Can't Die. Chapter 142, You Can't Live. You Can't Die. Have all the undead in the Vulcan base turned into an army? Especially those catapult-like devices. And the liquid used in catapults are scary no matter how you look at them. When going out, Su Miao checked the temperature. The temperature outside today was minus 69 degrees Celsius. Ordinary liquids would have been frozen solid in this case. But these undead are filled with liquid. How toxic must it be to exist in liquid form in such weather? Su Miao huddled in the snow and shivered. Especially when she thought that these undead souls were created by her using the undead resurrection magic. She became even more frightened. Now how to do? Do you want to change places to observe the battlefield? The place she was currently standing on was not high enough, and there were obstacles in front of her, so she needed a better observation point. There is a high mountain in the distance, but if you want to go there, you have to pass through these undead armies, and you may even accidentally encounter cannibals and the battlefield of CI base, which is very troublesome. Your Highness. Suddenly, a hoarse and strange sound came. Su Miao was puzzled. This is not the voice of a Mina. She stood up and found an undead man standing at the foot of the mountain. The undead knelt down on one knee. Is there anything you need to tell me? Su Miao blinked. How did the undead know that she could hear sounds even 300 meters away? The talking undead are so scary that I really want to kill them. However, the undead knelt down to her. It's okay. Just go about your business. Su Miao waved her hand and said, as commanded. The undead stood up and rushed towards his team. Su Miao watched the undead walk away and breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that if the undead stayed for a while longer, she would not be able to help but purify the undead. As for the idea of going to distant mountains to watch the battle, Su Miao simply gave up. She stayed here. If anything happens, just wait for Brother Bago to report it. Cannibal Camp. King Dashi stood on the Ice City wall and smiled as he looked at the Seahai base personnel who launched an attack here. Some time ago, they were attacking the ice wall of Seahai base. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, it turned into Seahai base attacking their ice wall. But one thing I have to say is that Yuan Gui from Seahai base is really awesome. There were only 5,000 people, but the attack seemed to involve tens of thousands. Starting from early morning, the cannibals directly suffered more than 3,000 casualties in the first wave of offensive at the Seahai base, which was beyond King Dashi's expectation. What's even more detestable is that Yuan Gui basically replicated the cannibals' early attack on the Seahai base. This is a provocation to him. Very good. Here, Lin Hinian and Pei Fu from Seahai base each led a team to attack the various strongholds of the cannibals with overwhelming force. In less than 2 hours, they fought their way under the cannibals' ice wall. An ice wall was also built up at Seahai base, and the two sides began to compete fiercely in fight. At this time, ability users exerted unprecedented combat power, and firearms gradually lost their effectiveness on the battlefield, unless they were occasionally bombarded by rockets. However, both sides basically ran out of rocket launchers in the first few hours of the battle. The two sides were more of a bloody, cold-blooded fight. King Dashi, this offensive at Seahai base is too fierce. He Chao rushed back from the front line and said, their people don't know what's going on, whether it's a gunshot wound or a stab wound. As long as the person has a breath, he will be back to his original state and alive and kicking in just a few minutes. They are simply more cruel than those corpses. Even when he faced the Queen of the Undead last night, He Chao didn't feel that there was anything so evil. It is precisely for this reason that the cannibals suffered heavy casualties. In the past, cannibals were not afraid of death. Now the people in Seahai base are even less afraid of death. King Dashi ate the stew and said, when you can't hold it anymore, let those coffins out. He Chao took a deep breath. King Dashi. This, King Dashi said. Why? Are you waiting for those corpses to come to help? He Chao looked bitter. No, King Dashi. This is their last trump card. Once used, all the cannibals will be killed, let alone the people from the Seahai base. King Dashi smiled. Don't worry. There are only 5,000 people in Seahai base, and we still have 35,000 people here. The advantage lies with me. He Chao's confidence returned. Yes, King Dashi. He turned towards the battlefield. King Dashi looked at the stew in the pot and smiled. If these 35,000 people can be exchanged for Lan Xiaokong's body at Seahai base, it will be a sure profit. It's a pity that monsters that fail to mutate cannot be eaten. Otherwise there would be no need for so much trouble. In the battlefield, regardless of whether the people at Seahai base were ability users or ordinary people, they charged forward without any fear of life or death. Die! In the snow, a cannibal stabbed a young man in the stomach. The young man didn't take it seriously at all. He stabbed the opponent's neck with his backhand and pulled his body away from the red knife in the eyes of the opponent's astonished eyes. In less than 30 seconds, he was killing the next cannibal vigorously. The ability users at Seahai base were more ruthless. In the past, when releasing powerful killing moves, they would be somewhat restricted by the body's limitations, and they could only be used a few times a day. But today, these restrictions no longer exist for them. If his body showed signs of collapse, he would be back to his original state in less than 3 minutes and reach his peak again. Of course, if you are injured in battle, you will recover in a very short time. Brothers, we have miraculous protection. Kill! The people at Seahai base moved forward bravely. In the distance, at the Seahai base command post, Lan Xiaokong and Yuan Gui stood together and looked at the battlefield. Pei Fu strode into the command post, took a sip of water, and said, it was so fun to kill today. Do you still have that potion? Give me a bottle. Yuan Gui shook his head. This potion is not prepared for you. You cannot drink it, Pei Fu said. Old you? What do you mean? Yu Yuangue said. You will understand then. You can't drink this potion. Lin Hinian can't drink it. And I won't drink it either. Pei Fu frowned. He looked at the battlefield ahead and seemed to have thought of something. He grabbed Yu Yuangue's collar. After drinking this potion, no matter what kind of injury you suffer, you can return to your peak condition in a very short period of time. You only give it to them, but not to us. What's the reason? What's the cost of drinking this potion? Yu Yuangue said. I am now the Supreme Commander of Sihai Base. Pei Fu, are you prepared to disobey orders? Pei Fu let go of Yu Yuangue's collar. After the battle is over, you'd better give me an explanation. Yu Yuangue said. No problem. Just remember that there are still your family members in Sihai Base waiting for you to go back. If you want to go back, you can't drink this potion. Pei Fu's eyes widened. The meaning of this statement is obvious. Those who drink the potion may never be able to go back. Yu Yuangue said. Don't forget. Everything is for Sihai Base. They are all heroes. Pei Fu left without looking back. Only at this moment did he truly understand why Yu Yuangue became the supervisor as soon as he joined Sihai Base. On the one hand, it's because of Yu Yuangue's strength. And on the other hand, it's because of the potion that Yu Yuangue brought. Why not use it when Sihai Base is under siege? Because it is used within the Sihai Base. The effect of this potion will be fully exposed. Therefore, even if there are all kinds of unreasonable reasons, Yu Yuangue will let Sihai Base hunt down the cannibals here. Using this potion here, whether it is victory or failure, will not affect the future of Sihai Base. Lan Xiaokong looked at the battlefield without saying a word from beginning to end. On their left and right wings, there were still 1,200 reserves that had not yet entered the battle. These people are left by Yu Yuangue. They are the last fire of Sihai Base. If possible, Yu Yuangue hopes that they can all survive instead of becoming heroes of Sihai Base. When the battle was heating up, the undead queen arrived at the outskirts of the battlefield with her army. Because most of the undead are wearing some clothes, they look no different from real people. When this third-party force first appeared, both the Sihai Base and the cannibals were obviously stunned. Preparation. With the undead commander giving an order, catapults began to operate one after another, and strange liquids were put on them. Put. Boom, boom, boom. As the large barrel of liquid medicine was thrown into the sky over the battlefield, it exploded and turned into a large amount of liquid that scattered and dripped on the combatants on both sides. This is on the top of the mountain in the distance. Su Miao looked at this scene with a telescope, especially when the liquids exploded and scattered. She seemed to understand what they were. This is a highly toxic liquid formed after the highly toxic hallucinogenic magic potion she refined corrupted a large number of corpses. When she destroyed the Vulcan base, many people in the Vulcan base were poisoned with highly toxic hallucinogenic drugs. The liquid left behind after their deaths was collected by some clever undead and turned into this terrifying biochemical arms. Terrifying explosions occurred one after another, and many people on both sides of the battlefield were showered with highly toxic liquid. Some mist swept across most of the battlefield, blown by the icy wind. In the first few seconds, some people were not clear about the situation and even had time to wipe their faces to wipe away the disgusting liquid that fell on their faces. However, when it is actually wiped off, it is wiped off along with the dough. Ah! Someone let out a shrill scream. They fell to the ground, clawing at their faces in wails of agony. Some people wanted to escape, but their clothes were eroded by the poisonous liquid, all the way to their skin, and they fell to the snow in an instant. Someone was in great pain, detonated a bomb very simply, and died on the battlefield. This is nothing. What's even worse is the people over at Sihai Base. They fell to the ground in pain, their bodies being corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pain multiplied multiple times, and they were unable to survive or die. What is this? Shamo was far away and was extremely frightened when he saw such a scene. If he had just rushed a little closer, he might have died on the spot like these people. Lin Hinian, who was fighting with Shamo, was also frightened. What's going on? On the cannibal side, He Chao, who was in charge of the command, was shocked and angry. As expected, these corpses had no intention of cooperating. They even want to kill all the Sihai Base and the cannibals here. After several waves of venom bombardment, the Queen of the Undead gave the order to attack, and the undead swept across the battlefield overwhelmingly. Affected by several wars, There are currently nearly 8,000 undead in the Vulcan base. Considering the size of the Vulcan base and the reserve capacity of the blood pool, she decided to physically reduce the number of undead in exchange for higher quality undead. She hopes that more undead elites will be born under the bath of blood, so that even if the magic given to them by Her Highness the Witch disappears, there will still be more undead in the base who remain awake. Kill! A large number of undead rushed to the battlefield, and the battlefield became chaotic. The undead kill the Sea base and kill the cannibals. Kill the undead and the cannibals in the Sea base. The cannibals kill the Sea base and kill the undead. They all went crazy. Your Highness, they are so miserable. Starling, who was observing the battlefield, flew back and said, the golden-winged eagle and 8 gray eagles also flew back. They originally wanted to get some food, but who knew that the undead were so ungrateful that they directly used biological and chemical weapons and venom bombing. If they run slowly, they might also be accidentally poisoned. The people in Sea base don't know what kind of medicine they took. Their bodies are constantly rotting and recovering. They can't survive or die. Even if they are slashed a few times, they can recover quickly and continue to rot. It's terrible. Mina was trembling when he said this. Su Miao was also trembling. What kind of human torture is this? Even Ling Qi in the history books can't compare to it. Although she really wanted these undead to help her solve her troubles, the attack methods of the undead were far beyond Su Miao's imagination. Maybe this idea is a bit abrupt. Su Miao suddenly remembered her newly learned rainstorm magic. If she dilutes the poisonous hallucinogenic potion into the rainstorm magic when she releases the rainstorm magic, can it produce the same effect? Or even more terrifying than the attack effect caused by the undead? Scared, Ba Gu was chattering endlessly about the situation of the war. But Su Miao had a blank mind and stopped thinking about it. Hope this war will end soon. In this way, if there are still people who can't die quickly, she can go over and add some fireball spells to end their pain as soon as possible. As the undead joined the battlefield, King Dashi and Lan Xiaokong became somewhat unable to sit still. To be honest, none of them expected this to happen, especially here at Sea base. Most of the battle plan formulated by Yu Yuangui was destroyed. This was the result of his pre-planning to destroy the mysterious forces in the Vulcan base. Young Master Lan, it's up to you to make the decision next, Yu Yuangui said. Lan Xiaokong said, execute it. Yu Yuangui nodded. Okay, I understand. On the cannibal side, the undead came in through the gap in the city wall corroded by venom. While they were killing, they planted bombs on the ice wall, blowing the gap bigger and bigger, allowing more undead to come in. Who would have thought that among the 35,000 people left by the cannibals, 15,000 were the old, weak, sick and disabled who were used as food reserves. They faced the killing of the undead, which instantly plunged the entire cannibal camp into chaos. King Dashi ate the stew and frowned. These moving corpses have already reached those coffins. 144. Chapter 143 Everyone went crazy. Chapter 143 Everyone went crazy. Boom! At the critical moment, Ning Hongmei arrived in time and killed all the undead near the coffin to pieces. These undead are indeed very weak. Thinking of the humiliation she suffered last night, Ning Hongmei became even more angry. She was actually fooled by a corpse. Today, we almost had these undead people open their coffins. Ning Hongmei shouted and quickly gathered the nearby cannibals to stabilize the defense line near the coffin. However, she was unable to control the greater chaos in the cannibal camp, because there are too many old, weak, sick and disabled people as food reserves. They all come together for a bite to eat. If they can eat meat and win favorable situations, they will naturally be brave and fearless, and kill people more crazily than anyone else. But once the tailwind situation turned into a headwind situation, and the enemy changed from a normal edible person to a poisonous, inedible but moving corpse, things became too scary. Therefore, in a very short period of time, the cannibal camp fell into hopeless chaos until it became a hopeless chaos. The cannibal camp collapsed irreparably under such an attack. In fact, this was Yu Yuangui's goal of attacking the cannibal camp, but he didn't expect the undead to achieve it. As the commander-in-chief of the cannibals, He Chao was paralyzed, even if they were caught off guard by the Sea base at first. And even if the people in the Sea base could instantly resurrect with full health when they were near death, he was still confident that the situation could be reversed. However, his bad words attracted a surprise attack from the undead, which destroyed the entire battlefield. King Dashi sat on the city wall and continued to drink and eat meat, unmoved. Occasionally, If an undead kills nearby, it will be dealt with by King Dashi's soldiers without him needing to take action. The strength of these corpses is indeed not weak, but basically none of them can pose a threat to him. Those undead poisons are somewhat interesting, but these moving corpses have already used up their poison. So what else can they cause? The three-party melee on the battlefield became increasingly chaotic, different from the chaos in the cannibal camp. The strongman Yu Yuan-gui cut off his wrist at the Seahai base, allowing those trapped in the battlefield to avoid the melee with the cannibals and undead as much as possible, and instead try their best to get out and reorganize their defenses at the rear. At the same time, 600 people in the reserve team took special potions, and they walked towards the battlefield with confidence. The undead and cannibals' offensive against the Seahai base was stopped instantly. Lan Xiaokong breathed in the cold air and felt that his heart was completely cold. In this war, regardless of whether Seahai base wins or fails, Seahai base is finished. But in this situation, Seahai base had no retreat at all. In fact, he had asked for help from the military who had evacuated the Seahai base. Unfortunately, the call for help was interrupted not long after it was connected. This is like a cell phone that ran out of battery and was forcibly turned on once. Within 3 seconds, the phone turned off again. If this last hope had not been cut off, Lan Xiaokong would never have agreed to Yu Yuan-gui's plan. As for asking for help from the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base, looking at the undead that have entered the battlefield, what else can we expect? There is still no news about the team sent out to find reinforcements from the mysterious forces. Lu Gu and others were probably killed. Take them back. Lan Xiaokong stood up and patted Yu Yuan-gui on the shoulder. Yu Yuan-gui's expression changed. Young Master Lan, Lan Xiaokong said, I am just a lucky young man. I had some money. I picked up a piece of land for free before the end of the world. I received a gift from the military and became the director of this Seahai base. To be honest, I couldn't sympathize with these people, but they saved me in times of crisis. I'm very grateful, and I did what I could to help them. Originally, everything should be fine. Let's work together to build the Seahai base. No matter how long this apocalypse lasts, there is always hope to get through it. But we not only have to face natural disasters, but also man-made disasters. Mr. Lan walked forward and looked at the ice city wall of the cannibals in the distance. Yu Yuan-gui, you said, the world is ending. Why are these people still fighting and killing? Isn't it good to stay together and survive? Yu Yuan-gui said. Young Master Lan. This, Lan Xiaokong smiled. Too naive, isn't it? Ha! In fact, when I saw those soldiers braving the heavy rain to build the Seahai base, I looked at them the same way. They were too naive. If given another chance, I hope to join them and leave with them. At the end of the day, this innocence is our hope, Yu Yuan-gui said. Young Master Lan, now is not the time for you to take action. Lan Xiaokong looked determined. No, this is the time for me to take action. Don't let the remaining people drink the potion. Take them back, Yu Yuan-gui said. Yes, Mr. Lan. Lan Xiaokong picked up the teacup, drank all the black tea in it, and strode towards the battlefield. Master Lan is here. It's Mr. Lan. Brothers, kill! When the people at Seahai base saw Lan Xiaokong appearing on the battlefield, their morale was immediately boosted, and they killed the undead and cannibals and retreated steadily, with a faint smile on his face. Lan Xiaokong moved forward neither fast nor slow. When an undead came to kill him, it instantly shattered before he could even attack. Unable to stand up again, a cannibal came to him, but before he could attack, it split open instantly, and his internal organs were scattered all over the floor. Occasionally, Lan Xiaokong would dodge bullets, but none of them could hit him. Seeing this situation, the cannibals fired rockets at Lan Xiaokong, but for some unknown reason, these rockets turned around and killed large swaths of other cannibals and undead on the battlefield. After a few seconds, there was no longer a living cannibal on the cannibal position where the rockets or cannons were fired. Outside the battlefield, the Queen of the Undead saw this scene, and she ordered the undead in the battlefield to stay away from Lan Xiaokong. The real purpose of the undead coming to the battlefield is to obtain more blood, not to waste their own kind. It makes no sense to rush forward desperately when encountering such a terrifying strong human being. What's more, Lan Xiaokong's goal is King Dashi, which has no conflict with the interests of the undead. For the Queen of the Undead, the only problem at the moment is that the killed humans will not become members of the undead even if they are intact. This is completely different from the situation where the undead were increasing in number during previous battles. Although this allows them to obtain more blood. Wouldn't it be better if some ability users could become undead after providing blood? The Queen of the Undead felt very sorry. I saw Her Highness the Witch just now. Do you want to give Her Highness the Witch some advice? Thinking of this, the Queen of the Undead summoned an undead elite to talk about the matter, and prepared to arrange for the undead elite to talk to Her Highness the Witch. But just after arranging for the undead elite to set off, the undead queen immediately stopped the undead elite and withdrew the order. She didn't know why. But just now, she had an inexplicable feeling of being completely destroyed. This feeling dissipated in an instant until the order was withdrawn. What's happening here? The Queen of the Undead was thinking hard, and she couldn't figure it out for the time being. On the wall of the cannibal camp, King Dashi put down his bowls and chopsticks, poured all the remaining wine in the bottle into the wine bowl, and took a sip. Cool! King Dashi threw the wine bowl on the ground and broke it in half. Lan Xiaokong, you are finally out. Boom! The ice wall under King Dashi suddenly collapsed. And in the next second, the man appeared in the center of the battlefield. The Seahai base personnel and cannibals, who were fighting in the vicinity, had no time to evacuate. They felt the blood in their bodies boiling and burst out. They died tragically on the spot. This time, the potions that could instantly restore the personnel at Seahai base failed to work. They fell to the ground, dead as HL. What's even more horrifying is that after these people died, the previously recovered areas of their bodies began to decay rapidly, as if they had been dead for a long time. And the wounds that seemed to heal instantly had not actually recovered at all. I didn't expect that Seahai base has such a strong ability to produce cannon fodder. Hee. Lan Xiaokong didn't talk nonsense. He used his killer move. In an instant, the space seemed to be cut, exploded, and shattered at this moment. King Dashi moved at extremely high speed, avoiding Lan Xiaokong's killing move, and counterattacked immediately. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded one after another, and all the undead, cannibals, and personnel of the Seahai base, who were close to the battlefield, were exploded and destroyed. Some had their bodies cut apart, and some died from blood explosions. The beginning of the battle between two powerful ability users was a decisive battle, and they killed each other until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Yu Yuangui, Lin Hinian, Pei Fu, Sha Mo, He Chao, Ning Hongmei and others on the battlefield stopped their attacks and looked towards the center of the battlefield. Compared with the last time, the battle between Lan Xiaokong and King Dashi was far beyond everyone's imagination. Although everyone is a person with abilities, no one has thought that people with abilities can be so terrifying. The Queen of the Undead, who wanted to take advantage of the situation, quickly ordered her undead followers to avoid it. It's just that the order was a little slow, and a destructive storm seemed to have rolled up in the center of the battlefield, and no undead caught in it could survive. Careless. Compared with powerful ability users, ordinary cannibals on the battlefield have relatively simple ideas. Most of them were frightened by the fearless Seahai base personnel and the undead that raided. Even if there were capable people among the cannibals who used killing to intimidate these people, they still could not control the current collapse of the cannibals. These people fled out of the camp. To the south and east of the battlefield were either undead or people from the Seahai base. Lan Xiaokong and King Dashi were killing each other like crazy in the central area. The only directions they could escape were to the north and east. There may be no hope of escaping to the north, but it's okay for the time being. Su Miao has a big opinion about escaping to the east. Whenever a cannibal escapes and is lucky enough to pass through the mutated forest belt, he may knock on the door of her villa at some unknown time. How terrible would that be? Kill them! Su Miao waved to Mina and asked Mina to give orders to the golden-winged eagle. Okay, Your Highness. Mina flew into the sky and let the golden-winged eagle lead 8 large gray eagles to kill the ordinary cannibals who were fleeing here. Even if most of these cannibals were old, weak, sick and disabled, they don't deserve any pity. If left alive, they would eat humans at any opportunity. The golden-winged eagle led 8 gray eagles to kill them, basically one with each paw, killing the cannibals until they cried and wailed. However, there were some cannibals mixed in, and they successfully avoided being killed and quickly ran away in this direction. What a special code! A bunch of birds want to kill me too! A cannibal with abilities said angrily. He is a person with mixed abilities from the cannibal race. He can do some work if there is food to eat, but he is definitely not willing to do anything desperate. He saw this battle very clearly. The Seahai base was fighting hard. The cannibals were using them as cannon fodder, and there were a group of moving corpses trying to take advantage of them. It was so terrifying. No matter who wins, there will be no way for them to survive. He just happened to see so many people running away, so he ran away with them. Otherwise, he would be targeted by people like Ning Hongmei, He Chao, and Li Wei, and he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Boom! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The Esper instinctively rolled into the snow to avoid the bullets. However, it is closely followed by the faster ice arrow. 6 ice arrows. He rolled a few more times in the snow, successfully dodging 6, but not the 6th. Damn! There are masters! He looked up at the top of the hill and saw no one taking action. He lowered his head and looked at Zhonghan Bingjian's chest. Ice had already formed on his chest, and the cold was spreading rapidly inside his body. It didn't take long for his whole body to be frozen into ice. Died. Su Miao quietly took a look at the dead cannibal with abilities and breathed a sigh of relief. This ability user mixed among ordinary people is too scary. Fortunately, she used magic in time, in order to prevent this person from escaping again. Su Miao superimposed 2 more acceleration spells on the ice arrow magic. Seeing more and more cannibals rushing here, Su Miao fired continuously with a Type 95 assault rifle. Every time he fired, he killed one person with a headshot. For those with cannibal abilities that can avoid bullets, use ice arrows instead. In the face of absolute speed, no one can escape yet. There's an ambush on the mountain. The people on the mountain must be killed. Otherwise we won't be able to escape. If you want to live, come to me. The few cannibals who escaped later saw so many corpses lying on the ground, and listened to the sound of gunshots, and discovered where Su Miao was hiding. Like the ability users killed by Su Miao before, they also joined the cannibals to survive with their stuttering. As for what they eat, they don't care. Now, they just want to live. Anyone who prevents them from living is their enemy. Hearing the call of these cannibals, they began to charge towards the mountain where Su Miao was. There were 200 to 300 people, and the momentum was huge. Seeing so many people, Su Miao couldn't help but tremble. She changed to a Type 95 assault rifle and fired at the cannibals who rushed up. The cannibals were shot in the head one after another, and most of the cannibals did not dare to continue charging in the middle of the charge. They were just running for their lives. Who knew there was a more terrifying person here? Who would dare to charge if he could be shot in the head with a gun? Not only that, there were several cannibals with abilities who wanted to reorganize their offensive. Who knew that as soon as they raised their hands, the golden-winged eagle grabbed their arms with a claw and took them into the sky. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the cannibal Esper fell down as a corpse. So scary. Seeing the cannibals receding like a tide, Su Miao quickly retreated, trembling, while holding the Type 95 assault rifle. There were so many cannibals just now, which scared her. Su Miao wasn't used to facing so many people for many days. Seeing so many corpses on the ground, she subconsciously wanted to use the magic of reviving the undead. But thinking of what the Queen of the Undead had done, Su Miao held back. It is best not to use resurrection magic unless absolutely necessary. On the other hand, the terrifying King Dashi, after he is injured, can throw away the magic that will stop the bleeding. As more and more cannibals died under the hill, the cannibals began to try to stay away from the hill where Su Miao was. However, if they escaped a little further, they would be killed by the golden-winged eagle and the gray eagle. Those who were lucky enough to escape on snowmobiles were not hit in the head by Su Miao's bullets, nor were they killed by the golden-winged eagle. They escaped to the mutated forest zone. At this time, they no longer cared about whether these mutated trees were safe, and just wanted to walk through them like this. Tear. The extremely horrific scene unfolded in the eyes of those who followed. I saw that the cannibals who were trying to walk through were disintegrated and devoured by the branches and roots of the mutated tree in a few seconds. It seemed that no one was trying to walk through at all. Ah! There are cannibals who collapse. They tried their best to escape here, but they never thought that there would be more terrifying things ahead, which would not give them a way to survive at all. It must be related to the people on the mountain. Let's go around and kill the people on the mountain. A slightly older cannibal said loudly. The surrounding cannibals hesitated. In fact, there is still a way to the north where we can continue to escape. But the road to the north is not easy to walk. There was an area where floods spread. If you are not careful, you will fall into a snow pit and never climb out. After much thought, some cannibals decided to try again and attack the top of the mountain by going around the back of the hill. Your Highness, there are cannibals coming up from the other side of the mountain. The Mina who saw the situation immediately flew over to report. Su Miao was startled. What? How could these cannibals do this? She is alone. What should she do? Your Highness, I saw the 4 people from Sunrong. Do you want them to come up? They are all powerful ability users, so there will definitely be no problem, Mina suggested. Su Miao knew that Sunrong, Chu Zakai, Guixing, and Yufeng had become ability users, but they were called powerful ability users by Bago. Is this true or false? Can they block it? Su Miao asked, holding the Type 95 assault rifle. She was ready to use the rainstorm magic. Don't worry, Your Highness. They will definitely be able to do it. The Mina immediately flew down the mountain. The sound of gunfire has been heard here for a long time. Sunrong, Chu Zakai, Guixing, and Yufeng were not prepared to come. But they came anyway, because they are worried that cannibals will come over. Even if they have a certain strength, if they are hunted down like last time, they may not have a second chance of good luck. It's definitely okay to take precautions. Before they started watching the battle, Bago flew over to convey Su Miao's order to them. What? His Highness asked us to snipe these cannibals? Sunrong almost didn't react. Mina pointed to the side of the hill with his wings. If you see the mountain over there, you just need to kill all the cannibals coming up from this direction. Sunrong said quickly. No problem. Her Highness the Witch's orders must be obeyed. As soon as they were about to leave, they saw a cannibal not far away who was instantly cut into pieces when he tried to force his way through the mutated forest zone. I don't know if some of the mutated trees were full. There was a cannibal whose body was eaten by the mutated tree only from the waist down. The remaining half of his body fell into the snow. He was not dead yet, and was wailing in the snow, crawling in. This scene gave the subsequent cannibals a great visual impact, and they did not dare to move forward. I'll blow you up to death. Some cannibals threw bombs at the mutated tree, and the mutated tree stretched out its branches and whipped the thrown bomb back. Boom! The one who threw the bomb watched in shock as the bomb flew towards him and blew his entire body into pieces. Sunrong, Chu Zakai, Guixing, and Yufeng were very scared when they saw such a ferocious mutant tree. However, seeing that the cannibals are charging towards the mountain, if they don't go over, God knows what will happen. Walk. Sunrong took the lead and walked through the mutant forest zone with almost closed eyes, fearing that he would accidentally be eaten by these mutant trees, even though they had passed through these mutated woods many times. Such a bloody scene today was very scary no matter how they looked at it, because he was running too fast and closed his eyes. Sunrong accidentally stepped on a pit and his leg was sunk. He opened his eyes, a little embarrassed, trapped among several mutated trees. If nothing else, the area he missed was caused by the roots of a mutated tree emerging. Perhaps to express his apology, the mutated tree nearby stretched out its branches and patted Sunrong on the shoulder, seeming to reassure him. Sunrong glanced at his brothers with a bitter look on his face, wanting to cry but not daring to cry. Fine. He emerged from the pit and made his way safely through the belt of mutated woods. Seeing this, Chu Zakai, Guixing, and Yufeng quickly followed up and passed through the mutated forest belt. These people came from behind the mutated tree. A cannibal ant shouted in a super loud voice. This sound immediately caused the cannibals, who were preparing to make a detour to attack the mountain, to temporarily stop. Heavy eyes were focused on the 4 people standing near the mutated tree. Kill! Chu Zakai held a submachine gun and fired directly at the cannibals, who had not recovered from the shock. Sunrong, Guixing, and Yufeng followed up and fired, killing most of the cannibals climbing the mountain. They had plenty of ammunition with them. You don't have to worry about ammunition consumption in a short period of time. You guys. Damn it. People with cannibal abilities roared and rushed towards them. The surrounding wind and snow surged at this moment, blocking everyone's vision. Affected by the extreme cold of the blizzard, he awakened the ability to control part of the wind and snow after eating the stew of a certain esper. With this ability, he can basically survive no matter what kind of danger he encounters. If the opponent is too weak, he can also rely on this ability to kill the opponent. However, this time the opponent is different. When he was about to rush out of the snow and wind to deliver a fatal blow to the leader Sunrong, he saw the black muzzle of the gun already pressed against his head. Are you also an able person? The cannibal's pupils were dilating. He didn't understand how Sunrong judged his attack route and how he locked onto him so accurately. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to ask. Gunshots rang out. The cannibal esper fell to the ground, and the surrounding snow and wind instantly dissipated. Your Highness, The mountain is stable. Mina flew back to report. Su Miao continued to shoot the cannibals approaching the hill. As more and more cannibals died here, the later cannibals chose to flee north. They wanted to escape for their lives, not to die. A few hours later, in the chaotic battlefield, no cannibals fled to Su Miao. Su Miao was trembling while holding the Type 95 assault rifle. She lost count of how many times she fired. There were so many cannibals passing by and trying to rush up the mountain. It was too many and scary. If someone was willing to count, they could count more than 1,300 corpses from the foot of the mountain where Su Miao was. After seeing so many corpses, it's strange that normal people would continue to come here. In fact, the cannibals who escaped from the battlefield did not need to die so many. However, there are always some ability users hidden among the cannibals who are very confident in their strength and lead people to charge here with all their lives. And the result is like this. Sun Rong, Chuzakai, Guixing, and Yufeng were a little scared. They killed hundreds of cannibals here, and several of them were ability users. Thinking about the past, they saw that the ability users had no better choice but to take a detour and kneel down to beg for mercy. But today, the difficulty of killing these ability users is not much different from killing a chicken. Are we strong? Guixing said breathlessly. Must. Chuzakai took out a tomato from his arms and ate it with big mouthfuls. Wokyo, you actually brought tomatoes out. Guixing was speechless. Brothers, please help me. I accidentally lowered my body temperature too low, and it froze with the snow on the ground. At this time, Yufeng said awkwardly, his ability to adapt to the extreme cold of ice and snow is great, but his only drawback is that he easily freezes with the surrounding things and cannot free himself after freezing. Sun Rong rubbed his hands and said, Let's retreat behind the mutated tree first and wait for the cannibals to come over before attacking. Looking at the corpse in front of him, he felt that some shadow in his heart disappeared. After the end of the world began, he joined various teams, and he always played the role of being bullied and vented in the team. Every time he participated in a battle, people around him would kick him a few times because he was afraid of death. Is it wrong to be afraid of death? If he wasn't afraid of death, how could he survive until now? As for those who kicked him, it seemed that they all died on the way to escape. Now, Sun Rong really wanted to shout a few words loudly. Who else dares to say that I am afraid of death? I'm so damn strong now. In the center of the battlefield, the Queen of the Undead's mind was shut down. I don't know whether it was accidental or intentional, but when Lan Xiaokong and King Dashi went to war, they would move towards the undead in perfect agreement. The aftermath of each battle will turn a large number of undead into pieces. This made the Queen of the Undead shocked and angry. She clenched her fists and wanted to get involved several times. But Lan Xiaokong and King Dashi were too terrifying. Even the undead elites around her would be killed in a very short period of time if they came even slightly closer to the battlefield. Kill their men! The Queen of the Undead gave the order. If you can't beat Lan Xiaokong and King Dashi, there will be no problem if you continue to kill the people and cannibals in Sihai base. However, when a large number of undead rushed towards the Sihai base position, the undead also encountered the situation where people in the Sihai base were seriously injured in the battle and then recovered in seconds, and the undead's attack was suppressed. At the same time, a large number of undead killed the cannibal camp, causing greater chaos. As the leader, Ning Hongmei failed to notice for a while, and was attacked and seriously injured by Lin Hinian, who took advantage of the chaos. Not long after landing, Ning Hongmei was surrounded by 5 undead elites. Old thing! Damn it! Ning Hongmei cursed loudly. How could there be such a despicable and shameless person? The crisis didn't stop there. She noticed that several undead people were approaching the coffins, and they used the knives and wooden sticks in their hands to force open the coffins. No! In desperation, Ning Hongmei suppressed her injuries and blew up the 2 undead elites blocking her way. But there were still 3 undead elites who stopped her and refused to let her pass. Even her injury attracted more undead. You are actually distracted during the battle. Your death is coming! Lin Hinian disappeared and reappeared, stabbing a dagger into Ning Hongmei's heart with ease. Ning Hongmei couldn't help but open her mouth wide, and a lot of blood flowed out. Her heart had been pierced, and she no longer had the strength to speak. Looking at the open coffin, Ning Hongmei suddenly smiled. That's right. Life has entered a countdown. Why do you still care about this? Destroy them all. Boom! The coffin exploded. The mutated monster tore apart the undead that approached and shattered other coffins. Mutated monsters appear one after another in the cannibal camp. Like wild beasts, they launch indiscriminate attacks on nearby undead and cannibals. What is this? Lin Hinian dropped Ning Hongmei's body and couldn't help but widen his eyes. It's those mutated monsters again? No, that's not right. These mutated monsters are stronger and more terrifying than those that attack Sihai base. Suddenly, Lin Hinian noticed a mutated monster magnifying infinitely in his eyes. And it was already killing him. When exactly? This speed is too terrifying. Lin Hinian hurriedly accepted the challenge and fought the mutated monster for dozens of rounds, trying to get rid of it. However, this mutated monster seems to have set its sights on him, and will not stop until it kills him. Lin Hinian tried to use the nearby undead elites to draw out the hatred. However, the undead elite exploded like tofu when facing this mutated monster. Unable to contain it at all, Lin Hinian was fighting and running away. But before he knew it, his body was covered in scars. It was not that he had not inflicted injuries on the mutated monster, but the mutated monster had no idea what the pain was, and its attacks did not slow down or weaken at all. Escape! You must escape! Lin Hinian ran away from the cannibal camp. There were Lan Xiaokong and King Dashi fighting to the death in the center of the battlefield. So it was not suitable at all. There is the undead queen to the south, and there are more mutated monsters, making it even more unsuitable. In this way, Lin Hinian fled directly to the east. As he was running away, he saw a large number of cannibal corpses lying at the foot of the mountain ahead. Who killed these? Besides the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base, who else could it be? Just go up the mountain and ask for help. Lin Hinian unleashed his power and rushed towards the mountain. Suddenly, he saw a very beautiful girl appearing on the mountain. The girl was trembling while holding a Type 95 assault rifle. The girl was holding a large tomato in her hand, as if she had just eaten a few bites. Apart from this beautiful girl, there was no other person seen on the mountain. This is a bit strange. Help! Although he didn't know what was going on, under the pressure of the terrifying mutated monsters from behind, Lin Hinian asked the girl for help. After asking for help, Lin Hinian laughed at himself. If you expect this girl to save people, there is a high probability that there is no hope. However, I hope the mutated monster behind him can catch this beautiful girl and give him more time to escape. Seeing that he was approaching the girl, Lin Hinian's eyes lit up. There's something wrong with this tomato-eating girl. Su Miao was extremely scared. She just had a tomato to take a short break. I never expected that the battlefield at the foot of the mountain would turn out like this. She never expected that an old man would lead a powerful mutated monster towards her at high speed. Su Miao subconsciously raised her hand and unfolded the ice spike magic array. 12 ice spikes condensed instantly. Explodes instantly. Lin Hinian, who was in extreme speed, had no choice but to avoid the vital parts as much as possible. 5 ice spikes were stuck on his body, and he flew backwards down the mountain heavily. The subsequent ice spikes pierced into the mutated monster's body. 1 person and 1 monster fell into the snow at the foot of the mountain, blood flowing freely. The severe pain made Lin Hinian almost faint, but the pain quickly disappeared under the influence of the extreme cold. Lin Hinian looked at the top of the mountain with a horrified expression. He should have thought that there were so many corpses at the foot of the mountain, and there was only such a strange girl at the top of the mountain. How could this girl be innocent? I'm afraid not all the people here were killed by her. Also, despite having such terrifying strength, what does it mean to tremble while holding a Type 95 assault rifle? Is it because I have too few clothes? Lin Hinian noticed that compared to the others, Su Miao was wearing a little too little clothes. If an ordinary person had gone out wearing so little, he would have been frozen to death. But there was no trace of frostbite on Su Miao's body. This trembling is probably fake. Ha ha ha. Lin Hinian looked at Su Miao on the top of the mountain and smiled. He had relied on speed to make sneak attacks all his life, but he never expected that he would eventually fall into the hands of a little girl. The extreme cold spread in his body, and Lin Hinian could feel his body being frozen bit by bit. And at the same time, this ice was frozen together with the pain in his body. That's not bad. At least it won't hurt when you die. When his consciousness completely dissipated, he saw that the monster chasing him was still struggling to remember. However, after struggling for a few times and not standing up, the monster's limbs were frozen off, and he finally laid down in the ice and snow to die with him. Let you chase after me! The mina flew back very quickly. It hit the 2 corpses that had just been blasted down by Su Miao a few times. After confirming that they were all dead, it flew up the mountain and said, Your Highness, they are all dead. Su Miao nodded, while holding the Type 95 assault rifle. In the apocalyptic world, it's really scary that there are humans and monsters running so fast. Beige said. Your Highness, this person is from Sea High Base. Su Miao said. Yeah. She looked around and saw that the uneaten tomatoes had been frozen to stone and could not be eaten. When taken out of the magic space and not wrapped in magic, these tomatoes will be frozen within a short period of time. Beige said. Your Highness, do you want the sand sculptures to also attack the Sea High Base? Su Miao shook her head. No need for the moment. Lan Xiaokong and King Dashi are fighting. They will be injured if they go over. Beige said. Okay. Your Highness. Su Miao looked at the battlefield, calmed her heartbeat, and tried to keep her expression as cold as possible. I can't keep showing fear. This is dangerous. Suddenly, Su Miao noticed the mutated monsters that were killing people in the cannibal camp. These mutated monsters not only kill people, but also eat the hearts of killed cannibals, as if the hearts contain the energy they need. Heart. Could it be that these mutated monsters can become stronger by eating their hearts? Su Miao seemed to have figured out something. Mutated animals become stronger after eating corpses. After cannibals eat corpses, part of them will awaken and become espers. And espers will become stronger by eating the flesh and blood of corpses. The core is the heart? So, why would these mutated monsters take out people's hearts in the first place? He rips out his heart and lungs when he meets him. What a terrifying monster. How about giving them a heavy rain? By the way, add a little poisonous hallucinogen to the rainstorm? At this distance, her rainstorm magic can almost cover this area. Su Miao didn't want this terrible mutated monster to happen again. If she didn't react in time, her life would be lost. Mina, after clouds appear over the cannibal camp, pour this bottle of potion in. Su Miao took out a bottle of highly toxic hallucinogenic potion from the magic space and handed it to Ba Gu. Be careful not to touch it. Beige took the poisonous hallucinogenic potion and said, No problem. Your Highness. Su Miao pulled out her umbrella sword and pointed it in the direction of the cannibal camp. At this time, someone noticed Su Miao appearing on the top of the mountain. But considering that the distance was too far, no one expressed much concern. With such a big war breaking out here, it is normal for some people to watch the battle occasionally. Maybe there will be some deserters who want to come back depending on the situation. These are all normal things. But this time, it's different. For safety reasons, facing the direction of the battlefield, the magic space array is continuously deployed to prevent someone from launching rockets and snipers when she releases magic. Rainstorm. Su Miao gathered her magic power and unfolded a new magic circle in front of her. In an instant, a dark cloud with a diameter of 800 meters covered the cannibal camp. The dark cloud was heavy and about 1,000 meters above the ground. There was lightning and thunder in the cloud, which startled the Mina, who was flying high in the sky. He was afraid that he would be accidentally killed. The call arrived. Mina immediately used his claws to open the lid of the crystal bottle and poured the hallucinogenic poison inside into the clouds. After doing this, it let go of the crystal bottle and flew higher and farther. At the same time, the golden-winged eagle flew high together with 8 gray eagles to prevent being splashed by the falling rainstorm. What's happening here? Why does it look like it's going to rain? How can it rain in such a cold weather? Even if it does, it will be hail. Find a place. Hide! Hide! Get out of that cloud! Someone sensed something was wrong and shouted loudly. Boom! As a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell on the cannibal camp. Heavy rain poured down. It was as if someone had lifted a lake above the battlefield and poured it down. The cannibals, undead, mutated monsters, and Sea High Base personnel within the range were all soaked by the heavy rain. And they didn't know why. The heavy rain came and disappeared quickly, lasting only about 30 seconds. However, the rainfall was surprisingly heavy, forming a nearly 50 centimeters high water directly within the cannibal camp. And the water spread in all directions. The water spread over the snow for a while, and began to freeze under the influence of the extreme cold. Everything seems normal. But how could there be heavy rain in such cold weather? The sudden change caused many people on the battlefield to stop fighting. They looked at the area ravaged by the heavy rain in surprise. All the cannibals, mutated monsters, and Sea High Base personnel who were caught by the heavy rain howled in pain. Within a few seconds of wailing, they fell straight down and became cold corpses. Even those extremely powerful mutated monsters couldn't hold on for a few more seconds. Shamo, one of the cannibal leaders. He was very unlucky this time. He escaped too slowly, and got caught in some rain. With just a little bit of rain, Shamo felt like his body was becoming groggy. His heartbeat was racing, and his body was about to collapse at any time. He looked horrified and immediately took out a bottle of potion and drank it. This was captured during the battle with the personnel of C-High Base just now. The ability user from C-High Base seemed to be very confident in his own strength. He didn't drink the potion in advance, and took it out only when he was about to kill him. But it was too late by that time. The potion was snatched away by Shamo. As for the effect of the potion, Shamo saw clearly that no matter how serious the injury was, it could be recovered in a very short time. Now was the time to use it. I'm still alive! I'm still alive! After drinking the potion, Shamo felt sober as never before. It is truly the trump card of C-High Base. However, Shamo soon felt something was wrong. He felt that his body had become more itchy than ever before, as if there were countless insects and ants gnawing at him. Ah! Shamo let out a shrill scream. He took off his gloves, only to see that the gloves were stained with rotten skin and flesh. He saw that his hands were constantly rotting and bleeding, and growing fresh flesh and blood, and everything in front of him began to become blurry. It turned out that the poison in the rain began to corrode his visual nerves and his eyeballs. If the eyes are damaged by the poison, no medicine can save them. Shamo is blind. Ah! His screams became more miserable. He wished he could die immediately. But the potion he drank continued to exert its effects. Every time the poisonous hallucinogenic potion eroded his body, the mysterious potion from the C-High Base repaired his body. This was a punishment even more terrifying than Ling Chi. What's even more terrifying is that for some unknown reason, this potion cannot repair his optic nerves, but it can repair his pain nerves. The severe pain reminded Shamo of those C-High Base personnel whose bodies were poisoned by the undead poison. But didn't those people completely rot and die after wailing for a while? Why did he have to endure it for so long? Unknowingly, all the clothes on Shamo's body were rotted, and he was rolling around in the snow with his body that was constantly decaying and repairing, making the survivors nearby tremble with fear. Even the nearby undead elites did not dare to get close to Shamo. As Shamo's opponent, Pei Fu saw all this very clearly, including the moment when Shamo drank the potion. He looked horrified and quickly retreated with the C-High Base personnel around him. Pei Fu returned to the C-High Base command post. He grabbed Yu Yuangui's collar, stared into Yu Yuangui's eyes, and said, "The cannibal leader Shamo became like this after drinking your potion. What kind of potion is this? How long will it take for him to die? Don't you? Say, I'll kill you." Yu Yuangui calmly pulled away the hand holding his collar and said, "Okay, let me tell you. This is a special potion that activates the origin of the human body. In the Vulcan base, it is called the Potion of Life. It's called the Death Potion. After drinking the potion, it seems that the potion has healed your injuries. But in fact it is your life source that has healed your injuries. However, after the effect of the potion wears off, these treated wounds will worsen and fester, unless you continue to drink the potion until your life source is exhausted. The more powerful the ability user drinks the potion, the longer they will have to endure pain. Shamo is very strong, and it will take a while for him to die." Pei Fu looked at Yu Yuangui and couldn't help but take a few steps back. The Yu Yuangui in front of him looks like a living person. Why can he be so calm when he says such words that are more terrifying than a demon? Yu Yuangui said, "Without drinking the potion, do you think we can pursue the cannibals? How long can we last under the cannibal attack? How many people will we die? How many of our relatives and friends in the C-High Base can survive? I tell you, the entire C-High Base will be stewed by King Dashi in one pot. As a powerful ability user, if you kneel down to King Dashi, he may spare your life. But ordinary people in C-High Base will not survive." Pei Fu's spirit began to collapse. "Stop talking. Stop talking." Yu Yuangui held Pei Fu's shoulders. "You want to escape? As the director of C-High Base, how can you escape? Mr. Lon is fighting a bloody battle with King Dashi. This time King Dashi will die. What we have to do is take the remaining people back. If you break down, I probably won't be able to do it alone." Pei Fu murmured, "Where is Lin Hinian?" Yu Yuangui shook his head. "Someone just came over to report that Lin Hinian was chased by a very powerful mutant monster and fled eastward. Lin Hinian was at a disadvantage from beginning to end. Also, the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base appeared on the east side of the battlefield, and all the cannibals who fled that way died. Lin Hinian hasn't shown up yet. He can't come back." Pei Fu fell to the ground. He looked at the battlefield with a confused expression. Yu Yuangue said, "Get ready. We are going to evacuate early with the remaining people. For your daughter in Seahide Base." When he heard about his daughter, a light flashed in Pei Fu's eyes. He stood up again. "Okay. I will follow your arrangements from now on." Yu Yuangue glanced at the battlefield. According to his intuition, the appearance of the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base often means that the entire war situation will end. If they don't evacuate in advance, they won't be able to leave. In the battlefield, Lan Xiaokong was attacking King Dashi regardless of the cost. Both of them have been seriously injured. Facing the mysterious force that can destroy the Vulcan base in an instant, neither of them can escape. 145. Chapter 144. The Witch is so easy to deceive. Chapter 144. The Witch is so easy to deceive. Boom! There was a big explosion in the center of the battlefield. Lan Xiaokong and King Dashi separated and stopped temporarily. Both of them were covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. But no one could stop the terrifying aura they exuded. King Dashi said, "That mysterious force is here! Lan Xiaokong, do you think the people you brought can still survive?" Lan Xiaokong smiled. "It's the end of the world. And you're asking me this? Who cares about the flood after death? But your people, King Dashi, how many of them are left?" In the distance, Shamo's shrill screams could be heard from time to time. Screams echoed throughout the battlefield. As the leader of the cannibals and Shamo's colleague, He Chao couldn't bear to see Shamo being tortured like this. He rushed over and shot Shamo dozens of times with an assault rifle. Shamo fell to the ground and made no sound. He Chao looked at Shamo's fate and was not very sad. First, the Seahide base's fearless attack. The Queen of the Undead's destruction of the battle. The mutated monsters losing control. And the sudden poisonous rainstorm. The cannibals were gone. A few days ago, Fu Juanxiang and Lu Long died. Today, Ning Hongmei and Shamo died. He Chao's heart trembled. He felt that he should leave this battlefield as soon as possible. Otherwise his death would not be far away. As for whether King Dashi will take revenge afterwards, we will discuss the future matters later. Survive first. Besides, King Dashi is too busy to take care of himself. Lan Xiaokong at Seahide Base is fighting to the death with King Dashi. Whether King Dashi can survive is still a question. In addition, could the girl who appeared on the mountain over there be related to the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base? Are they finally showing up? Fear spread in He Chao's heart. And now he just wants to live. He Chao made a decision. And just as he was about to leave, Sha Mo moved behind him. The huge body that fell to the ground was still festering and repairing. After countless times of decay and repair, Shamo accidentally triggered the opportunity for the ability user to evolve again. It's just that Shamo is already strong enough as an Esper. And it's quite difficult to evolve again, even if he doesn't encounter a crisis. Therefore, Shamo's evolution failed, and he became a mutated monster. And a more powerful mutated monster. Normally, King Dashi would definitely come forward in person if something like this happened. But now King Dashi is confronting Lan Xiaokong. So he has no time. He Chao turned his head. In an instant, what greeted Shamo was the rotten stench on his body, and the disgusting sight of his extremely dilated pupils. Danger! He Chao immediately counterattacked. Mutated vines spread and frost condensed. As the owner of two abilities, He Chao's strength fully exploded. The vine stabbed Shamo full of holes. And the frost froze Shamo's body. The situation is settled. However, facing Shamo who failed in the mutation, He Chao's speed was still a bit slower. He Chao looked down and saw that the mutated monster shaman's arm, which was constantly rotting and repairing, had pierced his chest and grabbed his heart. There was no need for Shamo to take out his heart. The poisonous liquid that Shamo kept rotting out quickly corroded his heart, and the poison spread rapidly in his body. He Chao fell on his back. The mutated tree vine that pierced Shamo was corroded and rotted by the highly toxic liquid. The condensed frost dissipated. The mutated monster Shamo, one of the former cannibal leaders, also fell down and could no longer let out a shrill scream, because his brain and heart were pierced by He Chao's mutant vine. Idiot! King Dashi saw this scene. He looked away and grinned. Lan Xiaokong, I know your weakness. Lan Xiaokong also smiled. Really? The two fought again. The battle was more violent and terrifying than the last time. The difference is that King Onishi's attacks began to focus on the remaining personnel of the Seahide base on the battlefield. These Seahide base personnel relied on potions to block the attacks of the undead. But facing King Dashi was like ants. Even worse than ants. There were screams one after another for the personnel at Seahai Base, regardless of whether they were ordinary people or people with abilities. The blood in their bodies suddenly turned into boiling and violent bombs, directly breaking through their blood vessels and extinguishing their lives. At this moment, even if the potion worked and repaired their bodies in time, the lost blood could no longer be replenished. They fell to the ground in pain, twisting, convulsing, struggling, and dying. When they died completely, their bodies decomposed very quickly. Shocked and horrified, "Withdraw!" Yu Yuan-gui made a prompt decision, leaving behind the dummy used for confusion and the coffin that was opened at a scheduled time. And he and Pei Fu evacuated the battlefield with 600 Seahai Base Defense Force personnel who had not drank the potion, despite the fact that he had left a reserve team of 1,200 people before. There were actually more than 300 people in the reserve team who were arranged by Yu Yuan-gui to dig tunnels under the snow. The ice and snow tunnels used for escape have long been dug. "Have you known the result for a long time?" Pei Fu asked. "No. I prepared for the worst outcome from the beginning," Yu Yuan-gui said as he walked in front. "Did you see just now that there is a girl on the hilltop to the east of the Vulcan base in the southeast of the battlefield? She was only wearing a very thin down jacket and a scarf. She looked shivering, but there was no frostbite on her face at all. Do you think this is reasonable?" Pei Fu said. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yu Yuan-gui said. "Nonsense? No. I am stating a fact. The mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base has appeared. That mysterious force is not the moving corpses entrenched in the Vulcan base, but a girl." Everything became clear. Why was the Vulcan base destroyed in a very short period of time? And why was it destroyed? The reason is that Zheng Yingjun, an idiot and a handsome man from the Vulcan base, takes people with abilities out to search for beautiful women every day. He is said to be rescuing wandering girls in the apocalypse. He was very lucky that time. He met this mysterious girl and was killed when he sent out a distress signal. That day was Vulcan base's good luck. Zheng Yingjun went there in the afternoon and was killed in the evening. It didn't take long for a heavy snowfall to begin, obliterating the ruts left by Zheng Yingjun and other snowmobiles, making them impossible to follow. However, the next day, Zheng Yingjun's sister Zheng Ming led people to search and rescue. There were so many people and so many snowmobiles, and the marks left behind were clear enough. As strong as Zheng Ming, he sends out a distress signal as soon as he comes into contact with the other party and loses contact. Later, these snowmobiles returned to the Vulcan base at the fastest speed. The whole process was monitored very clearly by Millie, except for the beacons carried by Zheng Ming and a few others. All the beacons carried by the rest of the team were there. Yu Yuan-gui understood after seeing the moving corpse entrenched in the Vulcan base later. These people were killed and controlled into moving corpses. That is, the undead. What happens next is even clearer. The Vulcan base was destroyed overnight, including Zheng Kaicheng, the base director of the Vulcan base. Yu Yuan-gui specially arranged for people to observe. They saw the terrifying fluctuations of the Balrog explosion and confirmed Zheng Kaicheng's death. Judging from the strength of these undead on the battlefield today, these undead alone cannot kill Zheng Kaicheng. So the only person who can kill Zheng Kaicheng is the girl standing on the top of the mountain. Speaking of which, I have to thank Lin Hinian for this. Instead of Lin Hinian escaping in that direction, in order to ensure Lin Hinian's safety, he might not even notice that there was a person on the hill so far away. The result of the search and observation was that Lin Hinian was dead, and the extremely terrifying mutated monster was also dead. In this case, besides the girl on the mountain, who else could take action? By analogy, she is the only one who can kill Zheng Kaicheng. Later, Yu Yuan-gui saw the most terrifying scene in his life. In the telescope, he saw Su Miao pulling out her umbrella sword and pointing it at the sky. And then terrifying dark clouds appeared over the cannibal camp. And what the Mina did when it flew above the dark clouds. The next second, all the Seahai base personnel, mutated monsters, and cannibals who were exposed to the heavy rain or contaminated by rainwater died painfully in a very short period of time. At least 3,000 people died in this brief rainstorm. Even those undead have some remaining flesh and blood corroded by the heavy rain, scattered and frozen. Who else would have thought that the Mina, golden-winged eagle, and gray eagle, which were feared by the cannibals and the base all over the world, all obeyed the orders of this girl? In this apocalyptic world, what is the least funny and most terrifying joke? Today, Yu Yuan-gui has an answer. The mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base was a girl. The one who harvested the lives of countless people in the blink of an eye was a girl. One and only one. If he hadn't agreed to Lan Xiaokong, Yu Yuangue would have wanted to leave everyone behind him and try his best to stay away from this battlefield. The queen of the undead. The cannibal King Dashi. In front of this trembling girl, who looked extremely frightened. They were just a bunch of ants that could be destroyed easily. Just imagine. The heavy rain that killed so many people is like the children who saw the ants fighting a long time ago and brought some boiling water and poured it into the dense fighting ant colony. Yu Yuangue became more and more frightened as he thought about it. What's wrong with you? Pei Fu suddenly realized something was wrong with Yu Yuangue and shouted loudly. Yu Yuangue convulsed with fear and came to his senses. It's okay. Thank you. If you hadn't woken me up in time, I might have turned into a monster. Pei Fu frowned. Are you going to evolve? Now is not the time to evolve easily. A little carelessness will lead to death. And Yu Yuangue has not fully recovered from the injuries suffered by King Dashi. Yu Yuangue coughed up a mouthful of blood and said, It's okay. I'll be fine when I wake up. I just thought of some terrible things. Pei Fu said. What's the matter? Yu Yuangue said. That's what I just said. The mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base was a girl. She was also the girl who was standing on the top of the mountain just now. She was responsible for that heavy rain, the starlings flying in the sky, the golden-winged eagle, and the 8 gray eagles all obey her orders. We don't have time to explain too much. Let's go quickly. If we go slowly, we won't be able to go back. Pei Fu didn't ask any more questions and led the people quickly through the long snow cave. When they came out, without saying much, they all got on the snowmobiles parked in front and fled towards the Seahai base. Pei Fu asked, You don't want anyone to observe? Yu Yuangue said, Don't worry. I have left an observation point on the battlefield farther away. Now, we must return to Seahai base as soon as possible. I am worried that other forces will see this war. If any of them take advantage of this opportunity to attack Seahai base will not be able to defend it. The mention of Seahai base directly poked Pei Fu's weakness. His daughter is waiting for him to return. Mr. Lan, take care. Pei Fu took one last look at the battlefield, started his snowmobile, and left the battlefield. Lan Xiaokong, you were abandoned by your men. Ha ha ha. King Dashi rushed to the command post of Seahai base, slaughtered all the people left behind, and blew up the dummy left by Yu Yuangue. The holes in the snow behind the command post used for evacuation were so obvious that I didn't even bother to pretend. Lan Xiaokong was very happy to see the blown-up dummy. Yu Yuangue took the people back. In this way, he can unleash his full strength without any scruples. Null. Lan Xiaokong smiled. In an instant, the space was torn into countless parts, shattered like a mirror. In the battlefield, the remaining undead, the cannibals who were lucky enough to survive, and the very few Seahai base personnel who were still left in the battlefield to survive and die were cut to pieces in an instant. King Dashi suddenly changed color, even if he reacted quickly enough. His body was still cut into more than 10 parts at this moment. However, the neck was cut, but the head remained intact. The heart area also remains intact. Lan Xiaokong smiled as he looked at King Dashi falling to pieces on the snow. Even with just a slight smile, countless fine cracks appeared on his body. Using such an extreme killing move was far beyond what his body could bear. Not far away, the queen of the undead hurriedly followed her. But she could not escape. The body was cut into 5 or 6 parts. Fortunately, she died a long time ago. So being cut up again is nothing. She immediately gathered the cut bodies together, quickly spliced them together, and fled towards the top of the hill. Although Lan Xiaokong's blow failed to kill her, it severely damaged her undead origin. At this time, even a lot of blood may not be able to make up for it. However, Her Highness the Witch can definitely save her. We must find Her Majesty the Witch for help. This wave is really a big loss. The original plan was to pick up corpses and add fresh blood to the undead blood pool. But I never expected that the final result would be like this. Lan Xiaokong covered his mouth, blood flowing out from his fingers. Ignoring the fleeing queen of the undead, his eyes looked at the body of King Dashi on the ground. He was going to give King Dashi a finishing blow and completely destroy the body. Who knew that the next second, King Dashi would grin at Lan Xiaokong. Lan Xiaokong, you don't think you can kill me like this, do you? The blood that could not be frozen even in the extreme cold flowed and became a bridge connecting King Dashi's limbs, allowing his body to be put together again in a very short time. However, I must praise you. So far, You are the only one who can put me together. It's such a serious injury. I am proud of you. Now, I'll show you my true strength. King Dashi stood on the ground, and an extremely strange field formed around him. The wind and snow spread to all directions, but the blood in the entire battlefield was gathering towards King Dashi. Whether it was non-poisonous blood or highly poisonous blood, they all converged towards King Dashi's head and mixed together. Countless fine spatial threads were cut, causing King Dashi's body to continuously sputter with blood. However, King Dashi has always maintained this big blood cell. 15 seconds later, a huge blood ball with a diameter of 6 meters formed on the top of King Onishi's head. The blood cells boiled and compressed, gradually condensing into a bloody spear. What are you up to? Seeing the bloody spear being generated, Lan Xiaokong had an extremely bad premonition. He cut the space in the area where King Dashi was located dozens of times. But apart from cutting the body of King Dashi into pieces even more, he was unable to stop the opponent from condensing the bloody spear. At this time, the attack on the bloody spear has no effect at all. Drawing the knife can cut off the water, and space cutting can also cut off the water. But the blood of King Dashi could never be cut off. Seeing this situation, Lan Xiaokong was determined to use the final blow. He was confident that this blow would destroy King Dashi, although it might also destroy him completely. But now that it's time, he has no time to hesitate. Lan Xiaokong spurted out another mouthful of blood, condensing a special space blade in front of him. He tried his best to control the space blade and kill King Dashi. King Dashi's hair stood on end as he sensed an unprecedented death crisis. However, he shouted loudly, gathered all his strength, and projected the bloody spear in the direction where Yu Yuangui, Pei Fu and others were fleeing. Lan Xiaokong, I said before, I know your weaknesses. So naturally I want to attack your weaknesses. The trash you want to protect only escaped less than 2,000 meters. How can I save you? Ha ha ha! Looking at King Dashi laughing wildly in front of him. The spatial blade controlled by Lan Xiaokong did not cut it off after all. Instead, he reversed it in time and threw it in the direction where Yu Yuangui and others fled. The space blade disappeared in a flash. What is that? Stop! Yu Yuangui stopped everyone in time and turned to look at the sky. I saw a blood-colored spear appearing in the sky, carrying a strong bloody aura, and falling towards them at a rapid speed. Everyone, defend! Yu Yuangui shouted loudly. His instinct told him that as long as he was bombarded by this bloody spear, everyone present, including him, would die, because this bloody spear contains the terrifying poisonous aura on the battlefield. It's more terrifying than the venom bombs thrown by the Queen of the Undead. This is King Dashi's ultimate move. At this moment, Yu Yuangui, Pei Fu, and the remaining ability users in the team all took action, trying to block this terrifying bloody spear. But no matter how fast their counterattack was, all the attacks landed on the blood-colored spears. But not even a drop of blood could be splashed. Looking at the bloody spear getting closer and closer, Pei Fu had a look of despair on his face. Yu Yuangui was even more desperate. He even regretted a little why he had to abandon the Doomsday survival rules he had set for himself before and take so many trolls with him. Just because you made a promise to Lan Xiaokong? And me! I will die for this promise. Regardless of his physical injuries, Yu Yuangui used all his abilities to create a towering tree in front of him, trying to block the bloody spear. But the towering giant tree only blocked the bloody spear for a second, then withered and exploded. The speed of the blood-colored spear did not slow down and continued to fall. It's over. Just when Yu Yuangui and Pei Fu were about to face death reluctantly, a dazzling light flashed before their eyes, and the bloody spear was cut, shattered, and swallowed by the dazzling light. Boom! 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 In an instant, a row of big trees exploded in the extremely cold woods, until a section of snow was bombarded into a gully hundreds of meters long. It's Masterland space power, Pei Fu murmured to himself. Yu Yuangui looked at the direction of the battlefield again and said, Everyone, avoid this line and leave. The center of the battlefield. Master Lan, are you resisting? Kill me! Ha ha ha! King Dashi took the opportunity to punch out, causing Lan Xiaokong's chest to dent and fly away far away. Lan Xiaokong fell heavily into a snowfield. He was covered in blood and looked up at the white sky. He no longer had any strength to stand up, let alone the ability to fight. Just now, in order to save the last fire in Seahai base, he spent everything. Is it worth saving a bunch of losers? King Dashi's body was misaligned, and he had to temporarily stop and adjust his dislocated body. Lan Xiaokong had a smile on his face. He couldn't compare to those naive people. But it didn't hinder his pursuit. He has no regrets. As for the future security of Sihai Base, there is no need to worry about King Dashi's future revenge. Because long before Yu Yuan Gui, he had noticed Su Miao standing on the top of the mountain. In the apocalyptic world, be careful of women, children, old men, and monks who are left alone. How terrifying must it be for a beautiful girl to be alone in a doomsday world and still live so well, even daring to get close to such a bloody and terrifying battlefield? Therefore, he will do his best to fight against King Dashi. If you can directly kill King Dashi, then everyone will be happy. If he couldn't kill King Dashi, as long as he severely injured King Dashi, he didn't believe that the girl who had stood outside the battlefield for so long would keep watching. Even if she keeps watching and doesn't plan to take action, I believe King Dashi won't allow it. King Dashi walked towards Lan Xiaokong. Lan Xiaokong, are you placing your hopes on the lonely girl on the mountain over there? Don't worry. After I eat you, I will run away immediately. Who asked you to hurt me so badly? Otherwise, you can give it a try. I am very fierce in killing people, and even more violent in eating people. But I am never stupid. Why? Are you disappointed? Did you miscalculate? Lan Xiaokong's body twitched unnaturally. He looked at King Dashi without saying anything, because he was speechless. But his eyes never changed from beginning to end. They were always the same. Lan Xiaokong's breathing stopped. The heart stopped beating. King Dashi wanted to say something more. But when he saw the dead Lan Xiaokong, he held it back. In the sky, the golden-winged eagle and 8 gray eagles were chasing the retreating cannibals. There were too many poisonous things in the battlefield for them to eat, so they had no choice but to chase and escape. Now, only the Mina is left in the sky above the battlefield. Beige was hovering over King Dashi. I heard you were trashing my highness just now. MP. King Dashi glanced at Beige, feeling angry for no reason in his heart. The battle just now was so exciting that I had forgotten about this super cheap Mina. What's even more ridiculous is that because he just mentioned Su Miao, Ba Gu was directly caught. I am in a good mood now, and have something to eat. If I don't kill you, go away. Onishi King continued to adapt to his body. The body was cut into so many pieces that it was a little troublesome to glue it back together. This Lan Xiaokong is really not that powerful. If it had been anyone else, he would have been killed long ago. And this Mina? Considering its tendency to seek help from other birds, we have to find a way to trick it into killing it directly, so as not to wait for a group of mutated birds to arrive later. Not to mention other mutated birds. This Mina's strength is extraordinary. He wanted to draw the blood in Starling's body, but he never expected that it would fail. But it doesn't matter. As long as the Mina gets closer, King Dashi is absolutely sure to explode the blood in this mean-mouthed Mina's body. Mina was angry. Trash! You dare to talk to Master Bird like this? Just wait. I will go find your highness to deal with you. King Dashi watched the Mina fly towards the hilltop in the distance, like a sharp arrow. Depend on. This is the hacking girl. King Dashi's expression darkened. He looked at Lan Xiaokong's body in front of him, and wanted to eat it alive. However, in such a cold weather, as long as a person dies, he will be frozen in a very short period of time. So hard that he cannot be chewed. Unexpectedly, Mina just flew away and disappeared. Then suddenly returned and slapped everyone with his wings at the crazy mutant monsters in the cannibal camp. The slaps made these mutant monsters howl and rush towards Mina like crazy. Bago rushed towards King Dashi with these mutated monsters. Thief son! Come and kill me! 9 mutated monsters rushed to King Dashi in a very short time. Seeing Queen Onishi, the eyes of these mutated monsters burned with even more terrifying anger, and they launched a desperate attack on King Onishi. It seems that before the mutation occurred, these mutated monsters had an unimaginable hatred against King Dashi. This hatred allowed them to simply ignore the slap given to them by Bago. Quack! Quack! You little thing! You play with these things for now, and His Highness will come to deal with you soon. The starling spiraled up into the sky and flew towards the top of the hill. King Dashi stared angrily. He held his palms in vain and watched Mina fly away as fast as he could. The Mina was so close just now, but I couldn't even kill it. I really can't keep this mean-mouthed Mina. Otherwise, it will bring him great trouble whether now or in the future. However, he had no time to think about how to kill the Mina now. The 9 mutated monsters that attacked gave him great pressure, because 2 of them were stronger than the mutated monsters that were chasing Lin Hinian. In King Dashi's peak state, he didn't have to worry about how many of these mutated monsters came. But it was different now. His body was only 1/3 glued together by the stitches of blood. And it would take some time for the body to be completely glued together. Even so, King Dashi still killed 2 mutated monsters in the first time and blocked the attacks of several subsequent mutated monsters. It's just that these hateful mutant monsters don't care about life or death at all. A mutated monster hit his head and blew it apart, pulling one of King Dashi's thighs out from the bloody stitches. King Dashi screamed in pain. And after slapping the mutated monster's head to death, another mutated monster took away his waist and prepared to eat it. Die! He promptly detonated the blood in the mutated monster's body and brought the waist back. King Onishi is extremely confident in his own strength. Even if he is cut into many pieces, he can continue to live by relying on the blood connection. But this does not mean that his body organs can continue to recover after being eaten by mutated monsters. Facing the siege of the remaining 5 mutated monsters, King Dashi once again felt the pressure of death. There is no other reason than that these mutated monsters want to eat him every moment. The funny thing is that as a cannibal, he can't eat these mutated monsters, unless he also wants to become a mutated monster. However, it was a good thing that Bago had been severely injured just now. Otherwise, with the speed of Bago, who was a bitch, any part of his body would be taken away, and it would be a problem for him. Your Highness, that King of Dashi said he wanted to kill you. Flying to the top of the hill, Bago quickly reported the situation on the battlefield. He has just killed Lan Xiaokong at Sihai Base. It seems that he can't wait to eat Lan Xiaokong. Wow! Mina's report ended, and blood flowed from the bird's beak. I was too close to King Dashi just now, and got hit. Almost died. What? Su Miao was holding the Type 95 assault rifle and shivering. Being targeted by ordinary cannibals, and being targeted by King Dashi are 2 completely different feelings. Su Miao was extremely frightened as her icy expression suddenly broke. Luckily, she was a little far away from the battlefield. However, being targeted meant that King Dashi would definitely kill him. Now, King Dashi must be killed here while he is seriously injured. Beige's body began to convulse. Your Highness, help! Oh! Su Miao took out a paper cup, condensed a heated water ball, and threw it in. Drink it. Mina endured the severe pain in his body, and drank the water in the paper cup in several sips. After drinking it, it calmed down a little. Your Highness, this King of the West's ability is to control blood. Just now, Lan Xiaokong used space power to cut his body into many pieces, and he still didn't die. But I saw that no matter how many pieces King Onishi was cut into, his head and heart were not injured. After saying a few words quickly, Mina became very weak again. It considers itself to be very powerful. But this time I was really careless. Su Miao nodded tremblingly, while holding the Type 95 assault rifle. She raised her hand and threw a resurrection to the thousands of corpses at the foot of the mountain, letting the frozen corpses at the foot of the mountain get up from the snow and walk towards the battlefield. Kill King Dashi! Su Miao gave orders to the undead. Although this undead resurrection magic is very problematic, now is not the time to worry about these, but to consider whether you can survive. King Dashi must be killed. Otherwise it will be too terrifying. Start running! The speed of the undead was too slow, so Su Miao issued an order. They immediately started running towards the battlefield. Su Miao walked down the mountain. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, she borrowed a snowmobile that had been left and used in the snow and drove towards the battlefield. Get a little closer and cast Undead Resurrection on nearby corpses. Although it was damaged by the fierce battle, there are at least more than 10,000 intact and usable corpses on the ground, which should be enough for use. Thank you, Your Highness! The Queen of the Undead received Su Miaodaya's Undead Resurrection magic, and her body, that was severed by Lan Xiaokong, healed instantly and remained intact. The scarlet light in her eyes seemed to burn at this moment. Look for an opportunity to pour this bottle of potion on King Dashi. Kill King Dashi! Seeing the Queen of the Undead, Su Miao took out a bottle of highly toxic hallucinogenic potion and gave it to the Queen of the Undead. As you command? The Queen of the Undead returned to the Undead with a highly toxic hallucinogenic potion and began to direct the Undead to attack. Here, King Dashi just killed a mutated monster, and suddenly heard the sound of footsteps like a tide again, and he was shocked. During the battle, he glanced into the distance and saw a large number of undead souls rushing towards him like a tide. You dare! King Dashi was furious, but his body was torn to pieces, only stitched together with blood, and destroyed by mutated monsters. making him unable to escape even if he wanted to. If his body was intact, he would rush towards Su Miao immediately. Okay! 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 King Dashi killed another mutated monster. Considering that the corpse would turn into an undead and get up to fight again, he quickly hit the target and destroyed all the mutated monsters that had not been completely killed just now. Su Miao was already very close to the battlefield. She couldn't help but tremble when she saw this terrible scene. However, this distance is enough. The bleeding doesn't stop. Su Miao pointed towards King Dashi. In an instant, the blood that King Dashi used to heal his body flowed out uncontrollably, as if it was about to collapse in an instant. King Dashi suddenly changed his color. He used to control other people's blood. He never thought that one day he would be controlled by someone's blood, let alone that someone would dare to use blood control methods in front of him. Come back. He once again launched a powerful field, knocking back the mutated monsters that attacked together, allowing the blood to flow back. You can kill so many people and still remain calm. You can control so many corpses, and you can control the blood in my body. Are you a necromancer? No, it shouldn't be. It's impossible for a necromancer to have skin as thin and tender as yours. Witch! Su Miao stood in the distance. Her pupils narrowed. She has never told anyone that she is a witch, so they can all assume that she is a witch. No, King Dashi is wasting his time. Su Miao once again used the magic of blood flow, but this time it was unable to have any impact on King Dashi. King Dashi grinned. Little girls are little girls. They are so easy to deceive. Your trick is no longer useful to me. Witch, you ruined my good deeds. I hope you will have the consciousness to pay the price. He reached out his hand, grabbed the heart from Lan Xiaokong's corpse, crushed it into pieces and put it into his mouth, eating it all alive. It was not supposed to be eaten like this. It was a waste. However, facing the witch Su Miao, King Dashi felt unprecedented pressure and had to return to his peak state before he could fight. As long as he wins, both Lan Xiaokong's body and that of the witch Su Miao will be his. Jia jia jia. As Lan Xiaokong's heart was eaten, blood squirmed all over King Dashi's body. Powerful power spread throughout King Dashi's body, causing the fragments of his body that he had not been able to sew to be completely sewn together at this moment, as if they were completely reborn. This feels very good. Very good. In order to prevent Su Miao from turning Lan Xiaokong's body into an undead, King Dashi stepped on Lan Xiaokong's body and exploded it in advance. To be honest, even if he recovers, he doesn't want to face Lan Xiaokong, who has become an undead again. Boom! 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 King Dashi clenched his fist and blasted two of the mutant monsters that rushed towards him on the spot. Two more mutant monsters were seriously injured and fell back. The two mutated monsters roared angrily, and they charged forward again. He will not stop until he eats off a piece of King Dashi's flesh. Why did you recover? Su Miao tried hard to keep her cold expression. I was fooled just now. I shouldn't have listened to King Dashi. I was wasted and distracted, and I forgot to resuscitate the undead corpses on the battlefield. I missed a very good undead corpse material. Resurrection of the dead. This time, the magic of resurrection of the undead covered the entire battlefield, making all the corpses in the center of the battlefield stand up again. After the undead stood up, they no longer distinguished themselves as cannibals, mutated monsters, and Shurhai bases. All the undead had only one goal left, which was to kill King Dashi. Snort! King Dashi stared at Su Miao. He rose up and charged directly towards Su Miao. Capture the thief first and capture the king. Su Miao raised her hand, and the ice arrow magic unfolded, increasing the multi-layer acceleration magic circle. 12 ice arrows shot at King Dashi at extremely high speeds. King Dashi felt a chill in his heart. He changed direction urgently to avoid the ice arrows that were shot at him, and took advantage of the situation to control several corpses with blood inside them to jump up and block them in front of him. I saw the ice arrows piercing through these corpses easily and shooting out farther. Among them, an ice arrow almost grazed King Dashi's arm and flew past. Frost condensed wherever it passed, almost freezing the blood in his body. You know, the blood in his body could not be successfully frozen even by the extreme cold. But the cold carried by the witch's ice arrow could actually be frozen. This witch must not be allowed to live. King Dashi was heartbroken and prepared to continue sprinting towards Su Miao. Unexpectedly, Su Miao just raised his hand, and more ice arrows condensed and shot towards King Dashi. Oh shit! King Dashi glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that the two mutated monsters that could not be destroyed in a short period of time were coming again. You are all my brothers from life to death. I still remember that at that time. These brothers drank and ate meat with him and became stronger together. King Dashi just wanted to become stronger. How could he have thought that these brothers would rather become mutated monsters than be eaten by him? It was really hateful. Otherwise, he would not need to find a powerful enemy like Lan Xiaokong. Originally, Lan Xiaokong could make his wish come true. But unexpectedly, another witch appeared. This witch looks delicious, but it's hard to understand without killing her. However, he had to dodge the ice arrow again. After several raids, they were either blocked by the undead or entangled by two mutated monsters. Instead, they got further and further away from Su Miao. King Dashi has never been so angry since the end of the world. The witch must die. Depends on how long your energy consumption is. King Dashi decided to temporarily retreat to a safe distance and continue to pretend to be a surprise attack. Su Miao was very scared, and the ice arrows attacked like a rain of arrows. King Dashi is smiling. A little girl is a little girl. Even if she becomes a powerful witch, she is easy to trick. However, King Dashi did not notice that the Queen of the Undead was distributing poisonous hallucinogenic potions to every powerful undead that gathered. Especially the undead transformed by Lin Hinian and the mutated monsters that chased Lin Hinian. They inherited their abilities in life, and even became faster after becoming undead. His Highness ordered that these medicines be sprinkled on King Dashi's body. This month's permanent bounty has been paid off in excess. Here's another permanent reward. 100 monthly ticket plus 1 update. 10,000 reward plus 1 update. League leader plus 10 updates. Chapter franchise leader name. Buying Meng adds 30 updates. The main name of the chapter franchise. Golden cuteness plus 80 updates. Chapter franchise main name. In particular, one update counts as 2,000 words. The daily limit is 4,000 words. Any excess will be subject to extra updates. This bounty will remain valid until the book is completed. You can help with statistics. Asterisk. 146, Chapter 145 which. You lie again. Chapter 145 which. You lie again. Continuously firing ice arrows consumes a lot of magic power. But compared with ice spikes, ice arrows consume very little magic power. The magic power required to condense an ice spike can almost condense more than 100 ice arrows. What really consumes more magic power is the accelerating magic circle used for ice arrows. Su Miao tightened her cold expression and kept shooting at King Dashi. At the same time, in order to avoid Onishi King's surprise attack, she would shoot the ice arrows at intervals of a few seconds at angles that were outrageous but at which Onishi King might explode. This interval is not fixed, and the shooting angle is not fixed. It all depends on Su Miao's mood. Such an operation once shocked King Dashi. At first, he wanted to find a flaw in the witch's attack pattern, or find an opportunity to launch a wave of attacks to see if he could break through the defense and capture the witch. However, if he really tried to do this just now, he might run into the witch's ice arrow. In this way, under Su Miao's continuous killing by ice arrows, King Dashi tried to consume Su Miao's magic power, but instead it ended up consuming himself. Because the previous serious injury was real. Even if he ate Lan Xiaokong's heart and absorbed the energy from it to quickly repair his body, there wasn't much energy left. Not to mention the two entangled mutated monsters and the undead that are endless to kill. In addition, in order to kill Lan Xiaokong just now, he gathered all the blood from the surrounding corpses and condensed it into a bloody spear. This meant that there was no fresh blood left in the bodies of the undead that besieged him. And even if there was any, it was solidified and broken beyond control. As a result, King Dashi had to blow them up if he wanted to get rid of the trouble of these undead. Too annoying. In fact, the above problems are nothing to King Dashi. The key is that the damn Mina is back alive and kicking. Mina maintained a considerable height, hovering in the sky, and poured out all kinds of obscene words. You bitch! I'm talking about you! You're known as the King of the West. Are you pretending to be a brat? You bastard! Come and kill Master Bird! Can't you beat me? Can't you beat me? I'll give you a shot of dilute. Master Bird, let me tell you, today you will either kill Master Bird, or Master Bird will watch you get killed. Quack! Quack! I saw it clearly just now. Your third leg was cut off. You're a dead eunuch, a hermaphrodite, and a rotten ass. Don't worry. Lord Bird will spread this matter to everyone here and let everyone know that you are a dead eunuch. King Dashi's veins popped out. If someone else were to curse these words, he would not be angry at all. At most, he would just grin and hammer the person to death and eat him. However, whether it was the Mina's voice or the tone, when he heard these dirty words, the anger in his heart became more and more intense, and he even almost lost his calm at one point. If it weren't for the ice arrow attack from the witch Su Miao, the attack from the undead that had no concept of being alive, and the two mutated monsters that couldn't be beaten to death, he would have killed this Mina first. It is difficult to vent the hatred in your heart by breaking bones and raising ashes. The moment his anger broke out, King Dashi sensed something was wrong and urgently suppressed the anger in his heart. In this gap, a few ice arrows almost hit him. No one knows that he can exert this terrifying fighting power only because of the blood in his body. Whenever an ice arrow hits him, it only needs to freeze a little blood in his body to weaken his strength. Once the strength is weakened, attack, speed, reaction ability, etc. will be reduced. At that time, there is no way to avoid the witch's ice arrows. Damn it! Looking at the cold eyes of the witch Su Miao, he could only endure it for now. Collect all that flesh and blood. The queen of the undead noticed Lan Xiaokong's blasted flesh and blood. And while King Dashi was being beaten away by Her Highness the Witch, she immediately arranged for the elite undead to collect the flesh and blood. As soon as the flesh and blood arrived, the undead queen devoured it. At the same time, she did not forget Lin Henian and the mutated monster chasing Lin Henian. Both of them became undead and shouldered heavy responsibilities. In order to improve their success rate in completing the task, the queen of the undead called the two of them over to eat together. Compared with other undead, these two have just become undead not long ago. Eating this flesh and blood can help digestion better. Sure enough, they had just eaten a few pieces, including the undead queen, and their bodies revealed extremely terrifying auras. Even Lin Henian and the mutated monster chasing Lin Henian recovered part of their consciousness. I am Lin Henian! Lin Henian looked at the flesh and blood in his hands, and tears were about to flow. Only after waiting for a long time without tears did he remember that he was already dead. I am Cheng Kui, King Dashi. Damn it! Scarlet light flowed from the eyes of the undead monster, and the flesh and blood of Lan Xiaokong in his hand turned to gray in the blink of an eye, and the energy inside was absorbed by him in the blink of an eye. I need more. Cheng Kui looked at the queen of the undead. The queen of the undead glanced at Cheng Kui and pointed at the newly collected flesh and blood of Lan Xiaokong. Cheng Kui was not polite, walked over, and absorbed all the energy contained in the more than 10 kilograms of frozen flesh and blood. Lin Henian stood in the distance and watched this scene with great envy, but he did not dare to say anything more. As both undead, he felt that Cheng Kui had become stronger and more terrifying. The queen of the dead was delighted. There are two more high-level undead like her, especially Cheng Kui, who is stronger than her. Digest this power and carry out His Highness's orders, the queen of the undead said. There wasn't much Lan Xiaokong's flesh and blood sent later. The queen of the undead distributed the flesh and blood to other undead elites. These were her old subordinates, and were reluctant to go directly to the battlefield. After all, at this time, if they go up, it's just a matter of King Dashi's punch. You? King Dashi noticed the scene here. He was extremely angry. God knew how powerful these undead would become after eating Lan Xiaokong's flesh and blood. It is already troublesome enough that there are so many undead souls who are not afraid of death. If they become stronger and really restrain him, whether he can avoid the witch's ice arrows will become a problem. But before he could continue to be angry, Su Miao's ice arrow blocked his direction, making it impossible for him to get close to these undead. Bitch! Are you angry or not? Do you want to jump? You have the guts to jump. I'm going to jump on you. King Dashi felt inexplicably angry. Go to H.L. He even launched an attack at Mina. Mina leapt into the sky with a loud cry, avoiding the blow. What a dog! You still don't accept it? How dare you? A birdless creature. Beat you. Lord Bird. Damn it. I was so scared. I almost got seriously injured again. Looking at the sunken cloud struck by Shi Wang, Bago cursed loudly. The scolding made Shi Wang feel more and more irritated. He was distracted a few times inadvertently, and almost got hurt. How could this witch raise such a mean starling? King Dashi really wanted to ask. However, even if he asked, Su Miao would not answer. Su Miao would only be afraid when facing strangers, especially such a ferocious King Dashi. In fact, Su Miao also felt that Mina was very noisy. However, it's rare to see Bago mocking King Dashi so hard, so it doesn't matter if he endures it for the time being. Su Miao remembered that in the game, Undead magic had the ability to control the explosion of corpses. Unfortunately, this was reality. Her undead magic came from blood magic. There was no magic like corpse explosion in blood magic. If so, she wouldn't have had the chance to learn it. The magic book was taken away by the mutated eagle. What a pity. Otherwise, if there were so many undead surrounding King Dashi, they would all explode at once. And they might be able to kill you. Even if you can't be killed by one explosion. If you explode a few more times, King Dashi will definitely die. Correct. Maybe you can try this method. Su Miao had a new idea in her mind and immediately ordered the undead. Hang him! Immediately, the undead approaching King Dashi changed their attack attitude and tried to entangle King Dashi in place. It's just that King Dashi's offensive is extremely violent, and any undead that comes close will be destroyed by him. As the battle continued to drag on, King Dashi gradually felt the pressure. His physical depletion was increasing. Eating Lan Xiaokong's heart can replenish too little. What's worse is that the undead are all created by the witch Su Miao. But the one who commands the undead is not the witch Su Miao, but the queen of the undead. This is completely different from King Dashi's perception. This also led to one of the reasons why he wanted to consume Su Miao and consumed himself. Unknowingly, King Dashi was in trouble. He was more angry than ever. If it was one-on-one and being suppressed by someone like Lan Xiaokong, King Dashi would have no complaints. However, he was restrained by a group of moving corpses, and was unable to fight back even once when faced with the witch's attacks. This made the anger in his heart grow stronger and stronger. How many bodies were blown up? King Dashi has not counted them. There is no way to count them either, because if these corpses are not exploded, they will continue to get up and charge. And they will never stop until they are exploded. Some corpses even have only half of their bodies left. But they still move over without hesitation. Even if it means biting him. We must force a breakthrough. Onishi King once again unfolded a strange field. His speed became faster and his power became stronger. Die! He was fierce and collided head-on with a mutated monster. The mutated monster was extremely ferocious. But at the moment of collision, a large amount of blood was violently and unbalanced in the monster's body, and everything exploded. At the same time, another mutated monster rushed over, bit hard, and tore off a piece of flesh and blood from Queen Dashi's back. King Dashi held back and blasted the mutated monster in front of him with another punch. It didn't need to be this way. But if you just beat this mutated monster to death, it will be turned into an undead creature by the witch, which will be even more troublesome. Therefore, even if we try to get injured again, we must prioritize getting rid of these two mutated monsters. Ah! Queen Dashi let out a scream after realizing it. He grabbed a few undead to block the ice arrows fired by Su Miao, then grabbed the mutated monster that was about to bite him a second time and slammed it into the snow pit. Immediately, the blood energy gathered and blasted directly into the mutated monster's body, causing the mutated monster to explode. This is a fighting method that loses its roots, but he could afford to lose only this little amount. On the contrary, if they continue to be trapped, they will be the real trouble. Now it is your turn. King Dashi looked at Su Miao and exploded with a bang. And the undead that had just gathered were blown away again. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with broken pieces of flesh, which was worse than H.L. At least thousands of undead were destroyed in this outbreak of King Dashi. Very scary. Su Miao felt that she could no longer hold back her cold expression. Su Miao was caught off guard by the suddenly violent King of the West. And even the ice arrows were forced to stop, because there is no way to capture the figure of King Dashi. Quack! Quack! Rotten ass! Hermaphrodite! You're crazy! Bago cursed loudly. But this only made King Dashi's anger stronger. Stop him! Seeing King Dashi changing his figure and rushing towards Su Miao, the Queen of the Undead immediately gave orders to all the undead around her. Lin Hinian and Cheng Kui, two undead men holding highly toxic hallucinogenic potions, disappeared in an instant. They hide among the undead, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Unlike the last time she escaped, the Queen of the Undead was the first to rush forward to block King Dashi. Roll! King Dashi knocked the Queen of the Undead away with just one blow, and disappeared in an instant. A few flickers wiped out a large number of undead, and finally appeared in front of Su Miao. Jia Jia Jia. King Dashi showed a cruel smile and stretched out his hand, preparing to kill Su Miao. There were only 10 steps left between the two, and King Dashi was sure of victory. At such a distance, even if Su Miao throws ice arrows again, he will not be afraid. He saw the unhidden fear in Su Miao's eyes. And this fear made him excited. Let you shoot ice arrows. Let you control the undead wheel battle. Let you see the king is seriously injured and want to take advantage. However, as his hand moved forward, King Dashi felt that something was wrong. There was no cold in front of him. Only heat. Boom! A large fireball with a diameter of more than 2 meters appeared in front of Su Miao and exploded. King Dashi's eyes widened, and he quickly deviated from his body. What the HL? He thought he was ruthless enough. But he didn't expect Su Miao to be even more ruthless. He dared to detonate a fireball at such a close distance. Did he want to make him retreat by dying together? But this is his only chance to get close to Su Miao. And he must not give up just yet. Congeal. King Dashi used his blood to condense a layer of armor to block the explosion of the fireball. In an instant, King Dashi experienced what it means to have 90% of his body burned. And even some damage occurred to his internal organs. These are all small problems. As the blood circulates in the body, just one breath can repair the injury. That's it. King Dashi landed on the ground, tilted his body, and rushed towards Su Miao from the left like a cannonball. There were only 5 steps left, and no amount of magic could stop him. Die! King Dashi looked ferocious, like a devil coming out of HL. Extremely terrifying. Su Miao was frightened, just as King Dashi had guessed. In this case, it was too late for her to use magic, or even to reverse the defense of the magic space array. The only thing she could do was to instinctively draw away the umbrella sword, as if she had practiced it thousands of times. Cover the umbrella sword with magic power. Draw the sword, and swing the sword. In an instant, Su Miao appeared a few steps away from King Dashi. King Dashi rushed to a stop. Not only did he fail to capture Su Miao just now, but he also failed to detonate the blood in Su Miao's body. How strong is this witch? Is the fear in his eyes a lie? What made King Dashi even more unbelievable was that the arm he used to catch Su Miao was cut off by a sword and fell into the snow. He tried to use blood to connect it, but the arm seemed to be separated from him forever. Unable to connect. This is something Lan Xiaokong has never done. There's something wrong with that sword. Ah! King Dashi screamed in pain. This was the first time he let out such a heart-wrenching scream. There seemed to be some weird energy going into his body from the wound on his right arm. And King Dashi could hear the scream of a mad woman in a daze. Give me your body. Give me your body. I want revenge. What the HL? King Dashi made a prompt decision, and once again gave up part of his blood to expel this strange energy. Boom! At this moment, another super fireball struck. King Dashi stopped when he wanted to pick up his broken arm, and watched helplessly as the fireball blasted his broken arm into ashes. Witch! King Dashi gritted his teeth. Fraud! This witch is a liar. Seeing the undead around him attacking again, King Dashi immediately rushed towards the undead, intending to carve a way out among the undead and escape from here. According to the plan, he wanted to exhaust the power of the witch Su Miao, but in the end, he ended up consuming himself. For this reason, King Dashi had no choice but to burst out with strength and rush in front of the witch Su Miao, so that he would be able to manipulate Su Miao at will. After all, witch Su Miao is so young and a spellcaster. Even if she has certain melee abilities, he can easily solve her. Not to mention the frightened look in the eyes of the witch Su Miao. King Dashi had seen this kind of frightened look many times, and he was extremely familiar with it, and there was no way he could fake it. But he never expected that this witch was a liar. Her melee abilities were much more terrifying than he expected, and she could even explode faster than him. In just one round, one arm was gone. I'm afraid this is the other party's real purpose, and the previous ones are all illusions. The most ridiculous thing is that the face of the witch Su Miao, who is constantly throwing fireballs, is full of panic. Since you are so scared, please throw your fireballs slower and smaller. Depend on. King Dashi could no longer care about anything else. He planned to escape from the battlefield with the help of the cover of the undead. He remembered this grudge. I will definitely pay it back in the future. However, a scene that made Onishi King even more horrifying happened. When Su Miao threw the fireball technique, he didn't care at all about the undead that rushed to restrain him. This was a pure indiscriminate attack, just to make him stay completely. MD! I met a madman! King Dashi cursed. In the sky, the starling had stopped on a big tree, and it stopped yelling at King Dashi. It's not that it doesn't want to continue scolding, but it's because it's frightened to see His Highness Su Miao in this state. I remember this was the case the last time I killed the leader of the Vulcan base. If the scolding sound is too loud and His Highness Su Miao thinks it is too noisy and throws a big blue fireball at it, it will be over. By the way, His Highness Su Miao has not thrown blue fireballs yet. Fly farther! Fly farther! The Mina immediately flew away into the distance. When you see the golden-winged eagle and the gray eagle, let them fly away with you. At the same time, Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Yu Feng, and Guo were also coming here. When Bago saw these people, he immediately stopped them and asked them to go back as far as possible. There has been no fighting during this period, and Beige will see His Highness Su Miao habitually throwing small blue fireballs into the magic space every day, compared with before. The small blue fireballs thrown by His Highness Su Miao into the magic space became more and more powerful. Wait until this time to throw out the blue fireball inside. His. Cannot imagine. Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Yu Feng, and Guixing didn't know what was going on. But since it was Bago who said it, it was equivalent to Her Highness the Witch's order, and they could just follow it. The undead queen, who was seriously injured by King Dashi, got up again. She saw Mina walking away with the mutated eagle, and had some doubts. But as an undead, she received the order from His Highness Su Miao to kill King Dashi, so she continued to direct the undead to attack. Which? Don't go too far. Let me go! Let's forget about the things here today, shouted King Dashi, who was surrounded by undead. In order not to affect the battle, he condensed a bloody right arm to temporarily replace it. Correspondingly, his speed has become much slower, and the lethality he can exert has also become much weaker. Despite this, the undead that surrounded him could still be destroyed by King Dashi in large pieces. Su Miao pretended not to hear anything King Dashi said. If I didn't practice swordsmanship every day, if this umbrella sword hadn't killed Qi Wang before and had strange properties, which happened to be able to restrain King Dashi, she would have almost been killed by King Dashi. Su Miao was even more fortunate that she did not stay in the villa all the time and had the courage to come to the battlefield. Otherwise, when the battle between the cannibals and the Sihai base is over, King Dashi eats Lan Xiaokong and becomes stronger, and then finds the villa where she lives. Will she still have a chance to survive? Kill him! Su Miao waved the umbrella sword and continued to condense the fireball, but unexpectedly found that the condensed fireball became very small and even dissipated like a cremation. The magic is bottomed out. Su Miao was obviously stunned for a moment. Yes. Continuous use of the undead resurrection magic. Continuous use of ice arrow output. And the explosion of fireballs under such extremely cold conditions. The magic power is quickly consumed inadvertently. Can't continue to focus fireball attacks, because if you continue to consume magic power, all the magic covering your whole body will dissipate. She was different from these ability users. Without the protection of magic covering her whole body, she would freeze to death in such extremely cold conditions. Su Miao held the umbrella sword and temporarily stopped attacking. The look of fear on her face became more intense. What to do? Ha! Where is your magic? King Dashi grinned, blasted away several undead that rushed towards him, and sneered. Has the magic power bottomed out? Jia. Do you want to continue to deceive me? I'm telling you, I won't be fooled. No other reason. Seeing that Su Miao was unable to condense the fireball technique, King Dashi immediately tried to draw the blood from Su Miao's body, but there was no reaction at all. MD! This witch still wants to lie. King Dashi taunted him, and began to kill the undead that rushed towards him. After the battle just now, and the bombardment of magic power, there were only more than 2,000 undead left standing on the battlefield. Although there are many undead elites inside, he only needs to blow up a few more before he can break out from here. He wanted to see what other methods the witch Su Miao could use. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the center of the undead. Full of resentment, he strode over and asked in a hoarse and strange voice, King Dashi, do you still remember me? 147, Chapter 146 Your Highness. You are so gentle. Chapter 146 Your Highness. You are so gentle. Shinkui? King Dashi was shocked for a moment, then grinned. No, you are not him. You are just a moving corpse. While locking Chung Kui, King Dashi once again confirmed that Su Miao was exhausted of magic power to prevent Su Miao from attacking from behind. This ability to turn corpses into undead is really abnormal. The key is to allow these corpses to exert most of their original strength, which is even more outrageous. According to common sense, shouldn't it consume more magic power to transform a more powerful corpse into an undead? However, This witch transformed the corpse into undead control, as if the magic power was endless, and it has not been nearly exhausted until now. King Dashi, what are you planning? Chung Kuei took action. A few months ago, the flood destroyed the community. He rescued King Dashi from the flood and assisted King Dashi in awakening his abilities. Later, he led his brothers to fight their way out of the chaotic Doomsday. Later, he noticed that King Dashi's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. And then he realized that King Dashi relied on eating abilities to rapidly increase his strength. In order to survive, Chung Kuei turned the group he led into cannibals, and even applied the settings from previous online novels. Have you read the novel? When the apocalypse comes, the protagonist kills zombies, seizes mutant meat, and after eating it, he quickly upgrading and becoming stronger is just to survive. Being able to become stronger, able to survive, and having a reasonable excuse to abandon their humanity. They sank on this road. Until one day, King Onishi said that he had a high fever and was unable to participate in the operation to hunt a powerful ability user. In order to wish everyone a triumphant victory, King Dashi cooked a pot of meat for everyone, hoping to share some after the hunt was successful. Chung Kuei said, "We are all brothers. After the hunt is successful, we will eat together." Unexpectedly, not long after the hunting started, the brothers were severely injured and fell down one by one, including Chung Kuei. Only then did they discover that the powerful person they wanted to hunt was their brother King Dashi. King Onishi has been planning for this day for a long time. He will eat everyone to become stronger, because relying solely on hunting is too slow and dangerous. However, eating the brothers around you is very efficient. In order not to be eaten, Chung Kuei forced a breakthrough and became a mutated monster. Chung Kuei has no memory of what happened next, but since he was able to awaken as an undead today and saw so many mutated monsters on the battlefield, he could make a rough guess. Boom! King Dashi faced Shang Qingkui and struck him, sending Qingkui flying away. Brother, it's not okay for you to eat so much flesh and blood from Lan Xiaokong. Since you're dead, don't think about pretending to be a corpse. As a brother, I advise you to rest in peace. Ha! Brother? We treat you as a brother and take care of you in every way. But you want to eat us all? You beast! Chung Kuei once again launched a fierce attack on King Dashi. In the past, he had to worry about King Dashi's ability to control blood. But now that he is an undead, there is not a drop of blood in his body, so he has no fear at all. Kill! Chung Kuei's ability is speed, and he attacks King Dashi at extremely high speeds. King Dashi showed no fear at all and responded calmly. He even had the leisure to destroy other undead that came to attack him. However, Chung Kuei's speed was really not an ordinary trouble, and it caused a lot of trouble to King Dashi. Among the undead, Lin Hinian was hiding among them, waiting for an opportunity. After all, if he goes up, it only takes one punch from King Dashi to blow his old bones apart. The Queen of the Undead continued to command the overall situation, controlling the undead to contain King Dashi while providing cover for Lin Hinian and Chung Kuei. Outside the field, Su Miao held an umbrella sword in her hand and looked at the battlefield with a cold expression. She was waiting for her magic to return, also waiting for the highly toxic hallucinogenic drug to take effect. Now, as long as she stands here and looks at King Onishi, she can put pressure on King Onishi, perhaps seeing Su Miao stop releasing magic. Bago flew back to the battlefield. While passing through the temporary camp of the previous Seihai base, it found some small, shiny bottles. This is a potion that allows Seihai base personnel to instantly heal their injuries on the battlefield. And it is also a potion that makes them unable to survive or die. Especially Shamo, one of the cannibal leaders. The miserable experience left Bago's memory very clear. It grabbed 2 bottles, and prepared to find an opportunity to give them to King Dashi, because His Highness Su Miao prepared a highly toxic hallucinogenic potion for King Dashi. It will definitely have an effect. Which? Do you want to hold me back with these garbage undead? Impossible! King Dashi seized the opportunity and shouted to Su Miao. He wanted to test the witch Su Miao again to see the situation. But Su Miao was indifferent and just looked at the battlefield. He didn't throw ice arrows. He didn't throw fireballs. He just held that weird umbrella sword. King Dashi's heart sank. With a responsive witch, he can adjust the combat plan accordingly. The witch who didn't respond made him feel a lot of pressure. In fact, Su Miao was very scared. It's nothing more than holding on. Unless King Dashi dies, she will not go back in peace. Time passed little by little, and there were only more than 1,000 undead still attacking in the field. King Dashi is really good at killing. But he is still a person after all. His physical strength was severely depleted, and it looked like he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. It's not like King Dashi never thought about breaking out. But Cheng Kuei was much faster than him, and could block him every time. And as the undead became fewer and fewer, he always felt that someone else among the undead was staring at him. This is probably the hidden killer move of the undead. He must pay careful attention. The undead were destroyed one after another. When there were more than 900 undead left, King Dashi's energy seemed to be exhausted to the extreme. Which? Are you going to humiliate me with a wheel battle? Su Miao didn't speak. She just wanted to kill King Dashi. Hermaphrodite. Rotten ass. Double standard dog. Why didn't you say that when you let so many cannibals attack other people's bases? Trash. Mina grabbed 2 bottles of potion and flew in the air and said. King Dashi noticed the potion in Mina's paws and was heartbroken. He took advantage of Bago's lack of defense and struck with a sudden blow. He was so frightened that Bago dropped the 2 bottles of potion in his paws. King Dashi successfully caught the potions. Thank you so much for the potion from Seahai Base. After blocking the surrounding undead, King Dashi actually opened the lid and drank the potion. This operation fascinated the Mina. Although this potion was prepared for King Dashi, it was intended to be used when King Dashi was corroded by highly toxic hallucinogenic drugs. Unexpectedly, King Dashi drank the potion without thinking. Su Miao stood watching from a distance, frowning slightly. She wanted to stop it. But thinking about the horror of this potion, she didn't stop it. After drinking 2 bottles of potion, King Dashi was shaken. He felt that all the injuries that had not been completely healed were recovered in an instant. Except for his right arm, which was condensed by blood. He could not recover. He was almost back to his peak. Ha ha ha! You mean-mouthed bastard. Thank you for the potion you sent me, which helped me return to the top. King Dashi grinned. Are you doubting my courage? Or are you questioning my gaze? Or are you worried that after drinking the potion, I will be unable to survive or die? I tell you that after I kill you all and eat you all, I can replace the old blood with new blood, and there will be no worries. Now, experience death. King Dashi burst out with extremely terrifying momentum, and he condensed a big sword with his blood and swept across the battlefield. In an instant, nearly 100 undead souls were shattered into pieces by King Dashi's attack. The terrifying bloody shock wave swept over. Su Miao just blinked her eyes, and the bloody shock wave swept across Su Miao's left and right sides. Not a single hair on Su Miao's body was hurt. This was blocked by the magic space array. So scary. Su Miao looked at the remaining undead in the field, and was a little worried about whether these undead could complete their mission. Do you really want her to get off the field with a sword and fight King Dashi in close combat? The fact that King Onishi cut off his arm just now was purely due to King Onishi's carelessness, and he seriously underestimated her close combat ability. Su Miao didn't know whether he could hurt King Dashi with his sword when he was on guard. So, she could only continue to wait. Even if all the undead are killed. You witch. You are indeed lying. King Dashi looked at the intact witch Su Miao and snorted coldly. Almost being fooled just now. Su Miao didn't know what King Dashi meant. So she clenched the umbrella sword in her hand and continued to watch. Do you still want to continue to consume my stamina? Now, let me see how you consume it. King Dashi rushed into the undead and started killing everywhere. This time, he didn't want to break out, but to kill all the undead here and kill the witch. Otherwise, he had no way to delay the bad effects of the Seahai Base potion. Only by killing the witch and eating the witch could he buy himself enough time. At that time, we will enter the Seahai Base and find the potion to solve the fundamental problem. Very perfect plan. Kill! 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 In the blink of an eye, there were only more than 300 undead that surrounded King Dashi. If they were not undead but living people, they would have fled long ago, let alone continue to fight. When the Queen of the Undead saw this situation, she became anxious. If these undead people continue to die, it will be her turn. At all costs. Orders conveyed. Dozens of undead elites, who had eaten Lan Xiaokong's flesh and blood, exploded with all their strength and attacked King Dashi together. King Dashi swung his blood knife and killed 6 undead elites on the spot. But this time, he was held back for a second. Suddenly, Cheng Kuei's body exploded, and he stabbed him from behind with a dagger. It's you I'm waiting for. My big brother. King Dashi suddenly turned around, smashed Cheng Kuei's dagger, and grabbed Cheng Kuei's neck. I got you. Yeah. Chung Kui hugged King Dashi's steel-like arms and smiled. I caught you too. King Dashi snorted coldly. What other methods do you have? Snapped. Something broke. This is a crystal bottle. And what is in the crystal bottle is a highly toxic hallucinogenic potion. Feeling that his arms became sticky, King Dashi's expression changed. Extremely angry, he threw Chung Kui down on the spot, and his body fell apart, leaving only a piece of skin connecting the whole body. Ah! King Dashi looked at his left arm, and saw that the flesh and blood on his arm was corroding rapidly. He immediately swung his blood knife to dig out the piece of flesh and blood, and release the blood in the nearby area to prevent the poison from spreading. Otherwise, when the CI-based potion takes effect, the poison will spread in his body. The opportunity has come. Su Miao waved her umbrella sword like an elegant conductor. The bleeding doesn't stop. Although this magic cannot kill King Onishi, it is enough to affect King Onishi for 1 second. In an instant, King Dashi, who was bleeding, suddenly collapsed. King Dashi was so angry that he controlled the blood flowing out in time. But just in the midst of controlling the bleeding, Lin Hinian appeared. His speed is faster than Chung Kui's. By the time King Onishi reacted, the dagger contaminated with the highly toxic hallucinogenic agent had already penetrated the back of King Onishi's body. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Every sword is fatal. So many knives are done in an instant. What's even more outrageous is that Lin Hinian also sprinkled extra poisonous hallucinogenic drugs on most of King Dashi's body. Ah! King Dashi turned around and struck Lin Hinian with a sudden blow. The highly toxic hallucinogenic agent spread very quickly, constantly eroding King Dashi's flesh and blood, and bringing unprecedented pain to King Dashi. Quack! Quack! Rotten ass! Hermaphrodite! Your tool is really rotten! Mina cursed and flew away in a swish. Sure enough, as soon as he finished cursing, a large amount of corrosive venom splashed out from King Dashi's body and attacked the sky. As long as the Mina flies a little slower, it will be hit. As for whether His Highness Su Miao can be saved after being attacked, this is unknown. King Dashi was tortured by the severe pain and went crazy. He stepped on Chung Kui's undead body, swept away the surrounding undead, and rushed towards Su Miao crazily. At this moment, King Dashi didn't know whether to be happy or regretful. Fortunately, he drank the potion from the Seahai base, which allowed him to continue to live and have a chance to take revenge. What he regretted was that he drank the potion from the Seahai base and was poisoned by the witch. His body was constantly rotting and healing. The pain was more terrifying than being eaten by thousands of ants. No tongue pulling, finger cutting, steaming, going up the mountain of knives, going down into the sea of fire, or being in limbo can compare to this pain. This is truly a state of being unable to survive, and unable to survive. During the previous battle with Lan Xiaokong, King Dashi saw what kind of pain Shamo went through, and how long he was tortured. Without He Chao's help, Shamo's pain will continue. What about him? The extremely angry King Dashi felt fear in his heart. King Dashi had no respect for death, but faced the pain. He was afraid. Witch! Ah! Witch! I will kill you! King Dashi broke through the blockade of the undead elite and rushed towards the witch Su Miao. Looking at King Dashi, whose face was sometimes rotting and dripping with water, Su Miao blinked her eyes, waved her umbrella sword, and a blue fireball that had been stored in the magic space for a long time appeared in front of her. Boom! After throwing the blue fireball, Su Miao closed her eyes. King Dashi rushed over very quickly. When he saw the blue fireball, his expression changed obviously, and a large piece of flesh and blood fell out. The instinct of survival drove him to escape into the distance by accident. MP! This which had been lying to him all along. He kept attacking with ice arrows, making it seem like he was afraid to let him get close. When he really got close, he drew his sword and chopped off one of his arms, weakening his strength. Later, he continued to gather fireballs to attack him. After a while of attacking, he made the illusion that the fireballs dissipated, tricking him into running out of magic power. But what is the truth? When he approached again and tried to kill the witch, he threw a blue fireball in the blink of an eye. The temperature of this blue fireball could turn him into ashes. Despicable and shameless. Boom! The snow within a diameter of 3,000 meters melted in the explosion of the blue fireball, and the snow in the center of the explosion vaporized directly. Many undead elites, who were too late to evacuate, and corpses on the battlefield were reduced to ashes in the explosion. The thick dark clouds covering the sky were also dispersed by the explosion shock wave at this moment. Your Highness! Mina was hiding on a distant hilltop, shivering as he watched the horrific explosion. The golden-winged eagle and 8 gray eagles huddled together, terrified. Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Yu Feng, and Gui Yixing only had fear in their eyes, and nothing else. Is this the true strength of Her Highness the Witch? And Her Highness the Witch was almost standing at the center of the explosion. Is she really okay? If this explosion happened around them, they would probably die so badly that not even the dregs would be left. At the center of the explosion, Su Miao, who was holding the umbrella sword tightly, opened her eyes. The magic space array is very powerful. This time it also helped her block the aftermath of the explosion. She tensed her body, looked at the explosion crater more than 10 meters deep in front of her, and took a deep breath. Really scared. Seeing King Dashi look like that just now was scarier than the monsters in horror games. Speaking of which, has this great western king turned into ashes? Just as he was thinking this, Su Miao saw a humanoid body that looked like a ball of charcoal 800 meters away from the explosion crater. This body is missing a right arm. The left forearm is gone, and only the thighs are left of both legs. The head is barely intact. He was still squirming, trembling, and making strange screams. Kill! Kill! Kill me! Kill! Kill me! Kill! Although the voice has changed, it is certain that this is King Dashi. When he saw the blue fireball, he almost ran away, like the blood escape of demonic characters in fantasy novels. It's just that this speed is much slower than the explosion shock wave of the blue fireball. His head and body were barely blocked by the condensed blood armor, but 3 of his limbs were burned to ashes by the high temperature. Most of the body is roasted. Despite this, King Dashi still survived tenaciously. The potions at the Seahai base conscientiously consumed King Dashi's remaining original life energy to repair his body, and then were quickly eroded, rotted, and turned into thick water by the highly toxic hallucinogenic potions. His eyeballs were rotten. His ears and nose were rotten. Can't see, can't hear. The wailing is all instinctive. In this case, the pain all over his body became more and more clear. King Onishi was 300% experiencing the punishment of H.L. that existed in the world of the living. You can't live. You can't die. If King Dashi only drank 1 bottle of potion, he wouldn't be in such pain. But he drank 2 bottles. However, if we really talk about it, if King Dashi had been smarter just now, and refused to dodge the blue fireball thrown by Su Miao, he would have turned into ashes, and there would be no need to beg for mercy. But he was unwilling to give up without truly dying. Quack! Quack! Hermaphrodite! Rotten ass! Mina flew closer and cursed a few times. But after seeing clearly the situation of King Onishi, he realized that King Onishi could no longer hear him and flew back. Your Highness, this Dashi King's vitality is so tenacious that he will not die even if he does this, Mina said. Su Miao put away her umbrella sword and responded. Yes, Beige said. Your Highness, do you want to kill King Dashi first? Su Miao shook her head. She didn't want to get close. What if this king of the West would blow himself up? What should I do if I get a little venom splashed on me? She really has no magic power now. There are bombs in the magic space, but the bombs may also blow up the venom, Beige said. I understand. Your Highness, you want to fulfill the wish of this demon King Dashi. Right. King Dashi just said that he can't live or die. Your Highness, you are so gentle. Su Miao blinked her eyes. She didn't know how to evaluate Ba Ge. Is this a compliment to her, or a yin and yang? Beige said. Since I saw this King Dashi, he is either eating people every day or leading people to eat people. Nearly 40,000 people died in Seahai base because of King Dashi. Can there still be 10,000 people in the base now? It's all a problem. Even if there are still many old, weak, sick and disabled people inside. It's too awful. Is this chatter mode on? Su Miao wanted to go home, but thought that King Dashi was not dead yet. So she decided to stay here for a while, waiting for King Dashi to be dead and cremated before leaving. Anyway, King Dashi is already like this, so there is no need to worry. Your Highness. The Queen of the Undead limped over. Su Miao glanced at the Queen of the Undead. There were only more than 30 undead elites left behind the Queen of the Undead, but almost every one of them was incomplete. This battle almost wiped out all the undead in the Vulcan base, and the newly transformed undead on the battlefield. You guys did a great job. Su Miao thought for a moment, and gave them another undead resurrection. If there are only so many undead, it doesn't take much magic power to resuscitate the undead. Stay nearby and be on guard. Wait until King Dashi is completely dead before going back. Yes, Your Highness. The Queen of the Undead knelt down on one knee. After saluting, he led the undead elites to stand far away, taking a look at the ground to see if there were any suitable bones. If there were any, he would pick them up and put them on himself to make them complete. Su Miao took a look around, temporarily retreated to the high ground behind, cleared some ice cubes on the ground, then took out a small stove from the magic space, added some anthracite and gasoline to the small stove to light it, and boiled some salt water first. Eat the pods. Mina flew down, full of anticipation. Su Miao said, Have they gone back? Beige said, Your Highness, we have asked them all to go back, but the idiots want to stay a little longer. Su Miao said, Yeah, praise the Ice God. Only the Ice God is eternal. A few kilometers away, on a mountain, stood two people wearing snow-white plush cloaks. They arrived a little late, but they could see the ensuing battle very clearly. This was already a battle at an inhuman level. Zheng Ming, is this girl your enemy? The middle-aged man asked, standing next to Zheng Ming. He was Qiao Xixin, the priest of the Ice God cult. He asked this question once on the way here. The first few times he heard the answer, he smiled, thinking that Zheng Ming was just making a big joke. I asked again this time just to be sure. Yes. Zheng Ming looked calm. You'd better not look at her with binoculars. She will notice it. Qiao Xixin's hand trembled, and he quickly turned the telescope to the body of King Dashi, looking at the miserable situation of King Dashi, unable to survive or die. Fortunately, he didn't boast about Haikao and say anything about revenge for Zheng Ming. Killing can only be done with a nod of the head. But this witch obviously does not intend to let King Onishi die so quickly. She also wants him to survive and die for a while. It will be difficult for us to get King Onishi's body, Zheng Ming said calmly. Well, let's go back. Qiao Xixin put down the telescope and asked, Can you let go of your hatred? Zheng Ming said, Rather than letting me go. Qiao Xixin, you might as well care about yourself. They told you that Lan Xiaokong would fight against King Dashi, and they thought you could take advantage of this opportunity to get the power of any one of them. Corpse. But actually, this witch didn't appear just now, and you were already in King Onishi's pot. Qiao Xixin looked stern. You mean? Someone in the Ice God cult wants to kill me. Zheng Ming said, I don't know. I just joined you not long ago. Josh was speechless. This. At least I saved you. Zheng Ming said, It was you who saved me. So I'm telling you this. Okay. Let's go. It's time to go to the Seahai base. The cannibals have been destroyed, and we can safely spread our god in the Seahai base. Bathe. She turned and left. Qiao Xixin looked into the distance, no longer paying attention to King Dashi's pain, and quickly followed Zheng Ming. Zheng Ming, we are spreading our faith in the Seahai base. What if this witch comes? Zheng Ming's expression remained calm. I have given up my hatred for her. She will not do anything to me. Qiao Xixin couldn't believe it. Didn't you say that this witch killed your whole family and destroyed the Vulcan base? Zheng Ming said. Yes. But who do you think is stronger between me and King Dashi? Qiao Xixin suddenly realized. I understand. Zheng Ming shook his head. No, you don't understand. If I show hostility to her, she will target me immediately, and the Mina who is following the witch will chase me immediately, and we will all die. There was a look of fear on Qiao Xixin's face. If you didn't tell me earlier, leave quickly. Leave quickly. Zheng Ming looked at Qiao Xixin, the priest of the Ice God cult, who was walking in front. With such a character and such an IQ, I really don't know how Qiao Xixin can survive to this day despite the various calculations of the Ice God sect. By arranging this mission for Qiao Xixin, I am afraid that Qiao Xixin will die without a burial place. How much hatred is this? Zheng Ming was calm and didn't think too much. Compared with these, she thought of the cold expression on the witch Su Miao's face, and the fear deep in her heart almost came out again. Su Miao picked up the binoculars and glanced at the top of the hill where Zheng Ming and Qiao Xixin were standing. There was no one on the top of the hill. Your Highness, what's wrong? Asked the Mina, looking forward to the warm saltwater yellow pods. Someone was watching here just now, Su Miao said. Mina immediately flew up. Your Highness, I'll go over and take a look. It flew high into the sky and headed straight for the top of the mountain where Zheng Ming and Qiao Xixin were. But only a few footprints were left on the snow on the top of the mountain. There are real people. Mina flew in the direction where the footprints disappeared for a while, but found no one, and then quickly returned. After a while, a piece of ice broke on the ground in the area that Mina had inspected. Zheng Ming straightened his cloak and walked out of the snow pit. Qiao Shixin patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "This witch is too scary." 148. That witch in Chapter 147 is so terrifying. Chapter 147. That witch is so terrifying. Simply relying on coal and gasoline. It would be difficult to cook the tofu and vegetables stewed in the pot. So Su Miao added a small fireball. A small fireball does not require much magic power, and puts no pressure on Su Miao. She tightened her clothes, and thought about the battle just now. Sure enough, I was still very scared. However, necessary review is very important. This is a habit I developed while playing games at home. After every battle, arena, or flag planting duel, Su Miao would review it to see which step he made wrong, which step could be improved, and what to do next time. No, this should be a good habit developed in elementary school by collecting wrong questions into a book of wrong questions and reading them over and over again. Goo 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 goo. The lid of the pot was lifted by boiling water vapor. Su Miao came back to her senses, and without paying attention, her thoughts spread out. When King Dashi is completely dead, he must have a good sleep after returning. Thinking back carefully, Su Miao thought that the timing of his exit was very timely, but he did not trust the undead enough. He should have come to a position with a better distance earlier, so that he could use the resurgence of the undead to target the Dashi King in a group fight at the critical moment, which might be better. But, on second thought, she was afraid of these talking undead. It was obviously something she could control using the resurrection magic of the undead. Secondly, there are problems with the resurrection of the dead magic, but don't hesitate to use it when it's time to use it. Look at this time. King Dashi was seriously injured, but he only attacked a little later, allowing him to resurrect with full health in the battle with Lan Xiaokong. Even if he faced the subsequent siege of more than 10,000 undead, he didn't suffer much. Chuang even attacked in front of her at one point. If it weren't for her daily sword practice, she practiced it countless times and developed an instinct. Otherwise this time it would be dangerous. This is commendable. I will continue to practice swordsmanship more in the future. In addition, there are some dangerous points here. For example, when King Dashi attacked him, he had no time to deploy the magic space array defense. Defensive magic must be researched as soon as possible, and the defensive power of the magic that covers the whole body must be enhanced. Write these down in a notebook. In addition, it has been a few months since the end of the world, and there are more and more powerful ability users. So she must become stronger. Your Highness, you can eat. Starling stood on the small bench and looked expectantly at the vegetables and tofu stewed in the pot. Oh! Wait a minute. Su Miao took out instant noodles and Qian Zhang from the magic space, put them into the pot, and added some seasonings. Suddenly, a wonderful aroma wafted from the pot. Began to eat. Su Miao scooped out a portion for Beige and kept the rest for herself. Let's review and reflect after eating before continuing. I don't know if he felt the aroma of instant noodles, but the screams of King Danishur in the distance became a little louder. However, King Dashi could only lie in the extremely cold ice and snow and continue to cry. The high temperature left by the explosion of the blue fireball was dissipating little by little under the force of the extreme cold. The rainwater formed from the snow around King Onishi was freezing, and part of King Onishi's body was frozen along with it. It's just that the highly toxic hallucinogenic potion in King Dashi's body is really powerful. In the state of continuous corrosion and suppuration, King Dashi was not frozen. Although this delayed King Onishi's death, it extended the time King Onishi had to endure pain. The golden-winged eagle and 8 gray eagles inspected the area and came here specifically to report that there was no one nearby and no dangerous mutant animals were present. Su Miao blinked, took out 9 small bowls, and gave each of them a little soup. The golden-winged eagles and gray eagles were very happy to eat. After taking a look at the sky that was starting to darken, Su Miao took out some wood from the magic space and set up a fire next to her. So warm. Relying on the fire, Su Miao felt that the whole world had become warmer. Starling called to the golden-winged eagle, and the 8 gray eagles began to clean the battlefield. Although the battlefield had first gone through a poisonous rainstorm, Lan Xiaokong's space cutting, King Dashi's killing spree, and the bombing of Su Miao's blue fireball, there were very few things that could be cleaned on the battlefield. But there were still some things. For example, the life potion in Seahai base. Mina found 2 boxes of well-preserved ones. Your Highness, This is the potion that makes King Dashi unable to live or die. Su Miao opened the box and checked it. There are almost 60 bottles in this box. Looking at the scale, Sea Base has prepared 1 bottle for everyone. Your Highness, I found a sniper rifle. Mina grabbed another sniper rifle. Golden Winged Eagle sent a matching box of bullets. 1,200 rounds. This was a sniper arranged by the Sea Base in the distance. During the battle, he was killed by the cannibal's ability user. Su Miao was worried that her Type 36 sniper rifle was running out of bullets. But she didn't expect to be replenished so quickly. This is a domestically produced Type 55 sniper rifle. It was retired 20 years ago, and is very easy to use. This gun was found by Sea Base from the sealed warehouse. There are many other firearms left on the battlefield. However, considering that these guns may have been exposed to the poisonous rainstorm, or the flesh and blood of the poisonous undead corpses have been touched, Starling did not move. Your Highness, there are a lot of gold, silver and jewelry here. Mina found a well-preserved large box from the ruins of the cannibal camp. Several large gray eagles worked together to move these large boxes. The boxes contained all kinds of gold and silver jewelry. And some of the jewelry still had blood residue on them. Su Miao glanced at these jewels and instinctively disliked them, as if the jewels were entangled with countless resentful spirits. This is not surprising at all, considering the daily behavior of the cannibal King Onishi. It was too dirty, and she didn't want to touch it. Give it to those undead, Su Miao said. Starling stood on the box, tilted his head, and glanced at the jewelry in the box. Okay, Your Highness. 10 seconds later, Mina called the Queen of the Undead and asked her to carry the jewelry box aside and wait for King Dashi to carry it back to the ruins of the Vulcan base after he died. Thank you for your gift, Your Highness. The Queen of the Dead was very excited. After the war, she was worried that Su Miao would destroy all the undead. But Su Miao not only did not destroy them, but also gave them so many gold and silver jewels, which was an affirmation of them. Su Miao didn't pay attention to this. She glanced at King Dashi. King Dashi was still wailing in pain, but his voice was much softer. Mina continued to hunt for treasures on the battlefield with the Golden Winged Eagle and the Gray Eagle. Your Highness, we found 200 kilograms of diesel, 60 kilograms of gasoline, and a lot of other materials behind the temporary camp at Sea Base. They can really hide it. Take me there. Su Miao's eyes lit up, because the battlefield was too broken and there were still poisonous hallucinogenic drugs left. Many things couldn't be used even if they were found. Therefore, Su Miao had no hope of cleaning up the battlefield. He didn't expect Bago to find so many. This reminded Su Miao of the time when he met Mina, when it was looking for supplies in the ruins of Fanqing Base. If the troops from the shelter hadn't rushed over at that time, Starling would have found more supplies. Su Miao came to the place where Bago found the supplies. It contains not only diesel and gasoline, but also 2,000 kilograms of rice, 800 pieces of flatbread, 3,000 kilograms of coal, and a small amount of medical drugs. This should be the material prepared by Sea Base to fight the cannibals to the death. But the decisive battle came so quickly that these supplies had no time to be used. Now, it's all Su Miao's. Su Miao raised her hand and put all these supplies into the magic space. Mina searched around again and found no other recyclable materials when night fell completely. So, Mina went back to the villa as a routine to add some wood to the fireplace and then flew back. Su Miao sat by the campfire to keep warm. There was a cold breeze, and Su Miao got closer to the fire. It made her feel a clear chill, indicating that the outdoor temperature had dropped to about -80 degrees Celsius. The current magic covering her whole body could not completely block this terrible extreme cold for the time being. How about building a cabin or something when you have time? If you want to go camping, just put the cabin out? Su Miao thought of a good way. But her wooden house is not safe enough. Su Miao searched the magic space. There were many alloy steel plates inside. Perhaps these alloy steel plates could be used to build a pure metal house. With such a metal house, you don't need to worry about safety. Make a note of it for next time. Time passed little by little. And when it was approaching 11 o'clock at night, King Dashi died. With the death of King Dashi, the life potion no longer exerted its effect. His body completely rotted, except for a few dead bones. Other parts completely turned into thick water. Even the extreme cold could not freeze it. It looked extremely disgusting. Su Miao walked over and threw a small blue fireball, burning all the thick water and dead bones on the ground to ashes. You can go home. Wait. King Dashi is so powerful. Will there be residual resentment in his soul after death? Su Miao turned around and looked at the ashes remaining on the ground, feeling a little worried. However, even if King Dashi's soul remained, there was nothing she could do. The most powerful magic she knows now is the big blue fire ball that exploded. Is it possible that it will explode again here? But this would only cause physical destruction at most. But she was not sure whether it could destroy the soul. What if King Dashi is not dead and comes looking for him at night? That would be terrible. After all, this has a proven record, such as Chi Wanting. Su Miao didn't discover blood magic, so he couldn't notice Chi Wanting's soul imprisoned in blood magic, let alone let blood magic later destroy Chi Wanting's soul. It's hard for Su Miao to judge who is stronger, King Dashi or Chi Wanting. But if Chi Wanting can leave his soul, so can King Dashi. Scared, not knowing what he was thinking, Su Miao shook her hand and threw out a magic that was rarely used. Starlight blooms. In an instant, little stars bloomed in the night sky, which was beautiful. Starlings, golden-winged eagles, gray eagles, the queen of the undead, etc. all looked over and seemed to be attracted by the blooming starlight. When the light from the stars dissipated, the surrounding air seemed to become fresher. The vague feeling of haze was completely dispelled. Huh? Su Miao was very curious about this. I didn't have this feeling when releasing Starlight Bloom before, but this time it's very obvious. She lost a few more in a row, but after a few times she felt nothing. It seems to really work. Su Miao then released a large amount of tap water from the magic space to wash away the ashes on the ground. Okay, dismissal and go home. Feeling the chill in the air, Su Miao said. The Queen of the Undead took more than 30 undead elites and carried away several boxes of gold and silver jewelry and returned. The golden-winged eagle and the gray eagle chirped a few times, flapped their wings and flew away. Su Miao took out the snowmobile, and Starling stood on the snowmobile and drove towards the villa. King Dashi is dead. The cannibals are all wiped out, and the Seahai base is in ruins. A few months before the high-temperature natural disaster arrives, she can safely grow vegetables and study magic in the villa. Well, let's sleep for a day or two first. I don't know if it was because he consumed too much magic power, but Su Miao felt that his upper eyelids and lower eyelids always wanted to fight, and even the snowmobile would tilt uncontrollably from time to time, as if he was about to fall. Your Highness? Mina once got frightened and flew up. Your Highness, what game are you playing? Su Miao said. This snowmobile is broken. Don't worry about it. Beige was puzzled. Your Highness, let's get another one, Su Miao said. If I don't change it, it will explode when I get back. Mina didn't dare to ask any more. In this way, when the snowmobile tilted from time to time, and even when Su Miao and the car were almost stuck in the snow, Su Miao tried hard to restrain the war between her upper and lower eyelids and successfully returned to the villa. Su Miao decided that she would never drive a snowmobile at night again, even though there is magic covering the whole body for protection. Once the snowmobile starts driving, the biting cold that hits the body is doubled. It is too brutal. Let's go! Standing in front of the villa gate, Su Miao sent the snowmobile down the mountain, then threw a small blue fireball, causing the snowmobile to explode with a bang. Look! This snowmobile is really broken. Returning to the villa, feeling the warmth in the villa, all the cells in Su Miao's body became active. Su Miao resisted her sleepiness, washed briefly, put on her pajamas, and climbed into bed to sleep. Soft bed, cloud-like quilt. So comfortable. So cold. So cold. Li Wei stumbled forward in the ice and snow. During the day, there was a huge melee between the Four Seas base, cannibals, undead, and witches. He might be the only person who survived after escaping from the battlefield. At that time, he escaped the venom bombing of the Queen of the Undead, avoided the terrifying shock wave caused by the decisive battle between King Dashi and Lan Xiaokong, witnessed the poisonous rainstorm that killed more than 3,000 people, and his mind had already reached the point of collapse. This is not a war that humans should experience. Li Wei wanted to talk to Yi Chao, but when he found Yi Chao, he saw Yi Chao die tragically, and his mentality completely collapsed. So, he fled towards the north without looking back. Fortunately, there was a lot of wailing in the camp at that time, and the main attention was on King Dashi and Lan Xiaokong, so no one cared about fugitives like him. After escaping for who knows how long, Li Wei suddenly noticed a serious problem. He had no dry food on him, except for a little wine, a lighter, a pistol, a few bullets, and an alloy cross-cut knife, and nothing else. As night falls, The temperature gets lower and lower. If he cannot find a place to hide from the wind and snow, even if he is a powerful ability user, he will still freeze to death. But in this vast wilderness, where is there shelter from the wind and snow? Despair began to grow in Li Wei's heart. He was even thinking about digging an ice hole on the spot and hiding in it, using a lighter inside, and relying on the weak flame provided by the lighter to keep warm. Looking at the flames, you might be able to think of the happy time before the end. You won't feel scared when you die, right? Suddenly, Li Wei saw a faint spark in front of him. His eyes lit up, and he ran forward quickly. Not long after, he discovered an igloo with a snowmobile covered in snow beside it. In the igloo there was a fire that was about to go out. 5 people were huddled beside the fire. They remained motionless in a posture to keep warm. "Hello! Can I come in to warm up?" Li Wei stood in front of the igloo and asked politely. "Your fire is almost out." There was no response from those huddled in the igloo. Li Wei became more and more confused. There was obviously some firewood nearby. So why didn't he add fire? Without having time to think too much, Li Wei immediately picked up the firewood and added it to the extinguished fire, making the campfire burn again. In such cold weather, if you can't maintain a campfire, you will easily freeze to death. The 5 people in the igloo had no problem with his behavior. They just continued to keep warm. Only then did Li Wei notice that these 5 people were from Seahai Base, and he immediately drew his pistol. However, even if he pulled out the gun, these people still did not respond. Li Wei approached cautiously and touched one of them. Only then did Li Wei discover that all 5 people in the igloo were dead. Looking at the 5 people who were frozen to death, Li Wei fell silent. He thought for a moment, quickly took off their cold weather clothes, and put them on himself. Much warmer. Li Wei took out a notebook from his pocket. The owner of the notebook was named Lu Gu. There are some words written on it. "We met people from that mysterious force, but they denied it. How could a powerful person with abilities be assigned to do such work as logging? We decided to follow. We encountered a mutated tree, and the people from the mysterious force passed by easily. We had a brother on a snowmobile trying to force his way through, and he was instantly quartered. That mysterious force must control some terrible power. I'm sure they planted these mutant trees in the ice and snow. There is a great terror in the ruins of Vulcan Base. We arranged for 5 brothers to go in and explore. Not long after we entered, I heard their screams. They all died. We waited all night with no results. I decided to take my brothers back, but we got lost and didn't know where we were. One brother went out to explore the road and never came back. We are running out of supplies, food and fuel. I don't know how long I can survive. We decided to leave a suicide note first. My name is Lu Gu, and I have a sister named Lu Yu. Please help me take care of her. If you have any pension, give it to her. I owe blacksmith Lao Li 300 contributions, and I have exactly 500 contributions for this mission. Please help me pay it back. Brother whose new wife is about to give birth to a baby. If possible, help take care of her. Lao Duan has a 9-year-old son. Please leave it to the base. Old Shen has a contribution of 1,200. If the dead brother has a debt, he can deduct it from it. He said that his relatives were gone when the flood came, and he has no worries. I said, we are his relatives. Old Shen smiled. Let's go. This old guy, without saying a word. Xiao Chen, he has a girlfriend named Songli. Please ask the base to transfer all his contributions to Songli and forget about him. The other brothers left too quickly without leaving any last words, which caused trouble for the base. If you are not from Seahai Base, please help send it to Seahai Base if you can. Seahai Base will definitely thank you. This is the rule set by our supervisor Lan Xiaokong. Thank you. As a personal reward, except for leaving 1 piece of clothing on us for dignity, the rest can be taken away. If you want to eat us, please eat me and spare my brothers. Lu Gu, leader of the Seahai Base reconnaissance team. Squatting next to the fire, Li Wei closed his small book and felt extremely complicated. He looked at the 5 people, stood up, dug out the hearts of several people, put them in the pot in the igloo, added some snow, and started to stew. After doing this, Li Wei dug a large snow pit next to the igloo, put all 5 people in it, and buried them. I will send your suicide note to Seahai Base. Li Wei stood in front of the grave and said, I will only eat your bodies and your hearts. I want to reach your base alive. A cold wind blew past. Seeming to respond to what Li Wei said, he returned to the igloo and wrapped himself in 5 heavy coats to keep himself warmer. Not sure whether it was due to the smoke or other reasons, Li Wei looked at the stewed heart in the pot. Tears fell from his eyes, but he quickly wiped them away. In such cold weather, you will get frostbite if you leave the fire. Meanwhile, the wilderness reaches further out. More than 600 people from Seahai Base have set up camp here, erecting ice walls, igloos, and lighting fires. Everyone gathered around the campfire to look at the food in the stew pot. If the temperature is too low, it will be difficult for the food in the pot to mature without stewing for a long time. Compared with other bases and people wandering in the wilderness, they are lucky. At least the stew pots they use are pressure cookers, which can lock in water vapor as much as possible when stewing food, thereby raising the temperature in the pot and speeding up the food of maturity. In the igloo in the center, there were only 2 people, Yu Yuan-gui and Pei Fu. Like ordinary Seahai Base personnel, they sat by the campfire and remained silent. Will anyone survive? Pei Fu asked with complicated emotions. Yu Yuan-gui shook his head. No more. Pei Fu was silent for a few seconds and continued to ask. Will King Dashi die? Yu Yuan-gui looked at the dark night sky. They should be dead. The sentries I sent out saw the patrolling mynas and eagles, and we all saw the terrible explosion. The explosion of the blue fireball directly dispersed the clouds above the battlefield. Such a scene would be unforgettable for Yu Yuan-gui and Pei Fu for the rest of their lives. Can King Onishi survive such an explosion? Absolutely impossible, Pei Fu said. Who could have done this explosion? Yu Yuan-gui said. Besides the witch, I can't think of the second possibility, Pei Fu asked. Is this really something that humans can do? Yu Yuan-gui shook his head. I don't know. The two were silent again. That which is so terrifying. Hope we will never meet again in the future. 149. Chapter 148 Peaceful Life. Chapter 148 A Peaceful Life. Did I just sleep for a while? It's still dark. Su Miao woke up, glanced vaguely at the dark night sky outside the window, and went back to bed to continue sleeping. In the living room, Bago vaguely heard some noises from His Highness Su Miao's bedroom, but he didn't see His Highness Su Miao come out after waiting for a long time. So he added some wood to the fireplace and waited quietly. No, His Highness Su Miao has been sleeping all day and night. Could it be that when His Highness Su Miao woke up and saw that the sky outside was dark, he just thought he had just slept for a while and continued to sleep? It has been almost a day since I had hot pot. After waiting for a while, there was no sound from the bedroom. Ba Gu was basically sure that His Highness Su Miao was still sleeping. In desperation, Starling found a tomato and ate it silently. The voles and white rabbits downstairs were also fed, and they were recorded in His Highness Su Miao's experimental notebook with a pen. After doing this, the myna returned to its nest and slept. Unless the fireplace needs more wood, we can wait until His Highness Su Miao wakes up to discuss anything else. In yesterday's battle, it was injured by King Dashi and needed to sleep to heal. After a long dream, Su Miao woke up. This time I woke up with no sleep at all. I looked at the time out of habit. It was 5:10 in the morning. Sleep so comfortable. Su Miao stretched and suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked at the time again. February 3rd, 2124. She blinked her eyes and remembered that the decisive battle between the Seahai Base and the cannibals was February 1st, 2124. Did she sleep for an extra day without knowing it? After sitting on the bed in a daze for a while, Su Miao smiled slightly. Such a peaceful life is so good. Get up, get dressed, wash up, and have breakfast. Today's breakfast was burritos and soy milk bought before the end of the world. Mina's eyes filled with tears as he finally had something hot to eat. After breakfast, Su Miao went to the mushroom room to pick all the mature mushrooms and store them in the magic space. Feed the voles and bunnies. Swing the sword 300 times. Practice a set of Tai Chi. Go to the vegetable patch to collect some vegetables and plant some more, depending on the situation. Collect some snow into the magic space and use it when the high temperature disaster comes in a few months. This is what Su Miao does every day after settling down in the villa, because it is a bit hasty to collect the snow when the high temperature natural disaster is about to begin, and there will only be more things to do at that time. Continue to throw small blue fireballs into the magic space as a reserve for the future. After several battles, Su Miao realized a truth. There is no difficulty that an explosion cannot solve. If so, it must be that the explosion was not powerful enough. Just like this time, King Dashi was not directly killed by the blue fireball when he was so close to her. Although King Dashi couldn't survive or die afterwards, the result was good, But Su Miao didn't want to gamble next time. This method may be too simple, but it is useful. Is this little fireball starting to turn purple? Looking at the small fireball newly condensed in the palm of his hand, Su Miao observed it carefully. This means that the temperature of the small fireball reached about 7,000 degrees Celsius. In the past, it would take small blue fireballs to be constantly superimposed to achieve this. Su Miao blinked, as if she understood something. After the battle the day before yesterday and enough sleep, her magic power increased again, and her magic was upgraded accordingly. In addition, due to the impact of throwing small fireballs into the magic space every day, the magic space has expanded several times. A rough estimate is that it is almost 9 billion cubic meters. Really not bad. Your Highness, let's collect the vegetables. Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Gui Yixing, and Yu Feng are here. Today is the time for them to collect vegetables. Su Miao nodded. Several people began to collect vegetables. Different from the previous visit, they found that the vegetable plot had become larger and more vegetables were grown. This made Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Gui Yixing, and Yu Feng very happy. It's a pity that there are too few ingredients. Otherwise the soybeans and other things can be used to make tofu. It is worth mentioning that His Highness Su Miao planted a lot of corn this time. I don't know how His Highness Su Miao planted it. These corns have almost grown into trees. The corn cobs on them weigh more than 10 kilograms each. The grains are full and crystal clear, and they look very delicious. Chu Zikai had read various novels about cultivating immortals before the end of the world, and he almost suspected that His Highness Su Miao was an immortal. Whenever some rice is grown, it will not be surprising that a grain of rice weighs more than 10 kilograms. Green vegetables, cabbage, soybeans, potatoes, corn, peppers, sweet potatoes, lettuce, pumpkins, cucumbers, tomatoes, etc. The four people worked hard for a long time, picking some of each vegetable and tying them all to the snow trailer. Yu Feng fixed the vegetables on the trailer with ropes, a smile on his face. What a great harvest! Although they all own snowmobiles now, they have long been accustomed to walking on these hundreds of meters of road. If they use snowmobiles, when would His Highness Su Miao be awakened by the sound of snowmobiles while sleeping in the villa? That's not good. Your Highness, we seized some salt during the battle the day before yesterday, Sun Rong said. The last time His Highness Su Miao gave them the task of sniping cannibals, they completed it very well. Fortunately, they also seized a lot of supplies from these cannibals. Salt, message, cigarettes, lighters, meat sauce, the pâté, and all were lost. They really didn't dare to eat the meat sauce reserved by the cannibals. Judging from the things carried by the cannibals, they were probably nobles among the cannibals. It's a pity that there are only 4 of them. Even if they collect quickly, they can't check everything in place. Later, these corpses turned into undead, and they stopped collecting them. Well, you can keep it, Su Miao said. Apart from anything else, there is a lot of salt and other things in the magic space. Thank you, Your Highness, Sun Rong said. I wonder if there is anything Your Highness needs us to do recently. Su Miao glanced at the vegetables harvested by Sun Rong and the others, thought for a moment and said, You'd better dig out the snow around the villa. There are some holes underneath. You'd better fill them in advance. In a few months, the weather will, if the temperature rises quickly, all the snow will melt. And if you are slow to prepare, the villa will collapse. After doing these things, you can repair the road on the mountain, Sun Rong said. Yes, Your Highness. It was just a road construction task, which was very easy for them now. They finally had a task again. In addition, they never knew about the hidden dangers in the villa. Thank you, Your Highness. When Sun Rong was excited, he remembered that Su Miao had mentioned that the weather would heat up rapidly in a few months, and all the snow would melt. You have to know that the snow is more than 10 meters thick, and the temperature will be high if it all melts in a short time. He said goodbye to Su Miao, and went back with Chu Zikai, Yu Feng, and Guo with a heavy heart. Captain, what's wrong with you? What did His Highness tell you? Back at his residence, Chu Zikai couldn't wait to take out a tomato, and asked while eating it. Sun Rong said, Just now, His Highness told us that the weather will heat up rapidly in a few months, and all the snow will melt. Chu Zikai, Yu Feng, Guo and his party looked at each other, unable to understand the meaning of this sentence for a while. After a few seconds, all 3 of them looked extremely frightened. Gui Yixing said, Doesn't this mean there will be a big flood? Yu Feng said, The big flood is the second. The key is, has His Highness said how long the high temperature will last? Sun Rong shook his head. No, Chuzakai said. Next time. Let me ask you when the high temperature will start and how long it will last. Sun Rong nodded. Yes. In addition to this, His Highness told me that there is a cavity under the villa where we live. Let us fill it. Otherwise the villa may collapse when the high temperature comes. Chuzakai, Yufeng, Gue and his party immediately stood up. The mood of several people became more and more complicated. Came back. They're back. The old, weak, women and children working on the ice wall of Sea-High Base shouted loudly. Millie stopped what she was doing, listened to the roar of the snowmobile, and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the people coming back. However, no matter how she looked at it, she found that Yuan Gui and Pei Fu seemed to have only brought back more than 600 people. Farther away, there was no one left. Even Lan Xiaokong, the top manager of Sea-High Base, could not be seen. Captain you are finally back. Millie directed the guards to open the door and greet the returning people. Where are the others? Yuan Gui's expression darkened. It may be possible, but don't have high hopes. Millie was startled. Just after he finished speaking, he saw Yuan Gui's face turn pale, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Millie was frightened. Pei Fu immediately felt numb. Mr. Lan was no longer here, and it was rare that he still had Yuan Gui, whom he was very unhappy with, to support him. Don't let anything happen at this time. Yuan Gui? At this time, Pei Fu was more anxious than anyone else, and he immediately supported Yuan Gui. Yuan Gui smiled. It's okay. I'm just a little tired. I'll sleep for a while first. Sea-High Base will rely on you next. He tried his best to pat Pei Fu's hand and passed out. Doctor! Pei Fu shouted loudly. Not long after, the unconscious Yuan Gui was carried away. Pei Fu looked at the old, weak, women and children gathered in the base, looked at their earnest expressions, and didn't know what to say. Tell these people, are only these 600 people coming back? But what should we do if we don't say anything? Those people on the battlefield all drank the life potion. Even if they survived, they would never survive for long. Maintain order. As for the sacrifice people, please refer to the situation notice. Pei Fu looked at Millie, who was aside, and pushed the pot out decisively. Millie stood there, unable to react for a long time. Half a day later, there were cries everywhere in Sea-High Base. However, in this case, what Millie can do is to give the surviving old, weak, women and children in the Sea-High Base a holiday, and then lead others to provide pensions to the families of the sacrificed personnel one by one. This kind of work may take several days, but it must be carried out. Millie was very tired. Even though the two supervisors came back, it only made her feel more tired. Because Yuan Gui was in coma, Pei Fu needed to stay by Yuan Gui's side, and she was still in charge of all matters at Sea-High Base. Millie was very worried about Yuan Gui. With her busy work, she couldn't even spare time to see him, let alone dare to see him. She was worried that something unforeseen would happen. The fact that Pei Fu would stay by Yuan Gui's side explained everything. The cannibals went to war with Sea-High Base, and Yuan Gui was beaten by King Dashi. He was seriously injured and never recovered. Later, at Lan Xiaokong's request, Yuan Gui could no longer pretend and had to step out and take over the command. Later, when leading people to evacuate, Yuan Gui tried his best to block the blood-colored spear of King Dashi, but once again injured the root. To make matters worse, Yuan Gui's body reached an evolutionary bottleneck under such circumstances. In order to bring these 600 people back, Yuan Gui has been forcibly suppressing them. He fell into a coma until everyone was brought back. Pei Fu touched Yuan Gui's forehead and his hand was almost burned. This means that whether Yuan Gui wants it or not, Yuan Gui has entered the stage of independent evolution. Pei Fu stayed by to see whether Yuan Gui succeeded or failed in his evolution. If it succeeded, everyone would be happy. If he failed, he must make a decisive decision and end Yuan Gui's life immediately to prevent Yuan Gui from becoming a mutated monster and killing everyone in the Sea-High Base. As for whether Yuan Gui could successfully evolve despite being seriously injured, Pei Fu didn't know. Damn it! I don't even have time to sleep when I get back. If you dare to fail to evolve, I will kill you. Pei Fu pulled out the knife he had prepared long ago and stared fiercely at Yuan Gui, who was breathing rapidly on the bed. It's coming! It's coming! Someone is back! There are still many people gathered in front of the gate of Sea-High Base, even though they have received the news of the sacrifice of their loved ones. They still have hope. In the snow in the distance, a snowmobile came. There was only one person on the snowmobile. The cannibal Li Wei. Examine! The guard stopped Li Wei. I brought Captain Lu Ji's suicide note. Li Wei took out Captain Lu Ji's notebook and some tokens of other team members. Seeing this, the guard felt sad and immediately reported to his superiors. My name is Lu Peng, and I am from Fanqing Base. I once went out on a mission, and when I came back I found that the base had been destroyed. I originally wanted to defect to the Vulcan base, but when I saw a terrible war breaking out near the Vulcan base, I decided to continue to flee north. When I was about to freeze to death, I discovered Captain Lu Ji's igloo. They were all frozen to death. I survived with the clothes and igloo they left behind. These are the things they left behind. Facing Millie, the cannibal Li Wei said this. Millie checked the small book where Lu Gu recorded his last words and the things left by other team members, and said, Thank you. What are your plans next? Are you going to leave or stay? Millie only believed half of Li Wei's words. The only thing she could confirm was that Lu Gu and the others were not killed by Li Wei, and there were no problems with the relics. What she didn't believe was Li Wei's name and identity. Wandering in extremely cold conditions of ice and snow. Besides the cannibals, who else can come from far away to the vicinity of Seahai Base? Therefore, Millie suspected that Li Wei was not from the Star Base at all, but from the cannibals. As for why it is not said that Li Wei is from the Vulcan Base. She herself used to work at the Vulcan Base, and she was in charge of intelligence. There were thousands of people at the Vulcan Base, and she had no problem naming everyone. If Li Wei directly pretended to be a survivor of the Vulcan Base, Millie was worried about whether she could continue the performance. However, Seahai Base is currently short of people, and Li Wei is a capable person. If used well, it will be a good thing. What's more, Pei Fu clearly informed her that King Dashi was dead, so there was no need to worry about Li Wei becoming an internal spy. The most important thing is that Li Wei brought the suicide note of Lu Gu and others. It depends on Li Wei's decision first. If there are any problems, we can wait until Yuan Gui wakes up. Li Wei hesitated and said, If possible, I hope to stay. Millie took a note and wrote it while saying, Okay, I will issue a certificate for you. Later you can apply for the Seahai Base residence permit. This will mean that you have officially joined the Seahai Base. As a thank you, we will give you some rice, salt, and dried meat. You can get more supplies by participating in the construction tasks of Seahai Base. Housing and supplies are collected at the logistics department. This is proof. Li Wei took the stamped certificate, stood up and said, Thank you. Millie said, You're welcome. After busy for a long time, Li Wei took the Seahai Base residence permit, and with the help of several staff from the logistics department, he entered his house with supplies. Looking at the 50 kilograms of rice, 2 kilograms of salt, 15 kilograms of biltong, 100 kilograms of coal, basic pots, pans, hot water kettles, quilts, and matches piled in the room, Li Wei felt as if he was back before the end. How much would such a large amount of supplies be converted into money among the cannibals? Li Wei sat on the bed, looked at rice and smiled happily, laughing and laughing. He cried, From today on, my name is Lu Peng. My name is Lu Peng. Li Wei thought silently in his heart and decided to forget his past as a cannibal and live in this Seahai Base. Speaking of which, Li Wei never thought that the process of joining Seahai Base would be so simple. Even after joining, we were allocated so many supplies. This was something he had never thought of before. If he had known that he would have such good treatment, how stupid would he have been to stay among the cannibals? After he saw the rice, he kept giggling happily. He didn't see anything unusual for the time being. Here, someone came to Millie's office to report on Li Wei's situation. Millie nodded. Well, continue to observe. Just after finishing some official business, someone came to report that someone was coming from outside the base. This time there were 2 ability users who looked very strong. The guards did not dare to let them in, but the people who visited said they knew Yuan Gui. What happened to Yuan Gui is confidential in Seahai Base, and no one is allowed to leak it. Supervisor Pei Fu couldn't leave for the time being, so she had no choice but to step forward. Millie came to the gate with her guards. Millie was obviously stunned when she saw the person standing in front of the door. Millie, you're fine. I'm relieved to see you're fine, Zheng Ming said with a smile and a gentle tone. This person is completely different from the arrogant and cold Zheng Ming before, which makes Millie feel extremely uncomfortable. Miss Zheng Ming, I'm glad to see you again. Millie didn't know what to call Zheng Ming. and her eyes turned to the middle-aged man next to Zheng Ming. Zheng Ming said, "This is my old identity. Just call me Zheng Ming. This is Qiao Xixin. We are both priests of the Ice God sect. We are here to visit Sihai Base on behalf of the Ice God sect." 150. Chapter 149 Don't Act Rashly. Chapter 149 Don't Act Rashly. After Zheng Ming and Qiao Xixin registered their identities, Meili took them to the special reception room of Sihai Base. They come on behalf of the Ice God sect and need to be treated with caution. Not to mention the strength Zheng Ming possesses. If you put them in Sihai Base, they will be at the supervisory level. However, within the Ice God sect, Zheng Ming is just a priest. When did the Ice God cult appear nearby? She had never heard of it before, either at the Vulcan base or after coming to the Sihai Base. As an intelligence officer, Meili thought this was inappropriate. "Zheng Ming, please tell me." Meili prepared hot water for the two of them. Zheng Ming took a sip and felt a little warmer and more comfortable. Qiao Xixin was a little speechless. He didn't even look to see if there was any poison in the water, but seeing Zheng Ming drinking, he followed suit. The road was windy, snowy and freezing, so it was so comfortable to have a sip of hot water. Zheng Ming said, "I want to spread the belief of Ice God in Sihai Base. During the period of spreading the belief, we will assist Sihai Base with a large amount of materials for reconstruction. If the Sihai Base encounters a crisis, the Ice God cult will also help you defend it. What do you think?" Meili's heart skipped a beat. The conditions provided by the Ice God religion are very good. But does a religion that exists in the last days really have no other ideas for sacrificing so much for no reason to a strange base in the world? The free ones are often the most expensive. Freebies are often the most deceptive. Meili said, "I need to ask the higher-ups for instructions. You can stay here temporarily for a few days." Zheng Ming nodded. "No problem. I'm waiting for your good news." Meili stood up. "Zheng Ming, I will arrange a place for you," Zheng Ming said. "Don't worry. I have another piece of news for you. Lan Xiaokong was killed by King Dashi, and King Dashi was killed by the witch. This was witnessed by the Ice God sect with their own eyes." Meili's heart sank. Lan Xiaokong died in battle, and Sihai Base knew about it. But the King of the West was killed by the witch. This information was the speculation of the intelligence personnel, and the Ice God sect could actually see it with their own eyes. In addition, the Shirkai Base has very little information about the witch who killed Onishi King. This matter is very important to Sihai Base. Meili thought of Lu Ji's suicide note and information brought back by Li Wei. The information mentioned the mysterious force that destroyed the Vulcan base. After contacting the information brought back by Yu Yuangui and Pei Fu, it was determined that the mysterious force was the witch. One person is a force. And he also killed King Dashi. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it. After personally arranging accommodation for Zheng Ming and Qiao Xixin, Meili left in a hurry. Qiao Xixin said, "Do you think Sihai Base will agree?" Zheng Ming said, "When my stallion father was alive, he said that Yu Yuangui and Meili were just two foxes, one old and one young. If they were asked to take charge of certain things, they could handle the matter perfectly, and everyone would be very satisfied. Now, they have become the senior management of Sihai Base, and accordingly they will consider everything for Sihai Base. After all, in this end of the world, having a Sihai Base and not having a Sihai Base are completely two different lives." Qiao Xixin said, "What you mean is that they will not consider your past status and friendship with them." Zheng Ming smiled. "Yes, but they will consider my strength and the strength of the Ice God sect." Qiao Xixin smiled happily. "In this way, our task can be easily completed." Zheng Ming looked squarely at Qiao Xixin. "High Priest Qiao, have you forgotten one thing again? They arranged this mission for you, and they had no intention of letting you survive." Qiao Xixin's expression changed again and again. "Then what should we do?" Zheng Ming looked at the Sihai Base, which was sadly and busily rebuilt in the heavy snow. "Look, how is this Sihai Base? If it has a lot of supplies and people, can it quickly restore its former prosperity?" Qiao Xixin followed Zheng Ming's gaze. He opened his arms and said piously, "Praise the Ice God. Only the Ice God is eternal." "Director, that's what happened." Meili came to the ward, found Pei Fu, and glanced worriedly at Yu Yuangui, who was unconscious on the bed, and whispered, "I can't make a decision on this matter. I need your supervisor to decide." Pei Fu felt extremely headache. For this kind of thing, Lan Xiaokong had to be there before, let alone the Ice God sect. It didn't matter if there was the Fire God sect or the Golden God sect. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be weak in the face of Master Land's absolute strength. Just like that day. He didn't think much about it. He just thought about it for a few seconds and said, "Promise them. But the conditions must be strict. We can wait until Yu Yuan-gui wakes up to discuss any subsequent matters." This is a stopgap measure. At present, the Seahai base is suffering from internal and external troubles, and can no longer support a second war. 2 random priests from this ice god sect are the supervisory level of Seahai base. And they are not the ordinary supervisory level. If they really want to cause trouble, he alone cannot resist it. If you have anything else to say, wait until Yu Yuan-gui wakes up. If Yu Yuan-gui can't wake up, it's useless to say anything. After Meili left, Pei Fu walked back to the room and continued to stare at the unconscious Yu Yuan-gui. Several times, red lines appeared on Yu Yuan-gui's body, and he looked like he was about to turn into a monster at any time. Pei Fu once again clenched the knife in his hand. "Yu Yuan-gui, you old man, you have to hold on. The Ice God sect wants to preach at the Seahai base, and the supervisor has agreed." Meili came to the residence of Zheng Ming and Xiao Shixin. Zheng Ming smiled slightly. "Praise the Ice God. Meili, I believe you will be proud of today's win-win choice." Swinging swords, studying magic, practicing magic, feeding field mice and rabbits, planting vegetables, looking at the mutant trees planted, and listening to Mina talk about the fun of nearby sand sculptures. Su Miao's life returned to peace. On February 6, 2124, Su Miao looked at the calendar. Is it almost the new year? New year. Su Miao thought of the New Year's Eve before the end. At that time, Grandpa and Grandma would get busy in the days before the new year, with smiles on their faces. Su Miao would become very nervous every time when the few relatives were walking around and chatting, worried that some naughty relative would break into her room and destroy her collection of figures and animation peripherals. Fortunately, most of my relatives' children are very polite. The most important thing is that she will lock the door tightly when her relatives come. If she has to accompany her relatives' children, she will probably take them to the city library to read. It was relatively quiet there, with more remote corners, so no one would notice her. Relatives' children will also become quiet after coming to the library. Later, they will come politely and go back politely, looking at the vast ice and snow outside. Su Miao suddenly missed the life before the end. Well, when the spring festival comes, let's simply celebrate. Like putting a few fireballs to explode? In the past, I used to throw fireballs to kill enemies, and I didn't have much experience as a firework. During this time, in addition to studying defensive magic, I also studied magic related to the long-distance release of fireballs. In addition, there are still 3 months before the high-temperature natural disaster. While there is plenty of time now, more preparations need to be made. Su Miao was thinking about whether to find some relatively clean corpses, resurrect them as undead, and let these undead work for him. After the work of these undead was completed, they would all be sent to the Vulcan base. How could I have evil necromancer thoughts? There is no necessary work for the time being. Su Miao felt very dangerous about this sudden thought, because, so far, she doesn't know any job that requires the assistance of a large number of undead, except for collecting potion materials. However, in the extremely cold and snowy weather, no matter how many undead there are, they cannot help collect. Wait, there's one thing the undead can do. Logging. Su Miao's eyes lit up. Although I cut enough wood in the first few times I went out, the wood was consumed very quickly, so I had to reserve more. Where can I find fresh and clean corpses? You can't kill anyone. She is just a social terrorist. Not a social terrorist. And she is not an evil necromancer. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. It's time to study defensive magic. Look! There is smoke there! And there are people living on this mountain. A group of 15 people trudged forward in the snow. There was a girl in the team with sharp eyes, and she quickly discovered the smoke coming from the chimney on the mountain. Be careful. Look! There are many big green trees growing on this mountain. These must be mutant trees. If you can live next to mutant trees, you must be a person with abilities. The middle-aged man in the team said. He is the leader of the entire team. His name is Fan Qing, and he is a surgeon. The people in this team were all put together from here and there. They originally occupied a community, had some supplies and some fuel, and could barely hold on. However, after running out of fuel, they had to leave the community to find new ways to survive. Who would have thought that as soon as he left the community, he would be intercepted by the evil forces in the city? There was a fight between the two sides, and they lost many people, and had no choice but to flee. Later, they heard that there was an official shelter nearby, and wanted to join as a group. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the shelter, they found that the shelter had been flooded before the extreme cold of the snowstorm. Now, the ruins of the shelter are covered in layers of snow. With no choice, they could only continue to migrate. The reason why I went in this direction was because I heard that there was an army nearby, so there should be a shelter there. However, the snow kept falling, and they lost their way in the heavy snow. To make matters worse, they encountered several robberies. Food was robbed and many people were killed. There were more than 200 people when they came out, but now there are only 15 people left. The entire team is in a desperate situation. The smoke coming out of the hill now is their hope. Your Highness, someone is coming down the mountain. The mina who went out on patrol flew back to report the situation. Su Miao stopped studying defensive magic and looked down the mountain. The 15 people were like small black dots moving towards the hill where she lived. It was such a cold day, and there were no snowmobiles. Where did these people come from, and did they walk here? Didn't they see the mutated tree growing on this mountain? Are they all capable? It seems that similar things have happened before. Su Miao was a little nervous, turned back to the villa and closed the door. Please be careful, and don't get close to these mutated trees. Fan Qing led the people to start climbing the mountain. At the same time, he said the rules. No matter who you see later, be polite to prevent conflicts from breaking out, let alone people with abilities. If there is any conflict, the identity of the person with abilities is exposed and he may die faster. In the ruins of a city, there was a person with abilities who was killing everyone, easily crushing everyone. Just when he was about to seize the supplies and go back, he was killed. Because after winning consecutively, this guy proudly announced what his control ability was in order to shock more people. Whoever dares to go up will die. Then, in less than 3 minutes, this guy was really dead and was killed instantly. Because he was too arrogant and announced his abilities in a high-profile manner, he was targeted. Everyone in the team agreed to Dr. Fan Qing's instructions. It's just that these mutated trees planted on the mountain road are really not evil, but they are planted in every area that is easier to walk. To do this, they need to walk in a more risky area in the ice and snow. If they are not careful, they may roll down the mountain. No one is allowed to say any bad words now. Fan Qing noticed the black mina hovering in the sky and was a little frightened. How strong must this mina be to be able to fly in such a blizzard and extremely cold weather? Fortunately, the other party did not have any intention to attack. Otherwise it would be terrible. After going through untold hardships, Fan Qing led his teammates to the mountain. However, they met Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Yu Feng, Gue and his party first. Stop! Sun Rong came out with a gun and looked at the visiting Fan Qing and others warily. Fan Qing said, Hello! We are migrating passers-by, ready to go to a nearby shelter. But all the food we carried was stolen by robbers. We happened to see a chimney here and wanted to try our luck. I hope I can ask for something. Eat and show us a way to survive. I'm a surgeon. In exchange, I can help you with whatever you need. Sun Rong looked at each other with Chu Zikai, Yu Feng and Guixing beside him. For some reason, seeing Dr. Fan Qing being so sincere reminded them of their former self. Compared with Dr. Fan Qing, if they had been so polite back then, they probably wouldn't have had to die so many people. Sun Rong thought about it and said, There is an abandoned villa over there. You can take shelter from the snow and wind inside first. I need to ask for advice on whether to rescue you. Fan Qing looked happy. Thank you very much. Sun Rong and Chu Zikai exchanged words and walked towards the villa where Su Miao lived. He needs to ask His Highness Su Miao for instructions on this matter. If they make arbitrary decisions and make His Highness Su Miao unhappy, His Highness Su Miao will cut off their food aid, and they will have no place to cry if they want to. In addition, the people in front of them didn't seem too scared to see them holding assault rifles. Are they all capable? Chu Zikai looked at Fan Qing and others. You all go over and wait for the news. Fan Qing nodded repeatedly. Okay. He took people to the vacant villa. The people who lived here did not directly shout to kill them when they saw them. This was the biggest good news they heard along the way. Dr. Fan, do you want me to follow you and take a look? Asked a girl in the queue. Dr. Fan's expression changed. Don't act rashly. 151, Chapter 150 Meow Meow. It's me. My old classmate. Chapter 150 Meow Meow. It's me. My old classmate. Your Highness! Sun Rong came to Su Miao's villa. Su Miao opened the door and looked at Sun Rong with a cold expression. Is something wrong? Sun Rong immediately explained the purpose of Fan Qing and others' visit. Your Highness, we don't dare to make a private decision, so we came here specifically to ask for your instructions. Among them, Sun Rong mentioned Fan Qing's friendly attitude and the fact that these people might be capable people. Doctor? Su Miao said. Give them sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes, and tell them that they can reach Sihai Base by walking northwest. Sun Rong said. Yes, Your Highness. Then I will bring 2 people to collect the vegetables. Su Miao nodded. Yes, if she's a doctor, as long as she doesn't bother her. It's nothing to give her some food. Sun Rong said. I'll do it right away. Beige stood on the side and asked. Your Highness, do you want me to go and take a look? Su Miao said. You can just watch from here. If these people have problems, let them become undead and help cut down the trees. Fan Qing and others entered the villa. They looked at the high-end villa with curiosity in their hearts. I didn't expect that there could be such a well-preserved villa on this mountain. Dr. Fan, look quickly. There is a fireplace and heating pipes on the 2nd floor. We can stay here, said the girl who noticed the smoke here earlier. Her name is Lu Zixuan. She is 23 years old and graduated from a prestigious university. After the extreme cold of the blizzard began, she awakened her wind ability and became an indispensable fighting force in this team. Because she is faster, she is responsible for the team's investigation work. After doing detective work for a long time, her observation ability has become stronger and stronger. Discovering the fireplace and heating ducts was a no-brainer. Dr. Fan, it's true. As long as the fireplace is burned, it will provide warmth, several young people said excitedly. Heating, it can save lives in such a blizzard and extreme cold. Fan Qing came over and checked the fireplace and heating pipes, and said, the heating pipes are not frozen and can be used. He looked a little excited, finally no longer having to live in an igloo. However, Fan Qing quickly calmed down after being happy for less than 3 seconds. Whether you can live here depends on those people. Besides, even if they could live there, where would food come from? These are all questions. Dr. Fan, what's the problem? Lu Zixuan asked. Fan Qing said seriously. First, we need their permission to live here. Second, we don't have enough food and fuel. Third, don't forget that our goal is a refuge. No matter how good this place is, it is not for us as destination. Lu Zixuan and others looked blank. This is obviously a vacant villa. So why should we depend on other people's approval to live in it? Food and fuel are a real problem. Though, Dr. Fan, that person is here. At this time, someone came up to report. Sun Rong was very fast, and he was back within a few minutes. Seeing Fan Qing walking to the door, Sun Rong said, I asked for permission. You can't stay here. As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind Fan Qing burst into an uproar. After seeing the beauty of the villa and hearing what Sun Rong said, many of them were a little angry about it. However, after the beatings along the way, no matter how angry they were, no one showed their feelings at the moment on their faces. Sun Rong continued, we will send you some food. When the time comes, you can take the food to the northwest and reach Sihai Base. Sihai Base will take you in. Fan Qing said, thank you very much. But it's already afternoon. Can you allow us to stay here for one night? Sun Rong nodded. Okay, I will take people to prepare food for you. When the people left, the faces of the people in the villa were all ugly. Why do you say they can't live here, although their destination is to find shelter? Lu Zixuan said, Dr. Fan, there are 15 of us, and all of them are capable people. Fan Qing said, put away your thoughts. That person just now is very strong. It's good that he is willing to give us food. In addition, he told us the location of the nearby Sihai Base. We can definitely go to Sihai Base with food. Lu Zixuan said, but Dr. Fan, he is willing to give us food. Doesn't it mean that their food is very sufficient? There are so many of us, and there are fireplaces and heating here. Many problems can be solved. And we haven't met any good people along the way. Do you really want to believe these people? Fan Qing fell into deep thought. I still say what I said. Don't act rashly. Lu Zixuan said, Dr. Fan, don't worry. I won't act rashly without understanding the situation clearly. Now, it's okay if I go out to investigate. Right? Fan Qing remained silent. Investigation is necessary at any time. If these people are cannibals or bandits, the consequences will be disastrous. At this time, 2 more people stood up. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. We will go with you. Lu Zixuan nodded. Okay. Fan Qing reminded. Remember? Try not to be exposed. Lu Zixuan waved her hand. Don't worry. The three of them entered the wind and snow, avoiding the sight of Gua and his party who were left behind, and followed Sun Rong's footsteps towards the front. That was the place where Sun Rong was going to ask for instructions. It was either the place where more powerful ability users lived, or the area where they stored food. Speaking of which, the villa she saw smoking at the bottom of the mountain was right over there. There must be secrets there. Your Highness, let's collect the vegetables. Sun Rong brought Chuzakai and Yufeng and asked Gua and his party to stay in the original villa to monitor those people. People's hearts are broken, especially in these last days. The reason why he wanted to help those people was simply because he saw that the leader of those people was a doctor. If he changed to other professions, it would depend on the situation. It's the end of the world, and no one can guarantee that he won't get sick in the future. Saving a doctor may save his own life in the future. Sun Rong's fear of death is engraved in his bones. No matter what happens, he will give more thought to this aspect. Su Miao opened the door and came out and said, Sun Rong, Chuzakai, and Yufeng took the tools from the snow trailer and began to skillfully pick fresh corn, dig sweet potatoes and potatoes. Starling stood on a tomato tree in the vegetable field and watched the three people busy. At the same time, Lu Zixuan led the two of them around. They glanced over, their eyes full of shock. Under the extremely cold conditions of ice and snow, there is actually a green vegetable field here, including vegetables, cabbage, tomatoes, potatoes, cucumbers, corn, soybeans, broad beans, sweet potatoes, and even melons hanging on the shelves. Is this really the end of the world? Aren't you hallucinating? And in such cold weather, what on earth do these vegetables rely on to grow so luxuriantly? The fruits produced are also much larger than ordinary ones? This tomato must weigh 3 kilograms each. Right. This cucumber must weigh more than 3 kilograms each. Right. This corn must weigh more than 10 kilograms each. Right. And how much do these sweet potatoes and potatoes weigh? Lu Zixuan and the others looked at so many fresh vegetables with expressions of astonishment on their faces. Suddenly, she noticed the person standing at the door of the villa. Looks very familiar. Su Miao? Sensing the unfamiliar gaze, Su Miao's heart tightened, and she looked over immediately. No matter how fast Lu Zixuan and the others shrank, they were still discovered by her. She frowned slightly. Who is it? Come out! Beige immediately flew up and shouted towards Lu Zixuan and the other three who were hiding. Lu Zixuan and others turned around and wanted to escape. But as soon as they turned around, they saw the mina fly in front of them, which meant that there was no point in running away. So they stopped immediately. Being stared at by this mina, Lu Zixuan felt very dangerous. Sun Rong, Chuzakai, and Yufeng, who were busy, immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at Su Miao nervously. Your Highness, we didn't notice. Last time, they were kidnapped by people from Vulcan Base and came here. His Highness Su Miao has already warned them with his own life. This time it was purely because they wanted to help others that they followed. Sun Rong, Chuzakai, and Yufeng felt unprecedented fear, and they wanted to kill Lu Zixuan and the other three who were following them immediately. What the HL? This is going to kill them all. Quack! Who asked you to come here? Mina asked sternly while flying in midair. Meow meow! Su Miao! It's me! At this time, Lu Zixuan jumped out. I am Lu Zixuan. Have you forgotten? Your college classmate. It's the end of the world, and her classmates are all talking nonsense. But after being discovered, she can only take the initiative to reveal her identity, hoping that she can play some emotional cards next. Now it was Mina's turn to be confused about the situation. Does the girl in front of me know His Highness Su Miao? Is she a classmate of His Highness Su Miao? It did not continue to speak, and flew to Su Miao's side first to see what His Highness Su Miao was going to say. Sun Rong, Chuzakai, and Yufeng were confused. This situation was beyond their understanding. Su Miao just looked at Lu Zixuan without making any response. College classmates? Su Miao remembered. This Lu Zixuan was from the student union. One time, the school was going to hold a student party. I found her playing the piano and wanted to invite her to perform at the student party. But Su Miao refused. It would take her breath away to play the piano in front of so many people. Later, Lu Zixuan asked her for her contact information many times, but Su Miao never gave it to her. Unexpectedly, Lu Zixuan found her mobile phone number through other methods, and tried to add her on WeChat many times, invite her to dinner, etc. Su Miao ignored them all. Later, a strange boy called her cell phone and said he was introduced by Lu Zixuan and wanted to get to know her. Su Miao immediately blocked this strange boy and blocked Lu Zixuan by the way. That's pretty much it. Lu Zixuan took a few steps forward. I really didn't expect to see you here. It's so happy. She thought of Su Miao's fearful character and stopped immediately after taking only a few steps, for fear of making things worse. Judging from the current situation, Bagel was raised by Su Miao. This vegetable patch belongs to Su Miao. Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, and Yu Feng were very frightened when they discovered that they were being followed, and seemed to be afraid of Su Miao. Su Miao has not spoken until now, and her identity as a college classmate is not useful to Su Miao. The most important thing is that she gave Su Miao's mobile phone number to a senior in college. At that time, I wanted to invite Su Miao to go out for dinner several times, but it was actually the senior's request. Su Miao is so afraid of society, so he probably doesn't know this. But no matter what, I hope that being a college classmate can play a role here, such as so many vegetables and the heating in that villa. Wait, if you can live in Su Miao's villa, isn't it better? When the thought came to her mind, Lu Zixuan quickly put it to bed. Ha ha! What a coincidence! I didn't expect you to be Zixuan's friend. Then everyone is friends. Yes, yes. Let's collect the vegetables together. Lu Zixuan just stopped talking and wanted to wait for Su Miao to speak. Unexpectedly, the two people who followed him spoke first. They are also responsible for investigation tasks in the team and are very powerful. Many times when the team encountered danger, it was these two people who relied on them to survive the crisis. This happened many times, and the two gradually became conceited. Of course, now that it's the end of the world, they are still relatively restrained. To be honest, when they were stopped by Bago, the two of them were still under a lot of pressure. But when Lu Zixuan said that they were old classmates, they relaxed and didn't say anything. Seeing Su Miao so beautiful again, they must admit that this is a thrilling feeling. Ahem. We're all friends. Don't be nervous. Don't worry. We don't have any ill intentions. Since we are all friends, can you please let us live in that villa? And there are so many vegetables here. And give us some. The two looked at Su Miao and took a few steps forward. Lu Zixuan was stunned. Her heartbeat seemed to speed up at this moment. Su Miao was a social terror in school. If she got too close and said so many words, she was just irritating Su Miao. Just when she was about to speak to stop her two companions, Su Miao spoke. Kill them! The voice was very soft and pleasant, and everyone heard it. For the sake of my classmates and the doctor, sending some extra vegetables and grains is nothing. Even though it's the end of the world, she's not some pervert who kills people on sight. However, she sensed a trace of malice from Lu Zixuan, as well as some other complex emotions, which directly reminded Su Miao of many memories in college. When she was in college, she suffered from severe social anxiety and basically didn't socialize. But that doesn't mean she didn't socialize. She often goes to the school forum to learn all kinds of information and gossip. At first, Su Miao only thought about the memories related to herself and Lu Zixuan. But under this malicious stimulation, she remembered the gossip about a girl anonymously accusing Lu Zixuan of pimping on the campus forum. I remember there was quite a big fuss, and the police entered the school and took away several classmates. Then nothing happened. Thinking of this, Lu Zixuan was directly judged as a dangerous target in Su Miao's heart. Of course, this was not enough for Su Miao to order the killing. However, the two people next to Lu Zixuan walked over so familiarly, talking as they walked, which made Su Miao feel extremely nervous. And even her cold expression could no longer be maintained. The most important thing is that Su Miao sensed very strong malice from them. That's the enemy. His Highness said to kill them. Mina flew up and shouted loudly. Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, and Yu Feng thought they heard wrongly at first. But when they heard Bago's voice again, they took action immediately. This is the opportunity given to them by His Highness Su Miao. A chance to make up for their negligence. Thinking about the war that happened a few days ago, it would not be too easy for His Highness Su Miao to kill these three people. Sun Rong rushed out as fast as he could, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of someone and struck out forcefully. Boom! The man was caught off guard, vomited blood and was blown away. Chu Zakai and Yu Feng followed up and focused on Lu Zixuan and another person. Su Miao! I have no hostility. These two people made their own decisions. Don't get me wrong. Lu Zixuan's expression changed, and she shouted loudly. I have always thought these two teammates were very smart. But why did they turn into pig teammates at the critical moment? If you stay in the villa, nothing will happen. Why are you chasing me? Chu Zikai stopped Lu Zixuan and punched out with lightning speed. Lu Zixuan avoided the attack like the wind. Yes. Why are you chasing me? Her expression was in a trance, and her body was twisted to avoid Chu Zikai's thunderous blow. She was so disturbed just now that she almost died. This person turns out to be a dual attribute ability user. The third person was attacked by Yufeng. As soon as the two sides came into contact, the man's right hand lost all feeling, and he screamed. Just as he was about to escape, Yufeng's palm fell on his left shoulder again. The extreme cold quickly erodes the body. Not only was there no feeling in his left arm, his heart was also silent. This ability user fell straight down with disbelief in his eyes. He was obviously super strong. How could he be like this? At the same time, Sun Rong's figure was like a phantom, killing the opponent so much that he could not resist, and was killed on the spot. When he fell, he discovered that his teammates had already died before him. There were 3 of them when they came, but now only 1 is left. Zhou Chao, you kill so quickly? Chu Zikai was numb. He just didn't solve the opponent. It wasn't that he wasn't ruthless, or that he underestimated his opponent, but that Lu Zixuan was able to resist his temptation. This resulted in Chu Zikai having to kill by force. But Lu Zixuan was not weak at all. Not only was he unable to kill Lu Zixuan, he was even almost injured. Help! Chu Zikai shouted. This is a righteous gang fight. Sun Rong and Yufeng were a little surprised, but didn't say anything. They immediately joined the battlefield, one on the left and the other on the right. However, in the face of Sun Rong's extreme speed, Yufeng's extreme coldness, and Chu Zikai's strong attack, Lu Zixuan was forced to defend himself again. Instead, Sun Rong was almost bewitched. Chu Zikai was almost frozen, and Yufeng was almost seriously injured. Quack! Quack! Is this a scene from a martial arts movie? Mina flew over the battlefield and said curiously. Su Miao tilted her head. Su Miao wasn't too sure about the strength of Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, and Yufeng, but the 3 of them surrounded and failed to kill Lu Zixuan. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the battlefield, and Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, and Yufeng flew out, each with injuries. The faces of the 3 people were ugly. To make matters worse, Lu Zixuan rushed towards Su Miao like the wind. Your Highness! Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, and Yufeng's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly caught up. It was already their fault for not killing Lu Zixuan. Yet they allowed Lu Zixuan to rush in front of His Highness Su Miao and risk his life. Miao Miao, we are classmates and friends, Lu Zixuan shouted loudly. Why do you want to kill me? Su Miao said. You want to treat me to dinner. Lu Zixuan's expression changed again and again. This is just a senior who knows you. It's really just a meal. Don't believe those rumors. Sure enough, what happened in the past was discovered. Lu Zixuan's heart skipped a beat, and she was in front of Su Miao in an instant, deciding to capture Su Miao. Su Miao raised her hand, and 3 ice spikes condensed and shot out suddenly, piercing Lu Zixuan's body one after another. The speed of the ice spike was so fast that Lu Zixuan could not avoid it this time. She looked at Su Miao in disbelief, and blood kept flowing out. Miao Miao, we are friends. Never.